After being publicly abandoned by a scoundrel streamer who despises the impoverished, Zhu Ning finds herself graced by the arrival of a lavish system.
Ding.
1 million in spending credits has been deposited into your bank account. Complete the task to claim a luxurious mansion.
Ding.
The wait-to-cash reward exchange has been initiated. For every pound lost, a reward of 1 million awaits.
Ding.
A tenfold rebate has commenced, and an unlimited black card has been issued. For expenditures in the billions, the system shall cover the costs. Chapter 1. Ridiculed as a miserly wretch, she promptly recharges 1 million. Zhu Ning retrieves the legal documents that arrived via courier. The documents pertain to a trust fund established in the name of her deceased overseas Chinese grandfather, designating her as the heir to his substantial fortune. Prior to her life as an orphan, she had heard her parents speak of a grandfather who ventured abroad in search of fortune. Although they had never met, his existence was undeniable, and she had not anticipated such a connection to him now. She inquired of the system that had recently bound itself to her consciousness. With these documents, does that render the funds you provide entirely lawful and legitimate? The genderless mechanical voice answered truthfully, yes, host, all legal procedures and connections with major banks have been fully legitimized. May I ask if you wish to accept a reward of 1 million web coins within 10 minutes, thereby receiving a 1-to-1 rebate bank card and additionally claiming the luxurious mansion task? Zhu Ning's breath quickened. Just moments ago, she had entered the live stream of her online boyfriend, Qianli, as she typically did. Unexpectedly, a well-meaning viewer in the chat mentioned her desire to pursue Qianli, provoking a fierce backlash from the recently emboldened fan, Bo. For several minutes, she was subjected to harsh insults and demands for Qianli to expel her from the stream. Angrily, she confronted Bo, questioning the audacity with which she behaved, as if the live stream were her private domain. To her dismay, Qianli mercilessly ejected her from the stream. Why must you provoke Uni? Can't you show a little restraint? She has pocket money amounting to hundreds of thousands each month. What do you possess that entitles you to oppose her? Reflect on your own shortcomings. As Zhu Ning stared incredulously at the accusatory message sent by the man she had been romantically linked with online for an entire year, the system descended upon her. It mandated that she spend 1 million web coins within 10 minutes to receive a rebate. Initially skeptical about the system, she became acutely aware of its authenticity upon viewing the well-documented legal papers. By successfully completing the expenditure, she could directly receive a rebate of 1 million and acquire a villa in the prestigious Jin Tingyu mansion, a place where even the wealthy might not reside. Confirm activation.
Ding.
Detection indicates that the host has accepted the task. The 10-minute countdown has commenced. Any unspent amount after the time limit will be rendered void. Please do your best, host. 9:59 in the Lun Yen live stream. A young man clad in a pale blue long robe, his long hair dark as ink, with almond-shaped eyes slightly turned up, lazily interacted with Qianli. Upon noticing Zhu Ning's ID, his gaze brightened. He bore no disdain towards her for being a fan of Qianli, treating her as a welcomed supporter of his own. Welcome, little Ning baby, to the live stream. Good afternoon, little Ning baby. Meanwhile, the Lioli miser unfollowed the streamer. The platform provides notifications when long-time or significant fans unfollow a streamer. As soon as Zhu Ning entered the Lun Yen live stream, she effortlessly unfollowed Qianli. Qianli noticed it as well, but paid little heed. To him, it seemed that Zhu Ning was merely throwing a tantrum, and once his live stream concluded, a few soothing words would suffice. After all, she had been by his side since the inception of his streaming career. He was well aware of her fondness for him. Meng chuckled, having also ventured into the opposing live stream room. Was she attempting to spy on the host through the wall, or did she wish to challenge the esteemed Uni? Zui remarked, how could she possibly contend with Uni given her meager finances? Is she unaware that Uni's monthly allowance amounts to several hundred thousand? Uni Bobo is merely a clown. Her statement was met with a chorus of agreement below. Uni Bobo had only recently graced Qianli's live stream. Some fans had witnessed her sharing glimpses of her daily life on the platform. At the tender age of 17 or 18, she dined at 5-star restaurants and adorned herself with luxury brands. With a monthly allowance exceeding several hundred thousand, her selfies showcased exquisite beauty, unmistakably portraying her as a wealthy heiress. Many in Qianli's live stream were enamored by her. Despite her brazen demeanor and her tendency to insult fans with impunity, even driving several of Qianli's longtime supporters away, he had never uttered a word against her. Uni Bobo was eager for a confrontation, and he decided to indulge her. Uni Bobo declared, 10,000 yuan should be sufficient to teach that pauper a lesson. Dalao Weiwu. From my perspective, 10,000 yuan is hardly necessary. Given that Popper's spending habits, a mere 1,000 would likely suffice for a decent drink. How could she dare to claim the title of baby when she pales in comparison to Uni? The atmosphere grew heated, prompting Qianli to interject. Liunian, my darling wishes to challenge you to a PK. Will you accept? Liunian propped his chin on his hand, smiling benignly. Isn't your darling on my side? You have quite a few favorites, unlike me. Upon hearing his words, Qianli felt an ominous undertone, his expression darkening. Fans from across the wall jeered. Dial of Tai exclaimed, what are you pretending for? That wretched Popper hardly qualifies as a darling. We have no affection for her here. Exactly. How dare she call herself a darling when she can't even compare to a single strand of Uni's hair? What a farce. The streamer was no stranger to the uproar surrounding the elder sister's expulsion of old fans. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Liunian pieced together the entire truth of the matter. Instead of being angered, he smiled and remarked, if my memory serves me right, Xiaoning has accompanied you for quite some time, hasn't she? It's truly cold-hearted to kick her out for the sake of climbing the social ladder. I advise you all to be cautious. Today, he may expel Xiaoning for your uni, but tomorrow, he could do the same to you. Qianli's expression darkened. Do not attempt to sow discord here. Uni Bobo insisted on a punishment. Should she lose, he must slap himself while apologizing for defending that Popper Xiaoning. Qianli's eyes flickered with conflict. Uni Bobo pressed. Do you refuse? Then I shall take my leave. Resolutely, Qianli remembered how long Xiaoning had been by his side, yet Uni Bobo's wealth far surpassed hers. With a firm resolve, he relayed the terms to Liunian. Liunian's brows knitted together, casting a disapproving glance at Qianli, clearly reluctant to accept such a punishment. Isn't that excessive? She has been by your side for so long. Even if you no longer wish for her companionship, you shouldn't relentlessly berate her. Immediately, Liunian's live stream was met with caution. Do not accept. Uni Bobo's allowance is in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, they had no choice in the matter, as Qianli activated the mandatory PK card. The mandatory PK card forced both parties into a competitive state. The side with more votes could impose any punishment they desired. Even a demand for the other to delete their account on the spot could not be refused by the loser. Should they disobey, the platform would intervene, imposing penalties such as demotion or subjecting the streamer to solitary confinement, akin to being locked in a dark room. Liunian's smile vanished, his beautiful eyes now icy with dread. This is disastrous. I lost to Uni Bobo just yesterday. It's over. I heard Uni Bobo has an allowance of several 100,000. Terrifying. It's over, it's over, it's over. Help! Is anyone there to rescue me? The live stream was filled with wails of despair. Zhu Ning edited texts on his phone. Xiaoning wishes to challenge him. Liunian was taken aback. Xiaoning, what did you say? Xiaoning is ready to fight. Fans traversing between the two live streams scoffed at Zhu Ning's words, deriding her audacity. Li questioned, did I hear that correctly? This Popper intends to challenge Uni. Zui mocked, is she planning to boast with her 3,000 yuan salary against Uni? Is she out of her mind? Meng urged, Uni, obliterate her. Uni Bobo is but a mere jester. Just as the barrage of comments settled, Uni Bobo unleashed 10 rockets. A single gesture worth 10,000 yuan. Has it frightened the Popper? Indeed, does the opposing side even earn 10,000 a month? I reckon Uni Bobo need not spend 100,000. A mere 10,000 could send her back home. How absurd. She dares to challenge Uni, utterly delusional. Congratulations to Uni Bobo for a successful face slap. Uni Bobo is formidable. Qianli's live stream erupted with jubilation, while Uni Bobo's smile was about to surface, when suddenly, Xiaoning gifted streamer Liunian a Super Rocket X1. Xiaoning gifted streamer Liunian a Super Rocket X3. Xiaoning gifted streamer Liunian a Super Rocket X6. Xiaoning gifted streamer Liunian a Super Rocket X10. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment. Qianli gaped at the gifts Zhu Ning had bestowed. 2,000 yuan per rocket and she sent 20. Was this truly the Zhu Ning he knew? What is this Popper doing? Starting with 40,000? Did I misinterpret? Or have I encountered an account of the same name? I just checked. It is indeed her. No mistake. How could this be? Is she truly this affluent? Uni Bobo, too, was taken aback by Zhu Ning's sudden display of wealth, momentarily rendered speechless. How could this Popper be so generous? In a mere 30 seconds, she had gifted 40,000. Uni Bobo's hands trembled slightly, an unsettling premonition creeping in. Yet, she feigned bravado. Uni Bobo scoffed. 40,000 is nothing. What are you pretending for? With that, She directly selected the platform's most expensive gift, a qinglong worth 10,000, and tapped it 6 times. However, before she could revel in her triumph, Zhu Ning swiftly matched the score. Bobo's expression shifted. She hadn't anticipated Zhu Ning to still have the means, and after a moment of gnashing her teeth, she drained her last 3,000 into her balance. 3 qinglongs were dispatched in quick succession. Bobo's anxiety escalated. This pauper must not send any more. This was all she had. As expected, Zhu Ning did not pursue further. Bobo exhaled in relief, a sneer curling her lips. It seemed that 70,000 was Xiaoning's limit. Liu Li exclaimed, 100,000. That's my annual income. Zui proclaimed, truly Bobo is impressive. Meng Meng chimed in, the sycophants must be stunned. They can't keep up. Bobo dismissed them as clowns. Just as the laughter subsided, a message floated across the screen. Xiaoning queried, have you finished sending? Xiaoning continued, then now it is my turn. Fans in Qianli's live stream, poised to ridicule Zhu Ning for her pretentiousness, were caught off guard when, suddenly, a grand spectacle unfolded. A colossal dragon soared through the mists, emanating an aura of majesty and power. A qinglong. No, it was a jinlong. An effect far more extravagant than the qinglong, one that none had ever witnessed before. And there was not just one. Within the span of 30 seconds, dragons of all forms cascaded through the live stream. Official notifications flashed incessantly. Liunyan's live stream's health bar surged past Qianli's, the score skyrocketing to 27,000 in mere minutes. All held their breath in astonishment as Xiaoning sent out 5 jinlongs. Xiaoning sent out jinlong x6. Xiaoning sent out jinlong x9. 20,000 in 1 minute. Qianli leapt from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief at the official notifications. How could this be possible? Chapter 2. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Ning actually has 1 million. The official announcement reverberated through the nerves of everyone present. The screen fell silent for a moment, only to erupt with fervor shortly thereafter. Both live streaming rooms were ablaze with excitement. Everyone was aware that the qinglong was already the pinnacle of gifts on the platform. Yet they had not anticipated the existence of the jinlong, an even grander tier above it. Zui, what is this jinlong all about? Meng, the points all seem identical, but why does the jinlong's effects surpass those of the qinglong in splendor? Luli, could there be some hidden rules on the platform? A netizen provided an explanation regarding the jinlong's origins. I just consulted customer service. The jinlong is a limited skin that can only be unlocked by recharging a total of 1 million within a single day. 1 million. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. Wow, 1 million. No wonder she could spend 200,000 in just a minute. Qianli found it hard to breathe upon reading these comments. She actually possesses 1 million? It seemed inconceivable. Bobo's mind went blank at that moment. What on earth is happening? She was actually able to summon the jinlong. As the score gap widened rapidly, Qianli's fans could no longer contain themselves. Luli, what are they so smug about? De Lao has it too.
Zui exactly. De Lao. Comment?
Show them what you've got.
Menk De Lao. Anhilate her.
As these encouraging words poured in, Bobo's complexion began to pale. She had exhausted all her resources. 1 million? What could she possibly use to compete with that? Bobo, what are you pretending for? Bobo, who knows if she truly possesses 1 million? It could just be a glitch in the system. Zhu Ning regarded their defiant words with a cold smirk. In the next instant, the official announcement chimed once more. Xiaoning sent out jinlong x10. Xiaoning sent out jinlong x13. Xiaoning sent out jinlong x20. Xiaoning sent out jinlong x30. The barrage of comments in the live stream froze for 2 seconds. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Every breath was held in anticipation. The screen was awash with jinlong effects, obscuring the host Liu Nian's figure entirely.
Moment latte.
Someone finally broke the silence with a gasp. Oh my goodness. 73 jinlongs. The screen is too cluttered to see anything. Good heavens.
This is terrifying.
1 million in one go. Someone, give me a fast-acting heart remedy. The official headline continued to flash across the platform, drawing countless viewers into the live stream to witness the grand display. As they beheld the screen filled with jinlongs, they held their breath, trembling in reverence for Zhu Ning. Even in Qianli's live stream, there was a profound sense of shock at Zhu Ning's extravagance. Which impoverished soul could spend 1 million in just 5 minutes? To be able to wield such a sum in such a brief span, could one still label her a pauper? Qian Li's face turned ashen. Zhu Ning actually has 1 million. It's true. He wished he could slap himself across the face. If he hadn't chosen you and I, Bobo, today, that 1 million would have been his. Yet, he not only squandered that opportunity, but also pushed her towards that insufferable green tea on the opposing side. Qianli felt as though he might vomit blood. Meanwhile, Lu Nian, witnessing the screen brimming with Jinlong effects, was so startled that he leaped from his chair. His eyes widened, lips parted slightly, his expression one of utter disbelief. Just moments ago, Ning had gifted him 1 million. His breath quickened, hands trembling, his voice wavering, as if his very soul had momentarily left his body. Quickly, tell me, am I hallucinating? Did Ning truly, genuinely gift me 1 million? It is indeed 1 million. My heavens! 1 million in 5 minutes. I could scarcely even dream of it. Lu Nian, you've struck gold. Lu Nian repeatedly checked the numbers on the PK bar, counting meticulously, tens, hundreds, thousands, and then 1 million. He felt his legs weaken, his mind spinning at that moment. In a mere 5 minutes, he had acquired 1 million. Even after taxes, with the platform's 50 cut, and sharing with his company, he would still take home a substantial sum. Such a vast amount of money, and Ning had quietly bestowed it all upon him. Just how much wealth does she possess? Lu Nian suddenly pondered. Perhaps Ning was even wealthier and more extravagant than you and I, Bo.
No.
As he glanced at the visibly anxious you and I, Bo across the way, he felt certain. You and I and Ning were on entirely different levels. If Ning wished, she could effortlessly widen the gap, nay, crush her. Lu Nian braced himself against the table, striving to steady his footing.
Then,
he let out a piercing scream.
Ah!
No one derided Lu Nian, for everyone in the live stream was screaming in unison.
Ah, ah.
Ah, 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 ah. Lu Nian's voice, hoarse with excitement, his face flushed. His beautiful eyes shimmering with tears of joy, he exuberantly shouted, "Thank you, my Ning baby. I am immensely grateful for Ning baby's 1 million. Ning baby is simply incredible. I love you dearly, Nian Nian." The entire live stream resonated with Lu Nian's jubilant cheers. They reveled in the festivities, while Qianli felt as if he were in hell. This money should have been his. His eyes reddened, regret rendering him speechless, fearful that he might suddenly spit blood. And yet, Lu Nian continued to provoke him deliberately. Did the opposing side ever study mathematics? Can they count if our Ning baby truly possesses 1 million? Would you like me to help you tally it up? As Qianli listened to Lu Nian's taunts, he felt as though he might truly vomit blood. This opportunistic green tea. This insufferable green tea. Qianli feared he might be driven to madness, trembling as he clicked to end the broadcast and fled. How utterly lacking in class on the opposing side. Resorting to the forced PK card during the fight, and then running off when losing.
No worries.
We won this time. He may have escaped, but he won't evade punishment next time he logs on. How impressive. As Qianli fled, the fans in Lu Nian's live stream, who had witnessed the unfolding drama, swiftly turned to privately mock you and I, Bobo. You and I, Bobo. Did you study mathematics? Can you count how much it is?
Das er facekart, Unibobo?
Would you like us to check if Ning truly gifted 1 million? Laughing to death, if I remember correctly, you just claimed Ning was exploiting a platform bug and didn't he recharge 1 million, didn't he you? How's that for a slap in the face? You and Ida Lau with a mere 100,000 pocket money is terrifying. How could our Ning with 1 million possibly compete? It's common knowledge that 100,000 1 million. Ha 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 ha. The screen was filled with derision.
Leaving Unibobo dizzy and disoriented.
1 million, a full 1 million. It was an overwhelming, absolute crushing defeat. She felt as though she had become a mere joke, and indeed, she had transformed into one. Her mind pulsated with the sting of their derision, her eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. In a fit of despair, she hurled her phone and buried herself beneath the covers, weeping loudly.
Off a line.
Why hasn't Yumi Bobo made a sound? She vanished, laughing to death. She's too humiliated to face us again, right? Just a moment ago, she was calling someone a loser, and now, confronted with Ning's million, she's too frightened to utter a word, simply logging off. Haha. Ning is truly impressive. Ning is truly impressive. Ning is truly impressive. Lu Nian observed the neatly aligned group, trailing behind. Ning is truly impressive. Zhu Ning watched the scene unfold as Yumi Bobo fled, prompting a flurry of responses. A slow smile crept across her face. 100,000 to teach her a lesson? Then a million would surely catapult her to greatness. The delightful notification chimed.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. A rebate of 1,000,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank account.
Ding.
The first reward, the Tianzi number 1 villa in Jinting Yufu, has been allocated. Zhu Ning immediately checked her bank account. Indeed, 1 million had been deposited. Her face lit up with joy, her hands trembling from exhilaration. 1 million. She had become a millionaire. Earning a million in under 10 minutes had her feeling as if she might soar with happiness. Clutching her phone, she repeatedly counted the sum displayed, unable to satiate her gaze upon it. She had truly struck it rich. Moreover, the system indicated that there would be a daily task without any restrictions, yielding 1 million each day. This meant that with consistent spending, she could accumulate a staggering 30 million in just a month. Zhu Ning felt her mind buzzing at this revelation. Her phone vibrated. A message from Qianli arrived. It was a jumble of nonsensical characters, likely a result of her overly excited hands. The message was retracted, followed by incessant notifications indicating the sender was editing. Zhu Ning merely glanced at it, choosing to ignore it. She had long understood that the profession of a streamer was akin to honey coated with poison, yet, when one is impoverished, the desire for affection becomes overwhelming. Back then, Qianli had sweet-talked her into parting with her coins, and it was hardly surprising that they developed a bond. When one lacks financial means, the pursuit of love stems from a diminished social value, where individuals seek to derive a sense of special status or validation through emotional connections, thereby achieving self-worth and societal recognition. However, the tides had turned. She no longer needed to beg for love. She was wealthy enough that suitors would now chase after her, pleading for her affection. For instance, Zhao Ning darling, open the door. Your year has returned home. Chapter 3. She is the mistress of Jinting Yufu. As Lu Nian's message arrived, Zhu Ning received a phone call. Upon answering, a gentle and respectful male voice greeted her. Good evening, Miss Ning. I am the general manager of Jinting Yufu in Heiress. The formalities for the villa you purchased, worth 80 million, have been completed. When do you plan to move in? Jinting Yufu. It was renowned as the epitome of luxury villa districts in Heiress. Merely viewing properties required proof of 100 million in deposits for such opulent residences. And now, the esteemed number 1 villa belonged to her. Zhu Ning felt her breath catch in her throat. I will come over today. Please wait for me an hour. Shall we send a car to escort you? May we have that honor? Zhu Ning naturally nodded, promptly providing her location. The manager acknowledged it, agreeing to meet in an hour. She immediately rose, beginning to pack her belongings, momentarily forgetting about Lu Nian. Her luggage was minimal, mostly comprised of worthless trinkets. As she gathered her items, she hesitated briefly, then resolutely decided to purge the unnecessary. Out with the old, in with the new. She had a system now, and a promising future awaited her. The useless clutter could be discarded. While she was in the midst of her packing, a series of impatient knocks resounded at the door. Zhu Ning, open up. It's time to pay the rent. Stop pretending. I know you're home. The knocks grew increasingly frantic and aggressive. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and rose to open the door. The real estate agent, Zhao Quan, froze mid-knock, glaring at her with malice. Have you gone deaf from your silence? He snapped, barging into her room and plopping down on her chair, carelessly placing his dirty shoes on her dining chair. He then pointedly demanded, What are you staring at? You've been standing there forever and still haven't to offer me a glass of water? With your lack of awareness. It's no wonder you got kicked out of the hotel. Zhu Ning clenched her fists. A year ago, she had graduated from a hotel management program and successfully secured a position at a 3-star hotel in the city. However, when she stumbled upon the affair between her colleague, Qianli, and the manager, Wang De, they conspired to frame her as dishonest. Not only did she lose her job, but she was also blacklisted by every hotel in the city. Even after switching careers, Wang De and Qianli continued to harass her, making it impossible for her to hold a stable job. Zhao Quan had provided her with this accommodation when she was left with nowhere to turn. And he had claimed to care for her. She had confided in him about her past, only to discover that her vulnerabilities had become his weapons against her. Am I living here for free? Haven Ti paid? Zhao Quan's eyes widened momentarily at her words. Had she really dared to challenge him? What is happening? He exclaimed, kicking over her dining table. Have you grown some backbone? If it weren't for my kindness in finding you a place to stay, you might not even have a bridge under which to sleep. You dare talk back to me? Your kindness? Zhu Ning glared at the man before her, accusingly stating, "You claim to help me, yet behind my back, you charge the landlord extra, swindling my money." The cramped, dilapidated room Zhao Quan had found for her was barely suitable for living. The upstairs lacked proper waterproofing, and it often leaked, while the poor soundproofing allowed her to hear the incessant thudding of children playing above. Zhao Quan had offered her this subpar room, claiming to empathize with her struggles, charging her only 1,500 yuan in rent each month. Zhu Ning had no choice but to agree, even expressing gratitude for his assistance. It was only recently that she had discovered he was actually a subleaser, deceiving her all along, as the true rent for the room was merely 800 yuan. For however long she had resided there, Zhao Quan had been swindling her. Once, she had mustered the courage to confront him, but he had viciously berated her, saying, "You should be grateful for this place. How dare you come to me demanding explanations?" At that time, Zhu Ning had been timid, terrified of Zhao Quan's wrath, and dared not retaliate, whispering meekly, "I never intended to confront you. I only ask that you stop overcharging me. I'm already out of money. Your financial woes are none of my concern." Zhao Quan snarled, "Let me make it clear, I will never return your money. You either stay or leave. But you must pay me today, regardless. I have connections in the streets." At that moment, Zhu Ning felt the world blur before her eyes and succumbed to his demands. But now, she had a way out. There was no need for her to endure any longer. "Zhao Quan, there is no need for you to threaten me. I have already discerned the true nature of your character. I shall no longer rent this house, and I will no longer serve you." Zhao Quan gazed at her as though she had transformed into a different person. How could she, in just a few short days, not only dare to retort but also to sever ties with him? What audacity was this? In his fury, Zhao Quan finally noticed the suitcase that Zhu Ning had placed on the ground. "So, that is where your audacity comes from. You wretched miser. Have you found someone else to take your place, preparing to make your exit?" As he spoke, he cast a suggestive glance at Zhu Ning's face, scoffing at the notion that a pauper like her could afford a decent house. Surely, she was resorting to selling herself. Zhu Ning was not unattractive. Standing at 168 centimeters with a slightly plump figure, her features were well-proportioned and striking. Even without makeup, she possessed undeniable beauty. Faced with Zhao Quan's distasteful insinuations, Zhu Ning felt a wave of genuine revulsion. Your own heart must be as filthy as your perceptions.
Ha!
What kind of new house could a destitute fool like you possibly inhabit? He mocked derisively. You think that once you leave me, you will find a better place? I suggest you reconsider, lest you find yourself regretting your decision and pleading with me to rent you the house again. After all, a miserable wretch like you is destined to live in a dilapidated, leaky abode. His taunts ignited Zhu Ning's fury, causing her fingers to tremble with rage just as her phone rang. It was a call from the manager of Jinting Yufu, announcing their arrival downstairs.
Perfect. Zhu Ning replied,
Providing her floor number and inviting them up. Zhao Quan observed her actions with a disdainful sneer. "Oh, is your new tenant arriving? What kind of cheap rental could it be?" "You'll find out shortly," she retorted. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached. Zhao Quan turned to see who it was, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. The newcomers were impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of sophistication, with the leading man embodying the essence of an elite. Upon noticing the badges adorning their chests, he was taken aback to see the engraved words Jinting Yufu. Jinting Yufu? How could this be possible? That was the largest real estate company in the province, and Jinting Yufu was renowned as a symbol of architectural excellence, housing the region's wealthiest elites. Just the secondary market prices soared to 300,000 per square meter. What business could these individuals have here? Acting on instinct, Zhao Quan hurried forward to ingratiate himself, but to his dismay, they bypassed him entirely, heading straight for Zhu Ning. "Miss Zhu Ning, I am Shen, the private steward of Villa No. 1 at Jinting Yufu, here to escort you home." Zhao Quan's eyes widened in disbelief.
Villa número 1.
Had he misheard? This was incomprehensible. Shen inquired, "Miss Ning, may I ask where your luggage is? We would be pleased to assist you in moving it." Zhu Ning pointed to the suitcase on the floor, replying, "Thank you for your help." Shen smiled, assuring her it was no trouble, then signaled to his staff to come forward and carry the suitcase. Watching their respectful demeanor, Zhao Quan felt as though his worldview was collapsing. He rushed forward, exclaiming, "Wait! Are you sure you have not made a mistake? How could she possibly afford to live at Jinting Yufu? Are you sure you have the right person? Could it be a case of mistaken identity?" Zhao Quan was unable to accept the reality. Sin Shun's expression darkened at the insinuation. Do you doubt our recognition of our own client? Zhao Quan immediately felt the pressure, waving his hands in denial. That is not what I meant. I merely worry that you might be misled, wasting your time. I know this person. She is nothing but a pauper. There is no way she could possess Villano. 1. At Jinting Yufu. Have you mistaken her for someone else? His eyes widened as realization struck him. Perhaps there was indeed a client with the same name. Or she could be impersonating one of your clients. Do not let yourself be deceived. Zhu Ning interjected, her voice calm yet pointed. Sin manager. It seems there are those who question the legitimacy of my residence at Jinting Yufu. Sin Shun's demeanor turned icy. Which company do you represent? Zhao Quan's heart sank. When Sin Shun turned to instruct his subordinates to investigate Zhao Quan's company, he felt a chill run down his spine. The leaders of large real estate firms possess connections everywhere, especially those associated with high-end residential areas like Jinting Yufu. A mere jest in the presence of their employer could result in catastrophic repercussions for one's career. Zhao Quan felt cold sweat trickling down his back, his lips trembling as he cast a glance at Zhu Ning, his mind racing with complex emotions. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and quickly regained his composure. I see it now, Zhao Quan declared. They must be actors you hired to bolster your facade. With that, he wore a contemptuous expression, as if he had unearthed some hidden truth about Zhu Ning. So that's it. A pauper like you could never afford to live at Jinting Yufu. It was merely a ploy to create an illusion. I must say, your acting is quite convincing. You must have spent a fortune on this charade. And I wonder if you will be left destitute after paying them. Zhao Quan laughed derisively, and Zhu Ning, witnessing his expression, felt an urge to applaud him. Despite his shortcomings, he certainly possessed a quick wit when it came to deceit. However, Sin Shun's expression darkened further. Was this individual a troublemaker sent by another company? Just then, a subordinate approached with news that they had located Zhao Quan's boss on WeChat. Zhao Quan crossed his arms, sneering. Oh, so you want to put on a whole performance? Let's see if it truly is my boss. He widened his eyes, staring at the familiar face on the video call, his complexion turning ashen. It was indeed his boss, Zhao Quan. His boss's face was thunderous with rage. What the hell is going on? Wen Zhengong, the owner of the Anju real estate agency, had just completed a transaction and, during his break, opened his phone only to find the entire Heiress real estate group buzzing about how Zhao Quan had offended the head of Jinting Yufu. And now they were seeking his boss to settle the score. In a panic, Wen hurriedly added the Jinting Yufu staff member on WeChat, confirming their identity and understanding the situation, feeling as if the sky had fallen. How could Zhao Quan have been so reckless? You are fired. Do not even think of claiming to be part of Anju. We do not tolerate your kind. Upon hearing this, all color drained from Zhao Quan's face. He felt a chill envelop him as he realized that the young man claiming to be the head of Jinting Yufu had indeed brought his boss into the fray. This meant that Zhu Ning truly owned a property at Jinting Yufu. He hastily looked up, meeting Zhu Ning's familiar yet expressionless face, and an overwhelming sense of regret and despair flooded his heart. How could he have been so foolish as to offend her? With no time to waste, Zhao Quan immediately turned to Zhu Ning, pleading, Xiao Ning, no, Miss Ning, I was blind to your worth. I spoke without thinking and offended you. I beg you to forgive me, to show mercy. I have a family to support. I cannot lose this job. Zhu Ning regarded him with curiosity. What does that have to do with me? Am I the one who fired you? While it was not she who had dismissed him, the entire matter ultimately stemmed from her. Had he known that she, despite her outward appearance of being impoverished, was in fact a discreet, life-experiencing heiress with ownership of a luxurious estate in Jinting Yufu, he would have taken great care not to offend her. Zhao Quan was filled with regret. Miss Ning, it was my fault before. I implore you to intercede with the boss on my behalf. Zhu Ning regarded him with a scoff. What weight does my word carry? Don't you have plenty of friends in your circle? He had no such friends, merely a gaggle of inept, frivolous companions, whose threats were only meant to intimidate young women. A mere scholar could subdue him effortlessly. Would he dare to resort to violence? Ridiculous. Zhao Quan was on the verge of tears, desperately pleading with Zhu Ning for leniency. Observing his pitiful state brought her a sense of satisfaction. She huffed and remarked, If I recall correctly, you overcharged me an entire year's rent. Zhao Quan shuddered and quickly replied, I'll repay you right now. I'll transfer the money immediately. With gritted teeth, he sent Zhu Ning 400 yuan. The funds he had once been too timid to reclaim now returned to her grasp, lifting the shadows from her heart. In that instant, she felt as if she were reborn. Away with cowardice, away with weakness. From this day forth, she would no longer swallow her grievances in silence. Everything that displeased her could take their leave. Having received the payment, Zhu Ning agreed to speak a few words on Zhao Quan's behalf. However, whether the boss would heed her words was beyond her concern. Zhao Quan had offended the head of Jinting Yufu, and that was that. Even if Jinting Yufu chose to overlook it, his future in the workplace would be far from pleasant. Every individual weighs the pros and cons, especially those in positions of authority. Once everything was packed, Xinxian drove a black stretch Lincoln to escort Zhu Ning to the villa at Jinting Yufu. The estate was expansive. The villa she owned, the #1 villa, alone spanned 1,000 square meters. The grand entrance to the villa was magnificent and imposing, exuding a sense of reverence for those who resided within. As the Lincoln came to a halt before the gates, Xinxian respectfully exited to open the door. Standing at attention in sharp suits, the property staff formed 2 lines and bowed in unison upon seeing Zhu Ning's arrival. Welcome back home, miss. Chapter 5. Is she the daughter of a mysterious family? Before entering the villa, a facial recognition and iris scanning system was employed, after which Xinxian respectfully ushered her inside. Upon entering, the villa's servants awaited her in the front garden, greeting her with "Good day, Mississippi." Inside the villa, she gazed upon a 6-meter-high hall, adorned with a high-end custom crystal chandelier that illuminated the space as if it were a constellation, even in daylight. Ascending the stairs, she opened the door to a 300-square-meter master bedroom, equipped with a private dressing room and makeup area, while the entire residence boasted fully automatic curtains. When drawn open, the view revealed a pristine natural lake, the sky a brilliant blue, and the water crystal clear, occasionally graced by the flight of birds. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhu Ning, embodying the identity of the villa's owner valued at 80 million, listened attentively as Xinxian meticulously introduced the amenities. Observing him as he simultaneously commanded the villa's chefs and staff, she noted the reverence with which everyone regarded her, meticulously cataloging her preferences and placing her firmly at the forefront of their attentions. In that moment, Zhu Ning suddenly comprehended the source of the affluence, confidence, and composure. Xinxian stated, "The villa staff operates on a 24-hour shift system, ensuring that you can find assistance at any time, thus providing you with the finest service." A fire ignited in Zhu Ning's heart, but she quickly pondered a pressing question regarding the salaries of the staff and the various maintenance costs of the villa. The expenses of such a grand estate and the numerous attendants catering to her every need would certainly be substantial. Moreover, she cast a glance at Xinxian, who remained consistently polite and respectful. She suspected his services would not come cheaply. Rest assured, prior to your occupancy, we have prepaid 3 years' worth of maintenance and management fees for the villa under the name of the overseas principal family. Additionally, all staff wages, including those of Xinxian, will be disbursed regularly under the principal family's name. With her worries alleviated, Zhu Ning exhaled a sigh of relief. From her window, she observed several other villas, each with varying architectural styles and sizes, yet it seemed only her villa offered a complete view of the natural lake. At this moment, Zhu Ning was unaware that the villas at Jinting Yufu were categorized by numerical ranks, and the villa she now occupied was the most valuable property in the entire estate. Xinxian checked the time and respectfully inquired, "Miss, after a long day, you must be weary. Would you like me to prepare a hot bath for you to unwind?" Upon entering the master suite, she had initially noticed the alluring dressing room, but her primary focus was the luxurious bathtub in the bathroom. Suppressing her excitement, she nodded slightly.
Yes.
Xinxian promptly fetched a fresh bathrobe for her. Observing the attire in the dressing room, though limited in quantity, each piece was tailored to her current dimensions. From understated yet luxurious brands, it was evident that the system was at work here. As the bathtub filled with hot water, Xinxian thoughtfully prepared red wine and ambient scents, ensuring everything was in place before quietly departing. Immersed in the soothing warmth of the water, Zhu Ning could no longer contain her elation. She splashed her legs in excitement.
Ah?
This is bliss. Riding in luxury cars, residing in opulent mansions, with a handsome butler attending to her every need and refined servants providing meticulous care, this was her dominion, her territory, her kingdom. She was the sole ruler. If at first, she had used 1,000,000 to slap Zhao Quan in the face, simply standing tall and proud, now Zhu Ning felt as though she had transcended to a new realm. Wealth had reshaped her very essence, reversing her persona. After enjoying her lavish massage bathtub, she donned a soft, comfortable bathrobe and settled into bed for some rest. Just before she drifted off, Xinshen came to inquire about her dining preferences for the following day. Zhu Ning casually mentioned a desire for steak.
Xinshen nodded thoughtfully.
Making a mental note. Once he stepped out and closed the door, he immediately instructed the kitchen to procure the finest supplies. Contacting the supplier of French Charolais beef to ensure the tenderest cuts were air-freighted to them, guaranteeing their presence on the ladies' table the next day. Understood. As the procurement team set to work, a servant reported that other villa owners at Jintingyufu had come to pay their respects upon hearing of the new occupant in the number 1 villa. Xinshen opened the door, presenting himself gracefully to a gathering of affluent neighbors. I apologize, but the lady is currently resting and is unavailable to receive visitors. I will convey your regards to her. The villa owners were already astonished to learn of the new occupant in the number 1 villa, but witnessing Xinshen, now appearing as a butler, left them utterly astounded. Manager Tsin, I thought you were the overall head of Jintingyufu and Heiress? Why would you abandon such a promising career to lower yourself to the role of a butler for a mere district villa?
Xinshen jokingly explained.
People naturally aspire to ascend, and it is normal for a good bird to seek a good tree to perch upon, is it not? The crowd gasped at his words. Xinshen's implication suggested that, compared to the position of head of Jintingyufu, being the butler of the number 1 villa was somehow a more promising endeavor? What could the identity of the owner of this number 1 villa possibly be? Stifling the waves of astonishment within, the group exchanged glances before returning to their own residences, eager to investigate further. Jintingyufu, number 2 villa. In the bustling heart of Heiress, the esteemed auctioneer's son, Songya, lounged on a plush sofa, languidly crossing his legs as he listened to his butler's report on recent happenings. Are you telling me that Xinshen has forsaken his position as the head of the Jintingyu villa to become the steward for the owner of Villa No. 1? He inquired, incredulity edging his tone. Indeed, young master, the butler replied. Songya mused softly. Could the rumors hold a grain of truth? The villas in Jintingyu were numbered in hierarchical order, with Villa number 1 reigning supreme among its 100 counterparts. Numerous individuals sought to acquire the illustrious Coelho. Yet the identity of the mysterious buyer of Villa number 1 remained shrouded in secrecy. Whispers suggested that a discreet family from abroad had engaged a steward to procure the property in anticipation of their daughter's arrival. While he had previously dismissed such gossip as largely unfounded, the reaction of Xinshen now prompted Songya to reconsider the veracity of these tales. Prepare a gift. I shall personally pay a visit to this enigmatic young lady tomorrow, he commanded. Very well, young master, came the dutiful response. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning luxuriated on her plush mattress, awakening to the late afternoon sun, having indulged in a deep slumber. Rushing to freshen up, she descended to the kitchen, where a sumptuous feast awaited her. Xinshen graciously pulled out a chair and unveiled a series of silver cloches, revealing an aromatic medley of black truffle, grilled to perfection, alongside wagyu beef sashimi and an array of exquisite Chinese soups. As she savored the first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious, she exclaimed, her palate reveling in the exquisite flavors, a testament to the culinary prowess of their Michelin 3-star chef. The chef beamed with pride, explaining, last night, you mentioned a desire for beef, and Xinshen arranged for the finest Charolais beef to be airlifted from France. We held our breath during its preparation, so it delights us immensely to know you are satisfied. Zhu Ning felt a surge of gratitude for Xinshen's meticulous attention to her whims. You have done well, she praised, prompting him to stand a little taller in response. As they concluded their meal, Xinshen presented her with a handkerchief. Miss, there are 2 matters that require your guidance. Firstly, the owner of Villa number 2, young Master Song, left an invitation for a car exhibition scheduled to commence in 4 days during your rest this morning. Additionally, the property management has informed me that the repairs to the underground garage are complete. Would you like me to accompany you to the exhibition to select a vehicle, or shall we return the Lincoln from yesterday? Zhu Ning understood that the car Xinshen had driven was merely a vehicle assigned to Jintingyu Villa, and she currently lacked a vehicle of her own. Beep. Newbie reward. Redeem any luxury car. Please proceed to the dealership for collection. Expenses will be reimbursed by the system. Today's task, spend 1 million within a day for a rebate of 1 million. Special new player task, accumulate spending of 5 million to unlock limited time multiplied rebates. Current spending stands at 1 million. Please continue the momentum. Chapter 6, 54 million luxury car, acquired outright. A cacophony of electronic notifications reverberated in her mind, and Zhu Ning took a moment to collect herself, then was overwhelmed with joy. How fortuitous. Just as she contemplated acquiring a vehicle, a reward appeared. Moreover, the daily spending limit had been lifted. If she maintained her current trajectory, she could unlock multiplied rebates by the 5th day. Money, 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 money was coming. Beaming with exhilaration, Zhu Ning instructed, "Please return the car. I shall venture out shortly to procure a new vehicle." "Very well, Mississippi. Would you like me to accompany you?"
Zhen Shen inquired.
It would be more efficient to act separately, she decided. Understood, Mississippi. After a brief preparation, Zhu Ning hailed a cab and made her way to Haishi's automobile district. Entering a dealership at random, she expressed her desire for a mode of transportation, emphasizing the need for the most luxurious option. The sparse staff, engaged in casual conversation, sized her up, concluding her attire lacked the hallmark of high-end brands.
Consequently,
they assigned a junior salesperson to assist her. With her focus solely on the price tags of the luxury vehicles, Zhu Ning was oblivious to the dismissive attitude of the sales staff. She ventured into the luxury section to inspect the cars. The system would reimburse her. Thus, she intended to purchase nothing less than the finest. "Greetings, this model is hello. Here to look at cars, are we?" "Right this way," the salesperson interrupted, guiding her away from the luxury section towards the more modest offerings. "How about this Volkswagen Sagitter Excellence model? It's a new release with a price of 150,000. Zhu Ning felt a flicker of discomfort, suspecting the salesperson had misinterpreted her request. "This one is too inexpensive. I require a vehicle priced above $1 million. The more extravagant, the better." "Oh, you prefer something pricier?" the salesperson replied, presenting a Honda CR-V at 210,000. Zhu Ning interjected, exasperation creeping into her voice. "I clearly stated I want something above $1 million. Do you not have any such options?" The salesperson offered a condescending smile.
"Apologies, ma'am.
"But we recommend models based on our clients' purchasing capacity. If neither of those suits you, perhaps you would consider this Mercedes-Benz A-Class at 298,000. A down payment of 100,000 allows for 36 months of installments, ideal for someone needing a vehicle for transportation." The A-Class, known as the entry-level Mercedes, was often derided as the least prestigious model, its value resting solely on the brand emblem rather than any intrinsic merit. The salesperson's comment about people like you insinuated Zhu Ning was merely a pretender lacking the means to make a purchase.
How does that sound, ma'am?
The salesperson persisted. "This is the last one available. Miss it now, and you may regret it later." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Ning resolved, "If I am not welcomed here, I shall seek elsewhere." Suppressing her annoyance, she prepared to leave. As she turned, a female salesperson from a neighboring dealership waved frantically, beckoning her to enter their establishment. It seemed as though they would roll out the red carpet for her should she choose to cross over. Seizing the moment, Zhu Ning decided against any further hesitation and turned on her heel. The original salesperson, initially grinning, now wore a frown as she witnessed Zhu Ning exiting the premises. "Are you still interested in that second-hand car?" she called out, her tone dripping with disbelief. Zhu Ning smirked. "You can keep it for yourself. It seems fitting for you." The salesperson's expression darkened. The store manager approached, inquiring about the situation. "Just a pretender," the salesperson lamented, feeling wronged for having recommended a budget option. The manager glanced in Zhu Ning's direction, unable to discern any remarkable quality about her from her appearance. With a scoff, he remarked, "These young people today are so vain. Do not concern yourself with her. The vehicles across the street are far more expensive. She likely cannot even afford the down payment. Keep that Mercedes for now. I'm curious to see if she'll return, begging us to sell it to her." Zhu Ning exited the dealership, a triumphant smile adorning her face. The saleswoman, who had been gesturing animatedly towards her, promptly organized the other sales staff to stand in 2 neat rows. With warm smiles, they bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome." They quickly inquired about Zhu Ning's surname, courteously offered her water, and assisted her onto a sofa. "Madame Zhu, it seems you've just faced some unpleasantness over there, haven't you?" "No need to be upset. The other side lacks decorum. You must be tired from standing, so please take a seat and rest. I will fetch you the brochures. May I ask what class of vehicle you're interested in?" The saleswoman's demeanor radiated warmth and generosity, far surpassing the service from the opposite side, and Zhu Ning felt her spirits lift. "Please bring me the brochure for your most expensive vehicle," she instructed. The saleswoman gasped in admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. I wondered why I kept hearing the call of magpies today. It turns out the esteemed Madame Zhu has graced us with her presence. One moment. I will retrieve the brochure immediately." Soon, She returned with the brochure featuring a selection of luxury cars, all priced in the millions, reflecting a level of professionalism far superior to that of their competitors. As Zhu Ning perused the brochure, she noted that the priciest option was a Hongqi S9 sports car, priced at 15 million. She consulted the system in her mind, receiving a mechanical response that was lackluster at best. So, the upper limit isn't 15 million then? Zhu Ning closed the brochure. Is there anything even more expensive? The saleswoman's eyes widened. Her voice trembled. Yes, there is, but I lack the authority to sell that vehicle. I must consult with my boss. Would you kindly wait a moment? Zhu Ning nodded in agreement, and the saleswoman, her legs trembling from fright, ascended the stairs to knock on her boss's door. Meanwhile, Songya was on a call upstairs. I shall await your arrival, young Master Pei. The deep, magnetic voice on the other end resonated. Very well, I shall see you at the auto show in 4 days. Excitedly ending the call, Songya was still basking in the joy of the prince's impending visit when the saleswoman knocked and entered. Mr. Song, a distinguished client is here. A Madame Zhu is interested in purchasing our most expensive car. Songya's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Madame Zhu? Take me to see her. Zhu Ning was seated on the sofa when she felt a shadow cast over her. Looking up, she met the gaze of a strikingly handsome man, his face a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She rose slightly, and the young man immediately extended his hand. Hello, Madame Zhu, I am Songya, the owner of this establishment. He hesitated briefly. The villa number 2? Zhu Ning was taken aback, recalling the name. She shook his hand. Greetings. I am Zhu Ning from villa number 1. Indeed, it was she, the enigmatic young lady from villa number 1, spoken of in whispers. Songya held his breath, discreetly appraising the young woman before him. In her early 20s, dressed in a casual yet refined manner, she had a slight plumpness to her figure. But her eyes sparkled with clarity and brilliance, marking her as an exceptionally beautiful girl. The tales surrounding her had instilled in him a deep respect, which he dared not take lightly. To think it is truly you. I visited your esteemed residence this morning, but was unable to meet you. Who would have thought that this afternoon a magpie would lead you to my door? A pleasure indeed. Zhu Ning smiled. Mr. Song, you flatter me. Thank you for the invitation to the auto show. It is quite timely, as I am in need of a vehicle. As the conversation returned to the subject of cars, Songya led her to the showroom. As the cover was lifted, a sleek black sports car was revealed, capturing Zhu Ning's gaze immediately. The aerodynamic roof flowed seamlessly from the A-pillar to the rear wing. The carbon fiber body reflected the light in dazzling patterns, and its ultra-low ground clearance made it appear as if it were a flying machine on the pavement. This is a Bugatti Divo, of which only 40 exist worldwide. Available for pre-sale. The moment it was announced, it sold out. This particular vehicle was painstakingly brought back from Europe by a friend of mine. But due to unforeseen circumstances upon his return, he had to consign it to me for sale. It is brand new, with a cost price of $5.8 million. But after accounting for various taxes, it amounts to $48 million upon landing. However, in order to alleviate his financial struggles, it is priced at $65 million, requiring full payment without exceptions. What do you think, Miss Zhu?
Ding.
Congratulations on acquiring a Bugatti Divo. The purchase fee of $65 million has been credited to your bank card. Please check your balance. The notification chimed on her phone, and Zhu Ning promptly retrieved her bank card. I'll take it. Songya's eyes widened in shock, his breath momentarily caught. You want it? Just like that? Chapter 7. This young lady must be befriended. There are many wealthy individuals in Heiress, yet those in their early 20s who can freely manage over $500 million in funds are exceedingly rare, with their family's liquid assets undoubtedly exceeding $100 billion. Such individuals are few and far between. Originally, Songya had intended to save this Bugatti Divo for a grand reveal at the auto show, aimed at local magnates. Little did he anticipate the entrance of Madame Zhu, who offered a straightforward $65 million without haggling, as if she were merely handing over $6.5. It took Songya a while to regain his composure, his belief in the legends surrounding Villa Number 1 solidified. This young woman was someone he needed to befriend. Resolute, Songya clutched the card to process the payment and instructed someone to quickly retrieve his prized license plate number from upstairs. After processing the payment and signing the contract, Songya presented the keys. Would you like to take it for a test drive? Zhu Ning was tempted, but replied, I don't have a license plate yet. Not to worry. As he spoke, the saleswoman descended the stairs with the license plate, handing Songya a wooden box. He received it with a reluctant heft before deciding to present it. Miss Zhu, You have helped my friend tremendously with this 65 million in rescue funding. I am profoundly grateful and have no way to repay you. This is my cherished license plate number, a token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. As the box opened, Zhu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the license plate number inside. Hi A00001. I acquired this plate at an auction not long ago, for approximately 8 million. Of course, compared to your generous contribution of 65 million, it pales in comparison, but it is my small gesture of goodwill. Hoping to establish a friendship with you, Miss Zhu. The rarer the license plate number, the more valuable it is. An 8 million plate given away so casually. Zhu Ning pondered her weight in the estimation of this young master of Haishi's most prominent auction house. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to accept the plate.
Thank you, Mr. Song.
Coincidentally, I received your invitation to the auto show this morning, and I will certainly be there to support you. The auto show was in 4 days, coinciding with the day she would commence her multiplier rewards. By then, she could reciprocate for this license plate. Excited about forging a connection with Zhu Ning, Songya felt a sense of anticipation as she indicated she would attend the auto show. After completing all the formalities, Songya led Zhu Ning outside for the test drive. As the luxury car graced the streets, pedestrians paused in their tracks, casting envious and astonished glances. With the accelerator pressed, the engine roared to life, and many pulled out their phones to capture this globally limited spectacle. A crowd began to gather, and the manager of the 4S dealership across the street leaned out to inquire, "What is happening?
Why are there so many people outside?"
Someone replied, "It seems that the other side has secured a multi-million-dollar order and sold a Bugatti Divo." The manager's eyes widened. The Bugatti Divo? Is it the one worth 40 million? Not just 40 million. I just inquired and learned that the Bugatti Divo over there is consigned by the boss Songya's friend. They urgently need money but are reluctant to part with it, so they inflated the price to 65 million. Originally, we thought it wouldn't sell easily, but unexpectedly, a major client came along and purchased it outright with a credit card. The manager nearly gasped. 65 million in full payment. Imagine the commission we could earn from that in our store. Who made the purchase? Let's hurry and greet them. We must bring this client to our shop. With that, he led the sales team through the crowd towards the buyer surrounded by other salespeople. A girl stood with her back to them, making it impossible to see her face. Clearing his throat, the manager spoke in a tone of respectful flattery. "Miss, we are from the 4S store across the street."
How could it be you?
Mid-sentence, Zhu Ning turned her face, and the expression of shock and disbelief replaced the initial surprise on the manager's face. A familiar visage appeared before her. Zhu Ning smirked. "Is there something you need?" Both the sales staff and the manager were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Wasn't she just the faux wealthy client who had visited their store to buy a luxury car? How had she transformed into the owner of a $65 million vehicle in the blink of an eye? The manager, still in shock, stammered, "Miss, did you purchase this Bugatti Divo? What else could it be?" The other party's expression shattered like glass, especially the sales representative who had just rejected her, who suddenly collapsed in shock. 65 million. Even if they only received a 1% commission, that would amount to 600,000. 600,000. Enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in a small city. The manager and sales staff lamented their earlier folly. Zhu Ning had previously expressed a desire for an expensive car, the pricier the better, and they had dismissed her as a joke.
Now,
that 60 million vehicle had become their competitor's revenue, and they could only watch helplessly. The manager quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "Miss, you truly possess remarkable capability. However, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to drive such an extravagant car for everyday use? Perhaps you should consider selecting a more understated vehicle for your daily commutes from our store? A pre-owned vehicle, perhaps?" The manager's face instantly turned awkward.
No.
Zhu Ning was disinclined to engage with him, turning to her car, accompanied by Songya, as the manager saw them about to leave. He hurriedly pulled out his business card. Miss, here is my contact information." Zhu Ning cast a cold glance at him and mockingly replied, "That won't be necessary. Your threshold is too high for me to cross." With that, she drove away, leaving the sales and manager lamenting in place. This is the consequence of underestimating others. The saleswoman who had served Zhu Ning scoffed. They treated her demands with disdain and arrogance. Now that they see her wealth and power, they rush to flatter her, dreaming of luring her back. The faces of the sales staff and manager fluctuated between embarrassment and anger as onlookers, informed of the situation, began to murmur and directed their cameras towards the store, spontaneously condemning it for its disdainful treatment of customers. The two retreated to the store, pulling down the roller shutter in broad daylight. They could no longer bear to face anyone. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning, guided by Songya, arrived at an unvisited winding mountain road for a test drive. Gripping the steering wheel, she pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow, racing through the wind as if traversing a spaceship through light and shadow. The speed escalated, and Zhu Ning felt exhilarated, the roaring wind chasing behind her. Even the wind, compared to the Bugatti Divo, seemed utterly defeated. After several exhilarating laps, Zhu Ning returned to Songya, who joked, "So, how does it feel to be one of only 40 owners worldwide?" "It's fantastic." Zhu Ning's complexion was flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Driving this car makes me feel like even the wind can't catch up with me. 65 million is truly worth it."
Ha ha ha, son jarimarkt.
Only Miss Zhu could so boldly express such sentiments. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for the car to have found its owner in you. They chatted and laughed as they returned to the city, during which Songya advised Zhu Ning not to be angered by the unrefined staff at the other store, claiming it wasn't worth her time. "I don't regard them at all. They squandered their chance at a substantial commission. The ones who should feel remorse are them."
Not you.
With work awaiting him in the afternoon, Songya was dropped off at his store, and after exchanging WeChat contacts, Zhu Ning drove away. As she cruised through town in her new car, despite the bustling street, she was astonished to find that other vehicles instinctively maintained a distance of nearly 10 meters from her. It was as if they feared that even a brush against her car's paint would lead to their ruin. Zhu Ning found this amusing, lightly tapping her palm on the steering wheel. Each tap felt like she was grasping the essence of her future. As the green light appeared, her car surged forward, and none dared to follow behind. The Bugatti Divo, a name of great renown. Chapter 8. Had she become the foundation of others' pretentiousness? After an afternoon of busy test driving, Zhu Ning drove home, passing a high-end Western restaurant named Core. Its exterior was resplendently decorated, and the overall ambience exuded an air of luxury. She paused to glance at it, deciding to dine there before completing her daily spending tasks. In the past, she would have never dared to even stand at the entrance of such an establishment, fearing that the glaring glass would expose her poverty. Poverty is not inherently frightening. What is truly terrifying is the deep-seated sense of inferiority and hardship that accompanies it. It shadows you wherever you go, whether trying on new clothes, enjoying a nice meal, or driving a car, always prompting you to consider the price rather than your own happiness. The black Bugatti parked at the entrance caught the attention of the restaurant manager. At first glance, he recognized the emblem, Bugatti, the pinnacle of luxury cars. At second glance, he noted the license plate, High A00001. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he respectfully ushered her inside, instinctively leading her to the best window seat on the upper floor without her needing to utter a word. Arriving in her car, the manager did not present a wine list. Zhu Ning gazed at the high-end dishes priced in the thousands that she had once only dreamed of, and without batting an eye, she asked for the day's recommended dishes. After a brief calculation, she estimated that this meal would cost around 4,000 yuan, including service charges. 4,000 for a meal, once unimaginable, yet now spent with such casualness. The dishes arrived swiftly, each offering a delightful taste. Zhu Ning savored them, finding them delicious, but not quite as enticing as the meals prepared by the chef at her villa, which were tailored precisely to her preferences. In that moment, she understood. The villa chef crafted meals specifically to suit her tastes. Throughout her meal, her phone buzzed nonstop with messages from a group chat. Her university classmates were buzzing about a reunion scheduled for a month later, with several messages tagging her, but she chose to read without replying. Her university days were devoid of any remarkable memories. She had always been timid, avoiding trouble and the limelight, existing as a mere shadow in her class, unnoticed by most. The group chat had been bustling with chatter since yesterday, and just as Zhu Ning was idly scrolling through the messages before finishing her meal, a new notification popped up. Lu Su. Qian Lily, is that Bugatti in your moments really yours? Chen Kong. A Bugatti? No way, it's a Bugatti Divo. Chen Kong. Old classmate. You've truly pulled it off, marrying into a wealthy family without a sound. Ma Wen. Oh my goodness. A globally limited Bugatti Divo, Lily. Do you really own one of those? Familiar keywords piqued Zhu Ning's interest, prompting her to click into Qian Lily's moments. Immediately, the pinned post showcased a photo of a woman posing provocatively over the car's hood. The caption read, "New car, absolutely love it." Zhu Ning found the vehicle strikingly familiar, then zoomed in on the license plate, High A00001. As she scrolled down, she recognized two familiar faces posing beside the car, her former superior, Wang Da and Qian Lili, who had orchestrated her dismissal by seducing Wang Da. They struck poses and snapped pictures, practically treating the car as their own, as if they were entitled to it. In the chat, Qian Lili addressed the inquiries of her classmates. Qian Lili, haha, just picked up this car, keeping it low-key. Her words sent a wave of excitement through their university group. Lu Su, you really did it, Lily. You've married into a wealthy family? Ma Wen, Lily was the belle of our class. It's only natural for someone as beautiful as her to marry into luxury. Don't forget us old classmates when you rise to fame. Chen Kong, Goddess Lily, do you need a third party? Look at me, I'm available. Qian Lili, pfft. It's not as exaggerated as everyone claims. Qian Lili, it's just a Bugatti. I believe anyone can achieve it with hard work. Though she never explicitly claimed the car as hers, the implication was unmistakable. The chat erupted in further flattery, proclaiming Qian Lili as a person of elevated status, and even suggesting that she should choose the venue for their upcoming reunion. Zhu Ning finished reading the messages and glanced down at the two individuals below. Had she truly become the stepping stone for their pretentiousness? Turning off her phone, she smirked with amusement, concluding her meal and heading downstairs to settle the bill. As she prepared to leave, the receptionist, wearing a smile, softly inquired if Zhu Ning wished to apply for membership. Currently, there are discounts for recharges. For the first recharge of 10,000 yuan, you receive a 10 yuan deduction, and for 20,000, a 20 yuan deduction, and so on, up to a maximum discount of 100. Zhu Ning, intrigued, considered that while the restaurant's cuisine might not rival that of a villa chef, it was still quite commendable. Moreover, she had a daily spending task yet to complete, so she pulled out her card and decided to recharge 100,000 yuan. While 100,000 yuan might be a substantial amount in other establishments, it was hardly unusual at Core. Nevertheless, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Ning's decisiveness, her smile broadening as she accepted the card with both hands. All right, I will process this recharge for you. As she operated the system, she requested some information from Zhu Ning, then beamed. You have successfully recharged 100,000 yuan, and congratulations, you have earned a percentage discount today. Leaving your balance at exactly 100,000 yuan. The receptionist presented Zhu Ning with her membership card, which she accepted, her mind racing with thoughts about whether the recharge would count as a successful expenditure in the system. Then, in the next moment, she received a notification. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully spent 100,000 yuan. Your remaining spending task is 90,000 yuan. Please continue your efforts. The recharge amount was indeed counted as a successful expenditure. Zhu Ning couldn't help but commend the system's user-friendly design. With a sudden thought, she queried, "What about the money for the car I bought today?" As if anticipating her inquiry, the system promptly declined. Reward items do not count towards spending tasks. Please make efforts independently. Zhu Ning merely sought clarification, not feeling any loss as there were plenty of opportunities for her to spend money. 90,000 yuan was nothing. She'd soon expend it. After some contemplation, she resolved to use that money for herself, though she had yet to decide how. With no time constraints on the task, she felt no urgency. Exiting the restaurant, she strolled toward her car. In front of the vehicle, Qian Lili was filming a video, linking her arm with Wang Da's as they posed next to her Bugatti. Upon glancing up, she caught sight of Zhu Ning, immediately nudging Wang Da with her elbow, signaling him towards Zhu Ning. Wang Da, following Qian Lili's gaze, spotted Zhu Ning and began his mockery. Oh look, isn't that Zhu Ning? The one I dismissed for being dishonest? What a coincidence to see you here. He cast a derisive glance at the Western restaurant behind her, tauntingly adding, So, are you working as a waitress at Core now? Qian Lili crossed her arms, chiming in. With her kind, how could she even get into Core? Didn't he, the restaurant manager, conduct a background check before hiring? Manager Wang. You should remind them to keep their eyes peeled and not let someone like her tarnish the company's reputation. You're absolutely right. I'll have to go in and give them a heads up, Wang Da replied, eyeing Zhu Ning up and down with scorn. Speaking of which, it's quite astonishing how thick-skinned some individuals can be. After being humiliated so thoroughly, you still dare to venture out and seek employment. What's next? Are you asking for another thrashing? Chapter 9. A license plate for her? Surely, they weren't betting on the wrong horse. Seeing Zhu Ning exit the restaurant, they both assumed she was employed there as a waitress. Their taunts and threats echoed with the intent to sabotage her job once more, evoking a sense of déjà vu that transported Zhu Ning back to a year ago. At that time, She had been falsely accused of stealing a customer's wallet by Wang De and subsequently dismissed. Heartbroken and defeated, she sought employment at another hotel, but soon enough, Qian Lili checked in as a guest and contacted the front desk, claiming to have discovered a camera in her room and insisting that Zhu Ning had installed it to invade her privacy for illicit sale. After making a scene, she demanded compensation from the hotel. The notion of hidden cameras was a red flag for any establishment. Even a slight hint could ruin their reputation. To avoid further conflict, the hotel chose to appease Qian Lili with compensation. Yet, rather than backing down, Qian Lili spread rumors about Zhu Ning being the one to install cameras in the rooms. As the scandal escalated, management conducted an investigation, discovering Zhu Ning's prior conflict with Qian Lili. Lacking concrete evidence against Qian Lili, the management, frustrated yet helpless, directed their ire at Zhu Ning, resulting in her losing her job. Meanwhile, Qian Lili faced no repercussions and continued to harass Zhu Ning at her new job. Even though many supervisors were aware of Zhu Ning's innocence, who would be willing to employ someone who attracted such turmoil? She had struggled for a year, hiding away, ultimately residing in a small rental unit and earning a meager living by boosting game accounts online. The painful memories of her past resurfaced as Zhu Ning observed the arrogant faces of the two before her, her lips curling into a cold smile. "You think you can intimidate me?" She cast her gaze upon the sleek black sports car that lay quietly at a distance, contemplating whether she should first deal with the two of them. As she approached, her eyes fell upon the hood of the car, and indeed, there were several fine scratches, seemingly the handiwork of a key and the metallic trinkets of a handbag. Zhu Ning directed her attention toward Qian Lili's handbag and the cluster of metallic keys dangling from Wang Defei's oversized trousers, her voice cold as she uttered, "You've marred a car I just acquired. Speak. How do you intend to compensate for this?" Initially, Qian Lili and Wang Defei thought Zhu Ning was merely attempting to intimidate them until they followed her gaze and beheld the scratches upon the vehicle. In that moment, a chill coursed through them, their faces turning as pale as parchment. "It's scratched, it's ruined," Zhu Ning stated. "Shall I directly contact the 4S store for an assessment, or will you report this to the authorities?" "You may choose," Qian Lili screamed. "What are you shouting about here? It's not us who damaged the car. What does it have to do with us? This car, from the very start, was already flawed. Don't try to pin the blame on us." Wang Defei's face flushed crimson, and he retorted viciously, "This matter does not concern you. You are not the owner of the vehicle, so mind your own business." Zhu Ning smiled faintly, retrieving the car keys from her pocket. "Unfortunately, I am indeed the owner." The expressions on Wang Defei and Qian Lili's faces shifted dramatically. Zhu Ning tilted her head. "So, how do you plan to compensate for the damages?" Seeing that her relentless pursuit of compensation remained unaffected by their scorn, the calm demeanor of Qian Lili and Wang Defei began to unravel. Wang Defei, brimming with hostility, barked, "Are you seeking death? What does this car's condition have to do with us, or with you? Compensation? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. We won't pay a single cent. Absolutely, not a dime will we part with." Zhu Ning nodded, then surveyed her surroundings, waving at a nearby patrolling officer. "Officer, I have a case to report." Both Qian Lili and Wang Defei seethed with anger at her actions, rushing forward to silence her, only to be sternly reprimanded by the approaching police officer. "What are you doing? What do you want?" The officer's commanding voice sent a tremor through both Wang Defei and Qian Lili. With pale faces, they stammered, "It's nothing, nothing at all, officer. We have no issues here." "I have an issue." Zhu Ning ignored Wang Defei's furious glare and pointed at the scratches on her car, declaring, "These two have maliciously damaged my property and refuse to compensate. My negotiations with them have failed, and I request that you take immediate action." "What do you mean, your property? How could you possibly be the owner of this Bugatti?" "Officer, she is accusing us falsely." "Silence." The officer barked, silencing Wang Defei, whose face paled as he shrank back, too intimidated to speak further. Once quiet was restored, the officer's gaze fell upon the black sports car behind Zhu Ning. The vehicle, marked with the license plate HAA 00001, was unlike any seen in the city before. Could it belong to the daughter of a newly arrived influential figure? The officer felt a headache coming on. As he was accustomed to requesting proof of ownership from Zhu Ning, she promptly opened the car door. With a press of the key fob, the door unlocked, causing both Qian Lili and Wang Defei's faces to drain of color. What was happening? Was the key she held genuinely legitimate? Could she truly be the owner of the Bugatti? No, it's impossible. Qian Lili gritted her teeth. What does possessing the key prove? Does it make her the owner? Wang Dafei forced himself to maintain composure, stammering, "Why yes, perhaps she is just a chauffeur." The officer, at a loss, turned his attention back to Zhu Ning. Wishing to spare the officer further discomfort, Zhu Ning offered, "Shall I contact the manager of the Forest store to come and verify my ownership? It would also allow for an assessment of damages." "That would be appropriate," the officer replied. Meanwhile, Songya was in the dealership, reviewing financial reports while on a call with a friend. "Did you really sell the car? I thought we had to wait for the exhibition 4 days from now." "Yes. The funds are in process. You should receive them in about half an hour." "Thank you so much. Who is this industry tycoon who has been so generous? I must express my gratitude in person." "You're mistaken, they are not a tycoon." "Then who?" "The owner of Villa Number 1 in Jintinji Mansion, you know? The one who bought your car is a mysterious young lady." The friend gasped, "Is that rumor true? Truth or falsehood? What is life if not a gamble?" "What have you done?" "Nothing much. I just gave her the A0001 plate." The friend was astonished. "If memory serves, you paid quite a sum to acquire that license plate. Just to give it away?" "A coveted license plate requires not only monetary investment, but also the cultivation of intricate social connections. It is not merely a form of identification. It symbolizes power and status. To relinquish it so easily?" The friend was genuinely concerned for Songya, fearing he might be placing his bets on the wrong horse. Chapter 10. An apology worth 800,000. Indeed, it took some effort, but my intuition tells me this plate was meant for her. You know, my intuition is usually spot on. It felt as though a voice from the ether warned him that if he did not part with the plate now, it would lose its value in the future. Although his friend remained worried, he chuckled. "Well then, I hope your intuition proves accurate. By the way, isn't that young master also attending the exhibition in 4 days? With the Devo sold, what will you use to make an impression?" "That's easy to resolve. I'm already coordinating with Lamborghini to bring a sports car for the event." Relieved, his friend spoke a few more words before Zhu Ning's call came through. He glanced at the screen. "The young lady is calling. I must take this." "All right, take care." As he ended the call and answered Zhu Ning, who explained that her newly purchased car had been scratched and that she was required to prove her ownership, Songya promptly stood and made his way outside. "I'm on my way now." "Thank you," Zhu Ning replied, but Qian Lily could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "The officer cannot let her find someone. Who knows if the person she brings is truly from the Forest store?" Wang Dafei chimed in, "Exactly. She shouldn't be allowed to contact anyone." Zhu Ning crossed her arms and smiled coldly. These two individuals are indeed intriguing, simultaneously seeking her validation while fearing it. She refrained from engaging in a dispute. In the past, her fervent arguments had proven futile, resulting only in her inevitable expulsion. Now, for a matter that could easily be entrusted to Songya, why should she bother to argue? Zhu Ning ignored them, while Qian Lily and Wang De incessantly stirred trouble from the sidelines, incessantly deriding her. They proclaimed Zhu Ning to be nothing but a pauper, utterly incapable of affording a Bugatti, branding her a notorious con artist and thief, urging the police to rigorously investigate the origins of the key in her possession. Who knows what unscrupulous means she employed to acquire it? Who is the thief? Just as Qian Lily finished her taunt, Songya emerged from a Bentley Mulsanne, his expression dark and his voice cutting through the air. "Did I not personally hand her the key? Is there a mistake?" The striking young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, instantly silenced all present. Clad in understated luxury, adorned with $1 million watch, and driving a high-spec Mulsanne, his ensemble alone was worth over 8 million. At this moment, he fixed a stern gaze upon the two. Qian Lily and Wang De felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. He was not an insignificant figure. With Songya's arrival, Zhu Ning spoke up. "This car was scratched right after I took possession. Please assess the damage and handle the situation." She entrusted the professional matter to those qualified, choosing not to squander her energy entangled in their petty disputes. "Rest assured," Songya replied, dispatching someone to inspect the scratches on the vehicle. The professional appraiser soon reported that the damages would require compensation of 1,800,000. Qian Lily screamed, "Is your car made of gold? A few scratches can't possibly be worth nearly 2 million. Have you lost your mind over money? This is extortion. Officer, they are trying to extort us. You must arrest them." Wang De also lost his composure, shouting in outrage, "Extort you? This price is merely for repairs within the country." Songya retorted with a cold smile, producing a series of documents. "This vehicle is a brand new model brought over from Europe. The transportation alone cost nearly 1 million. Do you think I can simply touch up the scratches?" The process of automotive paint repair adheres to strict standards. For ordinary vehicles, only the damaged areas need addressing. Although this method is cheaper and quicker, it often leads to color discrepancies, detracting from the overall appearance. However, luxury cars operate under different rules, especially with a Devo like this one. To repaint the scratches caused by U2, the original paint must be entirely stripped before the whole car is repainted. Bugatti's paint is specially formulated, and in certain instances, it necessitates factory repairs. At that point, it could easily exceed 3 million. At this revelation, Qianlili and Wang De's faces drained of color. Had they known Bugattis were this exorbitant, they would have thought twice. Even a simple paint job started at 1 million. Trembling, they made a feeble attempt at a last-ditch effort. "What proof do you have that we scratched your car?" Zhu Ning, who had been observing, promptly presented the dashcam footage, which clearly showed the car had not a single scratch until they, in a fit of excitement upon seeing it, recklessly scraped it with their handbags, metal adornments, and keys. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving the two pale and slumped on the ground, blaming each other for succumbing to vanity. "If it weren't for you trying to show off in front of our classmates, would this have happened? You blame me? If you hadn't pointed at that car and urged me to take a photo, would I have gone?" Wang De's eyes were wild with rage. "You think just because I told you to take a photo you should? If I told you to jump off a cliff, would you do that? Mark my words. I won't contribute a single cent." Qianlili exploded. "If you don't pay, who will? You share in this damage too. You owe your part, and you can't escape it." Their quarrel escalated, drawing a cold smile from Songya. "You two hardly strike me as those who could afford 1,800,000. Here's my offer. I have a penchant for kindness. If you sincerely apologize to Miss Zhu right now, I will waive the 80,000 for you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they scrambled toward Zhu Ning. "Zhu Ning, Miss Zhu, we were wrong to underestimate you. Our actions were thoughtless. Please forgive us." They groveled, tears streaming down their faces, their previous arrogance utterly vanished. Zhu Ning coldly smiled, pulling her pant leg from Qianlili's grasp. "Didn't you say you would continue to meddle in my work?" No, we were wrong. They pleaded desperately. "You still want to deal with me? I was just joking. Do you think I could afford a willing Hongguang by selling my body? It's all my fault for speaking out of turn." Their cries for mercy echoed, and Zhu Ning felt a weight lift from her chest. They had their comeuppance. Exchanging a glance with Songya, he nodded slightly. He then addressed the two on the ground languidly. "I keep my promises. Waiving 80,000 means just that. Now, regarding the remaining 1 million, how do you plan to repay it?" Chapter 11. A dual surprise, shedding £1, rewarding 1 million. 1 million. Qianlili's face fell in despair. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't repay that. Regret filled her heart, but it was too late for remorse now. She turned to Wang De, grasping his arm. "De Ge, you know my situation. I don't have a penny to my name. I've been with you for nearly 2 years. You can't just abandon me. You must cover my share." Wang De shook her off. "What a pipe dream. 1 million. Where am I supposed to find that? You bear your own debts. Do you expect me to help you? Not a chance."
Guan Wei.
Qianlili shouted with resentment. "Isn't it right that you should help me repay 50,000 since we were together for 2 years?" Wang De slapped her hard across the face. "We were together for 2 years? If you hadn't been jealous of Zhu Ning's promotion and crawled into my bed to demand I give you her position, would I have been with you? Do you think you're worth it? Pathetic." Zhu Ning's eyes widened in shock. The truth behind her past torment was unfolding before her. She had always believed Qianlili's animosity stemmed from her accidental discovery of their affair, but there had been deeper motivations at play. How ironic it was that she could have enjoyed a beautiful life long ago, only to have it destroyed by Qianlili's jealousy. As she recalled the years spent in hiding, living like a rat, her hands slowly clenched into fists. Detected significant emotional fluctuations in the host, automatically playing the heart-cleansing mantra for the host. A chime echoed in her mind, and a complex melody began to resonate. Zhu Ning. The burdens of the past are irretrievable, yet the road ahead shines bright. Host, please maintain a cheerful disposition. Though the mechanical voice bore no gender or emotion. In that moment, Zhu Ning discerned a hint of compassion within it. The pain and anger that had once consumed her gradually dissipated. Indeed, the shadows of the past are irretrievable, while the future gleams with resplendent promise. The woman before us is no longer the pitiable little mouse, Zhu Ning. She has transformed into the esteemed Miss Zhu of Villa No. 1. Qianlili, having been knocked to the ground, instinctively turned to gauge Zhu Ning's reaction. The derision and mockery in her gaze were palpable, as if she were observing a mere jester, disdainfully revealing the shallowness of her perspective. Qian Lily's face flushed with humiliation. She retorted, "You think I seduced you? You leap at any woman you see. I merely beckon, and you come crawling.
Idaman, banda.
That you repay this debt of mine, or we shall meet in court, and I will accuse you of rape." Wang De felt a surge of anger, raising his hand to retaliate, but the police officer intervened without hesitation. His chest heaved with fury, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, stating, "Words must be substantiated with evidence. You claim I raped you. Where is your proof?" Qian Lily's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Fine. Even if you refuse to repay all of it, you must at least assist me with a portion."
I owe you. Wang De categorical dismissed her.
Asserting that each must bear their own debts. She is she, and I am I. We shall each carry our own burdens. I can give you 500,000 now. He gritted his teeth as he handed his car keys to Songya. This car, which I purchased less than 2 years ago, and for which I have completed the loan payments, is valued at around 380,000 in the current market. I will pledge it to you, along with my savings of over 100,000. As Wang De stood on the verge of clearing his own debts, Qian Lily crumbled. "You selfish bastard. How can you only care about yourself?" She spat, her voice dripping with resentment. "I have no money. I cannot repay." "Cannot repay?"
Sonja replied coolly.
"Then I shall have my professional legal team liaise with you regarding the lawsuit. We can arrange for you to spend a few years behind bars, and upon your release, I will pursue you for repayment. Think you can escape your debts? Absolutely not." Qian Lily's face went pale as she tearfully pleaded, "But I truly have no money." "That is easily remedied," Songya said with a slight smile. "We can arrange a car loan." Qian Lily's expression crumbled further. With expertise in financial matters, Songya navigated the loan process with remarkable ease. Funds were transferred, and the two adversaries parted ways, each bearing their own burdens. Before leaving, Qian Lily cast a resentful glance at Zhu Ning. "Zhu Ning, will you be attending the class reunion in a month?" Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow. Did she not receive enough humiliation? "I'll be waiting for you at the reunion," Qian Lily continued. "And I hope by then you haven't been forsaken and still enjoy your current glory." She projected her own shortcomings onto Zhu Ning, mistaking her own myopic sacrifices for advancement as a reflection of Zhu Ning's ascent. She awaited the inevitable downfall of Zhu Ning. Songya frowned, prepared to interject. But Zhu Ning raised her hand and smiled. "Very well, 1 month from now, let us not miss each other." Qian Lily shot her a venomous glare. "I'll be waiting for you, you fat pig." Unable to contain himself, Songya was about to react, but Zhu Ning pressed him down. "It's fine," she assured him, and he relented. With matters resolved, the police departed. Songya first arranged for his team to transport the car back for repairs, then drove Zhu Ning back to Jintingyufu. Along the way, he comforted her, urging her not to let such trifles upset her, hinting at a small surprise he had in store.
A surprise?
"What sort of surprise?"
Zhu Ning inquired.
With an enigmatic smile, Songya replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Zhu Ning ceased her inquiries and glanced at the time. Almost 7 o'clock. The thought of her unfinished spending task suddenly filled her with anxiety. Originally, she had intended to indulge herself, but how could she do so now? Online shopping? The thought of spending 900,000 on items alone was overwhelming. Lost in contemplation, her attention was suddenly captured by a fitness advertisement on a building outside. Her eyes brightened. She could hire a personal trainer to help her lose weight. Zhu Ning glanced down at her somewhat plump abdomen and thighs. In the past, she had contemplated exercising, but without guidance, she had been destined to navigate a convoluted path. Incorrect exercise techniques often led to counterproductive results. Now that she had the means, it was time to find a qualified trainer to transform her outward appearance. She recalled Qian Lily's parting shot about being a fat pig. Clenching her fists, she thought, "Isn't it just losing weight? What is so remarkable about that? I can certainly achieve it." Just as this resolve crystallized, a notification chimed in her mind.
Ding.
New task detected. Weight loss cashback. For every pound lost, receive a rebate of 1 million. Countdown. 90 days. Please maintain your determination, host. Zhu Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Lose 1 pound and receive a rebate of 1 million? Currently weighing 120 pounds, if she shed 20 pounds, she could earn 20 million. Her breath quickened, and her mind spun with excitement. The determination to lose weight solidified immensely. This money was as good as hers. Resolute. She turned to Songya and asked if he had any recommendations for good fitness trainers.
Certainly.
You want to lose weight? He glanced at Zhu Ning, who nodded emphatically. Songya remarked, "You're quite lovely as you are." Zhu Ning shot him a quizzical look, and Songya chuckled. He then retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and instructed her to find a contact named Zhang Jiao in her address book, a former Olympic Village swimming coach. He now worked as a personal trainer at a high-end gym, charging 8,000 per session, or 11,000 for a package deal. Below that was his partner, Mr. Lin, a certified nutritionist, offering customized meal plans for 10,000 per day. Their expertise is commendable. I lost weight under their guidance. You might consider reaching out. Zhu Ning was initially taken aback by the trainer's fees and surprised to learn that Songya had once been chubby himself. After exchanging playful banter, Zhu Ning added Zhang Jiao on WeChat, explained her purpose, and received the price quote, which included a trial lesson. Songya's recommendations were undoubtedly reliable. With her task in mind, Zhu Ning made a decisive move, transferring 900,000 directly. I'll purchase 50 sessions with you and pair it with Mr. Lin's health package for 400,000. Zhang Jiao, momentarily stunned by her boldness, hesitated as he typed, struggling to respond. After a long pause, he finally replied, "Understood." As soon as his message arrived, a system notification chimed in, confirming the completion of her task. Congratulations, host. Daily consumption task completed. A reward of 1 million has been credited to your account. Please check your balance. In the next instant, her banking app notified her of the deposit. Zhu Ning could hardly contain her joy. As Songya drove through the gates of Jintingyufu, he noticed her elated demeanor and asked, "Are you really that happy about starting your weight loss journey? Since you're so excited, let me gift you something as well." As he spoke, another bank notification chimed in. Huaxia Bank, 1 million deposited. Your remaining available balance is 3 million. Zhu Ning looked up in astonishment. This is the 1 million compensation from Wangda and the others. It's all yours now. As the owner of the car dealership, he could handle repairs and insurance claims to his utmost capacity. Such profitable arrangements could sometimes be made, not out of inability, but rather from a lack of desire. Just as Wangda and Qian Lily collided with a gun's muzzle, he harbored no qualms about dispatching them with a swift stroke. Chapter 12. You must remove all obstacles for the young lady. Zhu Ning exclaimed, "What a tremendous boost, Maya." Songya chuckled, promising to surprise her. Indeed. What a grand surprise it was. Beyond the system, she could earn an additional 2 million a day. Zhu Ning was almost overwhelmed with joy. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. She quickly transferred 500,000 to Songya. "No, you." Zhu Ning interjected. "Everyone who witnesses this should share in it. Do not be ungrateful." Songya, taken aback, laughed. To him, 1 million was but a trifling sum, and his gesture towards Zhu Ning was merely to forge a friendship. Yet, who would have guessed she would return half, insisting on an equitable split? Truly, the young lady of Villa No. 1 exuded generosity. He nodded with a smile. "Very well. I shall accept it. I will treat you to a meal with this money another day." Zhu Ning grinned. "All right then." The two exited the vehicle, their shoulders linked in camaraderie, the atmosphere harmonious and delightful. Songya noted that this young lady from Villa No. 1 possessed a genuinely amiable disposition, enthusiastic, vivacious, and magnanimous. It was hard not to take a liking to her. Had Zhu Ning known Songya's thoughts, she would have laughed heartily at the sky. After all, she was earning 1 million every day. The future promised even greater returns. At this moment, the very essence of wealth coursed through her veins. How could she not exude cheerfulness? She was undoubtedly the most radiant little girl in the world. Upon reaching home, Songya remarked, "The car has already been sent for repairs, but given the intricate craftsmanship of the Bugatti, if your travels are inconvenient in the next few days, I can lend you my Mulsanne to use temporarily." Zhu Ning waved her hand, considering her upcoming plans. "No need, I intend to start a diet."
Sonja replied.
"You truly mean to lose weight? It will be quite arduous. To be frank, you look quite good as you are." Zhu Ning, standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 120 jin, had a figure that appeared slightly plump due to years of late nights and lack of exercise. Yet her strikingly beautiful face often caused people to overlook her physique. No one deemed her overweight. As for Qian Lily's derogatory remark of fatty, it was purely malicious. Lose weight. 20 million. Who wouldn't want to earn that? Songya observed the sparkle in her eyes, admiring her fighting spirit. "Go for it. I believe you can do it." Zhu Ning chuckled. That afternoon she went out barefoot and returned the same way. Xin, standing at the doorway, cast several glances, staring at Zhu Ning with wide eyes. "Where's the car?" Zhu Ning replied, "It's in for repairs." Xin remained silent. Zhu Ning recounted the events of the afternoon, and after a long pause, he believed she was concerned about her transportation. "If you need to go somewhere, you can borrow a car from Villa number 2.
Then,
After the car exhibition in 4 days, I'll buy a few more cars to keep at home. Don't worry, I won't let you be without transportation.
additionally,
I've scheduled a fitness coach and a nutritionist to come tomorrow. Please be attentive to their arrival." Xin understood she had misunderstood, but chose not to clarify, simply nodding respectfully in agreement. After a busy afternoon, Zhu Ning headed upstairs to freshen up. The luxurious bathtub, equipped with a massage function, soothed her weary muscles. She took a deep breath and opened her phone, repeatedly counting the balance on her bank card. 100, 10, 100 million, 2,500,000. While 205 may sound unappealing, adding 10,000 made it exceptionally delightful. Zhu Ning joyfully dressed and climbed into bed, relishing the prospect of a life earning 1,500,000 daily. What a promising future. Xin stood at the base of the villa, watching as the lights in the master bedroom went out. A phone call came in and the voice on the other end reported, "Brother Xin, we found it. The 2 scoundrels who damaged the young lady's car have also bullied Miss Zhu previously. I've sent you the information." "Understood." After hanging up, Xin opened the newly received documents, filled with evidence of Zhu Ning's mistreatment over the past 2 years. The more he read, the colder his gaze became, his brow furrowing as he dialed the number of the informant. "Are these 2 currently employed at Xinlan?" "Yes, Wang De is the lobby manager at the Xinlan Grand Hotel, and Qian Lily is the assistant lobby manager." Xin tone was flat, but his words dripped with mockery. How splendid for them. Compared to them, our young lady is utterly pitiful. The other party paused, quickly grasping the insinuation in his words. They had done so much harm to Miss Zhu. They should not be allowed to carry on as if nothing had happened. "I will handle it. Thank you. Villa number 1 will remember your assistance." On the other end, the individual breathed a fiery promise. "I will ensure it's done beautifully." As the call ended, Xin gazed back at the darkened room above. The admonishing words of the elder echoed in his ears. "Take good care of the young lady. Do not let her suffer even a slight grievance. You must be her sword, clearing away every obstacle you can." For the young lady, he would eliminate all hindrances. Xin expression grew serious. Some matters need not be spoken by the young lady. He should take the initiative. He lowered his head, retrieved his phone, and dialed a former colleague's number. "Mr. Li, how have you been recently? I need your assistance with something." Meanwhile, after Wang De and Qian Lily parted ways, they returned to the hotel, their expressions as grim as if they had lost their last hope. Reflecting on the day's events, Wang De, in a fit of frustration, struck Qian Lily with a resounding slap. "It's all your fault, you wretched woman. Not only have I lost the car, but I've also squandered the funds I saved for years to buy a house. How can you dare return to work?
get out now."
Or I will send you to your grave." The slap echoed loudly, leaving their colleagues at the hotel in stunned silence, each one gaping in shock. Humiliated in front of so many, Qian Lily's already crumbling emotions shattered further. "You want to fire me? On what grounds? I have so many loans to repay. How will I manage without a job? Go sell yourself, go rob someone and take out more loans. Whether you end up in the frying pan or in hell, you are no longer welcome here." Qian Lily covered her face, her eyes blazing with fury and despair. "Wang De, are you even human? Are you trying to push me to my demise? Push you to your demise? Isn't this karma coming back around?
Guang de Macht.
Did you not think of this day when you harmed Zhu Ning? You might still find another job, but what about her? Think about how many opportunities she lost because of you." Qian Lily's face turned ashen. Wang De sneered. "Now go away, or I will show you no mercy." Qian Lily was expelled from the hotel. The other hotel staff, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, a commotion arose. "Is the manager coming?" Wang De turned, quickly spotting a dapper young man in a suit approaching. He promptly straightened his attire and plastered on a flattering smile. "Manager," the young man interrupted. "Did you not scratch a Bugatti Divo outside today? And did you not act maliciously toward its owner?" Wang De's expression changed abruptly. "Manager, please, it was an accident." Silence.
Fool.
The manager cursed. "Do you have any idea that your actions this afternoon have cost us the collaboration with Jinting Yufu that our hotel has been negotiating for so long?" The head of High City, Mr. Li, even called specifically to blacklist our hotel, declaring that we shall never cooperate again. Wang De exclaimed, "How could this happen? Is either of them the owner of Jinting Yufu?" The manager scoffed. "Who do you think they are? I'll tell you, both of them are. One is Mr. Song from Villa Number 2, and the other is Miss Zhu from Villa Number 1. They are the two most formidable figures in all of Jinting Yufu. And you foolishly offended them both. I see you truly seek your own demise." Wang De stepped back in fright. What had he just said? Jinting Yufu? Zhu Ning was the owner of Villa Number 1? Had he offended the very owners of Jinting Yufu? Overcome with regret and despair, he stumbled and fell to the ground, the weight of his misfortune aging him a decade in an instant. The manager looked at him coldly and remarked, "I heard you were quite pleased with yourself when you dismissed someone earlier. Now, I regret to inform you that you too are fired. Furthermore, I am declaring a total ban on you throughout High City. No matter where you seek employment in the future, we will ensure you are never hired again."
Wang De?
This is your own doing. Chapter 13. It seems she is destined to become the world's richest person. Wang De, in his despair, fainted.
Yet.
Manager Xinlan showed him no sympathy, calling for his removal from the hotel and casting him onto the street. He was filled with hatred, nearly choking on it. Had he secured this order, he would have been promoted to the general manager of Xinlan in High City. Yet, because of these two inept individuals, his promising future was ruined, driving him to thoughts of violence. How could he possibly harbor any sympathy for them? Once Wang De was disposed of, the manager turned and instructed, "In my name, send out the work background of Qian Lily and Wang De to all hotel establishments in High City, striving for their complete exclusion. I want them to be unable to survive in High City, no, in the entire hotel industry." Understood. Wang De, in his state of despair, fainted again only to awaken in utter hopelessness upon hearing that the doors of the hotel he had painstakingly built over decades would forever be shut to him. Before he could react, a heavy foot stomped down on his chest. Qian Lily stepped over him, her weight nearly sending him back into unconsciousness. Qian Lily paid him no mind as she chased after the manager, exclaiming, "Manager, manager, what did you just say?
You want to blacklist me?"
She had been waiting for an opportunity to plead her case to the manager, and while she did not fully grasp the events that had transpired, the words blacklist echoed in her ears, making it impossible to ignore. She had already accumulated a staggering debt of 500,000.
Now,
Having lost her job and facing a ban, how was she to survive? In a panic, Qian Lily rushed into the store, desperately seeking the young manager for an explanation. But she was swiftly expelled without even brushing against his clothing, cast out onto the street, her cries falling on deaf ears. Accepting the harsh reality in despair, she awkwardly rose from the ground and, passing by the unconscious Wang De, vented her frustration by kicking and striking him until he was bruised and battered. "Just wait. What does it matter if I can't work in the hotel industry? With my youth and beauty, I refuse to believe I can't find a good job," she declared angrily before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow had quietly followed her, observing her every job application with the keen eye of a bounty hunter. "Don't blame me, this is just the wheel of fortune turning. Who told you to be so malicious in the past, always scheming against Miss Zhu?
today,
You reap what you sow," the shadow murmured, dialing the contacts of those companies with whom she had previously interacted. "The Qian Lily who recently applied at your establishment is of dubious character." The next morning, Xin Shin received a call informing him that Qian Lily had spent the entire morning seeking employment, yet had met with failure, with companies voluntarily placing her on their blacklist upon receiving her background check. It would be impossible for her to continue in High City. "This is merely the appetizer. I shall present a perfect report card for Miss Zhu in the year she was wronged," Xin Shin affirmed. "Thank you for your hard work." As the door to the upper floor opened, Xin Shin promptly ended the call, prepared to discuss matters further, as Miss Zhu had awakened. "All right, goodbye." Once he had put away his phone, Xin Shan respectfully stood at the bottom of the stairs, offering Zhu Ning a cup of warm water to rouse her. Observing the smile on his face, Zhu Ning inquired, "Is there some joyous occasion today, Xin Butler? Why do you wear such a broad smile?"
Zhen Shen paused,
touching his face, and indeed found himself smiling. He replied, "Perhaps it is simply because I am a rather wicked person. Seeing others in misfortune brings me joy." Zhu Ning held her cup, "Who is unfortunate?" Xin Shun replied, "A secret." Zhu Ning huffed, "If you won't say, then don't." Suddenly she asked, "By the way, Xin Butler, what is your monthly salary?" Xin Shin replied, "Miss, are you not aware? I will be working at the villa, without pay, for 3 years. Zhu Ning's eyes widened. Without pay? Indeed, I offer my services free of charge. Zhu Ning was left dumbfounded, staring at the young man before her. In the prime of his youth, having once been the head of Jinting Yufu with a promising future ahead, he now willingly chose to serve as her humble private butler without any compensation. Zhu Ning queried the system. Do you have the ability to brainwash people? How could you squander such a fine young man? The system responded, Host. We only possess monetary capabilities. Zhu Ning pondered. How could she articulate this? It was indeed the most extraordinary superpower. But why was Xinshen working for free? The system's response was brief, yet profound. Not everyone qualifies to serve the host in the villa.
Zhu Ning understood.
She looked at the refined and respectful young man before her. If one does not seek immediate wealth, they must certainly be after long-term benefits. One must give to gain. She surmised that Xinshen must have recognized her immeasurable future value before entering the villa. By offering 3 years of unpaid labor, he had severed his safety net to secure his entry into the villa, seeking a broader path for his life. With such ambition and patience, it would indeed be a disservice to him if she did not become the world's richest person. As her thoughts drifted, the villa's visual doorbell chimed, prompting Xinshen to rise and check. Miss, your scheduled fitness coach and nutritionist have arrived. Zhu Ning had just settled down when she sprang up again, eager to invite them in. Xinshen opened the door, and shortly after, a man and a woman, each carrying a bag, entered the villa. The man, clad in athletic wear, was tall and muscular, while the woman possessed a well-proportioned figure and a gentle demeanor, appearing quite serene. Both radiated vitality, their eyes sparkling with the vigor of those who regularly exercise and cherish life. Miss Xu, greetings. I am Zhang Xu, and this is my partner, Lin Wan. From today onwards, we will wholeheartedly serve you. Hello, Coach Zhang. Hello, Teacher Lin. After a brief handshake, they got down to business. Xinshen led them to the villa's fully equipped gym, and Zhang Xu expressed his satisfaction upon inspecting it. Miss Xu, before we commence your workouts, we need to understand your fitness goals in order to devise an appropriate training plan. My goals are quite simple, to lose 7 to 10 pounds within a month and 20 pounds within 3 months. She had previously sought advice and discovered that, given her weight of 60 kilograms, losing 10 kilograms within a month would necessitate extreme measures that could be detrimental to her health. Such methods could lead not only to muscle loss, a decrease in metabolic rate, and a weakened immune system, but also to menstrual irregularities and potential rebound weight gain. Given the ample time frame set by the system for the task, why should she recklessly harm herself? She desired both money and health. Zhang Shulian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this weight loss goal was quite reasonable. First, we shall conduct a physical examination to ascertain your basic health characteristics and then devise an appropriate plan. All right, Zhu Ning said, eager to begin. As Zhang Shulian exchanged a glance with Lin Wan, she approached Zhu Ning, instructing, please extend your wrist. Are we measuring my heartbeat? Zhu Ning complied, initially expecting some device to be attached to her wrist. However, after a moment's wait, she found no such apparatus. Instead, Lin Wan simply pressed her fingers to Zhu Ning's pulse, her gaze lowered in concentration. Zhu Ning was taken aback. Wait, is this traditional Chinese medicine? Chapter 14. Having encountered wealth before, she had never witnessed such opulence. Your energy is deficient, your spleen is weak, and your kidney qi is insufficient, Lin Wan remarked, her eyelids fluttering. You must be staying up late frequently. Zhu Ning ist. Well, yes. I used to work as a game booster. Often busy until 3 or 4 in the morning. Doctor, is there hope for me? Zhu Ning asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lin Wan chuckled softly as she withdrew her hand. Indeed, there is hope. Overall, your health is quite good. A combination of herbal remedies and exercise, along with a routine of early sleep and rising, will yield excellent results. Furthermore, based on your pulse, I can deduce that your pulse is slow, indicative of weak kidney qi and internal coldness, suggesting a lower metabolism and symptoms of dysmenorrhea. Zhu Ning gasped, yes, I do experience dysmenorrhea. Lin Wan smiled gently, reassuring her. No worries, I can help with that. Her calm and composed demeanor exuded absolute confidence in her expertise. Without needing to ask or look further, she was able to diagnose the specific ailments affecting Zhu Ning's body simply by feeling her pulse. In that moment, Zhu Ning understood why Zhang Xu's team had been recommended by Songya. They had struck gold. Zhang Xu explained with a smile. Lin Wan comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, with ancestors who served as imperial physicians. She has been immersed in pulse diagnosis since childhood, mastering the art of observation, inquiry, and examination. Many clients request Lin Wan's services again after their initial experience. It could be said that much of the team's success was due to Lin Wan's ability to maintain client relationships. After all, achieving results in fitness requires substantial effort from the client, while herbal remedies offer the most effortless path to health. Who wouldn't want to become healthier just by eating? As Zhu Ning listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her mind fixated on a singular thought. I must recruit her. Lin Van noticings hu ninkas intense cause bokedliktli. Miss, please refrain from looking at me like that. Zhu Ning blushed, scratching her head in embarrassment. Now, miss, we need to visit the hospital for a bone density test and other physical measurements. Afterward, Zhang Xu will conduct a basic fitness assessment and record your foundational data before we finalize a tailored weight loss plan. Let's get started. They promptly set out, and Xin Shun had arranged for a luxurious vehicle to transport them to the hospital. The private hospital boasted a serene environment and state-of-the-art equipment. Lin Wan expertly guided Zhu Ning through the necessary departments, facilitating a series of examinations. The results revealed well-developed bones, normal calcium and phosphorus levels, full joint mobility, and a healthy cardiopulmonary system. As she amassed a stack of examination reports and physical test results, each one foretold her journey toward a healthier, more agile life. After a long day, Zhang Shulian swiftly devised a weight loss plan for Zhu Ning. With the day's work concluded, Zhang Shu departed, while Lin Wan stayed behind to oversee Zhu Ning's dietary regimen in the villa. Later that evening, after Zhu Ning had completed her evening routine and dressed, she found that Lin Wan had prepared an appropriate meal for her, low-fat, energy-boosting, moisture-reducing, and beauty-enhancing. Upon finishing her meal, Zhu Ning felt a warm sensation enveloping her entire body, a comforting warmth that penetrated deep into her core, soothing her exhaustion. Lin Wan remarked, I will provide you with an hour of acupressure massage tonight, so you won't experience any soreness from tomorrow's exercise. Zhu Ning, overwhelmed with happiness, nodded tearfully. This is the true value of spending money. Host, you have yet to make a purchase today. The system's voice chimed in, reminiscent of a neglected and sorrowful concubine. Zhu Ning had certainly not forgotten. She had simply been too occupied to find an opportunity until now. Let us make a purchase now. With funds received, Zhu Ning and Lin Wan ascended the stairs together. Following Lin Wan's guidance, Zhu Ning lay on the bed as Lin Wan's gentle hands worked to relax her muscles. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning browsed on her phone, indulging in online shopping. Are you shopping, miss? Yes, after a tiring day, I want to buy a few little things. Lin Wan nodded, watching as Zhu Ning first navigated to the official iPhone website, selecting the latest phone, tablet, laptop, and headphones, all with the highest specifications, adding them to her cart for a total of 142,000 yuan. Next, she visited La Prairie's luxury skincare website, purchasing a set of eye cream, and night cream for 100,000 yuan. But that was just the beginning. She selected 100 sheets of Umla's golden caviar facial masks, priced at 800 yuan each, totaling 8 million yuan without a second thought. For Orvita's 10 milliliters polar repair oil, priced at 200 yuan, she added enough to reach a total of 300,000 yuan, along with an infrared beauty device costing 800 yuan that assessed skin condition. Lin Wan paused, stunned, as she gazed at Zhu Ning's shopping list. 42,000 yuan for Decortes Supreme Hair Care Liquid. 32,000 for Kerastase S Diamond Crown Black Caviar Hair Mask. 67,000 for Golan S Imperial Black Gold Body Lotion. In her presence, 10,000 seemed to be the smallest unit of currency. She had scarcely seen her purchase anything below several thousand. Even the hairdryer was priced at 12,000 yuan. Lin Wan stood in disbelief. She had encountered wealthy individuals before, but never had she seen such staggering affluence. Living in an 80 million yuan villa, with a Michelin star chef and a butler who was the former head of the Jin Tingyu estate, Zhu Ning casually declared she wished to buy a few small items. Yet, in under 20 minutes, she had spent 1 million yuan. To her, money seemed not like currency, but merely a trivial string of numbers. Lin Wan watched in astonishment, while Zhu Ning reveled in her shopping spree. I want the best phone, the finest skincare products, shampoo, conditioner, and all daily essentials. All must be of the highest quality. From this day forward, she intended to completely transform herself, ensuring that even a single strand of hair reflected refinement and opulence.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing today's spending task. A rebate of 1,000,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account. As the bank notification arrived, Zhu Ning beamed with joy, her feet dancing in delight. Suddenly recalling Lin Wan's presence behind her, she cleared her throat and explained, "My family just transferred me some money. I'm so happy. I hope I didn't kick you." Having just spent 1 million, her family promptly issued another 1 million as pocket money. Lin Wan remembered the rumors she had heard prior to her arrival about Villa No. 1. The young lady from an elusive overseas family is indeed the subject of many rumors, and they appear to be true. Rather than harboring jealousy or envy towards Zhu Ning, she feels a profound respect for this enigmatic heiress. "Do not worry if you haven't kicked me. I will begin the massage now. Please, relax," she said. And in the next moment, each acupoint in her legs awakened with a delightful sense of relaxation. Lying on the bed, Zhu Ning remained silent, yet her heart was jubilantly celebrating. This is the essence of spending money, she thought. From now on, she wished to be pampered like this every day. She was so comfortable that she emitted soft sounds of pleasure. "Teacher Lin, after so many years in the profession, has no one considered buying all your services?" Originating from a family of imperial physicians and a senior nutritionist skilled in acupoint massage, Lin Wan spoke and acted with an admirable composure. "Anyone would be captivated." Lin Wan chuckled lightly. "To be honest, many have, but my fees are exorbitant. Those who wish to acquire my services are often left with no choice but to admire from afar." Zhu Ning smiled with her eyes closed. "How much?" "I charge an annual salary of 10 million. Zhu Ning made a sound of amusement, but when Lin Wan glanced down after a moment's pause, she found Zhu Ning had already drifted off to sleep. Lin Wan chuckled softly, continuing her task with diligence, turning Zhu Ning over and ensuring each side was thoroughly massaged and relaxed before tucking her in and softly wishing her good night as she left the room. Once the door closed, Zhu Ning turned over in her slumber, hugging the blanket and mumbling unconsciously, a mere 10 million. Chapter 15, The Auto Show, where Songya awaited an esteemed guest. Thanks to Lin Wan's professional and meticulous massage, Zhu Ning awoke the next morning without a hint of soreness or discomfort. Full of vitality, she eagerly embraced her morning exercise regimen on an empty stomach. After breaking a sweat and washing up, Lin Wan presented a delicious meal, nourishing her body while promoting fat loss and, most importantly, ensuring she felt satisfied. In the afternoon, she practiced swimming in the villa's outdoor pool, attempting this most effective fat-burning exercise. Zhang Shu, the former Olympic Village gold medal swimming coach, was exceptionally skilled, imparting decades of swimming wisdom with clarity and depth. By the end of the afternoon, Zhu Ning had gained a solid understanding of swimming as a novice. With a master instructing a beginner, success was nearly guaranteed. After exercising, the skincare products she had ordered arrived by air. As Zhu Ning applied a face mask, she savored Lin Wan's oil massage while browsing the latest model of the iPhone for her purchases. Lin Wan observed Zhu Ning's fingers dance across the screen, racking up yet another substantial expenditure. She had grown somewhat desensitized to such lavish spending. As she gazed at the delicate texture of Zhu Ning's fair skin beneath her palm, she suddenly felt as though Zhu Ning appeared even more radiant. There was no mistake. The luxurious skincare treatments had indeed enhanced her complexion, rendering her skin both supple and luminous. From the inside out, her overall appearance radiated vitality, as if someone was subtly illuminating her from behind. Consequently, when Songya visited the villa on the day of the auto show, he found himself momentarily entranced by her presence. "Have you lost weight?" he inquired. After a few days apart, he noticed her figure seemed more slender, and her spirit appeared even more uplifted. Her previously bright eyes now sparkled like those of an amber-eyed cat. Though he could not pinpoint the exact change, he felt she was undeniably more beautiful. Zhu Ning Bamet, as vibrant as the sun in early March casting its light upon tender willows. "I've lost 2 whole pounds. I am now a delightful 118 pounds. Songya stared at her smile, marveling at how such a slight change could accentuate her already exquisite features. He could only imagine how stunning she would look once she reached her target weight, revealing her bone structure. Not wanting to lose composure, Songya cleared his throat and shifted the topic. "The Devo has been repaired and is on its way here. Are you planning to drive it to the auto show?" The auto show was an important event that Songya had been diligently preparing for, and Zhu Ning had already planned to reciprocate his kindness by covering the 8 million for the license plate and the repair costs for the Devo. She readily agreed. During her days of home weight loss, she had completed her preparations and received a system notification about limited-time multipliers that she could activate as needed. Zhu Ning thought it would be perfect to use for this auto show, curious about the multiplier. After finishing her afternoon workout, she granted Zhang Shu and Lin Wan a break, changed into a flattering long dress, and drove the repaired Devo to the auto show alongside Songya. The event was set in a grand French classical estate, expansive enough that one could see the vast green lawns from the outside. The cobblestone paths were adorned with red carpets, and the welcoming staff were all exceptionally handsome. As Zhu Ning stepped out of the car, she had barely settled when a charming attendant approached with a smile. "Miss Zhu, welcome. Please allow me to escort you into the venue." "Thank you," she replied graciously. As they walked, the attendant introduced the layout of the venue and the main exhibits of the auto show, speaking with a calm demeanor and respectful tone. Devoid of any hint of flattery, an impressive display of professionalism. Zhu Ning noted that all the attendants, regardless of gender, were impeccably dressed in formal attire. Their eloquence a blend of English and Chinese, exuding elegance without a trace of vulgarity. The guests mingling were all prominent figures within the elite circles. Zhu Ning suddenly realized that while this may be an ordinary social auto show for others, it was her ticket into the upper echelons of high society. Upon reaching the center of the venue, Songya, who had been engaged in conversation, turned to see her and waved with a smile. "Zhu Ning. Over here." His friend, Duan Zimo, who had overheard, glanced at the strikingly beautiful face of Zhu Ning, her skin glowing, the pale yellow dress accentuating her figure, red lips smiling, and her eyes sparkling, leaving a lasting impression. He was taken aback. "Is this the mysterious heiress you mentioned? The owner of Villa 1 is such a lovely young lady?" Songya noticed his astonishment and felt a sense of pride. "Indeed, she is my neighbor." As he approached to greet her, Zhu Ning asked, "Am I late?" "Not at all," Songya replied. "As long as you are here, everything is perfectly timed." Zhu Ning was amused by his words, her eyes sparkling with joy. Drawing the attention of those around them, "Let me introduce you," he said, leading her to meet Duan Zimo. "This is Duan Zimo, the son of the owner of Jiuan House, and this is Zhu Ning, the owner of Villa 1. They shook hands, and Duan Zimo suppressed his surprise, saying, "I've long admired your reputation, Miss Zhu. The Devo, valued at 65 million, has helped my family immensely. I cannot express my gratitude enough. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Although he had reservations about Zhu Ning's identity, he was genuinely appreciative of her assistance. As their hands clasped, Zhu Ning recalled his identity. He was the original owner of the Bugatti Devo and the sole heir of the Duan family, which, despite current financial challenges, was undeniably a prominent family in Heiress. "Mr. Duan, you are too kind. It was merely a small favor, and I consider it my privilege to have acquired the Devo, which is truly priceless." Her words were gracious and humble, exhibiting a refined demeanor. Duan Zimo smiled as he withdrew his hand, having developed a preliminary trust in the identity of the lady before him, Miss Zhu. Soon, 3 other young individuals of similar age approached. Songya introduced them one by one. Hoing, He Wenhui, Hongtai's Zhao Junyi, and Shihua's Zhang He. Each name sent a tremor through Zhu Ning's heart. The Haoying Group specializes in processing rare metals, particularly magnesium, with its products exported globally. Hongtai Group stands as the largest leader in the apparel and textile industry in Haicheng, with 1 in 3 residents donning Hongtai attire. Chihua Chemical, a publicly listed company, consistently thrives in a bull market, with its chemical standards serving as references for numerous international firms. In other words, the individual Songya was introducing her to were indeed the core guests of this auto show. After a round of handshakes and greetings, they began to inquire about which Zhu family she belonged to. "My surname is Zhu," she replied modestly, "but we are not particularly well known. My grandfather has some assets abroad." Her humble and vague response prompted the guests to exchange glances. So, it was not the wealthy Zhu family from the country, but rather the overseas Zhu family? The rumors surrounding Villa No. 1 might indeed hold some truth. Thoughts whirled in her mind, yet she maintained an impassive demeanor. Songya had an uncanny ability to read people. This mysterious young lady from Villa No. 1 might indeed possess a significant background. After completing their social pleasantries, everyone exchanged WeChat contacts. Zhu Ning noticed Songya frequently glancing towards the estate's entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. "Is there another guest?" she wondered. "There is one more," he replied. Despite the throng of attendees, Songya displayed particular concern for this upcoming individual. Was there something exceptional about them? Before she could inquire further, the sudden sound of Songya's phone interrupted her thoughts. Young master, President Pei has arrived. Upon hearing this, Songya's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly informed her that he needed to greet the guest before swiftly departing. Zhu Ning followed his gaze and saw a tall figure approaching from a distance. From bottom to top, long, straight legs clad in black trousers, a black silk shirt with rolled-up sleeves revealing strong wrists, and a slightly unbuttoned collar exposing a graceful neck that led to a sharp jawline. "I apologize for being late," came a deep voice, steady as a cello. Two words immediately sprang to Zhu Ning's mind: strength. The surrounding guests instinctively surged forward, enthusiastically calling out President Pei. Zhu Ning remained rooted, uncertain if she should join them. As the crowd gradually parted, a face that had been obscured came into view. Dark hair, thick brows, deep black eyes with long lashes, a straight nose, and thin lips radiating an air of aristocratic coolness, reminiscent of a sharp blade glistening in water, or a crescent moon. "Pei Jin," she heard them call. Chapter 16. Hey, Miss Zhu, don't treat money like mere paper flowers. Her gaze was too direct, and before she could retract it, he had caught her eye. He paused momentarily, then nodded slightly at her. Zhu Ning, taken aback, returned a nod. In that brief exchange, Songya politely introduced, "This is President Pei Jin, head of deep-sea technology in the capital. This is Miss Zhu Ning from Villa No. 1, whose family primarily operates overseas and is quite low-profile domestically." "Hello," he offered, extending his hand. "손 reciprocated. Hello." His palm was warm and broad, fingers long and strong. After the introductions, Songya took it upon himself to show Pei Jin around the venue. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Zhu Ning remained in place, still processing the encounter, when he Wenhui gently bumped her arm. "Are you stunned? Was that President Pei from the Pei family in the capital?" Zhu Ning asked. "Indeed," he Wenhui replied, gazing after the retreating figure. "He is from the illustrious Pei family." The Pei family was legendary. The grandfather had earned significant military accolades. The father was a prominent figure frequently seen on national television, and the mother, a business tycoon, had appeared on the Hurun list as early as the 1990s. Pei Jin's own ventures in deep-sea technology, ostensibly private, were closely tied to military contracts, boasting a market value exceeding $1 trillion. It was no wonder Songya valued him so highly. The heir apparent, she mused. Not far away, the announcement for the auto show began, showcasing models alongside luxury cars. With the exhibition featuring vehicles worth millions, Porsche, Land Rover, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce, as guests settled in to enjoy the eye-catching display. Songya led Pei Jin to their seats, and amidst their conversation, he smiled and nodded at Zhu Ning across the way. The host explained the purchasing method for the vehicles, revealing that the auction would follow a bidding format. Those who raised their paddles first for a coveted car would win. If more than 3 bidders raised their paddles, the auction would commence. As the host spoke, someone patted Songya on the shoulder, questioning, why not invite Miss Zhu to sit next to Prince Pei? Afraid she wouldn't measure up? The speaker was Lu Hong, a friend of his older brother, with whom he maintained a facade of cordiality, primarily for business dealings. Songya's expression darkened. "If you insist on speaking like that, I may have to ask you to leave." "Just joking," Lu Hong replied, then asked, "By the way, where did you find this young lady?" "I've never encountered a Miss Zhu from a wealthy family in the country before." Songya's eyes narrowed, his smile fading. "Miss Zhu's family operates abroad. It's not surprising you haven't encountered them. Is it genuine modesty, or merely a facade?"
Yuong's mocking tone surfaced.
"She wouldn't be a fake socialite, would she?" Duanzimo leaned in from the side, inquiring, "What fake socialite were you talking about?"
Yuong explained.
"I was referring to that Miss Zhu, a sudden appearance out of nowhere, and someone believed her right away. I'm just saying, perhaps the rumors about Villa No. 1 are inflated." With a crowd of guests around, Songya suppressed his anger, responding coolly, "Your words are rather amusing. You think I can't even confirm my own neighbor? Who knows?"
Yuong shrugged, grinning.
"Perhaps the villa is rented. I heard you gifted her 0001. Such a generous gesture. I previously offered to buy it at a higher price, yet now you've given it away so easily. Are you certain she's genuinely a rich heiress? But do take care. Nowadays, fake socialites employ all sorts of tactics to climb the social ladder. You must be cautious not to misplace your trust, or you might end up losing everything." Songya's expression darkened further. Duanzimo's countenance was similarly grim, though he harbored doubts about Zhu Ning's identity. He would not publicly humiliate her by suggesting she was a vain fraud seeking attention. Is that so? A fraud wouldn't be able to present a full payment of 65 million. If anything, Miss Zhu is a benefactor to my family, Du Anzamo retorted coldly. Moreover, this is an auto show, a place for camaraderie through automobiles. Since Miss Zhu is here, she is both a guest and a friend. Lu Xiao. Your words seem rather unwelcoming. Lu Hong raised his hands in mock surrender, yet his expression betrayed a lack of genuine contrition, his gaze towards Zhu Ning laced with disdain. Amidst the music of the venue, Zhu Ning was unaware of their conversation, yet she could distinctly sense the unfriendly attitude emanating from him. She mentally searched for a reference to this person. Songya had mentioned him as the heir of a collectibles company. She had never interacted with him. So why the animosity? He Wenhui, standing beside her, had evidently noticed Lu Hong's demeanor as well. Turning to Zhu Ning, she succinctly explained, Songya purchased 0001 for 800,000, and Lu Hong wanted to buy it, but he didn't. Zhu Ning was taken aback and incredulous. Was it truly over this? He Wenhui, accustomed to navigating this social circle, understood Lu Hong's character well, recognizing his penchant for pettiness and his tendency to belittle others. Having roughly surmised his words, she inquired of Zhu Ning, do you have someone you fancy? Do you have enough funds? If not, I can lend you some. For this new acquaintance of Songya, whose depths she had yet to fathom, she adhered to her benevolent instincts. Zhu Ning was momentarily taken aback by the offer. Lending her money? A sudden smile broke across her face. No need. I have enough. She called out system. In the next instant, a notification chimed. Ding. The host has spent 5 million. The limited time tenfold rebate reward has been activated. Please proceed with active consumption to avail the rebate. Task countdown. 0959. Tenfold rebate. Zhu Ning felt a brief moment of suffocation in her breath as her fingers instinctively tightened. The system had not dispersed the funds, implying that she would need to make the initial payment herself. Regaining her composure, she directed her gaze toward the million-dollar luxury cars on display, her attention fixating on one being introduced. A Rolls-Royce Ghost. 5 million. With a tenfold rebate, she could obtain 50 million. He Wenhui inquired. I only have a budget of 20 million this time. I plan to purchase a sports car and call it a day. What about you? What do you intend to buy? Oh, just a little something, Zhu Ning casually replied. Just a little something? He Wenhui followed her gaze to the Rolls-Royce Ghost. Priced at 5 million. A modest purchase indeed. Did just a little mean her budget was limited to that? Upon finishing her thought, she raised her bidding paddle and decisively called out, I'll take it. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by her decisiveness, leaving no one else to raise their paddles. According to the rules, Zhu Ning immediately acquired the purchasing rights. She promptly provided her bank card, entered the amount, and confirmed her password. In the next moment, her phone buzzed with a notification. Huaxia Bank. Today, as expenditure of 5,000,000 yuan has resulted in a credit of 50,000,000 yuan. 50 million. In the blink of an eye, her account had swelled by 50 million. Her heartbeat quickened and heated as excitement coursed through her veins. Let us go again. On the other side, Lu Hong scoffed. In such a hurry to bid on a mediocre car? Afraid someone might outbid you? He glanced at Songya. It seems this Miss Song you brought isn't as impressive as I thought. Isn't your company collaborating with many bank loan projects? Why not seize this opportunity to promote? Songya had tolerated him long enough for one day, casting a sharp glance. She was about to retort when an unexpectedly clear voice rang out. I'll take it. Slightly stunned, she turned her gaze to Zhu Ning, who had once again raised her paddle, this time targeting a McLaren Speedtail priced at 12 million, and promptly made the payment. Lu Hong's expression turned dismissive. Just a mere million. I'll take it. His face froze momentarily. The third vehicle, a Hongqi S9 hybrid supercar, priced at 15 million. Once again, she made the payment without hesitation. Combined, that was merely 30 million. It's not much to discuss, she declared. I'll take it. The fourth vehicle, a Lamborghini Revuelto, fully carbon fiber edition, priced at 22 million. Lu Hong's complexion paled, a gnawing sense of foreboding settling in. As expected, the fifth vehicle arrived. A Koenigsegg Gemera, priced at 30 million. I'll take it. The Pagani Huayra are also at 30 million. I'll take it. The sixth vehicle, a Ferrari Daytona SP3, priced at 32 million. Zhu Ning tossed out her card, swiping it with ease. The seventh vehicle. In less than 10 minutes, she had secured 7 luxury sports cars. The entire venue regarded her as if she were some fearsome entity. The paddles in their hands either fell or snapped.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully spending 12 million. A rebate of 1.2 billion has been credited to your bank card.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully spending 15 million. A rebate of 1.5 billion has been credited to your bank card.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully spending 22 million. A rebate of 2 billion has been credited to your bank card. A cacophony of numbers echoed in her mind as notifications flooded her vision. In less than 10 minutes, the rebate totaled 14.6 billion. Zhu Ning felt lightheaded as her excitement surged, her fingers grasping the armrest of her chair. A billionaire. She was, at this moment, a billionaire. Beside her, He Wenhui was so astonished by Zhu Ning's actions that her paddle slipped from her grasp, her eyes wide with disbelief. You said you were just buying a little something. It seemed she had purchased a fortune instead. Duan Zimo was so taken aback that he stood up from his chair. Hey, Miss Zhu. Don't treat money like it's just paper. Chapter 17, A Mere Billion. The countdown was nearing its halfway mark. The host introduced the next vehicle. A sky blue Porsche 918 Spider. Its elegant and pristine color scheme, coupled with its perfect model and hybrid technology, represented a revolutionary masterpiece, a symbol of the automotive industry's transformation. To collectors, it signified a future antique. It's beautiful, Zhu Ning thought, having already acquired several cars in black, white, and silver. This color was a first for her. She immediately raised her paddle. I'll take it. A male voice interjected. I want one too. Zhu Ning, startled, looked up to see Lu Hong opposite her. Raising his paddle as well, his expression decidedly unfavorable, yet still tinged with provocation. Duan Zimo queried, Mr. Lu, what does this mean? Are you bidding against Miss Zhu? I also have my eye on that color Porsche, Lu Hong replied, so I'm bidding in competition. Lu Hong glanced at him. What? Are you suggesting that young Master Duan wants to advise Miss Song to change the rules to disallow bidding? Song fixed him with a steady gaze. The rules are already in effect. I certainly cannot alter them. But Mr. Lu, do you genuinely desire this car? It seems your interest in competing is more about vexing Zhu Ning, is it not? Lu Hong replied, of course. Why would I raise my paddle if I didn't want it? Miss Song, please don't assume the worst of me. Songya remained silent, her expression composed. Lu Hong smirked contemptuously before turning to Zhu Ning. Miss Zhu, I also have a keen interest in this Porsche. I adore it so much that I cannot part with it. How about we engage in a fair competition? Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow. Of course, I respect the rules. Mr. Lu, please make your offer first. Lu Hong's eyes glinted with malice. 31 million. My family's resources may not match those of Miss Zhu. So I'll just add 100,000. The typical strategy of raising bids to cause annoyance. He presented a number within a manageable range, creating a false sense of ease for Zhu Ning, then attempted to gauge her limits with a slow encroachment, hoping to outmaneuver her. Lu Hong acknowledged that he had been astonished by Zhu Ning's earlier extravagant spending. But could her purse be bottomless? Could she keep drawing from it indefinitely? Songya and Duan Zimo's assessment was correct. He had indeed come to raise bids and cause annoyance. He was eager to see Zhu Ning's expression once she had spent far beyond the value of this car. Surely, it would be a sight to behold. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the malice in his eyes intensified. However, Zhu Ning merely glanced at him before chuckling softly. Mr. Lu, do you look down on me? Or are you just playing a childish game with me? 100,000 is hardly a meaningful raise. Lu Hong's expression shifted slightly. Zhu Ning's lips curled into a smile as she raised her paddle. I bid 40 million. Mr. Lu, will you follow, or will you not? The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was a bidding war with increments of 10 million, something they had only witnessed with exceptionally rare items. To encounter such an escalation for a sports car was unprecedented. Zhu Ning's gaze fell upon Lu Hong, and the attention of the surrounding guests converged on him as if by some unspoken agreement. Lu Hong, under the scrutiny, felt his complexion oscillate between hues of green and red. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, then I bid 45 million. Zhu Ning let out a scoff, raised her paddle, and declared 60 million. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, erupting into a cacophony of chatter. Was Miss Zhu truly mad? Did she not fear that Lu Hong was laying a trap for her? By inflating the bid to such an exorbitant amount, she risked her own loss. Or did she genuinely possess such vast wealth, rendering millions inconsequential? Lu Hong's complexion drained, the audacity of Zhu Ning's actions igniting a profound sense of panic within him. To follow her lead or not? If he refrained, he would lose the chance to ensnare her. If he complied, what if she were the one ensnaring him? Did she truly have 60 million in liquid assets at her disposal? His heart thundered in his chest, beads of sweat forming along his brow. Zhu Ning. What is it, Mr. Liu? Have you run out of funds? Lu Hong's face paled further, anger boiling within him, yet he remained silent. The host began to ask Lu Hong if he wished to continue bidding, and when he did not respond, the countdown commenced. 60 million going once, 60 million going twice. 60 million. Zhu Ning glanced at Lu Hong, who remained unresponsive, disappointment creeping in. She thought to herself that it was rather dull. Had she known he would concede so swiftly, she would have bid even higher. Song felt his heart leap to his throat. Mr. Liu, if you fail to secure number 0001, it may simply be bad luck. But if you cannot acquire the spider, that would reflect a lack of capability. Lu Hong shot Songya a fierce glare, then met Zhu Ning's indifferent gaze, a wave of indignation surging through him. What was that look she gave him? Did she perceive him as a mere jester? Overcome with emotion, he abruptly stood, proclaiming with a tone of desperation, 70 million. 70 million. Mr. Liu bids 70 million. The host's voice rose in excitement, the guests' expressions shifting dramatically as they regarded Lu Hong. Once he shouted his bid, a sudden void filled his mind. And upon regaining his senses, regret flooded in. What had he done? He had just bid more than double the price for a car he didn't even need. If this were to reach his family, the thought was too frightful to contemplate. Consumed by remorse, Songya, however, wore a broad grin. Now, that's more like it. This money should rightly be spent by that scoundrel Lu Hong. 70 million, going once, 70 million, going twice, 70 million, the host reiterated, his voice resonating throughout the venue. All eyes turned to Zhu Ning. 70 million. Surely she would not bid again. To spend 140 million in less than 10 minutes. Even her family, no matter how wealthy, could not permit such extravagance. Everyone was convinced that Zhu Ning would not dare to proceed. In fact, some began congratulating Lu Hong on his impending acquisition of the coveted vehicle. Listening to the flattery around him, Lu Hong felt a mix of emotions. Yet he forced a semblance of pride upon his countenance. This car is mine. But just as he relished in this thought, a clear, melodious voice resonated across the exhibition hall. Zhu Ning raised her paddle with a smile. 90 million. 90 million. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Did she just say 90 million? Indeed, it was 90 million, triple the original price. Had she lost her mind? Songya sprang from his seat. Zhu Ning, you must be joking. Are you truly willing to spend 3 times the price on this car? His tone turned serious, filled with an unspoken plea for her to withdraw her bid. Lu Hong immediately turned to him. Songya, what do you mean by that? Are you brazenly showing favoritism? Is this how you conduct business? If she can retract her bid, then can't the rest of us do the same? Laughter erupted among the guests, with some joining in the uproar against Songya.
Exactly.
Songya's fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead from restraint. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, he turned to Zhu Ning, his voice trembling. Zhu Ning, are you sure you weren't joking just now? Zhu Ning surveyed the expressions around her, some concerned, others entertained, some anxious, and a few with ulterior motives. Suddenly she smiled. I was indeed jesting. Songya felt a wave of relief wash over him, but before he could respond,
You en mérites, absurde.
This is utterly ridiculous. An auction is a matter of irrevocable commitment. Do you wish to undermine the integrity of this event in front of so many witnesses? Songya, are you turning commercial ethics into a farce? Zhu Ning, you're out of funds, are you not? I can assure you of that. Otherwise, why would Songya want you to publicly retract? This was the perfect opportunity for Lu Hong to shift the burden onto Zhu Ning and topple her. What's the matter, Miss Zhu? Is it that your funds are limited, and now you wish to play tricks with Mr. Song? If your resources are inadequate, just say so. I can lend you some. His eyes sparkled with provocation, yet Zhu Ning merely lifted her eyelids in response. Mr. Liu, do you only choose to hear part of the story? I indeed regret my previous bid, but not for having offered too much, rather, for having offered too little. Offered too little? Lu Hong blinked in momentary disbelief before responding. Miss Zhu, it is best to avoid being too vain. 90 million is already an exorbitant price, 3 times the worth of this vehicle. If that is still considered insufficient, what then constitutes excess? If you lack the funds, just admit it. I would be happy to lend you some. Songya, anxious, urged. Zhu Ning, consider your decision carefully. Do not act impulsively. The murmurs of the crowd intensified, their gazes at Zhu Ning laced with a mix of mockery and skepticism. Lu Hong reveled in his perceived advantage. 90 million was not enough. He was eager to witness how she would extricate herself from this predicament. With a variety of expressions surrounding her, Zhu Ning surveyed the crowd and simply smiled. You should keep your money for yourself. I cannot afford it. With that, she turned her attention to the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, one should not be overly self-satisfied, yet one must strive for completeness in their endeavors. The fact that we can gather here to share this wine and feast is a testament to the good fortune we have earned in this life and the next. 90 million, after all, 9 returns to 1. Thus, I have decided to contribute an additional 10 million to make it an even 100 million. Hoping for a fortuitous beginning. I wish for all of you to enjoy yourselves here, and wish Mr. Song a successful exhibition and prosperous business. With that, she promptly produced her card, showing no signs of hesitation or indecision. A profound silence enveloped the venue. What had she just said? Not merely to spend 90 million on the spider, but to spend 100 million. Was she jesting? Did she truly regard money as mere paper? The guests could only gaze at Zhu Ning in stunned disbelief. Zhu Ning, what sort of jest is this? Lu Hong could hardly process the situation. 90 million was one thing, but to spend 100 million up front? Surely she could not have that much in her account. The crowd buzzed with skepticism, doubting Zhu Ning's ability to effortlessly command such a vast sum. Yet, Zhu Ning merely chuckled coldly. It's just pocket money. What is there that I cannot part with? The countdown in her mind was nearing its conclusion. Zhu Ning directly prompted the host to commence the confirmation, stating, My time is limited. 100 million, Mr. Liu. Will you continue? The host, startled, nearly dropped the microphone in his excitement, but managed to catch it just in time. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, Miss Zhu bids 100 million. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? Mr. Liu, will you continue? The venue fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on Lu Hong. His face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to utter 2 words, No, I won't. Zhu Ning clicked her tongue in response. Lu Hong felt a wave of humiliation wash over him as he glared at Zhu Ning, thinking to himself that he was eager to see if she could truly back her claim with the money. 100 million. First call. Silence prevailed. 100 million. Second call. The audience held their breath. 100 million. Third call. 2 seconds passed, and no one dared to respond. The host emphatically struck the gavel. Congratulations to Miss Yu for securing this world-renowned limited edition vehicle at the price of 100 million. A wave of astonished spectators instinctively rose, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Zhu Ning. She merely smiled, handing over her card. What was 100 million to her? If not for the fear of being mistaken for money laundering and attracting unnecessary trouble, she would have gladly spent all 14 billion in her account. The finance officer took Zhu Ning's bank card, her hands trembling, her breath uneven, her mind racing, and her vision slightly blurred. She reverently presented the POS machine, awaiting Zhu Ning to input her password, her fingers pressing the confirmation button. Processing. Loading. Transaction successful. As Zhu Ning withdrew her hand, the system's notification chimed in.
Ding.
Countdown ended. Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 100,000,000 yuan. Tenfold rebate reward of 1,000,000,000 yuan. With the successful transaction, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, cheers resounding throughout the venue. Lu Hong turned pale, collapsing into his chair. In just 10 minutes, she had spent 200 million. How could she possess such wealth? Chapter 18. Songya did not misjudge her. Songya stood, dazed, mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. In a matter of moments, his emotions had soared and plummeted, leaving him in a daze. It wasn't until Duan Zimo, equally shocked, patted him on the shoulder that he jolted back to reality. 10 minutes, 240 million. He had anticipated that Zhu Ning might surprise him, but he had never imagined it would be to such a staggering degree. He opened his mouth to speak, only to find his voice hoarse and coarse, unable to return to its previous calmness. 100 million. He managed to shout at Duan Zimo, struggling to keep his voice steady. Zhu Ning bid 100 million here. Duan Zimo, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, Yes. 100 million. Songya, your future path just became much easier. Zhu Ning's audacious purchase of the spider was an unparalleled honor for the automotive industry, far more impactful than any advertisement could ever be. For Songya, this was not merely a direct profit for today. It also meant he would gain priority in negotiations with major automotive companies in the future. She had not only helped him regain dignity, but had paved a broad path for his future. What a benefactor. Songya turned to Lu Hong. Mr. Lu, earlier you mentioned a false socialite. Could you please repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Hearing Songya's words, Lu Hong's already pale face turned ghostly white. He slumped in his chair, utterly dejected, staring at Zhu Ning, who was enveloped in cheers and applause. A false socialite? How could he have been foolish enough to believe that a lady who had just bid 100 million was a mere pretender? In just a few minutes, Lu Hong had received a harsh lesson from the ever-shifting realities around him. The disparity was stark, a chasm between clouds and dust. While he was fretting over spending 70 million and fearing retribution from his family, Zhu Ning spent 200 million without batting an eye, as if money flowed like water. In the entire city, how many socialites could match her? He recalled her nonchalant remark that this was merely her pocket money. Pocket money. To spend 200 million as casual expenses. No, it was not just 200 million, it was 300 million. Just 4 days ago, she had paid 60 million for the Devo. Within 5 days, her expenditures exceeded 300 million. This implied that her family's liquid assets surpassed a staggering 100 billion. Moreover, it signified that Zhu Ning was a core member of her family. Such a person was destined to lead the industry and the times. Yet here he was, opposing her over a license plate. The more he pondered, the more terrified he became, and the more cold sweat trickled down his back. Lu Hong's complexion grew increasingly pale as he gazed at Zhu Ning with a look of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Songya, observing Lu Hong's ashen and horrified expression, felt a surge of vindication. He had known all along that he, Songya, could never have misjudged her. Zhu Ning was indeed someone worth befriending. He stood up, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he directed his gaze towards Zhu Ning, applauding vigorously, cheering for her. The clamor of cheers and applause filled the air as Zhu Ning stood at the center of the venue, absorbing the astonished and excited gazes around her. She understood that from this moment forward, she had carved out her place among the upper echelons of high city. Her heart raced. Yet her expression remained composed as the model presented her with the car keys. Zhu Ning accepted them, and the applause erupted once more. She smiled and nodded, acknowledging the congratulations from those around her, her gaze sweeping over to Pei Jin, who wore a calm expression. He appeared unaffected by the surrounding commotion, choosing instead to extend his blessings with a gentle nod. Zhu Ning reciprocated with a nod of her own. The car show continued, and the host resumed, his voice hoarse as he introduced the next vehicle, an Aston Martin, priced at 48 million. When the purchase was announced, the interested guests instinctively turned their eyes towards Zhu Ning. She did not raise her paddle. No one dared to move. They all seemed reluctant to compete against her, aware that they could only be crushed. Zhu Ning smiled and stated, "All are welcome. I have already made ample purchases today. Please feel free." With the rebate concluded, her 7 or 8 supercars were already sufficient. There was no need to buy more. Upon hearing her words, the crowd relaxed, and they began to raise their paddles to bid. 49 million. After an hour and a half of the car show, the grand finale was unveiled, the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster, the Poison. With only 14 units in existence worldwide, it was the centerpiece that Songya had tirelessly arranged to showcase. Dubbed a moving collectible, it was a masterpiece commemorating Lamborghini's 50th anniversary, primarily owned by Middle Eastern royalty and Silicon Valley tech giants. In the realm of supercars, possessing it was akin to owning a Picasso painting. It symbolized the pinnacle of wealth. As the silver vehicle made its debut, the entire venue erupted in awe. Those who had refrained from bidding thus far, the old money elite, sat up straight, ready for competition. The host opened the bidding at 60 million, with increments no less than 5 million. Soon, paddles went up. 65 million. 70 million. 75 million. The price swiftly ascended to 80 million. He Wenhui, standing beside Zhu Ning, inquired, "Aren't you planning to buy?" Zhu Ning revealed a set of car keys in her hand, the sound of the sports car keys jingling. She lamented, "How on earth would I drive it home?" He Wenhui was amused by her straightforward display of wealth and decided to change the subject, asking Zhu Ning whom she thought would win the auction. "Several bidders are professional collectors with ample funds. I estimate the price will reach 100 million. Zhu Ning observed the bidders around her, each exuding an air of affluence and confidence, until her gaze settled on a man who had remained still. Nodding towards He Wenhui, she indicated him. He Wenhui looked over, realizing she was referring to Pei Jin. Zhu Ning remarked, "The young master has traveled a great distance to attend this car show. It's impossible for him to leave empty-handed." Indeed, as soon as she spoke, the man raised his paddle, his steady and resonant voice commanding attention. 100 million. He immediately jumped the bid to 100 million, leaving the competitors momentarily speechless. From this point forward, any subsequent bids must exceed 10 million. While they could manage 10 million, Pei Jin certainly could as well. Yet, they understood their limits. What about Pei Jin's? Testing the waters. They raised the bid by 12 million, but Pei Jin countered with 15 million. It appeared that producing 200 million was effortless for him. The crowd murmured, "No way." Just as Zhu was going for 300 million, another one is here for 200 million. What is going on? Hesitant, they raised their paddles, straining to push the price to 17 million. Pei Jin calmly jumped to 200 million. The atmosphere fell silent, and even the host was taken aback. "Mr. Pei bids 200 million. Does anyone else wish to bid?" The crowd remained silent for an extended moment. Pei Jin turned to Zhu Ning. "Zhu Ning replied. A gentleman does not covet another's delight. Please proceed, Mr. Pei." Pei Jin glanced at her and offered a brief "thank you." The host began to follow procedure, repeating the price 3 times, and with no further competition, the gavel struck, sealing Pei Jin's acquisition of the Veneno for 200 million. The guests mechanically rose to applaud, celebrating. What kind of venue is this? It's astonishing that both hidden dragons and crouching tigers can coexist. Chapter 19. My phone is out of battery. Zhu Ning's extravagant expenditure of 200 million became the talk of the venue, and after the car show concluded, many gathered around her. Compliments and attempts to curry favor led to requests for her WeChat. Zhu Ning selectively exchanged contact information with those she deemed useful, while Lu Hong, shamelessly, approached wanting to add her as a friend. "Miss Zhu, the #1 villa is indeed extraordinary. I, Lu, am utterly convinced. If my bidding earlier made you uncomfortable, please forgive me. It was merely a standard bidding process. How could there be any discomfort?" Zhu Ning replied with a smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I am not so petty." Lu Hong chuckled awkwardly. "That's good to hear. How about we add each other as friends? We might have opportunities to collaborate in the future."
Sure.
Lu Hong's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly reached for his phone, but just then, Zhu Ning exclaimed, "Oh," confused. She tapped her palm against the phone screen, which lit up momentarily before shutting off again. "Why won't it turn on?"
Yuong?
Zhu Ning. Out of battery? What the heck does a phone need battery for?
Yuong replied.
Just a moment ago, He Wenhui popped up nearby. "Let me take a look." She took the phone, and it lit up again before shutting off. "Indeed, it really is out of battery." Lu Hong exclaimed, "It's on." Songya interjected, "Is the phone broken? I can fix it." He pretended to examine the phone before, right in front of Lu Hong, shutting it down.
Yuong.
Songya knocked on the phone's casing and, with a serious expression, returned it to Zhu Ning. "I'm truly sorry. I did my best." Zhu Ning took the phone back. "Mr. Lu, my phone is dead. I can't add you as a friend."
Yuong.
He Wenhui sighed.
It really is impossible now.
Duan Zimo chimed in. "Indeed, it's hopeless." Songya nodded. "It's truly futile." They were blatantly treating him as a fool. Lu Hong's expression shifted as he clenched his teeth, forcing a smile. "It's fine. Since Miss Zhu is not convenient today, we can always add each other next time." Zhu Ning smiled. "It's just unfortunate." She made it clear she was uninterested in him, and Lu Hong dared not protest. Instead heaped flattery upon her in an attempt to make an exit, ultimately leaving in embarrassment as Zhu Ning continued to ignore him. Songya noticed Lu Hong's departure and instructed those nearby, "Add Lu Hong to the blacklist. He is no longer welcome at any of my events." "Understood." After that, he turned to Zhu Ning. "I apologize, Miss Zhu, for bringing you here only to encounter such an irritating individual." Zhu Ning waved her hand dismissively. She did not regard Lu Hong as significant, merely a tool for monetary gain. Following the car show, there was a banquet, and as guests engaged in lively conversation, discussing cars and people, Zhu Ning's grand gesture at the car show drew attention, prompting others to inquire. "I heard Miss Zhu managed to secure a Devo before today, as car show? Such good fortune, cutting in line before the rest of the big shots. I hope you won't hold it against us." She smiled graciously, her words carefully measured, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Someone playfully lamented, "It's all thanks to Miss Zhu. Her keen eye and swift action mean we didn't even get a chance to touch the car hood." Another jokingly added, Then you should thank Miss Zhu. Not only did she save you several million, but she also spared your fragile heart. That person immediately patted his chest, feigning a look of relief. You're right. I completely forgot. If Miss Zhu hadn't he purchased the car beforehand, and it had come to auction here, the blow would have been even greater. The conversation naturally shifted to extolling Zhu Ning's virtues. Subtly and without exaggeration, they showered her with compliments, leaving her feeling uplifted. She thought, this is how it should be. In such elevated exchanges, even if there are grievances, one must endure for the sake of appearance. What does Lu Hong's petty behavior amount to? As they spoke, Zhu Ning noticed Duan Zimo's demeanor darkening since the mention of the Devo. Upon meeting her gaze, he feigned indifference. Their interaction sparked curiosity among onlookers. It seems that Duan has quite a history with the Devo. Duan Zimo chuckled awkwardly. There is some history. Reflecting on his beloved car, he sighed. I've had my eye on it for years. As soon as the opportunity arose, I went to Europe to secure it. But who knew fate would be so unkind? After years of yearning, he finally acquired his dream car, only for calamity to strike at home shortly thereafter. Reluctantly, he understood the weight of priorities. The car could be sold, but once the family was lost, nothing remained. Clarity of mind does not preclude feelings of regret. Fortunately, his Devo had not fallen into the hands of someone like Lu Hong. Duan Zimo lowered his head, quietly wiping away tears. Zhu Ning observed the despondent expression of Duan Zimo, akin to a parent grieving for a daughter married off, and felt exasperated. What's the big deal? She retrieved the Devo's car keys from her handbag and tossed them to him. Here, take it for a spin. The weighty car keys landed back in his hands. And for a moment, Duan Zimo's expression was blank, mouth agape, staring at Zhu Ning in bewilderment.
No.
Zhu Ning replied, Don't you like it? Duan Zimo cradled the keys, gazing at Zhu Ning. As dusk descended, the manor was bathed in a warm, amber glow from its lights, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Zhu Ning stood across from them, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. No, then what are you driving? Songya was engaged in conversation with Pei Jin when he noticed the latter's prolonged silence as he gazed intently at something in the distance. Following his line of sight, Songya found Zhu Ning grinning widely while pulling a set of keys from her bag. Clang clang. I have so many of these. The gentle sound of car keys clinking resonated in Pei Jin's ears like a delicate wind chime in the night. Duan Zimo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart as he clutched the car keys, murmuring, Thank you, Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning replied, Just don't crash them. If you do, you'll have to pay for the damages. Duan Zimo chuckled, affirmatively. Zhu Ning joined in the laughter. Pei Jin remarked, Miss Zhu is quite generous and forthright. She treats her friends with great liberality. Songya instinctively straightened his back, recognizing the merit in Zhu Ning's character. Pei Jin glanced at him, but chose not to comment, instead making his way toward the center of the gathering. A sales representative inquired whether Zhu Ning intended to transport all her newly purchased cars to Villa No. 1. I fear the garage might not accommodate them, Songya noted. Given the dimensions, each supercar occupied approximately 30 square meters, and with Villa No. 1's private underground garage spanning 200 square meters, it was evident that 8 sports cars would not fit. Zhu Ning pondered for a brief moment before responding, Simple. I'll just buy another villa specifically to house the cars. Having witnessed her extravagant spending on vehicles, the crowd was taken aback. Once she finished speaking, she eagerly began asking about preparations for purchasing a house, even inquiring if anyone had good property recommendations. As the conversation shifted to which locations offered better appreciation potential and specific properties to consider, Songya, coming to his senses from his astonishment, thought, Wait. I merely mentioned parking spaces. Why are we discussing buying a house? Did she think her money was made of paper? If you intend to acquire a property solely for parking your supercars, I suggest you consider purchasing the manor itself. A calm and clear male voice interrupted, causing the previously animated group to fall silent.
The manor?
Zhu Ning's heart raced. She had felt a longing for the manor ever since she set foot here. Pei Jin's suggestion struck a chord within her. Do you have any good properties to recommend? She asked, and once again, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, with some inwardly mocking Zhu Ning for seemingly treating Pei Jin as a real estate agent. However, in the next moment, Pei Jin replied, I do. He pulled out his phone and said, Skin me. I'll take you tomorrow. A pin drop could be heard in the venue as the attendees exchanged glances. When did this young heir become a real estate agent? Chapter 20. Welcome back, Your Majesty Ning. Zhu Ning obediently scanned his code. His username was straightforwardly, simply Pei Jin. After they added each other as friends, Pei Jin instructed, Send me your address. I'll come by tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Zhu Ning sent him the location of Jinting Yufu, jokingly asking, "What, are you providing pickup service too?" Pei Jin replied, "I just bought a new car. If I don't take it out for a spin, what is the point of buying it?" Zhu Ning burst into laughter. Their light-hearted banter left those around them exchanging bewildered glances. It was one thing for the heir to become a real estate agent, but now he was playing the role of a chauffeur too? Thoughts swirled in their minds, but none dared to speak up. Songya's banquet lasted for 2 hours, during which Duan Zimo borrowed Zhu Ning's car to drive her home. Along the way, he repeatedly assured her he would return the car the following day. "No need." Zhu Ning replied, "You can return it whenever you no longer wish to drive it." Duan Zimo felt comforted by Zhu Ning's generosity, but stubbornly shook his head, insisting no. "I can't." Zhu Ning's openness was her business, but he had to maintain his boundaries. He remained resolute, and Zhu Ning did not press the issue further. They chatted and laughed on the way back. Having worked part-time online for years, Zhu Ning possessed a wealth of knowledge across various subjects, allowing her to engage effortlessly with whatever Duan Zimo discussed. Their conversation flowed smoothly, creating a pleasant atmosphere. As Duan Zimo gripped the steering wheel, he appreciated Zhu Ning's profound insights, thinking to himself that Songya's judgment was astute. He had indeed chosen well. Reflecting on his earlier worries for Duan Zimo, he now realized how narrow-minded he had been. After delivering Zhu Ning back to Jintingyufu, Duan Zimo drove off to bid farewell while Zhu Ning walked home. She had driven there but returned barefoot. Xinshen stood at the villa's entrance, once again exchanging glances with Zhu Ning, a scene that felt oddly familiar, causing her to feel a bit awkward. Xinshen stepped forward to take the bag from her hands, saying thoughtfully, Mr. Song has already called to hand over the arrangements. Since you'll be visiting to view the manor tomorrow, I've asked them to temporarily store the sports cars until you finalize your new home." "That sounds like a reasonable arrangement," Zhu Ning replied. Xinshen respectfully invited her inside, stating, "Miss, the hot water is ready. Please take your time to rest." Zhu Ning ascended the stairs to her room. Once the door was closed, she finally let out a scream of delight. She opened her phone to check her balance, her excitement causing her to stomp her feet. 24 billion. A full 24 billion. Zhu Ning was so elated that her fists clenched in triumph, her blood racing with exhilaration. Out in public, she maintained her composure, but at home, she could finally shed her facade of calmness. 24 billion. Zhu Ning felt as if she might burst from joy. She sprawled on her bed, swinging her feet, her smile widening with each passing moment. So much money. This is exhilarating. In a buoyant mood, she applied a face mask, hummed a tune, and prepared for a bath when the system's voice echoed in her mind. Reminder: today's daily expenditure task of 1 million has not been completed. Please address it promptly. Got it, Zhu Ning replied, swiftly grabbing her phone and expertly opening the live streaming app. She had already purchased enough today, so relaxing with a live stream wouldn't hurt. Upon entering the streaming interface, she found Lu Nian live. Zhu Ning entered the stream, and as the official notification scrolled across the screen, she saw a young man clad in a pale blue dance outfit, holding a folding fan, dancing in the live room. Upon noticing the prompt, he squinted, then hastily set down the fan and rummaged through a pile of props to change into a striking red official robe. Hurry, hurry. The live stream became a flurry of activity. She's here. She's here. Quick, 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 prepare. She's back again. I'm so excited. Zhu Ning was perplexed. What's going on? What happens when she arrives? Lu Nian hurriedly dressed himself in a full red robe, his long fingers anxiously tying a black flowered official hat atop his head, his otherwise charming face now tinged with urgency. Zhu Ning, please don't leave just yet. Zhu Ning was baffled. What is happening? After 2 minutes of frantic preparation, Lu Nian turned to the screen and nodded solemnly. Down below, the comments flooded in. 111, 1111. Prepare. Begin. In the next instant, a bullet screen with special effects appeared. The Empress returns to the palace. Solemn and majestic music played. Lu Nian stepped back, bowed, and saluted. We humbly welcome Her Majesty, Empress Zhu Ning, back to the palace. Long live our Empress. Welcome back to the palace, Empress Zhu Ning. Welcome back to the palace, Your Majesty. Long live our Emperor. Long live 1,000 years. Hail to Her Majesty the Empress. Hail to Your Majesty Zhu Ning. The entire livestream room was filled with reverence. Zhu Ning was left in a daze. This She had directly ascended as the emperor of the internet. Should she say no formalities? Your Majesty, the ministers are waiting, Zhu Ning. Those who tagged her even changed their usernames to Chief Eunuch Li Dihai, Zhu Ning plus head, feeling both ashamed and inexplicably accomplished. Zhu Ning, no need for formalities. I humbly bow in gratitude for your grace. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for your grace. Below, the ministers immersed in their roles expressed their gratitude. Lun Yen raised her head respectfully and reported, Your Majesty, I have served as the left music minister for many days, diligently upholding my duties and studying the rites and music. Today marks the joyous occasion of Your Majesty's return from touring the land, and I humbly request permission to perform a dance in honor of Your Majesty. As she spoke, her alluring peach blossom eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she truly regarded Zhu Ning as her sovereign. Zhu Ning touched her face. You may proceed. Lun Yen bowed gratefully, thanking her. Thank you, Your Majesty. Subsequently, the music in the live stream switched, and Lun Yen turned her back, raising her arms and legs. Her gaze enchanting yet devoid of femininity, instead exuding a unique charm. Her wide sleeves billowed with her movements, resembling clouds and cranes. Her long legs and slender waist adorned with a flower crown and black cap, her beauty captivating. A dance that astonished all. On the public screen, Palace Maid Xiao Fu. Your Majesty, these are grapes tribute from the western regions. Palace Maid Xiao Chui. Your Majesty, this is fine wine tribute from the western regions. Palace Maid Yunyu. Your Majesty, after your arduous journey, allow me to massage your legs. Palace Maid Yun Yi, let me relieve the shoulders of Her Majesty Zhu Ning. Your Majesty, I am a beauty tribute from the western regions. Your Majesty, I am a beauty presented from Jiangnan. Above, Lun Yen performed her meticulously crafted dance, while below, thousands of netizens regarded her as the center of the universe. Each utterance of Your Majesty was enough to render Zhu Ning almost foolish, the overwhelming emotional feedback and immersive experience nearly spilling out of the screen. Zhu Ning wasted no time and sent forth the Azure Dragon directly to the screen. Kiao Ning sens Azure Dragon kux null. Kiao Ning sens Azure Dragon kux null. Kiao Ning sens Azure Dragon. Aha! Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live our Emperor. Long live 1,000 years. Long live our Emperor. Under the effects of the Azure Dragon, the entire live stream room echoed with gratitude. Lun Yen scattered flower petals in thanks, her sleeves swirling around her in a red arc. Official notifications poured in, drawing in a flood of viewers like fish into the live stream. Wow, Azure Dragon. Another recharge of 1 million. The last time I saw a recharge of 1 million was from that sister named Zhu Ning. What, is Zhu Ning back again? The person above is correct, it's her again, it's Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning recharged another 1 million. Incredible. How much money does she have? Boldly, we must call her Your Majesty. Your Majesty. We worship you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. A continuous stream of Azure Dragons surged, the messages pushing the number of viewers in the live stream ever higher, with countless messages scrolling rapidly, all expressing admiration for Zhu Ning's generosity. Many lurking streamers discreetly sent private messages, attaching their photos and pictures of their abs. Your Majesty, please cherish me. Zhu Ning glanced at these overt private messages. Her expression quite remarkable. These men. Isn't this rather indecent? Block those who should be blocked, and screen those who should be screened. Zhu Ning was busy, yet thoroughly entertained. Lun Yen completed her dance and bowed to Zhu Ning. Your Majesty, my dancing skills are rudimentary. I wonder if it meets Your Majesty's approval? He spoke with a slight breathlessness, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush from dancing, his peach blossom eyes shimmering, and the layered roses in his hair accentuating his exquisitely charming face, a paragon of elegance. It must be said, Lun Yen's looks ranked among the finest in the streaming world, to the extent that Zhu Ning was momentarily entranced. Zhu Ning. Very well, I am quite pleased. Subsequently, another Azure Dragon soared. Kiao Ning sens Azure Dragon kux null. Kiao Ning sens Azure Dragon. Ah, another 1 million. This time, Her Majesty Zhu Ning has once again rewarded Nian Nian with 1 million. Whoa, it's only been a few minutes. And Her Majesty Zhu Ning has set my life as aspiration. For those new here, 1 million is merely the minimum for Her Majesty Zhu Ning. Her prowess is as vast as the sky and as deep as the sea. I'm about to faint, worshipping Her Majesty Zhu Ning. Worshipping Her Majesty Zhu Ning. Worship. The public screen in the live stream continuously rolled with a series of praises, surging like waves.
Zhu Ning smiletsostli.
Today's consumption experience was quite splendid. System announcement. Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 1 million. A rebate of 1 million has been credited to your bank card. Please check it. A notification from the bank arrived. Huaxia Bank has credited 1 million. Remaining balance is 2,660,000,000. Zhu Ning raised her hand in delight, earning another million. Chapter 21. Stop barking. Qianli had feigned death for several days, and upon logging in, he was bombarded with notifications about Zhu Ning rewarding Lu Nian with another million. He looked at Lu Nian, who was joyfully bouncing in the live stream, his eyes burning with jealousy. Ever since the last incident in the live stream, Zhu Ning had not acknowledged him again. He described their once beautiful memories to her, but she paid him no mind. Posting pictures of his abs and melancholic quotes on his social media, she didn't even glance at them. It was as if he had truly become a relic of the past, an inconsequential former lover. No matter how hard he tried, he could not win her attention. He suffered in agony for days, and when he finally mustered the courage to go live, what greeted him was Lu Nian's ecstatic expressions of gratitude. It was utterly grating. That green tea vixen.
How dare she?
Lu Nian's live stream. The youth with peach blossom eyes wore an excited and grateful smile. Thanking my Xiaoning baby is too strong. Xiaoning baby is too strong. This is the power of our emperor. Thank you, your majesty.
Zhu Ning chocolate.
She found the atmosphere in Lu Nian's live stream to be far superior to that of Qianli's. No matter who was present, regardless of whether they contributed or not, everyone interacted amicably. However, Qianli's live stream was characterized by exclusion and ridicule of less affluent fans, providing amusement for wealthy sisters. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. But Zhu Ning mused that the reason for these two distinctly different atmospheres stemmed from the character and conduct of the streamers themselves. Someone tagged Zhu Ning.
Kiao Ning.
Your Majesty, it seems Qianli has finally gone online. Report. Qianli is currently streaming. After pretending to be dead for so long. She is finally online? She still owes us a punishment. Lu Nian, quickly connect with Qianli to avenge Her Majesty Xiaoning. The flower-crowned youth immediately responded, ready to connect now. On the other side, unlike the bustling atmosphere of the Lionian livestream, Qianli's space felt rather desolate. Previously, his altercation with a devoted fan over the taro bubble tea, exacerbated by Zhu Ning's generous $1 million donation, had caused quite a stir. Consequently, his reputation had taken a hit, with nearly all his followers abandoning him, leaving behind only a few who were too desperate to seek warmth in each other's company. Lu Li once again. $1 million donation to Liunian. It seems intentional. Meng, why choose this day to donate, if not to catch Qianli's attention? Zue, what does wealth matter? If Qianli doesn't choose her, she will still humbly seek validation from the opposing side, hoping to draw his gaze. Lu Li, such is the fate of a sycophant. As Qianli observed the flurry of exchanges on the public screen, his previously gloomy demeanor softened slightly. Despite Zhu Ning's recent indifference, he held on to the belief that their emotional foundation was unshakable. He could not fathom that she would truly ignore him. It must simply be a matter of her still being upset. Her heart surely still contained a space for him. Once her anger subsided, they would return to how they once were, and all the distractions posed by Liu Nian would be cast aside. Resolute, Qianli opened Zhu Ning's private chat window, poised to compose an emotive message. Just as his fingers grazed the keyboard, an invitation for a PK from Liu Nian arrived. Almost instinctively, he clicked to decline, only to be met with a notification stating that refusal was impossible. It dawned on him that he had previously activated a forced PK card to appease Taro Bubble Tea, thus binding him to this predicament. The victor could impose any punishment upon the loser, who, during the period of unfulfilled punishment, was barred from connecting with anyone other than the winning party. As he beheld the sight of Liunian, the cunning vixen, Qianli's complexion paled. Liunian, finally decided to grace us with your presence? Isn't it time you faced your punishment? Qianli, reluctant to acquiesce, retorted, you started this as soon as I began my stream. Isn't that a tad impatient? Liunian's slender fingers toyed with her dark tresses, her enchanting eyes twinkling as she replied, how could I not be eager? We must avenge our dear Ning. The mention of dear Ning ignited Qianli's ire. If not for Taro Bubble Tea, how could Zhu Ning have ever been swayed by her? Clenching his teeth, he declared, what grievances do I share with her that warrant your interference? Where is she? Liu Nian scoffed. Am I the outsider, or are you? Have you forgotten how you once hurt her? Qianli, teeth gritted, refused to acknowledge the claim. This matter is none of your business. I wish to speak with Ning. Bring her to me. How peculiar your words are. Ning is right here in my live stream. Why not converse with her directly? Or is it that she completely ignores you? His frustration grew as he pondered. Why does she heed me but not you? How curious. Liu Nian feigned innocence, and Qianli's temper flared. She is in your live stream, and you don't call her? Fans flooded into Liu Nian's stream, hurling insults. Luli, you deceitful green tea. What are you pretending for? What is it to you? Meng, do you truly believe her 2 million donations signify affection?
Pa.
Meng, her spending now is merely a reaction to a quarrel with Qianli. Mark my words, the moment Qianli beckons, she will scurry back to him. Zai, you'd best stay out of their affairs. When they reconcile, you'll be the first to face their wrath. The barrage of vitriol amused Liu Nian, who employed her authority as a host to mute and expel the offenders. Still dreaming? Do you truly think our host is some mere object? That a simple beckon would bring her back. Ask your host if he would dare utter such nonsense. With contempt, she continued, what a pathetic host breeds such foolish fans. Have you considered visiting the nearby mental health facility to examine which of your neurons misfired to utter such drivel? Reconcile? Spare us the disgust. Do you think your host is some unique celestial body without whom the world collapses? A disloyal, shameless wretch like him deserves nothing but contempt. Qianli's expression darkened.
Liu Nian.
No need to shout. I have ears, unlike you. She rolled her eyes, her gaze fixed on Qianli. Keep your dogs leashed. I have no time to discipline them. You needn't prattle on. I'm here to collect on your debt. It's time to fulfill your punishment. Chapter 22. Block me? Let us do it now. Qianli's face was a storm of emotions, yet he had no choice. The rules dictated his compliance, if he wished to continue streaming. What do you want me to do? Fearing outrageous demands, he hastily added, just so we're clear, there's no way I'm deleting my account. As long as you comply with my requests. I want to insist on that. What do you intend? I believe the punishment you were to endure involved slapping yourself while cursing Ning, correct? Qianli's countenance shifted. What do you want? Don't worry, I want to indulge in your penchant for humiliation. Liu Nian glanced at the rolling messages on the screen. Zhu Ning remained silent.
Now.
In the spirit of promoting healthy streaming, I propose you engage in 50 squats while shouting, I'm sorry, Ning. I shouldn't have looked down on you. How does that sound? Luli, you claim not to humiliate, yet this is humiliation. Zui, you're the one with dog eyes. Your entire family has dog eyes. Meng, no way. We refuse. Refuse? Then delete your account and vanish from the internet. Liu Nian taunted as she scrolled through the comments. Qianli's complexion turned a shade of iron. You promised not to make me delete my account. Liu Nian feigned innocence. I did say that. But I also said I wouldn't force you to delete it if you completed my requests. Are you forgetful? Or am I? Fists clenched, Qianli seethed, while Liu Nian toyed with her hair, speaking softly, enough of the stalling. You have two choices. Comply or disappear. Choose wisely. The scope of the forced PK card's punishment dictated that the victor could specify the consequence, even demanding account deletion, which the loser could not refuse. Realizing he had shot himself in the foot, Qianli gritted his teeth, rose, and retreated to an open space behind the streaming area. Cradling his head in his hands, he murmured, I'm sorry, Ning. I was narrow-minded. I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Ning. I was narrow-minded. Did you forget to eat? Despairing, Qianli yelled. I'm sorry, Ning.
It was my fault.
Liu Nian finally smiled with satisfaction, opening Zhu Ning's private message interface. The historical messages remained fixed on her response, you decide. No new messages signified Zhu Ning's disinterest in intervening. Closing the chat, Liu Nian instructed, maintain this volume, do standard squats, and if you slack off, we start over. Qianli, begrudgingly compliant, began, I'm sorry, Ning. I was narrow-minded. I'm sorry, Ning. I was narrow-minded. I'm sorry, Ning. As he squatted down while apologizing. The scrutinizing gaze of thousands quickly rendered Qianli utterly humiliated, his face flushed with shame. The fans in Qianli's live stream felt a surge of indignation at the humiliation inflicted upon their beloved streamer. Furiously typing on the public screen to denounce Liu Nian for his petty behavior, the viewers from Liu Nian's stream rushed over directly. Fans have rallied behind the main host. Shameless individuals flocked together. What happened to the fierce spirit when Liu Nian was slapping himself while cursing Xiao Ning? They're just a bunch of white lotuses. allowing their own streamer to bully others while forbidding retaliation. Shameless, shameless, shameless. The moderators of the live stream immediately began kicking and blocking users. But with thousands of viewers, it was an impossible task to manage. Soon, Qianli's live stream devolved into a battleground for everyone to vent their frustrations.
Qianli,
who seldom exercised, found 50 squats to be quite taxing. To make matters worse, there were inspectors pointing out his improper form, accusing him of having done hundreds. Struggling to stand on his sore legs, he gritted his teeth, demanding Lu Nian to drag back the users cursing him in his live stream. Lu Nian shrugged, stating that everyone was free to go wherever they pleased. He had no authority to control that. With a smile, he turned to Qianli, adding, however, that he had yet to settle the score with him. 50 push-ups while apologizing. Let us begin. Qianli was instantly enraged. I have already complied with your demands. On what grounds do you continue to punish me? Luli, you are being untrustworthy. Zui, I have already undergone a punishment. Why must I endure more? Lu Nian, resting his chin on his hand, smiled with a carefree demeanor, stating that 1,000,000 was merely exchanged for 50 squats. Did he think him foolish? Moreover, did the platform stipulate that one could not be punished multiple times? Do not forget, I am the victor, and you are the loser.
what if I refuse to comply?
Then you may delete your account and exit the platform. The lightheartedness of those words darkened Qianli's expression. Meng, this is too much. Luli, this is utterly unjust. Lu Nian lazily chuckled, questioning why he should concern himself with morals when it was not the time for the strong to bully the weak. That is a domestic matter of ours. You have no right to interfere. Domestic matter? Who do you think you are, to associate yourself with Zhu Ning? Please do not insult her. Zui, shut up. You shameless green tea. Lu Nian smiled slightly, declaring that he might be the shameless green tea, but your Qianli is the heartless streamer, a soulless wretch.
Zui,
You silence yourself. Lu Nian remarked that when one harms and humiliates others, they do not consider showing restraint or accumulating virtue. Now that retribution is at hand, they cry foul. The frog gazes into the mirror. Indeed, it is the ugly ones who cause the trouble. To the opposing side, stop wasting time. Will you perform the push-ups or not? With sore legs, Qianli glared at Lu Nian's smiling face, filled with resentment, questioning whether this was truly her intention or Zhu Ning's. He could not believe she would dare to treat him this way. At that moment, fans began tagging Zhu Ning, demanding her intervention. Zui, Zhu Ning, can't you see someone is bullying Qianli? There should be a limit to throwing tantrums. Be careful, or Qianli will permanently block you, and you shall never see him again. Zhu Ning, then why hasn't he blocked me yet? Zhu Ning, I'm waiting for it. Block me now. 2 messages amidst the thousands of comments stood out like ink on white paper, strikingly conspicuous. Qianli felt a pang of panic and hurriedly explained, No. Zhu Ning, I never intended to block you. That was not my intention. Zhu Ning, it matters not, you may block me now. Qianli, with reddened eyes, urgently pleaded, Zhu Ning, there has been a misunderstanding. Let me explain. It is all Lu Nian's instigation. Yes, it is he who seeks to sow discord between us. Don't fall for his trickery. We were once on good terms. Have you forgotten? Once upon a time? Qiao Ning scoffed. Before Qianli publicly severed ties with her over the taro bubble tea, he had grown increasingly distant, ignoring her messages and calls. He always made excuses of being busy or tired and wanting to rest. Yet, during that time, she foolishly dedicated her heart to him. Even knowing he was deliberately distancing himself, she could not bring herself to blame him. She thought if he truly wished to end things, he would find a suitable moment to do so. She liked him, but she understood that forcing a relationship would not yield sweet fruit, and she did not wish to witness him continue to deceive her with empty niceties. There was something she had never voiced. The day she was kicked from the live stream was supposed to be the day she decided to break up with him. Until then, she had been holding on to the notion of ending their relationship with dignity for both parties. Yet, Qianli chose that day to tear off the mask, publicly humiliating her. Zhu Ning, I just checked your WeChat. You haven't blocked me yet. Block me now. I no longer wish to see those cringeworthy photos and trashy essays you send. Chapter 23. Zhu Ning would never forgive him again. Lu Nian burst into laughter. Is this what you call Zhu Ning fawning over your streamer? Who is it that sent cringeworthy essays and provocative photos? Am I mistaken? Someone please inform me who is truly fawning here. Report. It is Qianli who, having misjudged his position, regrets it deeply. attempting to feign that nothing happened while trying to rekindle old feelings with our esteemed host. He wants to fawn over our esteemed host, but she is not giving him the time of day. Lunyan, the opposing side's ability to distort the truth and hurl accusations is truly remarkable. Their own streamer is blatantly fawning over our Zhu Ning. Yet they turn the tables to claim that she is the one being desperate. Wow, this is truly an eye-opener. The opposing side erupted in chaos.
Liuli, Qianli.
That fawning fool is lying, right? Did you send her essays? Shouldn't it be her fawning over you? Qianli's face reddened, speechless. Internally cursing Zhu Ning for revealing the truth publicly, causing him such embarrassment. What harm was there in being misunderstood? Why could he not endure this? This matter was trivial. Qianli insisted. Zhu Ning, you know I could never block you. Let us discuss any misunderstandings privately, shall we? Meng, yes, this matter is trivial. Regardless of who fawns over whom, we are all family. Zhu Ning, please don't continue to be angry. Do you truly want to see Qianli bullied and humiliated by those green tea types? Lunyan, is doing push-ups considered humiliation? What about when you were chasing after and cursing Zhu Ning? That was interaction. Lunyan scoffed coldly. Well then, we are interacting now.
Qianli.
Execute the punishment immediately, or I will apply for your account deletion.
You. What do you mean by you?
Will you comply or not? Qianli clenched his fists and began doing push-ups on the ground, chanting a slogan. Lunyan coldly reminded him. Qianli gritted his teeth, shouting, I'm sorry. Zhu Ning, I was blind to your worth. His appearance of enduring humiliation moved the fans in the live stream to pity him, vehemently cursing Lunyan for his cruelty, demanding that Zhu Ning intervene on Qianli's behalf. Zhu, will you just watch him being bullied by Lunyan? Qianli stared at the phone on the ground, his heart filled with anticipation for the compassion he hoped Zhu Ning would soon show. They shared a bond, and he believed she could not possibly allow Lunyan to mock him like this. But in the next second, a message popped up. Zhu Ning looks good. I love it. Qianli's heart shattered as his hopes crumbled. Why did she not feel for him? Lunyan burst into laughter, exclaiming that our Zhu Ning is truly kind and considerate. $1 million to help you exercise. Do not be ungrateful. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Our little His Majesty Ning has offered a sum of 1 million to assist you in a few endeavors. Do not be ungrateful. His Majesty Ning is truly formidable. Majesty is indeed formidable. Qianli, filled with resentment, pounded the ground, yet had no choice but to comply. Under the scrutiny of the quality inspector, he was forced to complete nearly 200 push-ups, only for Lunyan to demand that he perform frog jumps next. Back and forth, he was relentlessly exhausted. Drenched in sweat, his hair greasy, makeup disheveled, and breathless in a state of utter disarray. What other tricks do you have? Unleash them. Lunyan opened a folding fan, gazing at the thoroughly worn-out Qianli with a smile. Very good. You are quite obedient. Now that the warm-up exercises have concluded, let us proceed to the main course. Go. I want you to publicly apologize to His Majesty Ning across the entire internet. You are being excessively tyrannical. Excessively tyrannical? Lunyan snapped the fan shut and slammed it onto the table, the crisp sound echoing across the two live streams. The frost in his peach blossom eyes was palpable. And what of your collusion with your fans in the live stream, relentlessly attacking others online? When they treated you with sincerity, how could you cast them aside like refuse? While you allowed others to hurl insults for a mere 100,000, did you ever think of being excessively tyrannical then? I am excessively tyrannical? Go back and consult your dictionary. This is called tit for tat. You are right. Stop pretending to be wronged and pitiful. Have you forgotten how you bullied our little His Majesty Ning at that time? Pretending, are you a trash bag that can hold so much? Acting as if we owe you something, you must apologize to His Majesty Ning.
Qianli, apologiza. Qianli, apologiza. Qianli, apologiza.
The overwhelming chorus of condemnation turned Qianli's face ashen. An apology across the internet would utterly ruin his reputation. From this day forth, who would still watch his live streams or support him? No, he refused. Ning, are you going to just watch them destroy me? Can you let me off the hook and downplay this matter? I admit I have erred, but what about you? Have you not wronged me in any way? You spent a whole year by my side without revealing your affluent background, allowing me to struggle in my live streams. Did you truly wish to see me suffer? The vile often seek excuses for their own depravity. A year ago, when she first met Qianli, he had but one viewer in his live stream. At that time, nearly all his income relied on her, as she juggled online training while scrimping and saving for him. Whenever she had a morsel to eat, Qianli could at least have broth to drink. She helped him find insights for his live streams, bought him clothes, taught him how to present himself, purchased traffic recommendations, and maintained his fanbase, doing everything within her power to aid him. Back then, he was genuinely grateful for her support. Now, he accused her of not contributing, calling her out for watching him suffer. Zhu Ning saw through him. So what? Qianli's resentment left him speechless. So what? Even if I concealed my privileged circumstances. What of it? I tested you, and you failed. The revelation struck Qianli like a thunderbolt. He trembled, collapsing to the ground. All the resources she had provided to Lu Nian were initially meant for him. The 1 million, the 2 million she had given were originally his. Yet, he had squandered it all for a mere 100,000.
Qianli's lips quivered uncontrollably.
If she could spend 2 million without a second thought, it signified she could spend even more. She had loved him so dearly before. If he had desired anything, she would have certainly provided it.
But now,
due to his moment of folly, Lu Nian had seized the opportunity. He had done nothing, yet fortuitously benefited. Qianli felt his insides twist with regret. Zhu Ning had originally belonged to him. He buried his face in his hands and wept. The memories of Zhu Ning's past kindness and concern contrasted painfully with her current indifference, treating him as if he were invisible, and it pained his heart. All because of 100,000, he had willingly buried his own bright future. He was filled with remorse. In his live stream, tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Ning, I know I was wrong. Will you please forgive me? Can we return to how we were before? I swear I will treat you well and will never let you suffer again. Can we reconcile?" The sight of Qianli's tears darkened Lu Nian's expression. What a cunning seductress. She thought shedding a few tears would coax him back, living in a dream. Yet, despite these thoughts, his heart tightened, hoping Zhu Ning would not fall for this fox's tricks and would not take a backward step. However, they did share a year of emotional foundation. If Zhu Ning were to truly soften her heart. Lu Nian's expression darkened. Seductress. Who is this performance meant to impress? Crying, is it? He can cry too. Resolute, Lu Nian quickly composed himself, but as he observed the audience sympathizing with Qianli's tears and urging Zhu Ning to forgive him, his anger eclipsed any desire to weep.
You.
Should I feel sorry for him, because he is crying? Who is he to me? Qianli's sobbing abruptly ceased as he stared incredulously at the screen. You really do not care about me at all, do you? Do you not feel a twinge of sympathy seeing me like this? Stop dreaming. We have long since run out of chances. From the day he cast her out of the live stream, everything had come to an end. Those who abandon me, I too shall abandon. Qianli sat in despair. Zhu Ning would never forgive him again. Chapter 24, Saying No to Unsavory Temptations. The extent of Qianli's regret was matched only by Lu Nian's delight. He deserved it. Failing to cherish genuine feelings, now regretting his loss, did he truly believe that a few words and a few tears could win someone back?
Dream on.
Not wishing to let him affect her mood any further, Lu Nian promptly ordered Qianli to record an apology video for online publication. The video must not be deleted stealthily, otherwise, he would face continued punishment. Reluctantly, Qianli complied, recording the apology video through blurred tears. Upon achieving a satisfactory result, Lu Nian swiftly invested 20,000 into the video to ensure more people witnessed his true nature. He then commented in the section, thanking Qianli for his blindness, which allowed him to encounter Zhu Ning, claiming that Qianli was the one who tied their red thread. Qianli seethed at his comment, wishing to delete it yet daring not to, gritting his teeth in indignation. The more agitated he became, the more pleased Lu Nian felt. With a smile, he remarked, "This is the fate of those who scorn the poor and betray loyalty. When you return, do remember to conduct yourself properly." Qianli shot him a fierce glare before abruptly ending the live stream. Once again, he has fled. Ashamed to face anyone, I suppose. Year after year, he has been scrutinized, compelled to recount his treachery verbatim. If I were him, I would flee too. Thank goodness for Nian Nian. The live stream was filled with a victorious atmosphere, and Zhu Ning chuckled, echoing the sentiment of gratitude towards Nian Nian before rising to change her attire. Her phone chimed incessantly as Qianli's heartfelt message arrived once more, pleading with her, stating that even if she did not wish to forgive him, she should at least not ignore him, professing his enduring love and inability to let go. Zhu Ning glanced at it with a cold smile before capturing a screenshot and posting it on her social media. Qianli immediately retracted the message. Why did you post on your moments when I sent you a message? Do you have to make me feel embarrassed? What will they think of me? Delete it immediately. Zhu Ning typed the word fool in irritation before blocking him, changing her clothes, and applying a facial mask. Just then, another message arrived. It was Lu Nian asking if she was available for a video call, as he had a dance he wanted to perform for her. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to think he was trying to seduce her. She considered refusing, but then paused. Wasn't it expected for him to flirt with her? Besides, what harm could come from it? After all, spending money was merely a means to seek joy, wasn't it? Thus, Zhu Ning called him. The video connected swiftly, and their gazes met, both feeling shy and averting their eyes. You. I. Lu Nian cleared his throat. You go first. Zhu Ning was at a loss for words. You go ahead. Lu Nian rubbed his face and couldn't help but steal glances at her. You look quite beautiful. With her large eyes, dark hair, and fair skin, she resembled a porcelain doll, exuding an air of exquisite elegance. You're also quite good-looking. Even better than during the live stream. Strangely enough, without the live-streaming beauty filters, Lu Nian's face appeared even more vibrant and attractive. His complexion was fair, and even his facial structure smooth, with a high nose and a defined jawline, and his long eyelashes accentuated his striking peach blossom eyes. Feeling his cheeks flush, Lu Nian lowered his head and asked softly, "Do you like it?" The directness of his question caught Zhu Ning off guard. You. I'm Su Lu Nian. Can you call me Nian Nian from now on? It's a real name system online. Zhu Ning's face turned crimson. Okay, Nian Nian. Lu Nian's face was also warm. What should I call you? Zhu Ning. Ning Bo. The two fell silent, both blushing and hesitant to speak. Zhu Ning couldn't discern whether her nervousness stemmed from the novelty of the situation or if her intentions in making the call were less than innocent. Regardless, the hormones surged, causing her to blush alongside Lu Nian. This was all so unfamiliar. Lu Nian, who appeared like a seducer during the live stream, now seemed like an innocent little flower in practice. Wasn't he supposed to be flirting with her? She was all prepared for it. Amidst their mutual embarrassment, Zhu Ning cleared her throat. Weren't you going to show me your dance? Lu Nian, blushing, stood up. I need to change into a different outfit. Please wait a moment. Go ahead. The rustling sounds reached Zhu Ning's ears, causing her to perk up, her ears turning red. Soon, a swath of red gauze caught her eye, followed by a firm, upright, fair-skinned figure. The muscle lines were toned yet not exaggerated, and around his waist, a golden bell belt adorned his red silk lantern pants, his bare feet touching the floor. The red gauze shrouded his head, and his entire face blushed from head to toe, with his peach blossom eyes gleaming with an unmistakable intention to seduce her. I'll perform a little dance for you. Please don't judge me. The last few words fluttered into Zhu Ning's ears like a faint whisper, making her heart skip a beat. Dance away. I won't say anything. Lu Nian turned off the room lights and then switched on a spotlight, drawing all attention to himself. As the music flowed, the shyness melted away, transforming into a captivating allure. His eyes sparkled mischievously, embodying the essence of a seductress. Though Lu Nian's actions were not particularly outrageous, Zhu Ning inexplicably felt a surge of desire. No wonder he appeared so bashful. He was indeed enticing her, and Zhu Ning was thoroughly enjoying it. Henceforth, she would have no qualms about indulging in such temptations. Meanwhile, Qianli stared in disbelief at the glaring red exclamation mark on his chat interface. She had actually blocked him. His hands trembled as he repeatedly attempted to add her back, sending dozens of requests into the void, receiving no response. He dialed her number, but it wouldn't connect. He deduced he had been blocked and promptly changed his phone number to try again. When he called, he had yet to express his sentiments when a cold female voice cut in. If you disturb me again, don't blame me for being rude. The call ended, leaving Qianli feeling icy all over. How could she accuse him of harassment? Had she come to despise him to such an extent? In a fit of anger, he pounded his head with his fists. It was all his fault. Zhu Ning had once cared for him deeply. It was all his doing, he was to blame. And he regretted it deeply, crying in a room devoid of an audience. But soon, he shook his head. No, he couldn't blame himself. The root of all this turmoil was you and I, Bo. It was her pettiness that had tormented Zhu Ning, using 100,000 yuan to blind him and lead him to choose the wrong person. Yes, it was all her fault. Consumed by resentment, he opened you and I, Bo's chat window, composing a barrage of venomous words, but before he could send it, a fan delivered alarming news. Drunken memories, bad news.
Qianli,
Your apology video has gone viral. Everyone now knows you kicked Zhu Ning to the curb for 100,000. Qianli was taken aback and hurriedly opened the app. The backend displayed millions of views, with thousands of angry messages flooding in. Each one was a condemnation of his ingratitude, calling him worse than a pig or a dog. Qianli felt as though the sky had fallen. His career would never recover from this. It was over. Everything was over. Chapter 25. Well, then I owe you one. In his moment of despair, you and I Bo sent a message flaunting her new handbag. What do you think of my new bag? He opened the image, searching for the Mayam ostrich leather clutch, priced at 150,000. If she could spend that much on a bag, it meant she could indulge in Hermes too. Opening her moments, he found a plethora of lifestyle posts, Michelin-starred dinners, flights to gallery exhibits, and previews of the latest Hermes and Louis Vuitton collections. Each entry subtly implied her wealth, suffused with an overwhelming sense of luxury. I saw your video online. That poor guy must have forced you to post it. Don't worry. Even if no one supports you in the future, I can take care of you. If you date me, I 1T skimp on you.
Bobo's words instantly brought Zhu Ning to Qianli's mind.
She would never take advantage of someone's misfortune to make such demands. Clenching his fists, he realized he had no choice. Erasing the insults in the chat, Qianli edited a response. All right.
Bobo replied with a kissing emoji.
And Qianli gripped his phone tightly. So, what if she could spend 200,000? He believed you and I was not inferior to her. A phone call interrupted Zhu Ning's video with Su Lunyan. A youthful voice quickly chimed in. I didn't finish the dance today. Can I show it to you next time, Ning Bao? Zhu Ning sensed that this person's boldness would only increase in the future. I'll find time to watch. After sending out the message, it indicated the other side was typing. Moments later, a voice message popped up. Would you like to see me perform in person? Next month. There was an offline-themed live stream. If she attended, he would perform for her. Zhu Ning inquired, where is it?
Sulini an, High C.
ISN, this the very city she resides in? Zhu Ning, are you currently in Heiress? Su Liunian, if you wish for my presence, I can certainly be there. Zhu Ning, let us meet next month instead. The voice on the other end radiated joy. See you next month. As she turned off her phone screen, Zhu Ning returned to her bed and drifted into slumber, where Su Liunian danced through her dreams all night long. The following day, Xinshen knocked on the door to rouse Zhu Ning, while Lin Wan and Zhang Shu awaited her in the hall. She freshened up, dressed, and descended to exercise, diligently adhering to the fitness regimen they had devised, skipping rope, playing badminton, and swimming. She engaged in a variety of exercises, perspiring profusely, and each day witnessed a decrease in weight. Lin Wan provided her meals, noting an increase in her basal metabolic rate. If she maintained this pace, shedding 10 pounds in a month was certainly feasible. Zhu Ning smiled as she accepted her breakfast, thanking her for the kind words. Lin Wan tenderly worked on her acupressure points to relax her muscles. After a balanced day of exertion, Zhu Ning felt invigorated rather than fatigued, her spirit buoyant. Lin Wan checked her pulse, pleased to retract her fingers. Her condition had significantly improved compared to before. At 3 o'clock, the scheduled meeting time with Pei Jin arrived, and Xin Shun reported that he had reached the villa. All right, I shall head over now. After gathering her belongings, Zhu Ning stepped outside, where she beheld the Veneno roadster that Pei Jin had acquired the previous day. The tall figure of the man stood with his back to her, and upon hearing the sound he turned. Zhu Ning. His sharp features exuded a cold elegance. The moment his face turned towards her, Zhu Ning felt as if the clear sky had suddenly transformed into a tempest. He stood there, akin to a finely crafted long-handled umbrella, both dependable and imposing, making him seem unattainable. Zhu Ning discreetly concealed her astonishment, greeting him with a smile. Mr. Pei, I am ready. Let us depart. Pei Jin observed the gentle smile gracing her face, stepped aside, and opened the car door for her. After you. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at their destination. The estate's butler, already aware of their visit, awaited them at the entrance and respectfully ushered them inside. The meticulously laid cobblestone path felt solid underfoot. As Zhu Ning stood there, her first impression was one of grandeur, an immense expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely, with 3 modern villas towering like palaces. The butler explained, the estate encompasses a total of 100 acres, with the main villa covering 2,000 square meters, and each of the 2 secondary villas occupying 1,000 square meters. The villas are equipped with a heated swimming pool, private cinema, wine cellar, and a host of other amenities, complemented by an artificial lake, horse riding grounds, and a ski resort. In summer, one can ride horses and in winter ski. The estate is outfitted with the finest heating systems and central air conditioning, ensuring a comfortable temperature of 26 degrees Celsius throughout the year. Additionally, there is a 1,000 square meter independent garage capable of accommodating 40 vehicles. What does 100 acres signify? Over 66,000 square meters, equivalent to 10 football fields. To explore the entirety of this place would require at least 4 hours. Pei Jin remarked. When my friend built the house here 3 years ago, he settled the land usage fee. You won't need to worry about land use rights if you decide to purchase. The property rights are clear and there are no construction violations, thus simplifying the process considerably. Zhu Ning inquired, how much? This question was left for the butler to address. The butler glanced at Pei Jin, then at Zhu Ning, rubbing his hands nervously as he stated, the initial listing price was 2 billion, and after accounting for taxes borne by both parties, Miss Zhu, the total amount you would need to pay is approximately 51 billion. Excuse me? Assuming Zhu Ning found the price exorbitant, the butler quickly added, the price is negotiable if you find it too steep. Zhu Ning responded, I'll take it.
Ah?
Zhu Ning continued, it's only 200 million. I thought it would be much costlier. I want this house. The butler was taken aback. Just 200 million only? He couldn't believe his ears. Was he certain they were using the same currency exchange rate? Incredulously, he confirmed, Miss Zhu, are you certain? Do you really intend to make this purchase? That amount is 200 million. Zhu Ning affirmed, indeed, I am prepared to buy. However, before proceeding, she needed Xin Shen to find a lawyer to assist her with the paperwork. Jin Ting Yufu. Xin Shen pondered as he hung up the phone. He needed to find a lawyer. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly dialed the number that commanded the reverence of countless legal practitioners. Hello, Mr. Wen. Are you interested in taking on a case recently? At the estate, Zhu Ning was engaged in the preliminary information exchange with the butler, and by the time she emerged, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Zhu Ning suggested treating Pei Jin to dinner. Allow me to treat you. Zhu Ning glanced sideways, admiring the sharp lines of his profile, the black turtleneck accentuating his elongated neck. Then I would be in your debt. Pei Jin, with his large hand gripping the steering wheel, raised his lashes as he glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his gaze devoid of the usual chill. Then consider yourself indebted. An inexplicable shiver ran through Zhu Ning's heart. When shall I repay you? Pei Jin, however, evaded her question, asking, do you like the house? Zhu Ning nodded earnestly.
Ida.
In September, the first phase of the Ihua building in Shanghai S-Bund would go on sale, riverside flats in the city center, poised for significant appreciation in value. Zhu Ning's eyes lit up. Pei Jin remarked, I'll visit you then, and you can treat me to dinner. But it's not to repay a debt. Do you understand? Understood. Her response was overly prompt, prompting Pei Jin to scrutinize her, only to find her wearing an expression that conveyed, you need not explain. I am fully aware. Did she truly grasp the implications? Zhu Ning chuckled lightly. You earn commissions, don't you? Pei Jin, she added, rest assured. I too enjoy making money. I can understand your position. Pei Jin averted his gaze. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Pei Jin offered a rueful smile. The restaurant Pei Jin had chosen was located near the financial district. We're dining here? Pei Jin parked and turned off the ignition. He had previously visited for a collaboration with the bank and had savored a delicious silverfish and purple crab hot pot. As I am not well acquainted with Heiress, this establishment is the only one I could recall fondly, hence my choice to bring you here. Zhu Ning replied that it was perfectly fine, though inwardly, she acknowledged her unfamiliarity with the upscale venues in Heiress. She would need to ask Songya to show her around properly someday. The Veneno came to a halt in front of the entrance, and the doorman swiftly approached to retrieve the keys and park the car carefully, while the waiter respectfully guided them inside. As they ascended the stairs, Zhu Ning unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in the lobby. Stopping to observe, she recognized Duan Zimo engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man in a suit. The atmosphere between them seemed tense, and as they stood to shake hands, Duan Zimo's complexion appeared pale, indicative of an unsuccessful negotiation. Once he concluded his discussion with the client, Duan Zimo noticed the two of them, hastily tidying up the documents on the table before approaching. Mr. Pei, Miss Zhu, what a coincidence to see you here. Hello, Pei Jin remarked. We just finished viewing the estate and came here for dinner. What about you? I'm here to discuss some collaboration, Duan Zimo replied, reluctant to divulge his situation. How did your viewing of the estate go? It's tentatively settled. Once the legal team conducts their assessment, we can sign the contract. Just as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Xin Shen sent a message indicating that the lawyer had signed the contract and would arrive in Heiress for the property assessment the following day, allowing Zhu Ning to proceed with her purchase. The novice task has commenced. Accumulate a spending of 500 million yuan, with a reward of absolute control over the Zhu De Wang tea house. Upon completion of the task, the entire expenditure will be returned in full. The sudden system notification startled Zhu Ning, and despite her comprehension, her inner turmoil remained unresolved. The system's indication that the entire sum will be refunded means that if I spend 500 million yuan, every penny will return to my pocket upon the task's conclusion? Indeed, host. Is this not akin to pulling a fast one? Zhu Ning felt a surge of fervor, and she instinctively glanced towards Duan Zimo. It appeared her suspicions were not unfounded. The crisis within the Duan family was yet to be resolved. Zhu Ning had no doubt regarding the value of the system's reward. Zhu De Wang, being the largest tea house enterprise locally, manages a plethora of entertainment venues including KTVs, gaming arcades, and bathhouses. Over the past decade, it has dominated the recreational landscape in Heiress. The issue at hand was merely a problem with the cash flow. However, the fact that the system could offer such a substantial stake as a reward signified that it could present the Duan family with an irresistible figure. With such funds, would not Zhu De Wang's crisis be effortlessly alleviated? Spending 500 million to trigger the reward, it seemed feasible. Duan Zimo, feeling somewhat uneasy under Zhu Ning's gaze, asked, "What are you smiling at?" "Nothing," Zhu Ning replied with a mysterious smile. "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Duan Zimo appeared perplexed. At the restaurant, Pei Jin naturally invited Duan Zimo to dine together. Duan Zimo politely declined, citing work obligations. Pei Jin remarked, "What a pity." Duan Zimo also felt a twinge of regret, then seemed to recall something. Zhu Ning, Heiress. He produced the Devo car key from his pocket, intending to return it later that evening, but was pleasantly surprised to encounter her now. "Thank you for lending me your car. You're returning it now? How will you get home?" "I'll take a taxi," Duan Zimo replied. "Don't worry about me. Besides, you need to get home as well." "No need," Pei Jin interjected, causing Duan Zimo to pause slightly. The man's demeanor remained calm. "I will take Miss Zhu home this evening." Returning the car now was not a prudent decision, and with someone to escort her, Zhu Ning felt at ease. "All right then, I'll head home first. Enjoy your meal, both of you." Pei Jin nodded coolly, and Zhu Ning waved with a smile. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Zimo received a call from his father, Duan Wensheng, inquiring about the progress of their affairs. Not ideal. Everyone seems intent on taking advantage of the situation, with no one truly willing to cooperate. The voice on the other end, that of a weary elder, sighed heavily. "Given our family's current predicament, it is understandable that they wish to exploit us. Try visiting a few more places. There's always a way out. If worst comes to worst, consider public financing or selling shares." Duan Zimo forced a bitter smile, acknowledging his father's words. After hanging up, the doorman had already fetched the car. The gleaming black exterior reflected the desolation etched on his face. Duan Zimo bowed his head, contemplating. Indeed, in such a realm of interests, it may take centuries to find a Zhu Ning who would extend a helping hand in times of need. It would be better to seek out individuals gradually. At the restaurant, Zhu Ning and Pei Jin ascended to their seats. The evening was nearing dusk, and their reserved window table was perfectly illuminated by the slanting sun. Sitting across from Pei Jin, Zhu Ning caught a glimpse of the rosy hue on part of his face, and she felt the coldness surrounding him dissipate, revealing a touch of warmth. "What are you looking at?" he asked without lifting his gaze. Zhu Ning, taken aback by his perception, offered an awkward smile. "Nothing. Just thinking how adept you are at selecting restaurants. The view here is quite splendid." Pei Jin's long fingers flipped through the menu, and he chuckled softly at her words. "What's amusing?" "Nothing." After placing their orders, he handed the menu to the waiter, contemplating that perhaps this restaurant was indeed a wise choice. Zhu Ning was left perplexed. The dishes arrived promptly, and the silverfish and purple crab hot pot that Pei Jin mentioned was soon placed before them. One bite revealed its exquisite tenderness. Tianjin's culinary masterpiece lived up to its reputation. Delicious. Zhu Ning's eyes sparkled. "You truly know where to find good food, Pei Jin. I'm glad you like it." "I love it, thank you." They clinked their glasses in a toast. The flavors of the other dishes were equally delightful, yet Zhu Ning was mindful of her diet and refrained from indulging too much. Understanding her intent, Pei Jin chose to respect her wishes, and the two enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere filled with conversation. In the midst of their meal, Zhu Ning's phone buzzed with a message from a past gaming client inquiring if she was still accepting orders. She glanced at the screen and replied that she was no longer available, suggesting he find someone else. Before she could block him, a swift barrage of messages ensued. Are you dissatisfied with the payment? Don't want to take my order? You ungrateful wretch, have you forgotten that without my orders, you wouldn't be able to survive? Now that you've gained some confidence, you dare to refuse me? You think you can get away with this? Apologize immediately and accept my order for free. Otherwise, I will ensure you can no longer thrive in this industry. Wise up and weigh your options. In her previous experience as a gaming coach, she had no choice but to endure such clients. However, Zhu Ning was no longer someone who could be easily trifled with. She refused to indulge him, quickly typing, "Get lost." The other party's typing indicator appeared, and it was clear he was composing a string of profanities. Zhu Ning decisively blocked and deleted the account. Subsequently, she forwarded the details to Zinshen, instructing, investigate his background. She was keen to uncover the identity of someone who dared to threaten her. Chapter 27. Leaving you no way out. After their meal, Pei Jin escorted Zhu Ning back to the Jintingyu mansion. They waved their goodbyes, and just as Zhu Ning arrived at her doorstep, she spotted Zinshen driving the Devo into the garage. Miss, you're back? Zhu Ning nodded and approached. Noticing that the car had undergone extensive maintenance and was filled to the brim with fuel. Did Duanzimo leave? Yes, he departed not long ago.
Additionally,
Young Master Duan sent a box of baked goods for you, hoping you might enjoy them. On the way back, Duanzimo had messaged her about this. So, Zhu Ning was not surprised. Alright, I see. Thank you for your efforts. Songya, having heard the commotion from next door, hurried out with a smile. Isn't this the god of wealth himself? He clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence. The god of wealth has arrived home, bringing prosperity and fortune. Zhu Ning playfully rebuked, you're being ridiculous. You may not realize it, but you've acquired a new nickname, Zhu Sand E 300 million. Thanks to you, many automotive companies are eager to collaborate with me. To me, how can you not be the god of wealth? Just a little pocket money. There's no need to take it so seriously. Songya thought to himself that only she could consider 300 million as mere pocket change. I've been quite busy these past few days, and Haven Tea had the chance to thank you. There's a celebration banquet tomorrow, and you must attend. How could I refuse an invitation from the esteemed Song?
you flatter me.
As they exchanged light-hearted banter, Songya suddenly added, by the way, the paperwork for your cars has been completed. Once you finalize the manner, we can arrange for delivery. However, we currently lack suitable license plates. If you're interested, I can rally some owners willing to part with their premium plates for negotiation. That sounds wonderful. Zhu Ning was actually looking for an opportunity to spend some money. I do need some license plates. My budget is ample, and I'm flexible on price. Please assist me in preparing. Songya understood the significance of her words regarding a sufficient budget and promptly agreed. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two parted ways. Upon returning to the villa's grand hall, Zhu Ning was met by a servant who promptly took the items from her hands and arranged them. Sin Shun entered. Taking the initiative to report, Miss, the individual you asked me to investigate has been handed over to the lawyer. Tomorrow, upon his arrival, he will handle matters for you using more secure methods. Essentially, this meant pursuing legal avenues to ensure no loose ends could be exploited. Zhu Ning nodded in agreement. Very well, you take care of it. By the way, how much are the lawyer's fees? I will transfer the amount to you. No need for that, miss.
Zinshen replied.
The family has reserve funds and all household expenses can be drawn from them, so you needn't worry. Zhu Ning was taken aback. Is your system really this comprehensive? Yes, host. All household expenses are covered by the system, and there is no need for you to subsidize anything. Initially, Zhu Ning believed the system merely managed payments for household staff, utility bills, and food. She had not anticipated that the matters she entrusted to Zinshen, should they require funding, could also be categorized as household expenditures. Did this not imply that all the money she earned was entirely hers, while the system supported her as well? How delightful. What an excellent system. I would bind myself to you in my next life. Host, please proceed with your daily consumption now. I'll get right on it, she replied. As she spoke, Zhu Ning paused slightly before entering the entertainment room, where she opened her computer and was greeted by the opulent and refined game login interface of Question God. This open-world mobile game, which burst onto the scene 2 years ago, had initially faced skepticism, but within a week of its launch, it captivated audiences with its innovative PvP mode, unique card drawing system, stunning artistic rendering, and grandiose story music, amassing over 50 million downloads. Within 3 months, it topped charts in 16 countries, and its first-month revenue exceeded 200 million USD. The total revenue disclosed last year reached 2 billion USD, with a net profit of 900 million USD, equivalent to 6.3 billion renminbi, solidifying its status as a phenomenal blockbuster. As the game soared in popularity, the industry of game account boosting emerged. And Zhu Ning also profited from this game amidst the turmoil brought on by Qian Lili and Wang Da. The successful login notification chimed, and Zhu Ning entered the public world, where the majestic, retro city-state appeared before her. The homepage announced the arrival of the Divine Equipment and Divine Punishment card pool, welcoming players to draw from it. The Divine Equipment, the highest tier of weaponry in Question God, was notoriously difficult to acquire, with only one player in the entire server possessing such equipment. This unique scarcity led to fervent demand, with some players having sold a piece for over $1 million. Serving as a testament to its value. Previously, without the means to engage in card draws, Zhu Ning had no valuable equipment. However, after being inspired by previous clients, she decided to reclaim the joy of the card drawing system she had not experienced for 2 years. Within 2 minutes of logging in, a player approached her character. Initially, Zhu Ning presumed they were merely passing by and intended to ignore them, but suddenly, a message popped up. "Are you Zhu Ning?" Zhu Ning paused her fingers. "Yes." "How do you know my name?" "Damn it, finally found you. You scoundrel, selling off Brother Suichen's legendary equipment. Everyone, let us get her. Kill her for Brother Suichen's sake. The most contemptible are those like you who exploit others' trust and steal their possessions. Get her. Such lowly scum must be punished." In the blink of an eye, the player who had just greeted her suddenly drew their weapon and attacked, prompting Zhu Ning's character to enter a defensive stance. Zhu Ning coldly inquired, "What do you mean by this? What are you trying to do?" The public channel erupted with chatter. "The scoundrel is still playing dumb. Don't waste time talking, let us attack her, claim the bounty, and see if Brother Suichen's legendary weapon is on her. Each hit earns $50. Why not?" Outside the city-state was not a safe zone, and once one person struck, others swiftly followed suit. Surrounded by enemies, Zhu Ning shot an arrow. Yet the enemy's health bar remained unaffected. Meanwhile, their strikes could drain half of her health with a single blow. Although her account lacked valuable equipment, the feeling of being bullied by a mob was infuriating. Yet, considering the possibility of a misunderstanding, she attempted to reason with them. "I'm selling legendary equipment? Where's your evidence? Bring it out." Her instinctive kindness only provoked more frenzied laughter. "This scoundrel is asking for evidence? It's all over the forums. Stop pretending to be innocent. If your hands are dirty, let us cut them off and see how we deal with you." Following this, someone publicly solicited in the channel, "Upholding justice, this scoundrel has sold Brother Suichen's legendary equipment worth 20,000. I call upon all heroes in the server to join in the hunt." The message sparked immediate responses. "I can't believe a mere booster would dare sell a client's $20,000 equipment. Do they want to die? I despise these treacherous boosters. The client entrusted them with orders to earn a living, and they stabbed them in the back. Disgusting. I can't take it anymore. Where are you? I want to stab her once to vent my anger." Soon, more and more players rushed towards Zhu Ning. "That's her, Zhu Ning. Brothers, this is the treacherous booster. Brother Suichen has spoken. Kill her for $50. Damn it, $50? Let's go get her." As soon as the words left their lips, players swarmed towards her, quickly forming a wall around Zhu Ning, drawing out their fine equipment to launch a relentless assault. Zhu Ning frantically maneuvered her character towards the safety zone, but the players pursued her relentlessly like hyenas. They struck her over and over again. Her character respawned only to be slain repeatedly, facing a cyber execution. An avalanche of vile insults and slurs flooded the chat, and Zhu Ning's pent-up rage could no longer be contained. She typed, 10,000 each, now get lost. Oh, look who is pretending to be wealthy. If you have so much money, why would you steal Brother Suichen's legendary equipment worth 20,000? Who knows if her money is clean? Perhaps she sold Brother Suichen's legendary equipment to get it. Zhu Ning, you vile woman, nothing you say matters now. Even without the bounty, we would kill you. We will kill you. From now on, every time you log in, we will hunt you down, and every time you log in, we will kill you until your account is utterly ruined, leaving you unable to survive in this game. A triumphant message popped up in her private chat. Suichen. So, how does it feel to be besieged by the entire server? Refusing my order leads to this fate. Now the whole server knows you are the treacherous scoundrel selling others' equipment. Your reputation is ruined. Aren't you trying to earn money through the game? I'll ensure you can never even boost accounts again. You'll have nowhere to turn. One sentence struck Zhu Ning's sore spot with precision. The essence of the game Ask the Gods lies in the fact that once a player maneuvers their character into the public world, it implicitly signifies their readiness to embrace challenges at any moment. Victors can plunder the gear and riches of the vanquished, while the defeated are free to challenge others in hopes of reclaiming their lost possessions. The public world resembles a chaotic battleground, rife with constant skirmishes. Zhu Ning had frequently ventured into this realm to gather resources, yet she had never encountered such hostility until now. Being maliciously targeted with a bounty on her head was one thing, but threats to obliterate her account and sever her livelihood were utterly intolerable. With her gaze icy, Zhu Ning guided her character into a safe zone and decisively accessed the card-drawing interface. Attempting to undermine her with financial means? How ludicrous. Chapter 28. Recharge 50 million. Server crashes. That wretched girl has taken refuge in the safe zone. Instead of logging off to escape, does she dare to draw cards in hopes of a counterattack? What could a penniless booster, who illicitly sells employer gear, possibly have to fund card draws? She might manage to obtain a single legendary item at most. But what good would that do? With so many of us, a single strike from each of us could reduce her to mere bones. Any items she draws would be meaningless. Equipment worth tens of thousands would rightfully belong to us. A voice interjected, what if she gets extraordinarily lucky and draws several legendary items? Then it wouldn't matter. A high-level player chimed in, I possess an epic item. At this proclamation, the entire channel erupted with excitement. One epic item is worth 10 legendary ones. In a one-on-one confrontation, she'd be utterly overwhelmed. Currently, an epic weapon is priced over 100,000. With that alone, the expert could live comfortably for a year. Swayhen remarked, we revere the Great One. With such support, annihilating Zhu Ning would be, but, a trivial task. The victim has arrived. Everyone, let us extend our condolences to this unfortunate soul beset by the booster. Feeling sorry for Swayhen, who paid for a calamity. That gear cost 2,000. I suggest reporting her directly. Indeed, let us report her. Let us have her imprisoned until she repays her debts. Observing the escalating clamor for her downfall on the screen, in a rented apartment, a disheveled, corpulent man smirked with satisfaction. You dare to challenge me? A mere $50 for your demise. 2,000 will plunge you into shadows of despair. This is your consequence for refusing to hire my boosting services. He set aside his instant noodles and, with greasy fingers, began typing on a keyboard so worn the letters were nearly illegible. Thank you all for your concern. But I have always adhered to the principle of kindness towards others. No one is without fault, as long as one recognizes their mistakes and seeks to amend them. I am willing to grant her a chance for redemption and have decided not to report her. For now. Swayhen, you are so handsome. This exemplifies the disparity among individuals. If that Zhu Ning possessed even half of Swayhen's integrity, we wouldn't need to hunt her down. No way. Swayhen's righteousness infuriates me. I now wish to slay her once more to vent my anger. Zhu Ning, you wretched girl, come and meet your demise. Zhu Ning scrolled through the forum to discover the root of the issue. Earlier that afternoon, Swayhen had posted slanderous allegations claiming she had stolen his legendary weapon valued at 20,000. He incessantly stirred the pot of public opinion, tarnishing her reputation further. Subsequently, he issued a bounty for her capture, vowing that she would regret her actions. A multitude of outraged players swiftly banded together, lying in wait for her to log on, eager to avenge Swayhen and trample her as if she were vermin. With a frigid gaze, Zhu Ning summoned Sin Shun to gather evidence for their lawyer. While she dialed the game's recharge hotline, the customer service representative answered with a sweet, gentle voice, hello. This is the customer service department for Ask the Gods. How may we assist you today? Zhu Ning replied coolly, there is indeed a matter requiring your assistance. Her eyes fell upon the highest recharge option of 648. Please enable custom recharges. Your current amounts are rather insufficient. The representative inquired gently. Custom recharges will only be available after the next version update. If you find multiple single recharges cumbersome, we can assist with your recharge. How much would you like to add? Start with 1 million. The representative was momentarily stunned, and after 2 seconds, stammered, I beg your pardon, madam. How much did you say? 1 million. Is that a one-time recharge of 1 million? Are you certain? Zhu Ning's voice remained unwavering. Is that an issue? And no. Not at all. Please hold. The representative, trembling, muted the call, and then shrieked, "Manager! Quick, report this." The manager rushed over. "What's the matter? What needs reporting?" The representative, suppressing excitement, stuttered, "We have a client wishing to recharge 1 million in one go. You must report this immediately." "A one-time recharge of 1 million? The manager was equally taken aback, then hurriedly checked Zhu Ning's account. "Are you certain?" "Yes, yes, yes." The representative exclaimed, "This lady intends to recharge 1 million. Moreover, from her tone, it seems that 1 million is merely the starting point. She may well recharge even more." The customer service manager's breath quickened. Since the launch of Ask the Gods, countless big spenders had emerged, but a single client demanding a 1 million recharge was indeed rare. This was a significant matter, and he quickly reported it, only to face rejection from the marketing manager. "You want to enable custom recharges for a player who's been registered for over a year and has never spent a dime? Can't you see she's just toying with you? Not happening." "But sir, isn't the custom recharge about to launch? Should we not accommodate a client's request?"
Sure.
The sudden concession from the higher-up filled the customer service supervisor with joy, but in the next breath, he added, "Provide her with the company's account information. Let her transfer 1 million first to verify funds. Once verified, we'll adjust her data. Transfer now, or it's off the table. Just grant her access." A clear, cold voice interjected. The group turned to face a young man with a refined, aloof demeanor, and they chorused, "Mr. Chi." Chi Wu spoke softly. "The system will be launched sooner or later. Now that a client has a demand, we must prioritize their needs. Contact the tech team and expedite the system update. Everything should revolve around customer service." The supervisor and customer service representatives nodded vigorously, understood. The manager, however, hesitated, but Mr. Chi, rushing an update could cause technical issues. Chi Yu merely glanced at him. "Technical matters aren't your concern. Focus on your sales responsibilities." "Yes, yes." Soon, the custom recharge system was refreshed, prompting an intense discourse among the players who had been hunting Zhu Ning. "Look, the recharge interface suddenly has a custom recharge option. This wasn't supposed to be available until the next update. Indeed, it appears the next version's content has been unexpectedly released. Could it be that a big spender called the Ask the Gods headquarters to expedite the update? Haha, it's possible. Perhaps this hasty update was meant to please a certain big spender. Which big spender has joined us now? Oh, please notice me." At the Ask the Gods headquarters, the marketing manager sat at their desk, scowling at the newly launched custom system. The system is live. Yet, where is this Lady Zhu Ning with her promised 1 million recharge? Don't tell me she is just a prank caller? How foolish it was for Mr. Chi to agree to this early update. Now they had been played.
Ha.
Mr. Chi is still too inexperienced. A young lad hailing from the world of esports. What could he possibly know about the intricacies of game operations? It seems he has been swiftly proven wrong. The customer service manager, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, thought it rather extreme to make such definitive statements. Perhaps Ms. Ning would soon make a deposit after all? Make a deposit soon? Do you still believe in her? Scoffed the marketing manager derisively. If she can truly deposit 1 million, I will immediately perform a handstand and eat excrement. Upon uttering these words, no one dared to respond. As they waited in the post-activation silence, the customer named Ms. Ning had yet to make any deposit, seemingly affirming the manager's claims of her being a fraud, which left the crowd disheartened. Just as disappointment began to settle in, suddenly, the recharge system announced, "User 1009872 has successfully deposited total amount 1,000,000 yuan." The entire marketing department erupted in a frenzy. A deposit? What was just reported? 1 million. Someone has deposited 1 million in a single transaction. Who? Which major client is so generous? Amidst the buzz of speculation, the customer service manager quickly sprang into action, racing towards the recharge terminal's display. Soon, with uncontainable joy, he shouted, "It's her. She has deposited."
What?
The marketing manager, who had doubted Zhu Ning, thought he must have misheard. He pushed through the onlookers, glancing up at Zhu Ning's displayed ID. Upon confirming it was indeed the same person, he was utterly flabbergasted. She had actually, truly, made a deposit of 1 million. She wasn't deceiving them after all. The marketing manager's expression shifted rapidly, still reeling from shock when suddenly another shriek pierced through the air. "She has deposited again." The recharge system chimed once more. "User 1009872 has successfully deposited total amount 5,000,000 yuan." The notifications continued. User 1009872 has successfully deposited total amount 10,000,000 yuan. User 1009872 has successfully deposited total amount 15,000,000 yuan. User 1009872 has successfully deposited total amount 20,000,000 yuan. The recharge system crashed under the weight of the influx, inundated with requests. A series of alert sounds rendered the entire office area silent. Maintenance personnel rushed to attend to the malfunctioning system, while the word system crashed loomed overhead like a spell, leaving everyone's minds blank in its wake. In just over a year since the company's inception, this was the first time someone had overwhelmed the recharge system within a single day.
No.
It should be said, within merely 10 minutes. The game operations team received word and dashed down from the upper floors, shouting as they clutched the stair railings, "Quick! Send the miracle source of life and infinite treasury to her email." In the Jingting courtyard, Zhu Ning gazed at the screen displaying the system's notification that the single account's receiving limit had been reached, halting her spending. Is the limit reached already with just 50 million? It barely lasts a moment. I'll need to provide feedback next time. If the headquarters of Asking the Gods were to know about Zhu Ning's thoughts, they would surely be left speechless, their jaws dropping. Just 50 million? She had accomplished the KPIs of thousands with her singular effort. Moreover, Asking the Gods was currently seeing daily transactions fluctuating in the tens of millions, even reaching into the hundreds of millions. Yet, these funds were typically distributed across tens of thousands to millions of accounts within 24 hours. How could one individual possibly crash the system in mere minutes? It was unfathomable.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing a daily spending amount of 1 million. The rebate has been credited to your bank card. Please check your account.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for spending 50 million in task funds. The remaining task funds amount to 4.5 billion. Please continue your efforts. The system's melodious notifications brought a fleeting sense of relief to Zhu Ning. She then glanced at the World Channel, where messages demanding her presence for a duel filled the screen, a cold smile gracing her lips. The funds were sufficient.
Now.
It was her turn to unleash her card draws in retaliation. Chapter 29. The Miraculous Descent. Discussions continued in the public channel. That wretched girl is still online. Is she really planning to draw cards? Go ahead and draw. I'm keen to see what she can summon with the 2,000 she obtained through thievery. Amidst a chorus of skepticism, the World Channel system suddenly announced a new draw. Congratulations, Ms. Ning, for summoning the legendary armor. Paladin S Protection. She actually drew something? A 2,000 yuan Paladin S Protection. Not bad. What is that? The epic holy sword will make her regret being born. Does she think a single suit of armor can challenge our entire server? Laughable. Congratulations, Ms. Ning, for summoning the legendary staff. Magical Symphony. Zhu Ning summoned legends. What luck. So many legends in a row. With what she has drawn, she must have made her money back. Made back? Nonsense. Let us see her pull an epic. Congratulations, Ms. Ning, for summoning the epic staff. Merlin S. Bone. Merlin S. Bone. A net gain of 30,000. I call dibs. Dream on, it's mine. You can have Merlin S. Bone. I want her Paladin S. Protection. The Magical Symphony is mine. A flurry of messages clamoring to claim Zhu Ning's equipment scrolled by rapidly, with someone directly tagging her. Ms. Ning, wishing you good fortune. The more you draw, the happier we are. Yes, the more you draw, the happier we are. Ha ha ha. What good fortune can she have? In the end, it will all end up as our spoils. Ridiculous. An entire server against her, and she won to escape. Fragments privately messaged Zhu Ning, hand over Merlin S. Bone, and I'll spare your life. The imperious tone elicited a cold smile from Zhu Ning. Get lost. She closed the private message interface. Xin Shin approached her, holding a phone. Miss, Asking the Gods has already rewritten the data for you. Just refresh. And you can directly unlock 1,000 draws. Zhu Ning followed the instructions to refresh the interface. Sure enough, the previous single draw option transformed into 100 draws, while the maximum option for 10 consecutive draws was replaced with the ability to draw 1,000 times in a single go. Zhu Ning wasted no time and opted for the 1,000 draws. The screen went black before a dazzling golden light illuminated the display, revealing 10 epic items. With hundreds of thousands in goods released, she barely glanced at them, skipping the animation as she continued to pour money into the card pool. 1,000 draws, 2,000 draws, 3,000 draws. A continuous stream of draw announcements echoed in the public frequency.
What?
50 epic items. Did she draw everything with her 2,000 yuan? Stealing others' property and drawing. How shameless. The more she draws, the better. The more she draws, the better. Indeed, in the end, it will all belong to us. Someone mockingly called out, Ms. Ning, summon a miracle. At this remark, laughter and derision erupted from the crowd. A miracle can only be summoned by spending over 1 million or possessing extraordinary luck. How could a petty thief like her, who swiped 2,000 yuan, ever summon a miracle? Ha ha, it's laughable. Ha ha ha, a thief dreaming of summoning a miracle. The crowd's laughter was soon eclipsed by Zhu Ning's draw announcements. Congratulations, Ms. Ning, for summoning an epic, 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 epic. The screen flooded with epics, drowning out the discussions of the masses. And players began to sense that something was amiss. This draw probability doesn't seem to align with merely 2,000. No, this absolutely cannot be just 2,000. It clearly exceeds that amount. Perhaps she might possess as much as 200,000.
Impossible.
How could she possibly have 200,000? If she had 200,000, could she steal and sell someone else's equipment for 20,000? But this is outrageous. I have never seen so many epic items in my life. Is she running a wholesale business? As the conversation unfolded, the previously text-only public channel suddenly lagged, followed by the emergence of animated effects. A stunning display of lightning and thunder accompanied by grand music resonated as a magnificent deity gazed down upon the mortal realm, scornfully regarding the sinful followers, with a divine sword raised high. Divine punishment descended. A miracle. It has arrived. A miracle. Truly, it is a miracle. She actually drew a miracle. On what basis? I have played for nearly 2 years without seeing a miracle. How does she manage to draw one? She must have spent money. There is no doubt about it. I have also spent a fair amount. Why does she get a miracle that I don't? It's unfair. How much could she possibly have spent? Could a black-hearted agent really have charged 1 million? I refuse to accept this. I will not accept this. Jealous and envious remarks poured forth as a sea of players flooded into Zhu Ning's account's comment section, harassing and venting their frustrations, attempting to intimidate and influence her in this manner. But soon, their barrage of intimidation fell silent. The special effects animation appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Miracles once again. Red light. Red light. Red light. A continuous stream of red light. 1 miracle. 2 miracles. 10 miracles. 100 miracles. Miracles worth millions appeared like cabbages in abundance. The entire public channel S players were left speechless. How could this be? Aren't T miracles the hardest to obtain? Is it possible the system has a bug? Did she find a loophole? How can there be so many miracles? Damn it, it's not a bug. I just pulled nearly 1,000 times and didn't even see a shadow of a miracle. She must have spent a lot of money. Are you saying she must have spent at least 1 million to draw a miracle? How is that even possible? How could she have so much money? But now the facts are laid bare. We must believe it, whether we want to or not. What facts? If she could spend 1 million, why would she need to steal the legendary fragments? Fragments, you explain. Damn it. Seeing the flames of suspicion burning towards him, the disheveled man stubbed out his cigarette, but in a soda can already overflowing with them. What trick did that wretched girl use to draw so many miracles? Damn it. Why does she have such good luck? He typed, Friends, don't be misled. Even if she has money, the fact that she stole my equipment is indisputable. And I suspect she might be plotting revenge against us. Let us unite. Just think. Even if we could snatch one of her miracles, it would be enough for us to live for a year. Doesn't that tempt you? Upon hearing this, those players who had originally doubted the relationship between Zhu Ning and the fragments due to Zhu Ning's miraculous draws suddenly had their attention diverted. Indeed, those were miracles. Even seizing just one would sustain them for a year. Ordinary players, who had not held strong malice towards Zhu Ning, now felt a surge of greedy malevolence. I want to be the first to kill her. I want to be the first to kill her. The miracle is mine. Let us hunt her down. A collective hunt. After finishing 50 million draws, Zhu Ning calmly donned her equipment amid the cacophony of insults. 70,000 for a bottle of miracle cleansing essence. Using 10 bottles at once. 1 million for a piece of miracle fate-changing flint, directly consuming 10 million, 2 million for magic mastery, 2 million for weapon mastery, 2 million for combat mastery, The strongest attributes and equipment exchanged for tens of millions of yuan, one by one adorning her. If the game was a mystical otherworld, then with her 5 million in expenditures, Zhu Ning had elevated her overall attributes to the pinnacle of this realm, becoming the uncrowned queen of this domain. Once she had prepared all her equipment, Zhu Ning glanced at the recharge rewards in her inbox. The limited edition, only available to the top player in the game, 00000001. The inbox document revealed that Zhu Ning was the sole recipient of these rewards within the entire Ask the Gods game. The Source of Life. Awarded for a single recharge of 30 million. Effect. Immune to all negative buffs, restores 50 health when damage is taken and health is below 70. Automatically activates an immortal state when health drops below 10, protecting against all damage without limits or restrictions. The Infinite Treasury, awarded for a single recharge of 50 million. Effect. 1. Infinite storage space. 2. Automatically marks all equipment on enemies as owned, preventing others from picking them up after they drop. 3. The treasury can manifest as a domain, within which it reduces enemy damage by 80%, ignores all enemy defenses, and increases the owner's damage by 200. The ultimate artifact among artifacts. It can be said that with Zhu Ning's current base stats, combined with these two invincible artifacts, even if all players in the server attacked together, they could not harm her in the slightest. Yet, this world is rife with reckless fools. Zhu Ning. Stop pretending to be dead. Share your good loot actively, come out of the safe zone immediately, or we'll block you offline. Hand over the miracles. The equipment you wear does not belong to you. Do not be greedy. Hand it over now, and we will spare your life. Zhu Ning coldly laughed as she equipped the Infinite Treasury, then slowly emerged from the safe zone. Since they were intent on foolishly seeking their demise, she would generously send them all on their way. Chapter 30. One strike to kill, assault from all directions. Zhu Ning stepped out from the safe zone, her divine attire inciting envy among the players surrounding her. Damn it, she's decked out from head to toe in miracles. Has anyone ever seen such a sight? Even the top player, Wan Xiao, doesn't he have this kind of gear? What's the use of all that gear? Soon, it will all belong to us. Zhu Ning stood at the center of the crowd, surrounded by malice like an impenetrable fortress. Someone tagged Zhu Ning in provocation, shouting, "You're quite lucky. Do you think you can hold on to so many miracles? I advise you to hand them over voluntarily. Don't force us to take action. Or we'll make sure to slice you to pieces and scatter your ashes." Slice me to pieces and scatter my ashes. Zhu Ning looked around. The players encircling her numbered around 1,000, yet only about 200 bore epic-level equipment. A horde of insignificant minions. Relying on their numbers to besiege her at the beginning was one thing. Now, with her divine gear, they still sought to bully her. Ridiculous. You think you can threaten me? Delusional. Damn, to be so arrogant. If we don't teach her a lesson, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Damn it, is she so blind to her own arrogance because of her gear? Brothers, let us give her a lesson and make her regret her current hubris. As the words fell, the battle mode was activated and countless domains unfolded, with various buffs activated all at once. Zhu Ning stood her ground, watching as players soared toward her one by one. Their speed was swift, their offensive fierce, like a flock of birds or fish attacking their prey. Every strike aimed for vital points, merciless and unyielding, each one intent on slaughtering and plundering. Countless damages, amplified by combined domain effects, rained down. Smoke and chaos erupted, hostility surged from all directions, yet Zhu Ning coldly smiled as she activated the Infinite Treasury. The external space expanded, the domain manifested, and blinding red light instantly enveloped all domains, marking every enemy in sight. The torrential assault was swiftly weakened and dismantled. Despite the relentless onslaught of 1,000 attackers, not even the divine cloak of blessing could penetrate the protective heart surrounding Zhu Ning. The assault was unleashed, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon her, causing immediate panic among the assailants. What is happening? Why is she not losing health? Damn it, has my domain suddenly ceased to function? My buffs have also become ineffective.
How can this be?
Zhu Ning, what have you done? Why has our domain ceased to work? Before a computer screen, a bespectacled man stared blankly at the vivid crimson spectacle unfolding before him. He muttered in awe, Is this domain suppression? Humans have leaders. Beasts have kings. Epic suppression legends, divine suppression of epics. It is impossible for 1,000 domains to simultaneously malfunction. The only explanation is that someone possesses a domain powerful enough to overshadow and suppress all others. The master of domains. Realizing this, he trembled, fear compelling him to shout. This is domain suppression. She wields a divine domain. We cannot be her opponents.
Flee.
Nonsense. Since the launch of Ask the Gods, there has never been a divine-level domain item. Where could she possibly acquire a divine domain? There is. Someone weakly interjected. In Ask the Gods, there exists an ultimate divine artifact known as the Infinite Treasury, which can serve as both a spatial storage and an externalized domain. Once the domain is unleashed, all other domains must submit, and every buff becomes nullified. Within that domain, all enemies become her possessions, and their lives and deaths are at her command. No matter how superior our equipment, it will be rendered useless, and critical hits will feel like mere scratches. But this equipment requires a one-time recharge of 50 million in-game currency to unlock. There is no other way to obtain it. I only heard about it when I was previously working part-time in marketing for Ask the Gods. Upon hearing this, the players erupted into chaos. Are you saying that this unscrupulous player recharged 50 million?
Impossible.
That's an absurd exaggeration. If she had 50 million, why would she steal someone else's $20,000 equipment? I'm not exaggerating. The only thing that can suppress all domains is the Infinite Treasury. If she has obtained the Infinite Treasury, it means she has indeed recharged 50 million. We should stop attacking her. It's a guaranteed death sentence. Shut up. You're sowing discord, get out. The player who had first attacked Zhu Ning cursed vehemently. What does her bizarre equipment matter? With so many of us, we can wear her down. Once she is defeated, all her divine artifacts will belong to us. Each divine item can sell for millions. Don't delay our fortune. Exactly, get out. After a brief internal conflict, the player was promptly expelled from the group, and the focus shifted back to Zhu Ning. Everyone, equip your strongest gear. On the count of 3, we attack together and take her down to claim all her divine artifacts. 3, 2, 1. Undeterred, the players launched another concentrated assault, and countless epic attacks descended like a torrential storm. The oppressive momentum was staggering, yet Zhu Ning merely glanced up. In the next instant, the attacks that could have obliterated dust were effortlessly shattered by her domain, blocked by her protective heart. With her cloak billowing, Zhu Ning stood resolute, like an unyielding mountain, and taunted, "Are you merely tickling me?
Impossible.
Why has she not suffered any damage? This is our strongest attack." Strongest? Zhu Ning looked down upon them disdainfully. Then let me show you what true strength looks like. As she spoke, the heavens rent asunder, and a colossal sword emerged, emanating a terrifying aura that left everyone shaken. Gripping the hilt, she raised her hand, summoning a tempest that churned the very seas, spreading an inexorable wave of death. The sword fell, its catastrophic power exploding like a nuclear detonation 2 seconds later. In that moment, 1,000 hunters who had sought to capture her found themselves turned into prey. Obliterated by a single strike, vanished to ashes. Divine retribution had descended. What the hell? She just wiped me out in one move. In a nearby apartment, a man in his 30s, with a square face and a flushed neck, angrily slammed his keyboard against the table. This level of damage was beyond human capability. How could anyone emerge unscathed from the assault of 1,000 and retaliate with a single strike that annihilated them all? What manner of monster was she? Or rather, how much money had she spent? Zhu Ning remarked lightly, "This is what it means to be stronger." Her seemingly nonchalant words bore down on the players like a mountain range, creating an insurmountable chasm of despair and fear that spread through their hearts. Stronger. Stronger than all of them combined. What do we do? We've all been wiped out. 1,000 individuals couldn't withstand her single blow. Is there anyone in this game who can subdue her? 1,000 players, annihilated in one strike. The chilling dread circulated silently among the players. Those who had fallen to Zhu Ning's lethal blow stared at the scattered equipment on the ground, and at Zhu Ning, whose skirts remained unblemished. They trembled in terror, realizing that their attempt to ambush her had been a monumental mistake. Chapter 31. The player's public enemy. Has she become the world boss? Damn it. How much money did she spend? Thick health is one thing, but her damage output is outrageous. This is unjust. A monster. What good does it do to say that now? Valuable equipment has all been lost to her. We must devise a plan for revenge. What can we do? 1,000 people couldn't withstand a single blow from her. Who dares to confront her alone? If 1,000 aren't enough, what about 10,000? 100,000? A message flared up angrily. no matter how strong she is. Can she withstand the combined assault of 100,000? As the words faded, the chat channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, a flurry of recruitment messages began to circulate rapidly across the world. Join the hunt for the world boss Zhu Ning. All dropped equipment is divine. Recruiting for the joint assault on the 10 million value female boss. Minimum drops are epic. The overwhelming tide of similar recruitment messages spread across the server like a virus, enticing one eager soul after another. Holy crap, a full set of divine artifacts? She's a walking bank. It'd be foolish not to snatch that. I'm signing up. Me too. Some players began posting in public channels, while others directly contacted offline friends. Log in quickly. There's an incredible world boss. Even one divine artifact could make you rich. Hurry. Wow, such good fortune. I'm on my way. She's tough. Get your entire friend list to join. In the dead of night, countless players of Ask the Gods frantically called their gaming friends, rallying them to log in and hunt Zhu Ning. In no time, a multitude of IDs surged into the server like a school of fish, racing towards her coordinates. Yet they felt it was insufficient, spontaneously flooding into the live streams of major Ask the Gods streamers, urging them to leverage their influence to join the hunt, fervently calling for players to log in and attack. The allure of her divine artifacts was too great, and just a few words incited a massive influx of players. Even those from different servers were willing to spend money to transfer just to partake in this collective hunt and claim their share of the spoils. At the headquarters of Ask the Gods, the game planner, in a state of disarray, urgently turned to the man behind him. Mr. Chi, the number of players gathering is increasing. With so many players targeting her, should we intervene? She is a significant client. Losing her would be a tremendous loss. No need, replied Chiyu, clad in a pristine white leisure outfit, headphones resting upon his slender neck. His cold, phoenix-like eyes lifted slightly to survey the screen, where an ever-growing mass of heads converged at the center. She can handle it. As more players amassed, the previously smooth server became exceedingly laggy, to the point where even the slightest movement of characters produced a noticeable delay. Yet, despite this, no one was willing to back down. All eyes were fixated on their central target, determined to eliminate her. The number of marked enemies in the area grew, and the value of equipment in the warehouse surged. Zhu Ning observed the throng of players surrounding her and typed, "You are no match for me. I will give you 3 seconds to leave." Not a soul moved. 3, 2. Still, no one budged. 1. Zhu Ning smirket. I offered you a chance. With a resounding battle cry, she declared, "Then come at me. Become my prey, my fallen souls." As more players logged into the expansive world, the chaos escalated. Zhu Ning's kills multiplied. Amidst the panic and curses, players frantically contacted friends to join. Equipment littered the ground, and opportunistic players gleefully proclaimed their newfound fortune, bending down to collect it, only to discover that the items were bound by contract, rendered untouchable. What's going on? There's equipment everywhere, yet I can't pick up a single piece. Don't even mention it. I can't even reclaim my own dropped gear. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. What's happening? Did she do something? Not only can we not activate our domains here, but we also can't pick up equipment. When did the game change the rules? Who is she? It's domain suppression. That's the only explanation. Her domain must be stronger than ours. The inability to activate our domains indicates that our buffs are being nullified, and not being able to collect items means we are all marked. Are you kidding? Does that mean we can't collect the gear on the ground? And we might lose our own equipment as well? Panic spread like wildfire, and a sense of helpless despair enveloped the players. Amidst the cries of despair, an ID with special effects made its grand entrance. Wan Xiao, everyone, stay calm. There is still a solution to our predicament. Do not lose your composure.
Wan Xiao.
It's Wan Xiao, the #1 player in the entire server. Thank goodness, Wan Xiao is here. We are saved. Everyone listened to Wan Xiao's command. The influence of the top player was undeniable. A single command stabilized the chaotic battlefield. Observing the screen filled with reverence, the live chat in Wan Xiao's streaming room overflowed with praise.
Indeed.
Wan Xiao can calm the battlefield with just a word. Such influence is unparalleled. Of course, Wan Xiao is recognized as the best in the entire server, unmatched in strength. Who in the game doesn't know Wan Xiao? Wan Xiao, that little Ning is despicable. She sold someone else's equipment for 20,000 and refuses to acknowledge it. Who knows how many employers shed tears for her divine gear? Exactly. She speaks arrogantly. Wan Xiao, you must teach her a lesson. A torrent of accusations against Zhu Ning filled the chat. A man with acne scars raised his hand, declaring, I know her crimes. I will act on your behalf. Everyone, log in and follow my lead.
Alright.
At the call of the server's top player, even those initially reluctant to engage in battle began to log in, eager to follow their idol. Yet, the next command from Wan Xiao caused hesitation. Wan Xiao, her damage output is too high. We need a few brave souls to act as a sacrificial squad to draw her fire. We'll strike during the intervals between her attacks, engaging her in a war of attrition. Once her health dips below a safe threshold, I will swoop in for the kill. Wan Xiao, if we take her down, her equipment will become my spoils, and I will share the loot with everyone. No hoarding. Though the promise was enticing, some still hesitated, fearful of becoming expendable. After all, if Wan Xiao reneged on his word, they would not only miss out on rewards but also lose their own gear. Wan Xiao, what are you afraid of? Don't you trust my character? Besides, I have a future as a streamer. Would I ruin my reputation for this? Indeed, Wan Xiao was the #1 player. A leading streamer in the gaming community with a well-established reputation. If he claimed he wouldn't hoard, he surely wouldn't. The crowd rallied, agreeing to follow Wan Xiao's lead. The man with acne scars watched the unfolding scene, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. A bunch of fools. That gear was nothing short of miraculous. He would never pass up the chance to profit. Once he acquired the equipment, he would resell it and relish a life of luxury. Under Wan Xiao's rallying cry, the number of players seeking to take down Zhu Ning swelled, eventually reaching a staggering 10,000. The server became congested, prompting Shen to urgently install $1 million supercomputer for Zhu Ning. Its smooth display detailing every enemy's movements with precision.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for spending 1 million task funds. Remaining task funds, 44.9 billion. Please continue your efforts. With the computer set up and the account logged in, Shen, with a serious expression, asked Zhu Ning, Miss, with so many people attacking you, should I gather reinforcements to assist you? It was outrageous that the equipment meant for her was being targeted by these greedy players, akin to bandits. No need. Zhu Ning replied, her gaze fixed on the screen brimming with murderous intent. I can handle the game myself. Just help me gather evidence of their slander against me. I will reap the rest. Chapter 32. The Arrival of the True God, an Unattainable Despair. Within asking the gods, Xiao Ning, have all the players assembled? Xiao Ning, can we begin? We are 10,000 strong. She isn't the least bit afraid. Does she think we are insufficient to challenge her? Wan Xiao, do not let her arrogance extinguish our spirit. Since she is so fearless, let's teach her a lesson. Everyone follow my command. 3, 2, 1.
Charge.
With a single command, 10,000 players surged forward, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of damage that could not be suppressed, like a storm of arrows aimed at her vulnerabilities. Zhu Ning's protective gear shattered as her health plummeted to a precarious 50%. Wan Xiao, a perfect opportunity. As the gap widened, Wan Xiao summoned his devastating divine power, igniting a frenzy among the viewers. It is the second miracle that can rival divine punishment, dealing damage through the accumulation of negative buffs. The more negative buffs the enemy bears, the greater the damage inflicted. We, 100,000 strong, have bestowed upon her 100,000 layers of negative buffs. This time, she will surely be left with nothing but dust, doomed to perish. Can one truly inflict damage through negative buffs? What a pity. A colossal clock materialized in the sky as Wan Zhao's fingers danced, transforming the azure heavens into a blood-red shroud. The ominous gates of the underworld swung open, and the wailing of vengeful spirits echoed forth, hands reaching out as if to drag Zhu Ning into the depths of hell, tearing her to shreds. Wan Xiao, perish. In the next moment, the hour hand morphed into myriad blades, raining down upon her, penetrating her form and creating vast craters. Smoke billowed, and Zhu Ning remained motionless for an extended period. Players began to confirm. No movement. Is she dead? Uncertain, let us observe further. They awaited confirmation, and after a moment, seeing Zhu Ning still unmoving, they concluded that she had finally been vanquished. Aha! It's finally over. This monster is dead at last. Thanks to Wan Zhao's brilliant strategy, Wan Xiao is incredible. So impressive. The miracles she possessed are now ours. I want divine punishment. I want the heart of protection. I want her strongest domain. With Zhu Ning's fate uncertain, news of the division of her equipment spread like wildfire across the world. In the streaming room, netizens lavished praise upon Wan Xiao. Truly deserving of being the best in the server, a single strike obliterated her. What good are divine armors under the hands of a master? They couldn't withstand even a single blow. Ha ha ha, she was so arrogant, calling us to join forces, yet when we did, she crumbled. Hilarious. I vote for her as the annual comedic star. All of this is thanks to Wan Xiao. We are grateful to the master. Wan Xiao is amazing. Such a powerhouse. The absence of news regarding Zhu Ning's defeat began to worry Wan Xiao, yet, amidst the flood of exaggerated compliments filling the screen, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. It wasn't he so bad. He had thought this little Ning would be tougher. Yet she turned out to be so fragile. What a waste of emotion. He typed mockingly in the game. Little Ning, how does it feel? 1,000 people weren't enough to take you down, but how about 10,000? Does it hurt? If you had just surrendered the miracle instead of acting tough, you wouldn't have faced the entire server as assault. Now you've been beaten and still have to hand over your treasures. Does it sting? Ha ha ha. This arrogant lady is truly amusing. Little Ning, why the silence? Are you stunned from the beating? Zhu Ning curled her lips. Little Ning, I was just pondering, is this the extent of your damage with 10,000 people? As her words fell, everyone's expression shifted, and before their angry taunts could escape their lips, they beheld Zhu Ning, with a mere 10 hit points, rising from the pit, shrouded in smoke. Though her character appeared utterly disheveled, an ominous premonition gripped the crowd. What is happening? Why, isn't she dead? That is the calamity of fate, a miracle. And we have layered her with 100,000 negative buffs. Why does she still stand? Little Ning, 100,000 layers of negative buffs are indeed formidable, but alas. Little Ning, my infinite treasury grants me immunity to all negative buffs. Little Ning, the calamity of fate is ineffective against me. At these words, panic spread among the crowd. What had she just claimed? She could immunize herself against all negative buffs. What a jest. Unfair. Why do you possess such exceptional equipment? How is that justified? There must be foul play. The players were incensed, but Wan Xiao quickly intervened to restore order. Wan Xiao, stay calm. Even if negative buffs do not affect her, our collective assault is not to be underestimated. Now, remain composed, and let us strike together, making her experience the might of 10,000 critical hits once more. With his words, all players steeled themselves. Yes, even if she could immunize against all negative buffs, what of it? The simultaneous assault of 10,000 could still obliterate her. The previously diminished hit points served as the best evidence. She might withstand this once, but she could not endure a second time. This time, she was undoubtedly doomed. Thus, the screen flickered as 100,000 players equipped their most potent weapons, unleashing their mightiest strikes upon Zhu Ning. A terrifying wave of pressure surged forth, intent on repeating the horrific damage inflicted earlier, determined to crush Zhu Ning into oblivion. Yet, amidst the cataclysmic onslaught, Zhu Ning remained unfazed, donning the most potent healing miracle, the source of life, valued at 30 million. In an instant, as her equipment activated, a vibrant green vitality spread across the world at lightning speed. The miracle surged forth, transforming all incoming attacks into feeble raindrops, effortlessly repelled by Zhu Ning's absolute defense. Subsequently, her immortal form awakened. The eerie emerald hue instilled trepidation in the hearts of all. What equipment has she employed this time? What trickery is this? The horrifying crimson light from earlier still lingered in their memories, and instinctively, they sensed that something dire was unfolding. The next second, they looked down, only to find Zhu Ning, who should have perished under their assault, standing unscathed. Her fragile 10 hit points had not moved an inch. How could this be? Why, isn't she dead? Wan Xiao's eyes reddened as he ground his teeth and roared. Again. Under his leadership, wave after wave of damage was unleashed. Although the destruction was cataclysmic, capable of reducing anything to ashes, it seemed as though nothing had transpired upon striking her. Some, unwilling to concede, attempted to launch further attacks. But more despair awaited them. No matter how many times the external forces struck, she remained an immovable mountain, a monumental testament, akin to an immortal war god. Little Ning, is this the best you can muster? Little Ning, kill me. Little Ning, you are not worthy. As her words echoed, The sky tore open once more, countless miracles worth millions materializing from thin air. The overwhelming pressure and stunning visual effects sent countless players' computers into a near-screaming frenzy. This is bad. My computer might explode. Zhu Ning swung her divine weapon, unleashing a power that could rend the heavens and earth asunder. The sun and moon recoiled. The world bowed in submission, and living beings cried out in despair. The mightiest strike of divine punishment, the celestial execution, manifested. The unprecedented terrifying skill effect caused players' computers to scream even louder. Their wails intensified, desperately seeking salvation from their master. Players scrambled to save themselves. But the divine sword's intimidation was overwhelming. As the blade descended, 100,000 elite soldiers were instantly annihilated, everything in its path reduced to dust and powder. Just as the emotion of despair flickered in their eyes, the next second, bang, the computer screens fell to despair. Along with their owners, they succumbed beneath Zhu Ning's divine sword. With not a shred of chance for retaliation. Silence. A deathly stillness. Just one strike. Another strike. Annihilating all. The crowd sat in utter despair, incredulously gazing at the horrifying scene before them. So, she had never utilized her most potent skill from the very beginning? No wonder she had been so audacious. So dismissive of everything. So it was. What of 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000? Under her command, not even a single move could withstand her.
Despair.
She embodied the insurmountable essence of despair. Countless shattered screens reflected the profound regret etched upon the faces of their owners. Tears of remorse, born from fear of defeat, streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. On this day, within a game centered on the pursuit of divinity, everyone coincidentally bore witness to the true God. Chapter 33. Has the top position in the entire server changed hands? She is the strongest. The word victory appeared. Zhu Ning summoned her infinite treasury to collect the equipment scattered on the ground with a mere click. Over 100,000 pieces of equipment entered her space. Had they been ordinary items, she would have long since hit the saturation limit. Yet the infinite treasury, as the strongest storage space, effortlessly absorbed such a trivial amount of foreign objects. The treasury automatically categorized and positioned the weapons, with their value already accounted for. The $2 million item, the catastrophic fate, emanated a foreboding aura from the warehouse. Zhu Ning still recalled the excruciating pain inflicted by this item upon her. Why bother? She clicked her tongue. They insisted on attacking her, and now, look at this, the only catastrophic miracle in the entire server is now in her possession. With a cold snort, she removed her headphones. Sin Butler, collect the evidence. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned to find Sin Shun's face flushed with suppressed excitement. Zhu Ning was taken aback. Sin Butler, are you unwell? Sin Shun, his face crimson, struggled to articulate, I am fine. Yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. It was simply too magnificent. What of 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000? Countless divine weapons unleashed, sealing the divine with a single sword. Their lady was the foremost in asking the divine. With a deep breath, Zinshin endeavored to calm his racing heart. Subsequently, he looked at Zhu Ning with adoration restrained in his gaze. Miss, the evidence has all been gathered. Tomorrow, when the lawyer arrives in Heiress, we can proceed directly. Rest assured, we will handle everyone who has slandered and insulted you. Sin Shun was always reliable in his duties. Zhu Ning felt no apprehension in entrusting matters to him. Upon exiting the gaming room, Zhu Ning instructed Sin Shen to distribute the desserts brought by Duan Zimo to everyone. The aroma of milk wafted enticingly, yet Zhu Ning reluctantly pushed it aside. She ascended the stairs to wash up, applying a facial mask before lying down. Lin Wan arrived punctually for her massage. Her techniques were rooted in the understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, encompassing not merely relaxation but also the unblocking of meridians, liver protection, vision enhancement, and metabolic assistance. It could be said that Zhu Ning's current state of health was entirely the result of her meticulous care.
Lin Wan.
Here. Lin Wan paused her movements. Is there anything you need, miss? Zhu Ning tilted her head to look at her. Would you be willing to follow me? Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Ning continued, 10 million a year, I'll pay you. From now on, you will serve only me. If you agree, we can sign a 3-year contract. And upon its formation, 30 million will be deposited directly into your account. She added with emphasis, after tax. Lin Wan's heart raced wildly. Miss, you're not joking. Are you? Why would you think I'm jesting? Zhu Ning replied earnestly, I wish to sign you. You need not worry about Coach Zhang. You two have been partners for years. I want to forcefully dismantle your collaboration. Coach Zheng's skills are excellent. I intend to sign him as well. With the same annual salary of 10 million after tax, paid in a lump sum for 3 years. What do you think? In an instant, Lin Wan trembled with excitement. After tax, 30 million. Calculating at the highest tax rate, that is a gross salary of 54 million for 3 years. She almost collapsed, her legs giving way beneath her. She had known of her wealth, yet never anticipated it to be so vast. Zhu Ning said, "You may consider it, after all. Buying out your services will impact your future career trajectory. You should ponder." "No need to consider." Lin Wan's face flushed with excitement. "I'll sign." She had come to work solely for the purpose of earning money. Now that Zhu Ning was willing to lavishly support her, why would she refuse? "I'll speak to Zhang Shu tonight. If he agrees, we can sign together." "Excellent." Signing together would conveniently allow her to accumulate wealth. Once you confirm the contract, contact Xin Shen to have him arrange for a lawyer to draft it. Understood. Lin Wan suppressed her overwhelming joy, patiently completing the service for Zhu Ning before quietly exiting the room. Breathless, she returned to her own quarters and called Zhang Shu to inform him about the impending contract. Upon hearing that Zhu Ning would pay 30 million after tax in a lump sum, Zhang Shu's voice rose in astonishment. "Are you sure it's 30 million after tax?" Lin Wan fervently nodded. "Yes, 30 million after tax. Including taxes, Miss is signing both of us for a total of 180 million over 3 years. Zhang Shu's mind buzzed. As a former National Olympic gold medal coach, earning millions in a year was not a daunting task for him if he desired. However, his primary aim in retiring to a secondary position was to focus on self-care and to lead a more relaxed life. Who would have thought, while he was comfortably coasting, a lavishly generous Zhu Ning would suddenly appear, throwing 5 million in his face? That was indeed a staggering sum, and merely for 3 years of personal training. This Zhu Ning was utterly formidable. Lin Wan asked him in a trembling voice, "So, will you sign?" "If you will, I'll relay your answer."
Of course I will sign.
Zhang Shu's voice was hoarse with excitement. "I'll sign, I absolutely will. This is a windfall." Lin Wan did not laugh at Zhang Shu's bluntness, as she felt the same. It truly felt like a windfall from the heavens. A colossal fortune that had landed squarely on their heads. Confirming Zhang Shu's stance, Lin Wan approached Xin Shen to explain the situation. Xin Shen had already discussed it with Zhu Ning, so he was not surprised. "It's too late today. Tomorrow when Old One arrives in Heiress, I'll have him draft the contract." "Lin teacher, does that sound good?" Yes, thank you." After finalizing the arrangements, Lin Wan returned to her room, closed the door, and flung herself onto the bed, stifling a scream. "Aha! 30 million after tax. Miss is incredible."
Meanwhile,
In stark contrast to the pleasant atmosphere of the Jinting Yufu, Wang Yinwenxia was furiously typing away in her live stream, cursing vehemently. Monster. She is an absolute monster. With absolute defense, an immortal body, and damage maxed out, she rains down divine artifacts as if they were nothing. Is it that difficult to just accept defeat?
I am absolutely furious.
My computer has burned out and turning around, she is still alive. Do you know how terrified I was? My computer is dead too. Along with countless friends' computers, the artifacts in her hands are terrifying. Damn it, who was the first to organize an assault on this monster? My computer is wrecked, and my equipment is lost. The losses are tremendous. Don't speak of your losses. Wan Xiao even lost the second divine artifact, catastrophic fate. When I logged in later, I saw that the equipment dropped by 100,000 players had vanished. We all face losses. Players who had not participated in the hunting event that night immediately raised their concerns. Is this yet another live streaming script? 100,000 players besieging a single individual and still facing defeat? Surely, that is an exaggeration. Question God, what game warehouse could possibly accommodate 100,000 pieces of equipment? Before fabricating tales, one ought to familiarize themselves with the game first. Could the events we experience today be fabricated? This situation does indeed sound ludicrous, yet it is the truth.
Today,
we rallied 100,000 players to challenge a monster named Zhu Ning. She not only withstood multiple waves of our attacks with a mere 10 health points, but also eliminated us all in a single strike. I am astounded. It truly is outrageous. Skeptical netizens dismissed the claims, asserting that such a person could not possibly exist, and that everything was mere fabrication. Could it be that someone sought a duel, couldn't handle the loss, and is now fabricating nonsense? And what of Wan Xiao leading you all in a charge? How absurd. Wan Xiao is the undisputed number one across the server. It is universally acknowledged that none of you combined could match him, yet he too was defeated? That's a jest. Indeed, we refuse to believe that anyone could defeat Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao, please expel these detractors. Wan Xiao, do kick them out. In the live streaming room, the mentioned Wan Xiao wore a face as dark as a pot's bottom, yet was compelled to concede to the viewers the truth of his defeat. It is true. He gritted his teeth and declared, I was indeed defeated. The calamity has befallen me, and my reputation is tarnished. The live stream was suddenly engulfed in panic. How is this possible? The number one across the server has changed hands? Goodness, there exists someone capable of defeating Wan Xiao. Who could this divine being be? I must go and pay homage. This barrage of comments caused Wan Xiao's expression to darken momentarily, yet he forced a smile. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Losing and recovering is nothing unusual. However, I have heard that this new number one seems to lead a rather dubious private life. That evening, the office of Qi Yuwu was interrupted by a knock from a public relations employee. Mr. Qi, we have a situation. Chapter 34. She is so wealthy. What does it matter if she suffers a loss? In the conference room, Qi Yuwu perused the news displayed on the projection screen. An hour prior, the gaming streamer Wan Xiao publicly expressed his unwillingness to accept defeat at the hands of Zhu Ning. He brazenly slandered Zhu Ning's private life in the live stream, claiming she was involved with wealthy benefactors to flaunt her riches. He even summoned the instigator of the siege, Sui Chen, to the live stream to elaborate on Zhu Ning's alleged unscrupulous behavior. Initially, she was just a broke player, merely a substitute grinding for others. If I hadn't provided her with a morsel to eat, she would have starved long ago. She has always been restless, often hinting at wanting me to support her, claiming she would do anything for money. She even sent me provocative pictures multiple times. As he spoke, he displayed a heavily pixelated screenshot. Although nothing was visible, once shared, the viewers in the live stream believed it without question. Vile. Gold digger. Sui Chen, I outright rejected her. Who knows if she carries any unsavory ailments? I dare not pursue her. A chorus of curses erupted from below. Qi Yuwu paused the video and enlarged a screenshot taken midway. The blurred image exhibited striking color saturation. He squinted and studied it for several seconds. Subsequently, a smirk of derision flickered in his eyes. This was no seductive photograph, but rather a screenshot from Question God. More vile slurs filled the air, with some speculating whether Zhu Ning had connections to the higher-ups of Question God, for how else could she have acquired such miraculous equipment? As this thought circulated, the player's fury became uncontrollable, vehemently denouncing the Question God officials for corruption and favoritism, demanding a reckoning. Qi Yuwu reclined in his chair, his slender fingers gripping a ballpoint pen, stating, What are your perspectives? You may express your opinions now. The various departments exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Marketing manager Zhang Jie surveyed the room and, seeing the silence, cleared his throat. I will speak first. I believe this incident primarily stems from the misconduct of this player named Zhu Ning. Her downfall is well-deserved and has tarnished our company's reputation. We should swiftly dissociate ourselves from her and draw a clear line. Upon hearing this, whispers erupted throughout the room. Zhang Jie glanced at Qi Yuwu for his reaction, who merely replied in a calm tone. Continue. Assuming his proposal had been endorsed, Zhang Jie straightened his back. Before the incident escalated, I conducted an investigation and discovered that Zhu Ning's character cannot be described as merely poor. She is truly despicable. She rose to prominence through substituting for others, only to betray her benefactor by secretly selling off 2 million worth of equipment, showing ingratitude. Subsequently, she must have employed some unscrupulous means to amass 50 million, enticing players into her trap for profit, treating the 100,000 players as mere puppets. If this matter escalates, it will only bring harm to our company, never any benefit. Hence, I propose we impose a ban on Zhu Ning and return all the equipment she has reaped to the players. We cannot afford to treat her differently just because she spent 50 million. Compared to the 100,000 players, she is insignificant. Mr. Qi. Furthermore, sacrificing her for the forgiveness of 100,000 players is the best course of action, is it not? I concur with Manager Zhang's opinion. Someone chimed in. The negative impact of this incident stemming from Zhu Ning is too severe. Single-handedly destroying the experience of 100,000 players warrants a ban. I disagree. A female voice interjected. Today's events are entirely the fault of those players. What does Zhao Ning have to do with it? A group of people besieging her and not allowing her to retaliate? In the end, they wish to impose a ban and confiscate her spoils? Such a resolution would only damage the company's image. Indeed, just recently she contributed 50 million to us, and now we are to push her out to take the blame? This is an exceedingly unseemly way to act. Immediate rebuttals followed. Who knows where her 50 million originated? Is it truly clean money? Shouldn't our business development consider the long-term perspective? An employee laughed in disbelief. What does long-term vision even mean? Maintaining a significant client capable of crashing the server in 10 minutes is not having enough foresight? Then please enlighten me on what long-term vision entails. And what good does it do if she can crash the server in 10 minutes? Her character is flawed. She will inevitably bring disaster to the company. Moreover, is it not true that this whole predicament has escalated because of her? If she had surrendered the divine equipment from the beginning, would we be in this situation? It is all her fault. Do you not see the issue? Why should she be compelled to give away what she has drawn? The conference room erupted in chaos. With heated arguments ensued. Those defending Zhao Ning firmly believed she should not be held accountable for the actions that transpired, as she was not the one instigating trouble. Conversely, those opposing Zhao Ning argued that she was the root of the calamity and must bear the full weight of responsibility. She is so wealthy. What does it matter if she suffers a loss? A crisp, short laugh rang out, abruptly silencing the room. Everyone turned to face the young man seated at the head of the table. He was exceedingly young, having retired from the esports championship at merely 23 years of age. Among the numerous investors present, he was akin to the youngest generation, yet in this context, he was an unequivocal authority. If her wealth allows her to absorb a loss without consequence, then why not forego your salary as well? Would you be willing to do that? Upon hearing this, the employee who had just spoken was left speechless, his face flushing crimson. Qi Wu continued. You see, you are not willing. So why should we presume that Zhao Ning would willingly suffer a loss? The atmosphere in the conference room was palpably awkward, with the opposition casting glances toward Zhang Jie, who stepped forth to mediate. Mr. Qi, I assure you, no one harbors ill intentions. We all seek the betterment of the company, do we not? Is it truly necessary to sacrifice a client brimming with potential for the company's advancement? Very well, if we dismiss Zhao Ning, then you shall promptly recover 50 million for me. From where shall that sum be retrieved? 50 million is no trifling matter, Mr. Qi. As long as there remain 100,000 players, 50 million is hardly unattainable. Qi Wu retorted, her words laced with sarcasm. So, among those 100,000 players you defend, how many have actually spent money? A glance at the data reveals the statistics on the screen. All players who participated in the bullying of Zhu Ning, and the total barely reaches 17 million. Not even half of what Zhu Ning contributed. The data strikes like a slap to the face, leaving Zhang Jie's complexion a tumultuous hue of red and blue. Mr.
Qi.
We cannot solely rely on data. 100,000 players equate to 100,000 voices. Indeed, she has contributed 50 million, but in the grand scheme of things, that sum is but a mere pittance. We must adopt a broader perspective, Mr. Qi. His tone bore the weight of a lecture, provoking a cold smile from Qi Wu. Manager Zhang, what an impressive stance you take. 50 million is but a trifle. Are we expecting to generate 1 billion this month? Zhang Jie faltered, at a loss for words. Qi Wu pressed on, furthermore. You previously claimed to have conducted a thorough investigation following the incident, discovering Zhao Ning's questionable character. But where is your solid evidence?
Can you present any?
Zhang Jie found himself utterly speechless. Without proof for either claim, he appeared to be grasping at straws. Qi Wu's laughter was laced with derision. With a mere brush of her lips, she uttered the words fool, provoking a quiet wave of laughter throughout the conference room. Zhang Jie's face flushed crimson as he shouted, Mr. Qi, are you determined to shield that unscrupulous player? Are you not afraid that the players might collectively revolt, driving the company into a corner and jeopardizing the shareholders' interests? You will have a hard time explaining yourself then. Qi Wu rose from her seat, and those supporting Zhu Ning also stood, forming a clear division between the factions in the room. You need not concern yourself with shareholder matters. Focus on your own responsibilities. As the group departed, Zhang Jie could not help but curse under his breath. That damned Qi Wu.
Who does she think she is?
Just a mere gamer. If not for her boss's investment, would she have amassed her current fortune? Her arrogance knows no bounds. And now she offers us no semblance of respect. Someone inquired, Manager Zhang, what should we do next? Zhang Jie's expression darkened as he replied, just watch. Soon enough, She will be utterly disgraced and left with nothing. At that time, I shall demand she kneels before me, begging for mercy. I will shatter her pride, reducing her to a simpering dog, groveling at my feet. The next day, Zhu Ning opened her phone to find thousands of friend requests on WeChat. Upon inspection, they were all filled with vitriolic insults. You treacherous woman. Is backstabbing the owner of the account so gratifying for you? Ruthless player, return the money. Disease-ridden harlot. After reading through the messages, Zhu Ning's expression darkened, and she summoned Xin, instructing him to ensure the lawyer settled in upon arriving in Heiress, and then to trace the source of this debacle, capturing the perpetrator behind it all. Xin, equally incensed after reviewing the messages, nodded in agreement. Miss, rest assured. With her personal contact information exposed, Zhu Ning decided to hand her phone to Xin for use as a repository of evidence. She then purchased a new phone, registered a new account, and temporarily set the matter aside to arrange for Zhang Shu to provide guidance. The issue needed resolution, but before that, she would not expend a single moment worrying about these pesky flies. Xin, contemplating the time, planned to retrieve the lawyer, but hesitated just before leaving. Miss, the Devo at home is not suitable for picking someone up. Zhu Ning considered this. Indeed, a two-seater sports car like the Devo seemed rather informal for such an occasion. Most of the vehicles she had purchased at the car show were sports cars. The 5 million Rolls-Royce Ghost could serve as a reasonable family car, but it still lacked the gravitas for picking someone up. Thus, Zhu Ning decisively called Songya, requesting he select a few vehicles for her, ensuring all configurations were top-notch. One vehicle was to serve as a business car and was needed immediately. Upon hearing this, Songya could hardly contain his excitement. Ah! I wondered why the magpies were chattering incessantly today. It appears the god of wealth is gracing us with his presence. Rest assured, I will have the arrangements ready promptly. Songya acted swiftly. Within 30 minutes of the phone call, he sent a list of vehicles. There were 4 in total. A Bentley Bentayga for family use, a Mercedes G63 for off-road camping, a Maybach S680 for long-distance travel, and the business-class Rolls-Royce Phantom. Each vehicle was fully equipped, totaling 80 million. Without a second glance, Zhu Ning handed over her card for payment. Songya beamed with delight. I just received a lucky license plate, 12345. It's a gift for you. And you must not refuse. Zhu Ning accepted the generous offer, recognizing that reciprocity is essential.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 80 million of the task funds. Remaining task funds for expenditure, 379 billion. The task's target grew ever smaller, prompting a satisfied nod from Zhu Ning. She then addressed Xin. You will accompany Mr. Song to select the colors and interior decorations. Choose a few sets that you like. Although the cars are for me, they are likely to be driven by you, so I have no qualms about letting you enjoy the process. Xin, moved by her words, found himself momentarily speechless. Songya sighed. Zhu Ning shows such kindness to her own. Xin felt a warmth in his heart, standing straighter, nodding in agreement. At the airport, an elderly gentleman and a young lady, a grandfather and granddaughter duo, disembarked from first class. The elder, well past 70, walked with steady grace. His black glasses and gray Zhongshan suit impeccably arranged, exuding an air of scholarly authority. Beside him, his young granddaughter donned a sleek black business suit. Standing tall in 3-centimeter heels, her long black hair neatly tied back, devoid of any sentimental strands, embodying a picture of efficiency and poise. As they touched down, passers-by at the airport exchanged curious glances, recognizing the familiarity of the pair. The granddaughter, Wenjing, subtly deflected the surrounding attention, assisting her grandfather as they exited the terminal. Along the way, she inquired, Grandfather, you have publicly declared your retirement from the world. Is it truly worth traveling all the way to High City for this enigmatic Miss Zhu? Wen Zhongping replied, whether it is worth it will soon be revealed. But one thing is certain. Recalling his conversation with Xin, Wen Zhongping's gaze deepened, and he sighed, this Miss Zhu cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. Wen Jing furrowed her brow, somewhat skeptical of her grandfather's words. Just yesterday, after years of enjoying a tranquil retirement, he received a call from High City. After discussing matters, with the voice on the other end, he abruptly announced his intention to return to the fray as a private legal advisor for a previously unheard-of Miss Zhu. Upon hearing her grandfather's impulsive decision to travel, Wen Jing promptly dismissed all her law firm duties to accompany him. In name, it was a matter of care. In truth, it was an act of guardianship to scrutinize the soon-to-be-met Miss Zhu, to ascertain whether she was indeed a swindler. Should Miss Zhu prove to be a fraud, it would be imperative for her to devise a means to enlighten her grandfather, ensuring he returned home with clarity. After all, with her grandfather's esteemed position in the legal field, one misstep could lead to exploitation, with consequences of significant magnitude. As she pondered these thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly broke through her reverie. She turned towards the source of the sound, and upon recognizing the person, she gasped in astonishment. Zhen Shen. Greetings, Senior Wen Jing, and esteemed Elder One. Welcome to Heiress. I have come to escort you on behalf of our young lady. Prior to their arrival, Wen Zhongping had not disclosed that the one sent to retrieve them would be a fellow student. Wen Jing was taken aback. The last she had heard of him, he had ascended to the pinnacle of real estate in Heiress. What could have prompted him to abandon such a promising career for the role of a personal steward? Did he truly find greater prospects in serving Miss Zhu than in leading as a general manager? With uncertainty swirling in her mind, Zhen Shen took their luggage. Please. You two may step outside. The moment they exited the passage, Wen Jing's gaze fell upon a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a symbol of opulence, parked at the curb. The car was not merely a vehicle, it was an emblem of status, adorned with a celebratory goddess sculpture that encapsulated both mechanical beauty and cultural narrative. A peerless symbol of power. Just the car itself was of immeasurable worth, and the front was graced with a $1 million license plate, elevating its owner's wealth to even greater heights. Wen Jing jested, I never expected to encounter such a prestigious vehicle upon landing in Heiress. I wonder who its owner could be. They must be quite affluent. Wen Zhongping echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Heiress is a city of hidden talents. Encountering a $30 million luxury car upon their arrival, he sensed that this journey would not be uncomplicated. Zhen Shen, overhearing their exchange, smiled knowingly, then hoisted their suitcase and, under the astonished gazes of the grandfather and granddaughter, opened the trunk to stow their belongings before gesturing for them to enter the vehicle. Wen Lu, Elder Wen, please. Step inside. The young lady has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Wen Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the owner of this car truly the Miss Zhu we are about to meet? The two exchanged bewildered glances. As they drove back to the Jing Tingyu mansion, Zhen Shen guided them through the imposing gates, entering Villa No. 1. Wen Jing's eyes roamed the luxurious exterior of the villa, the pristine natural lake, and she couldn't help but marvel at the apparent expense of such a residence. Zhen Shen replied, It's quite reasonable. This is the young lady's least expensive property. Previously appraised at 80 million, the current market value has surged to 1.5 billion. Just days ago, she inspected a manor valued at 251 billion, which she found quite satisfactory and is now awaiting your assistance with the contract. Wen Jing trembled slightly. The fact that a house worth 1.5 billion was her least expensive property and that a 251 billion manor was simply within reach? She swallowed hard, striving to maintain her composure. Drafting the contract is no issue. Are there any other tasks we need to attend to? There are, Zhen Shen replied. In addition to the real estate contract, there are two rather troublesome labor contracts that require your drafting, primarily concerning taxation issues. Wen Jing nodded in agreement, contemplating what complexities could possibly arise from labor contracts. What kind of labor are we discussing? Zhen Shen, gripping the steering wheel, casually stated, It's not particularly extraordinary. The young lady has engaged 2 fitness instructors for 100 million. What did you just say? 100 million for whom? Fitness instructors? Zhen Shen reassured her. No need for astonishment. It's a 3-year contract for 2 individuals, not as extravagant as it sounds. Extravagant? Who pays 100 million up front for personal trainers? Wen Jing exclaimed incredulously. Is Miss Zhu's money not worth anything? Zhen Shen observed Wen Jing's expression, hesitating to continue. Wen Jing, feeling overwhelmed, raised her hand. Are there more contracts? Please go on. Zhen Shen handed her a small booklet containing a list of items. Upon reviewing it, she was rendered numb. For vehicles valued at 80 million each, and 8 supercars totaling 2.4 billion, one of which was priced at a staggering 100 million. Flipping to the last page, she discovered the least expensive item listed at 50 million. Pointing to the figure, she queried Zhen Shen, Is this also a vehicle?
No.
At ISNT, Wen Jing felt an inexplicable wave of relief, but was immediately struck by Zhen Shen's next words. That is the young lady's expenditure on gaming. Wen Jing was instantly petrified. Chapter 36. How terrifying is Miss Zhu? She stared at the receipt in her hand. In less than 5 days, her spending had reached 37 billion. Oh, and that was without factoring in the 100 million for the fitness instructors and the 251 billion manor. That amounted to 721 billion. Moreover, this sum did not even include jewelry or other high-end luxury expenditures. What did this imply? The items here represented merely her most basic consumption behaviors. If this assumption held true, it indicated that Miss Zhu's future expenditures would be even more astonishing. Upon arriving at the villa, Xinshen ascended the stairs to fetch Zhu Ning, and seizing the opportunity, Wenjing turned to grasp her grandfather Wen Zhongping's hand. Grandfather, please tell me honestly, how much did this Miss Zhu pay to recruit you? Faced with his granddaughter's inquiry, Wen Zhongping cleared his throat, gesturing discreetly. 100 million? Wen Jing guessed. He shook his head. 1 billion? Another shake. Wen Jing fixed her gaze intently on her grandfather's hand, but the figure she dreaded remained unuttered. 10 billion? Her voice cracked, and her face contorted with disbelief. Wen Zhongping nodded.
Per year.
Wen Jing was utterly astounded. Internally, she screamed with fervor. What kind of terrifying existence was this Miss Zhu? As if summoned by her thoughts, the sound of footsteps descended from above, and Wen Jing looked up. At last, she beheld the legendary Miss Zhu, a paragon of grace. Clad in a pristine white house dress, her figure was well-proportioned, her cheeks pleasantly full, without a hint of heaviness. With rosy lips and bright eyes, her long black hair cascaded over her chest, enhancing her porcelain complexion. She was youthful and undeniably beautiful. Zhu Ning was equally startled upon seeing them. Wen Zhongping, a nationally recognized first-level senior lawyer and former vice president of a law school, had participated in numerous legal reforms within the country. A polymath, he was well-versed in various legal cases, leaving no adversary unscathed. He had no weaknesses, I emphasize no weaknesses. Moreover, countless judges of high courts across the nation were his students, and his own depth of knowledge was nothing short of intimidating. Wen Jing, a second-level national lawyer and a doctoral graduate from a law school, had memorized legal codes by the age of 3, quoted them by 5, and mastered them by 10. She inherited her grandfather's legacy, excelling in various legal matters, having never lost a case she undertook, earning her the moniker of the undefeated Iron Tongue. Outsiders often jest that Wen Jing, at 29 years of age, had been in the profession for 29 years. With these two titans of the legal realm gracing her abode, Zhu Ning promptly turned to Xinshen. As ever, a grand gesture. Butler Xin, to find a small lawyer for reviewing documents, you have brought home 2 living encyclopedias of law. Suppressing her excitement, Zhu Ning swiftly approached the 2 individuals and extended her hand. Greetings, Mr. Wen. I have long admired your reputation, and I am grateful for your presence here. Wen Zhongping, upon meeting his future client, smiled warmly and shook her hand. Hello, Miss Zhu. I am Wen Zhongping. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Indeed, indeed. Zhu Ning replied, regaining her composure and reaching out her hand again. Hello, Miss Wen. I am Wen Jing. Accompanying my grandfather to Bao Di. I hope you will take care of us in the future. The honor is mine, truly, Wen Jing responded graciously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wen Zhongping proposed to get down to business, prompting Xinshen to elucidate Zhu Ning's current predicament to the 2 lawyers, subsequently handing over all relevant evidence to Wen Zhongping. As the foul remarks came into view, Wen Zhongping closed the file with a kind smile. Very well. Leave it to us. Each took on their respective responsibilities, with Zhu Ning instructing Xinshen to escort the 2 upstairs to the study for work. Concerned about how they would proceed, Xinshen remarked that someone was creating trouble online. Eager to find out who he really was, this should not be a difficult task. When Zhongping chuckled, just call the police. Xinshen was taken aback. The next moment, he witnessed Wen Zhongping dialing a number, and just 2 seconds later, he smiled into the phone. Director Gua, are you busy? I am in Heiress and have encountered an issue. I need to report a crime. Even Xinshen, who had weathered many storms, was momentarily stunned. You mean to call the head of the police station directly? 10 minutes later, as Xinshen silently descended the stairs to drive, he observed the elderly man obtaining all the crucial witness information through a legal yet audacious method. Indeed, those who truly understood the law wield it with remarkable flexibility. In Heiress, at a certain media company, an employee was stationed at his workstation. A corpulent man sat before his computer, cautiously monitoring the actions of his superior. When he noticed the latter glance his way, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile, only to curse under his breath the moment the gaze shifted away. What a smug attitude. He donned headphones and opened a hidden window on his work computer, where the host, Wan Xiao, was live-streaming a scathing tirade against Zhu Ning. I have never encountered a woman so arrogant. Since yesterday, thousands have been trying to add her in our live stream. Yet she remains unresponsive, treating us players as if we were invisible.
Exactly.
What's wrong with hurling a few insults our way? She sees them and doesn't reply at all, completely dismissing us. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to insult her again. The corpulent man interjected, merely cursing at her. Won't change anything. She is determined to play dead, ignoring us completely. It takes two to tango, and the officials are also culpable in this matter. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiao's eyes sparkled with insight as she continued, Indeed. It takes two to tango. The circumstances we face today cannot be solely blamed on us. The internal heads of Wenshin share the blame. Moreover, more than 12 hours have passed since the incident, and the officials have yet to make a move. It clear they are shielding that little Ning, standing against us ordinary players. The head of Wenshin is incompetent, that Chiyu even a proper business school graduate. He transitioned from esports to management, and is always boasting online about being the youngest esports champion in the country, claiming his fortune exceeds 100 million, and that he creates games to enhance player experiences. But now that this incident has occurred, has he uttered a single word in defense of us, the players who are being bullied? Trash game, trash management.
I am disheartened.
After investing so much money into Wenshin, are we merely to be used and then discarded? Ha, Chi Wu, who do you think you're fooling? Wan Xiao sighed, reminiscing about how she had supported Chi Wu during his professional esports days. She had unreservedly backed him when she heard he was starting a game company. Yet now his indifferent response had truly chilled her heart. She could not comprehend why he would choose to protect a woman while abandoning the interests of hundreds of thousands of players. There must be an affair. That woman is quite the seductress, having entangled herself with Chi Wu. It's only natural they would conspire together. Otherwise, how could one explain the two ridiculously powerful items in little Ning's possession? It appears Wenshin has transformed from a consulting firm into their private garden. Upon this declaration, the players, already simmering with rage, found their target of criticism and began to flood the chat with vitriol aimed at Chi Wu and Zhu Ning, claiming they were colluding. The flames of discord intensified, directly reaching the official Wenshin account, where they lambasted Chi Wu for his incompetence and selfishness, asserting he was unworthy of leading Wenshin forward. They demanded he swiftly deal with little Ning and issue an apology to the hundreds of thousands of players, with some even calling for him to relinquish his shares and allow a more capable leader to take charge. The players' voices grew louder, and within half an hour, they had constructed a towering monument of insults beneath Wenshin's official account, propelling the incident into the top 3 trending topics, causing an explosive escalation of the situation. Observing the chaos with satisfaction, Shueikue grinned and entered a newly created WeChat group with 3 members, mentioning the group leader, Zhang Jia. How about it, Manager Zhang? How's our marketing wave? Wan Xiao chimed in. 30 minutes to ignite public opinion, 10,000 plus comments, and a trending topic to boot. Are you satisfied? On the other end, Zhang Jie grumbled under his breath about the 2 snatching glory that he felt should have been his. If it weren't for the paid promotion he had secured, could they have achieved such an impact? Despite his dissatisfaction, he still transferred the funds, which they promptly accepted. Meanwhile, Shueikue, having received the payment, stood up triumphantly to head to the restroom but was abruptly interrupted by the hurried entrance of his superior, who rushed toward the door. Curious, he inquired about the situation when Zhongping has arrived. Who summoned this living bodhisattva? Is he not the one who once sent a judge to prison over a lawsuit? His superior cursed. Who on earth called him here? The corpulent man was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Just then, an elderly man and 2 youths reached the entrance, their eyes locking onto him. In the next moment, the elder approached. Li Fu, is it? I am Wen Zhongping, and my client wishes to engage in a lawsuit with you. Li Fu promptly collapsed onto the floor. Chapter 37. And who do you claim to be? Wen Zhongping. Wan Xiao, having received Zhang Jie's payment, exerted herself even more vigorously in her live stream, spreading rumors and defaming Zhu Ning and Chi Wu, inciting online harassment and personal attacks. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, and Wan Xiao reveled in the chaos. As the fire blazed hotter, she was poised to add more fuel when a notification chimed on her phone, indicating a summons from the Heiress High People's Court. Upon opening it, she was dismayed to find her real name, Lu Diji, clearly listed in the defendant section. Panic surged through her, and she hurriedly messaged Zhang Jia in the group. Zhang Jia. Manager Zhang, I've been sued by that girl named Little Ning. What is going on? Is this a script? Wan Xiao continued. Shueikue, brother, have you received a court summons as well? Shueikue. Messages poured into the group incessantly, prompting Zhang Jia to curse under his breath as he momentarily paused his frantic typing of a complaint to the major shareholder. I thought it was something serious. What impact could a lawsuit over an online matter have? If she is suing you, won't you just hire a lawyer? Zhang Jia added. And aren't you streamers always on the lookout for topics? Here's a prime opportunity practically handed to you. Won't you take advantage of it? Absolutely. This is a golden opportunity for traffic. If she can hire a lawyer, so can I. Moreover, he sought to enlist the services of the most formidable attorney, one who could assist him in triumphing over this legal battle. Contemplating this, Wan Xiao felt a surge of composure. Wan Xiao, I am grateful to Manager Zhang for the guidance. I now know how to proceed. Just wait. I shall present you with a magnificent gift shortly. Zhang Jia, I await with bated breath. Let us shake on it. As he exited the group chat, Wan Xiao wasted no time in commencing his performance. He picked up his phone, feigned a dramatic gasp, and then indignantly exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous. What has happened to the streamer? What's going on?" Wan Xiao brandished the electronic summons from the court for all to see. I have been sued by that little Ning. She claims I have defamed her character, yet I merely spoke the truth, without any embellishment. Her own guilt drives her to silence me through litigation. This world is so unjust. Despicable. How dare she sue the great Wan Xiao? Has she ever reflected on her own actions? Fear not, dear streamer. Each and every one of us in this chat knows your integrity. We are your witnesses, and we shall stand by you. Indeed, we shall all support the illustrious Wan Xiao. What's the big deal about hiring a lawyer? We shall hire one too, and we will find the most exceptional one. The atmosphere in the live chat was ignited, and the viewers, filled with fervor, clamored to confront Zhu Ning directly. Observing the shift in sentiment, Wan Xiao discreetly invested an additional 20,000 yuan into boosting the stream's visibility. A flood of perplexed viewers was ushered into the chat, and under the influence of the prevailing public opinion, they too began to echo the sentiments expressed. My goodness! Is there truly such a shameless individual in this world? Backstabbing the host while vilifying the players, and then turning the tables? What a despicable creature. I saw her name trending today. Initially, I thought there was a misunderstanding, but truly, she has no shame. I haven't encountered such a person in centuries. Thank you, streamer, for opening our eyes to this. I just wonder if I'll be awakened by her repulsiveness tonight. The screen was filled with vitriol, though a few voices expressing doubt about the situation were quickly drowned out. The trending topic's immense traffic surged, and within a mere 10 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 100,000, marking the highest attendance since Wan Zhao's debut. He could hardly contain his elation. If he could turn the situation around, he might just rise to fame. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned a righteous demeanor ready to combat injustice. Friends, this world should not be governed by such absurd rules that blur the lines between right and wrong. I, Wan Xiao, have faced this treatment for seeking justice on behalf of all. To be candid, I harbor no regrets. Yet I fear that should I fall in my quest against Zhu Ning, my friends will lose the courage to resist should she strike again. Clenching his fists, he gazed resolutely into the screen. Friends, my plight today may well be yours in the future. For the sake of all, for fairness, for justice, I shall steadfastly resist and fight to the bitter end. What is a mere lawsuit? If she wishes to engage, I shall match her blow for blow. Let the world witness what true justice is. Once he concluded, an awkward silence enveloped the live stream, his heart racing with uncertainty. Just as the facade of his steadfastness began to wane, the audience finally seemed to regain their composure. We support you, streamer. Not for ourselves, but for justice. I am now a devoted fan of this streamer. Well said. It has been years since I have encountered a conscientious young person like this. I shall certainly lend my support. His impassioned words fully stirred the emotions of the live chat, and his follower count began to soar, rocketing from 500,000 to 800,000 in an instant, with a clear trajectory towards breaking the 1,000,000 mark. Wan Xiao felt a surge of excitement, trembling with anticipation. He was on the verge of stardom. Having pinpointed the secret to captivating traffic, Wan Xiao wasted no time and, at the recommendation of his viewers, sought out the most renowned criminal defense attorney in the area, Zhou Haiba. His credentials revealed a decade-long undefeated record. A veritable titan in criminal law with a staggering win rate of 100%, the most esteemed lawyer in the locality. Wan Xiao was captivated, and as Zhou was also live streaming, they quickly connected. Wan Xiao expressed his intentions, and then discreetly revealed to Zhou that there were indeed rumors he had spread, requesting his assistance in the defense, promising a generous reward upon success, in addition to the standard fees. Zhou Haiba, upon reviewing the circumstances, scoffed dismissively, deeming the case trivial and asserting that he would easily conquer the opposition. His unwavering confidence filled Wan Xiao with joy, and soon he was rallying slogans in his own stream, declaring that they would emerge victorious in court. He proclaimed this battle was not merely about his individual fate, but a collective honor for the entire live stream community. Victory is assured. The atmosphere in the live chat grew fervent, and defense attorney Zhou Haiba suggested they first contact the opposing counsel. You are currently in Weisher, while the court summons from the other side originates from Heisher. If we are to engage in litigation, we must proceed to her city. This is unreasonable. You should contact the opposing side and negotiate to have the case transferred here. Though you are the defendant, you are clearly the aggrieved party. This statement was met with unanimous agreement in the live stream. Exactly. Why should we travel to her city for the lawsuit? She should be the one to come here. Zhou is absolutely right. Wan Xiao has been grievously wronged. He is not the defendant, but the victim. If Zhou dares to suggest that the opposing party come here for the trial, it indicates he possesses an extraordinary level of confidence in winning this case. Allowing her to come here is, in fact, a chance for her. To clarify, standing before you is Zhou Haiba, the foremost authority in criminal litigation in Weisher, boasting a 10-year undefeated record and unrivaled prowess in the region. The opposition cannot possibly find an attorney of superior caliber. We will undoubtedly prevail in this defense. Zhou Haiba rose and bowed humbly to the screen, his demeanor modest, yet his eyes gleamed with pride. This case is entrusted to me, and the only outcome shall be victory. Zhou is magnificent. Zhou shall vanquish the opposition. With Zhou Haiba's endorsement, Wan Zhao's confidence surged, and he promptly sought the contact information of the plaintiff from the summons. After successfully connecting via phone, he introduced himself and stated his demands, subtly emphasizing that he was a streamer. Since I am a streamer, shall we proceed with a video call? Certainly, Wan Xiao replied, nodding with a hint of arrogance. Zhou Haiba, who was also connected, adjusted his attire slightly, exuding an air of superiority. Xin Shun assisted the elderly gentleman in setting up an account to connect with Wan Xiao. When Wan Xiao noticed that the account had no profile picture, he smirked dismissively, questioning the caliber of such a small account. Zhou Haiba shared a similar sentiment, speculating that it might belong to some minor operation. He scoffed. Does he really think he can challenge me? Is he unaware of my esteemed reputation? He clicked to initiate the live connection. In the next moment, the face of the renowned legal expert appeared on the screen, smiling amicably. Hello, I am Wen Zhongping, the attorney representing Zhu Ning. Wan Zhao's expression drained of color in an instant. Zhou Haiba, too, was so taken aback that he collapsed onto the floor. You say you are who? Wen Zhongping. Chapter 38. How could this happen? How shall we proceed? The impact of Wen Zhongping representing Zhu Ning in the defamation case was akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, a cataclysmic event for the viewers in the live stream. Surely, this must be a joke. Wen Zhongping has come to confront their host. This is a dead end. The opponent truly possesses remarkable tactics. Daring to use a clip of Elder Wen's video paired with AI-generated dialogue to intimidate? If this is Elder Wen, I would gladly eat excrement while standing on my head. Indeed, several years ago, Elder Wen announced his retirement. How could he possibly return for such a trivial lawsuit? It's utter nonsense. If you truly are Wen Zhongping, make a sound. Wen Zhongping, chirp. Wan Xiao, stunned. Zhou Haiba, alarmed. The audience, in shock. It's really Wen Zhongping. Zhou Haiba hastily scrambled to his feet. I'll return your money. I want to take this case. Wan Xiao shouted. What are you afraid of? Even if the opponent is Wen Zhongping, what difference does it make? Are you that cowardly? Zhou Haiba, in utter despair, roared. The textbooks I studied were all written by him. You want me to confront him? Have you lost your mind? If you want to throw your life away, don't drag me down with you. He swiftly issued a refund, distanced himself from Wan Xiao, and promptly disconnected, exiting the broadcast in a hurry. This series of events left the audience in utter disbelief. With their war machine dismantled, how would they breach the enemy's stronghold? Wen Zhongping kindly suggested, perhaps you should find another lawyer? Wan Xiao, undeterred by superstition, thought, surely not all lawyers fear Wen Zhongping. Just wait, he declared. immediately reaching out to a renowned lawyer currently streaming live, seeking their assistance for his lawsuit. The lawyer, upon seeing Wan Zhao's request in the chat, readily agreed. A criminal defamation case? Simple enough. The other side has a lawyer? Ha, who is it? Wen Zhongping. You have been kicked out of the live stream. Wan Zhao's face darkened. Undaunted, he sought out other attorneys. However, one moment the lawyers were cheerful, and the next, upon hearing that Wan Zhao wanted them to take on Wen Zhongping, they turned hostile, cursing him for wanting to jeopardize their legal licenses, urging him to roll as far away as possible, permanently blocking him. After enduring multiple verbal assaults, he finally found one lawyer willing to give it a shot. Yet, when they connected, Wen Zhongping greeted them with a smile, simply stating, "Hello, are you my opponent?" The lawyer stood up from their chair, and then, thud, they collapsed to their knees. Wan Zhao was on the verge of a breakdown. "What are you doing? You said you could try." The lawyer was equally distraught. Who knew the opponent was the real Wen Zhongping? "I thought it was just a namesake." Wan Zhao felt despair creeping in. The lawyer promptly refunded him, severing ties and even advising him to plead guilty. "You can take a plea. He'll give you 3 years. If you fight this, he can send you away for 10. Wan Zhao was beside himself with frustration. No one dared to take on his case. Wen Zhongping. "So, defendant, what would you like to discuss with my client?" As soon as the word defendant was uttered, I felt breathless. Our side dispatches elite forces, while the enemy sends forth the architect of rules, whose role is to rectify all legal inaccuracies, generously presenting the opposing defendant, legal team, and court with a 10-year prison gift package. My stomach is churning. I feel like vomiting. How does one even fight this? I may as well plead guilty. The morale in the live stream plummeted. Wan Zhao's anticipated comeback was squashed by Wen Zhongping before it even began. Unwilling to concede defeat, some in the audience began to shout, "Host, confront him with facts. We have reason on our side. What is there to fear?" "Exactly, host. Let us address the matter directly and present our evidence and reasoning." But Wan Zhao had no evidence. All the accusations against Zhu Ning were built on fragmented hearsay. The only strategy left was to drag the fragments into the fray to serve as a scapegoat. But damned if those fragments would respond. He attempted to call but heard a familiar ringtone emanating from the live stream. Turning in terror, he saw Wen Zhongping pull out a phone. "Oh, you're looking for fragments? Mr. Defendantly, your friend is looking for you. Why not come out and say hello?" Then, the tear-streaked face of a despairing man filled the screen. "Hello, everyone, I am Fragments. Fragments has been caught." I knew Fragments had gone silent. He was taken down. "Wait, why are you treating a victim this way? Is there no human rights or justice left? This is too much. You're going too far." The live stream erupted in outrage. Wan Zhao finally found an opportunity to strike back. "Elder One, we respect your contributions to jurisprudence over the years, but the heavens are watching. No matter how adept you are in legal matters, you cannot defend those guilty of wrongdoing. Furthermore, regarding our fragments, he has been wronged by your defending party." When Zhongping replied, "You claim he is innocent, but does he dare to say so himself? Mr. Li, please present your case." Fragments, with tears streaming down his face, stepped forward. "I apologize to everyone. Everything I posted yesterday on the Questioning God forum and in Wan Zhao's live stream regarding Zhu Ning selling my equipment worth 20,000 and seducing the high-ranking officials of Questioning God was entirely fabricated by me. None of it is true, and here, I sincerely apologize to Zhu Ning and hope for her forgiveness. I am truly sorry. All lies. Could he have been coerced?" "Fragments, if you were coerced, just blink." Wan Zhao grew anxious. "Yes, Fragments. Were you coerced?" "You." "Please choose your words carefully, Mr. Liu." When Zhongping smiled benignly, but Wan Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. When Zhongping shifted his gaze, instructing Xin Shen to present evidence of Fragments' equipment transaction records. The records revealed that Fragments' account had last been logged in from a different location 2 months ago, while his most recent transaction record dated just 2 days prior. A classic case of projection. The live stream erupted into chaos, with those who had been denouncing Zhu Ning expressing their disbelief at the truth. Fragments, witnessing the barrage of insults, felt his face flush crimson, and with gritted teeth, he decided to go all in. The truths that have been disclosed here are accurate. I was not coerced in any way. The reason I slandered Zhu Ning was that she refused my request for power-leveling services, which embarrassed me. So, I decided to teach her a lesson by fabricating claims that she had sold my equipment. The allegations of Zhu Ning selling my equipment are false. And the claims of her seducing me and being inappropriate with questioning God executives are also entirely fabricated. All of this is mere rumor. Zhu Ning is innocent. He then shared his conversation with Zhu Ning. Fragments. Help me with power leveling. Zhu Ning, I no longer do that. I suggest you find someone else. Fragments. You've grown bold enough to refuse me, you dog. Don't you want to work anymore? Fragments. Apologize to me immediately and accept my order for free. Fragments. Otherwise, I'll have someone take you out and you won't be able to survive in this industry. Zhu Ning, get lost. Fragments' barrage of foul language was all blocked by the blacklist. The viewers in the live stream were even more incensed. Who does this local tyrant think he is? Just because she rejected you, you slander her and ruin her reputation? You're trying to destroy her livelihood. Very well. Speaking out for you will become my criminal record on the internet. Disgusting man, can you just die already? The number of players who once supported him is now matched, if not surpassed, by the multitude of netizens cursing him upon learning the truth. An overwhelming tide of fury crashed down, and even from behind the screen, Suo Chun felt the terrifying force of it. Yet, Suo Chun had already confessed his guilt. This predicament was one he must bear alone, whether to advance or retreat. In a struggle of confusion and hesitation, Suo Chun finally gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, thinking, if you do not enter the tiger's den, how can you seize the tiger's cub? One must seek fortune in peril. It turns out that the allegations against Zhu Ning regarding the theft of equipment were fabrications. We had all been deceived. But even if this matter is resolved, what about the rumors between her and the executives of Wenshin? As a mere substitute player, how could she acquire such an abundance of miracles? Moreover, our live stream is filled with many victims she has defeated. Surely, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation for this. Indeed, even if her theft of equipment is cleared, the origins of those two bizarre items remain unexplained. We were almost fooled. Her involvement in the theft is irrelevant. The matter of miracles is still unresolved. Zhu Ning's hands are far from clean. Chapter 39. What is her true identity? As the atmosphere in the live stream reignited, Suo Chun felt as if his confidence had been restored in an instant. However, before he could relish the moment, he heard the demon on the other side murmur. Where did those items come from? Isn't there a recharge interface? Suo Chun's expression changed, and he immediately retorted, what nonsense. Wenshin has never developed such absurd divine equipment since its inception. Don't think you can brush this off with a recharge excuse. It is evident that these are invincible buffs granted by the game as higher-ups. Otherwise, how could she single-handedly take on 100 foes and still remain unscathed? Reflecting on it now, it was indeed ludicrous. 100,000 players attacking her without inflicting any damage, and she retaliated with a single strike. How absurd can that be? Moreover, the probability of miracles she produced was equally outrageous. Damn it, over 100 miracles. Since the launch of the game, I have yet to see even a shadow of a miracle, yet she produces 100 at once. Can you honestly say that is fair? It's ridiculous. She conjures hundreds of miracles that others can only dream of obtaining. Something is definitely amiss. With the clamor escalating, Suo Chun scoffed. So, Lawyer Wen, how do you intend to explain this matter? Lawyer Wen remained silent, merely casting a pitying glance at him, which nearly pushed Suo Chun to the brink of insanity. Yet, Wen Zhongping responded with calm composure. Not having seen these two pieces of equipment does not imply they do not exist. What do you mean? I have also recharged in the game. How have I never encountered those two peculiar items in the drop pool? That's because you haven't recharged enough. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Xin Shen promptly retrieved Zhu Ning's mobile phone to log into the game account, allowing everyone to finally witness the true nature of those lethal red and green items. The Super Limited Miracle Life Source Acquisition Channel. Cumulative recharge of 30 million. The Super Limited Miracle Infinite Treasury Acquisition Channel. Cumulative recharge of 50 million. The live stream erupted with astonishment. Am I hallucinating? How were those two items obtained? How much recharge was required? 30 million, 50 million. Zhu Ning directly recharged 50 million to Wenshin. I'm about to vomit blood.
Ah.
How can equipment be so outrageously expensive? Who would recharge 50 million for a game all at once? Is this world even real?
Suo Chun Uri.
Expose this hypocritical lie or I won't be able to survive. How can anyone spend 50 million solely on game recharges? Suo Chun was in utter disarray. 50 million. That so-called gold digger, heartless substitute player Zhu Ning, actually recharged 50 million for a game. Even in a dream, one wouldn't squander money like that. Is her money not money? What a joke. A mere substitute player could actually recharge 50 million. Suo Chen's lips trembled, sweat pouring down. If she had that kind of money, why would she even be a substitute player? To think that they would expect belief based solely on the introduction of 2 game items is simply too far-fetched. One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. When jumping, very well, I take great pleasure in presenting facts and evidence. He called out, Sin Butler. Understood. With a single command, the young man stood up and retrieved a stack of bank transaction records to show the live stream audience. In black and white, with a clear bank stamp, it was explicitly stated that user X Ning had made payments of 1 million, 10 million, and 20 million to the Magic City Pungpai Technology Media Company, Limited, totaling 50 million in recharges. Sin Shun accessed the mobile phone handed to him by Zhu Ning, navigated to the back-end payment interface, scrolled down, and promptly located that record of the 50 million payment. Do you see this? Sin Shun's cold voice concealed a hint of anger. The equipment Our Lady acquired through her 50 million recharge has somehow become the money for her to sell herself in your mouths. The concrete evidence left the netizens in the live stream dumbfounded and shocked. It was true, she had indeed recharged 50 million. No, it was 50 million plus a million. Even the remnants amount to the lifelong aspiration of countless ordinary people. She threw it all into the game in one go. How could this Zhu Ning be so extravagantly wealthy? I said it in the game before. The equipment she possesses came from a recharge of 50 million. I warned you not to attack her, but you wouldn't listen, and now look, you've been slapped in the face. Are you happy now? Suo Chen gazed in despair at this message that emerged amidst the chorus of lamentations. Regret overwhelmed him. How could he not have foreseen that in deciding to attack her? She must possess extraordinary equipment, marking her as no ordinary player. How could he have been foolish enough to stand against her for her equipment? Now it has come to this. Equipment worth millions has been lost, the carefully orchestrated scheme has crumbled, and he is now entangled in a lawsuit against none other than Wen Zhongping. Suo Chen's heart was filled with regret. The viewers in the live stream also regretted following the enticements of Suo Chen and the others, joining in the hunt against an innocent wealthy woman. They ended up with nothing, losing far more than they gained. What a situation. With pent-up fury and no outlet, they directed all their wrath towards Suo Chen, hurling the most venomous and scathing remarks at him. As Suo Chen faced the barrage of insults, his already frayed emotions unraveled further. Yet, with the tides now turned, his desire for survival relied solely on the netizens in the live stream, so he restrained his sharp tongue and struggled with the last of his strength, saying, No, everyone. Let us remain calm. Have you forgotten that the valuable equipment you possess was harvested by her? She is your adversary. Even if she has the power to recharge 50 million, what does that have to do with us? The fact remains that our equipment was taken by her. And that cannot be changed. Calm down, Suo Chen is right. Our entire opposition to Zhu Ning has been for the sake of our equipment. Indeed, indeed. Thinking it over, that is the truth. Regardless of how much she has recharged, we can't reclaim our equipment. Suo Chen gasped, Isn't that right? Regardless of how much Zhu Ning has recharged, it has nothing to do with us. The most crucial point is that she took away our equipment worth 50 million. Do you truly believe she will return it to us? It's impossible. A clear female voice interjected. Though the figure remained unseen, all those present rose in unison, bowing respectfully towards a particular direction. Even the esteemed Wen Zhongping was no exception. With the assistance of those beside him, he stood and bowed, greeting Mississippi. His actions sent shockwaves through the live stream audience. Though aware of his role as Zhu Ning's attorney, they were astounded by the reverence he displayed towards her, leaving their minds in a state of disarray. The relationship between Wen and Zhu Ning was not one of mere collaboration, but rather one of hierarchy. A chilling sensation surged up the spines of those present, reaching the very crown of their heads. Piao Ning, visible only by a hint of her garment in the video call, obscured her visage and identity. Yet her every gesture exuded an air of authority that captivated everyone in the stream. Who exactly is this Zhu Ning? How terrifying! Wan Xiao observed the fleeting glimpse of white fabric with caution. Could it be that she would graciously return the equipment to them? Was she truly so magnanimous? If she were that generous, why would she invest 50 million to exact revenge? Even the attorney opposing them was Wen Zhongping. Wan Zhao's nerves were taut, fervently hoping that Zhu Ning would not feign generosity. As long as she could maintain her stance in this public discourse, there remained a glimmer of hope for him to reclaim his status, while he would forever be branded with infamy. I am not that generous, Zhu Ning remarked, causing Wan Xiao to exhale in relief. Yet, Zhu Ning continued, but the equipment can indeed be returned to you. Wan Zhao's tension returned, an ominous premonition rising within him. Indeed, the next moment, Zhu Ning's voice, akin to a whisper from a demon, echoed, "How you once besieged me, now you shall besiege him. Kill him once, and receive a legendary item. I speak with conviction. It is up to you to decide." Chapter 40. Thank you, Xiao Ning. Kill once, receive a legendary item? Zhu Ning declared, kill once and receive one. Wan Zhao's temples throbbed. He soon observed players charging towards him, unleashing skills to slaughter him mercilessly.
Defeated.
Your legendary equipment has been looted. Zhu Ning boldly announced her position. Subsequently, the legendary paladin's protection was successfully granted. Oh my, she truly gives, exclaimed one player. It's a sight to behold, a legendary item fetching 20,000 on the market, and she simply hands it out. Back then, Suikong only offered $50 for a kill. How could Suikong even compare? She has poured 50 million into the game, with a warehouse full of legends, epics, and even miracles. A mere legend is nothing to her. Number 1 in the server. I dare say, there is no other player in the entire Ask the Gods realm who is as affluent as she. Such players are a rare find in other pay-to-win games. I want to kill too. I want to kill. In a frenzy, a wave of players swarmed online, gathering like a school of fish, rushing towards Wan Xiao, drawing swords without uttering a word, launching attacks against him. Have you all lost your minds? Wan Zhao's expression contorted. He had entered the game during the live stream to engage his audience, not to become the subject of their merciless assault.
Defeated. 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 Defeated.
Countless defeat notifications flooded the screen. Wan Xiao slammed his keyboard, shouting, "Are you all insane?" Zhu Ning shattered his miracle, and this mob looted his epic and legendary items. In mere moments, he was left completely destitute. How could humanity be this greedy? Oh dear, feeling defensive, are we? I recall when you incited us to hunt Xiao Ning, you weren't speaking with such an attitude. Stop wasting breath, keep killing him. I just acquired 3 legendary items. It's no surprise she is the top spender in the server. Delightful. I've always found this brat unsightly. Now's my chance to teach him a lesson. As they spoke, more defeat notifications echoed on the screen. Time after time, his character revived only to die again. Isn't Wan Xiao supposed to be the best in the server? He doesn't seem all that impressive. There are plenty who outperform him. He merely got lucky with the disaster fate. Without his miracle, who is he? We were too biased towards him before. We thought he was exceptional, but today proves otherwise. The humiliation. For a streamer who built his career on gaming, this was an unparalleled disgrace, even more so than receiving a slap across the face. Xiao Ning, is this what you wish to witness? Are you so incapable of tolerating my success? So petty? She is so wealthy. Why can't she be a bit more generous? It was just a matter of killing her a few hundred times. Could she not rise above and forgive, moving past this? Selfish and unkind. Wan Zhao's face flushed with anger as he cursed relentlessly. Zhu Ning remained silent, while Wen Jing scoffed derisively, with over 500 spectators present. Your behavior has been duly noted, and we shall pursue criminal charges against you. Yell all you want. Wan Zhao's face drained of color. He was in over his head. One before him was a legal titan, the other a future representative of the law. Any slight misstep in his words could become the very weapon that would destroy him. I was wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I acted out of anger. It was unintentional. I assure you, I will turn over a new leaf. Please forgive me. Wan Xiao wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. He never intended to insult Xiao Ning. It was all a moment of impulsiveness. Zhu Ning regarded him coolly through the screen. He was sobbing uncontrollably, while the live chat was filled with vitriol. His once thriving follower count plummeted to a mere 80,000. He had aspired to become a million-follower sensation, yet now he struggled to maintain even 100,000. The final support he relied upon crumbled beneath Zhu Ning's grand gesture. Those who once supported him transformed into his fiercest detractors. Countless slaughters were aimed at draining the last vestiges of his worth. He wept inconsolably, but Zhu Ning remained unmoved. I recall you once said, I'm not that kind-hearted. So, do you believe that shedding a few tears in front of me will earn my forgiveness?
Dream on.
She turned to leave, and Wan Xiao cried out for Xiao Ning. Wen Jing stepped forward, coldly stating, Mr. Liu, my client's stance is abundantly clear. I hereby announce the conclusion of this pre-trial mediation process. We shall no longer entertain any form of communication from your side. The case will be heard in 7 days. Please be punctual in your attendance. Should you fail to appear, it will be deemed a default judgment, and we will file for 10 million in compensation for my client's emotional distress. Furthermore, we hereby announce that any netizens who have harassed or insulted my client must submit a handwritten apology within 3 working days and produce a sincere apology video lasting no less than 10 minutes. Should this not be addressed within the stipulated time, we will subject all involved to consequences akin to those faced by Wan Xiao. Please consider the gravity of this matter. She concluded her words, coldly severing the video call, leaving Wan Xiao in a state of despair, collapsing onto the ground. 10 million. Even if he were sold, he wouldn't be worth that much. This wasn't merely about compensation. It was tantamount to sentencing him to prison. Zhu Ning. I realize my mistakes now. I truly comprehend my errors. Tears streamed down Wan Zhao's face, while the viewers in the live stream, who had previously rallied to attack and insult Zhu Ning, now bore expressions of utter desolation. If they failed to apologize, they would face a fate akin to Wan Zhao's shattered reputation, embroiled in legal battles with Wen Zhongfeng. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Not to mention that their online harassment was inherently unjust. Even if they pursued legal action, who could possibly contend with Wen Zhongfeng? Although it was merely a matter of recording an apology video, what if their relatives, family, colleagues, or superiors discovered their involvement in online slander and harassment? Their lives would certainly not be easy. They themselves did not deserve this. With nowhere to vent their fury, the netizens directed all their ire toward Wan Xiao. The venom they once directed at Zhu Ning was now hurled with equal ferocity at Wan Xiao. The entire livestream had devolved into a chaotic dogfight. At the headquarters of Wenshun, Qi Yuwu exited the online broadcast. The evidence he had previously gathered no longer needed to be disseminated. It was time to wrap things up on Wan Zhao's end and bid farewell to Zhang Jia. He lowered his gaze, his expression somber, and remarked, "Allowing him to remain at large until now has tested my patience sufficiently." He understood that there was another matter he needed to report. It appeared that the shift in public opinion online was not solely propelled by their faction. Initial suspicions pointed to movements from Zhu Ning's side. Qi Yuwu was not surprised. It seemed he had anticipated this. And he merely replied in a calm tone that he was aware, instructing his subordinate to attend to their tasks. As the assistant exited, Qi Yuwu's long fingers brushed over the documents on his desk, where an A4 sheet bore Zhu Ning's identity information. Initially, he had thought he would have to intervene personally, but he was astonished to find that she had resolved everything flawlessly, with remarkable efficiency. Zhu Ning. He murmured softly, "Thank you." That evening, Wenshun once again dominated the trending searches. Zhang Jia, the operations manager of the mobile game under the Pangbai banner, was under investigation for multiple illegal activities, rumored to be facing over 10 years of imprisonment. The major shareholder of Pangbai simultaneously empowered the company's founder, Xiao Qi, also known as Qi Wu, who would henceforth be the official spokesperson for Pangbai. Meanwhile, streamer Wan Xiao and player Sui Ken faced lawsuits for defamation, awaiting a grand banquet of silver handcuffs. A series of news articles regarding Wenshun flooded the trending list. Amid the confusion, a name quietly ascended to the top. Zhu Ning, a gaming tycoon, had invested 50 million in in-game purchases. Chapter 41. This Miss Zhu is truly remarkable. As the trending topic emerged, traffic from all directions converged. On site, witnessed firsthand. 2 pieces of equipment worth 50 million. A recharge of 50 million is your limit, not my Ning Jess. Do you know what is most frightening? Her lawyer is Wen Zhongfeng. The comments below read, "What a joke, when retired long ago. Do you think I'll believe that?" Accompanied by photographic evidence screenshots. Oh my, it really is Wen Zhongfeng. My heavens, what kind of family background does the Zhu Ning have to actually secure Wen Lao? Securing is an understatement. Do you know what is most critical? Wen Lao treats her with utmost respect, addressing her as Miss. My goodness, goosebumps are all over me. Who is this Miss Zhu Ning really? The annual feel-good narrative unfolded, featuring a wealthy heiress experiencing life as a liver donor, only to be slandered by a lowly man, who was subsequently crushed with a 50 million retribution, hiring a legal titan to vindicate her. The slanderous man could go to hell. Online discussions reached a fever pitch. Those who had previously been misled by public opinion to misunderstand Zhu Ning now uncovered the full truth amidst the series of reversals. Astonished by her immense financial power and mysterious identity, they were enraged at how they had been manipulated by the slanderer, wrongfully accusing an innocent girl. Consequently, Wang Zhao's various social media platforms were besieged by furious netizens. The online harassment Zhu Ning had endured was now being hurled back at him. Within a few short hours, Wang Zhao's reputation plummeted to an all-time low, her name permanently tarnished, making it impossible for her to ever earn a living in the digital realm again. On the other hand, Qianli stared at the trending search terms in a daze. Xiaoning. Is it the Xiaoning I know? She recharged the game with 50 million? Is she really that wealthy? Qianli felt the phone in his hand heating up as an overwhelming sense of panic engulfed him. It was as if he had suddenly lost something infinitely precious. He frantically searched for information about Xiaoning on the trending topics, yet all he found were fragmented bits of information. After much effort, he finally located a video recording of Wang Zhao's livestream, in which Xiaoning was only partially visible. He fixated on that glimpse, waiting for her to make a move. How could it be? Killing him once, a legendary tale.
¿Quién les pupils dilata?
That voice. It is her. The Xiaoning who recharged the game with 50 million is indeed the Xiaoning I know.
How could this be?
How could she be so wealthy? That's an astounding 50 million. He felt as if his world was crumbling, his worldview shaken to its core. 50 million for game recharges. And even when Zhongping had to address her asmus. What was her true identity? Had his initial choice been erroneous? At that moment, a message from Yumi Bobo arrived. Yumi Bobo, baby, I'm hungry. Could you order me some takeout? The glaring message ignited a fire of fury within Qianli. Eating, while he was live streaming. She didn't even send him any virtual gifts, and now she wanted him to order her takeout? It was her who had the privilege to eat. Yet she still had the audacity to portray herself as a wealthy beauty, painting grand visions to ensnare him like a fish. In comparison to Zhu Ning's 2 million in gifts and the 50 million spent on gaming, Qianli wished he could drag Yumi Bobo out and berate her. Yumi Bobo. By the way, I need to change the delivery address. Send it to this location. Yumi Bobo. Location. Qianli's rage came to an abrupt halt. This is Yumi Bobo. My dad recently took a liking to a manor spanning 100 acres. I get so exhausted every time we visit, crying and laughing. I have to drive it home. Yumi Bobo, I know I've been sending you less lately, mainly because my family is buying this mansion worth 1 billion. My dad has cut back on my allowance. Yumi Bobo, once we move into the new house, my allowance will be restored, and I'll pay you back what I owe. She then shared several posed photos of herself in the manor, with her youthful and beautiful face, graceful figure, and the opulent architecture in the background. Qianli searched online for the manor's location. Haisher Tianxi, the scenery matched perfectly. The only difference was that the listed price was 2 billion, not 1 billion. He asked, baby, I see the listing online is for 2 billion. Yumi Bobo, silly, you have to pay taxes too, playful. Knowing such details meant she must have either experienced it firsthand or witnessed it. Glancing again at the website's notice prohibiting tours, the last shred of doubt in his heart dissipated. Qianli, darling, what would you like to eat? Steak or abalone rice? Do you still want to try the custom dish from that 3-star restaurant we visited last time? Yunimo Bobo, sure. Exiting the chat interface, he navigated to a delivery app from a 3-star hotel, staring at the dishes priced at an average of 1 to 2,000, his heart bleeding. The 100,000 he had received from Yunimo Bobo was halved by the platform fees. The 50,000 in his hands had not been spent on himself at all, as Yunimo Bobo had devised various excuses to claim it, leaving him utterly penniless. Each time, he contemplated cutting his losses and withdrawing. She always had new tricks to ensnare him, making it impossible for him to let go. Over time, he had already invested around 20 to 30,000 on her. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he placed another order for a 3,000 yuan lunch at the table she had reserved. Game top-ups of 50 million were trivial. Yunimo Bobo, on the other hand, casually spent 251 billion on a 100-acre estate. No matter how he looked at it, she was far wealthier than he. He silently vowed that once he won Yunimo Bobo's heart, he would ensure Xiao Ning regretted abandoning him. Jin Ting Yufu. Xin Shan observed the current public opinion online with a satisfied nod. A message arrived on WeChat.
Troll liaison wank. Zen butler.
Do you need to purchase more traffic? Xin Shan, for now, let's keep it as is. The effect is sufficient. AAA troll liaison wang. Alright. Just let me know if you need anything.
Zen Shen, millimetrów.
He switched off his phone and looked up at Zhu Ning, seated in the main position on the sofa in the hall. The admonition still echoed in his ears. He must pave the way for the young lady, clearing all obstacles. Noticing his gaze, Zhu Ning smiled at him. Xinshan nodded respectfully, and then withdrew. Zhu Ning returned her gaze to the elderly man and his grandson beside her. Mr. Wen and Wenlu, thank you for your hard work today. I appreciate your continued assistance with the upcoming tasks. Aside from the cases regarding Sui Ku and Wan Xiao, I also have my eye on a matter that requires your expertise to assess. Wen Zhongfeng looked at Wen Jing, who nodded in agreement. Leave the case to my grandfather. I will handle the assessment. I can have everything ready for the young lady today. That would be splendid. With that, Zhu Ning called Pei Jin to arrange a meeting to view the property. I'll be at your place in 15 minutes. Zhu Ning, all right, see you soon. After hanging up, they divided their tasks. Zhu Ning changed into her casual attire and tidied herself up, while Xinshan reported that Pei Jin had arrived. The group quickly gathered outside the villa, and Pei Jin, initially standing still, turned to find two familiar faces beside Zhu Ning, momentarily stunned before approaching them. Mr. Wen Lu, it's been a long time. The Wen grandfather and grandson hadn't anticipated that Zhu Ning's acquaintance would be Pei Jin, and they quickly greeted him. Young Master Pei. Long time no see. Reunions of old acquaintances in a new place prompted Wen Zhongfeng to clarify, I previously served as the legal advisor for young Master Pei's company. Ise, Zhu Ning smilet. What a coincidence, young Master Pei is treating us to dinner today. Pei Jin chuckled, of course. When Jing observed this exchange, her heart racing with uncertainty. Zhu Ning's relationship with the crown prince seemed quite close. Could it be that this Zhu family belonged to a hidden aristocratic lineage in the capital? Pei Jin was also slightly taken aback to see the two individuals beside Zhu Ning. It was remarkable that she could summon Mr. Wen out of retirement. Both parties were astonished, while Zhu Ning remained blissfully unaware of the surprise she had elicited. Upon arriving at the destination, Wen Jing conducted an assessment of the manor, and the butler swiftly opened the door to invite them in. Just as he was about to close the door, he spotted a familiar figure approaching on a scooter, his expression changing as he apologized to the group before stepping away for a few minutes. What are you doing here? The woman placed the recently received delivery in the trunk and looked up at the manor. I came to pick up a delivery. Dad, it seems lively inside. Who are those people? Those are the buyers accompanied by their lawyers for the assessment. Hurry and take your things and leave. Oh. The butler turned to rejoin Zhu Ning and the others, but the woman quickly snapped a photo of the interior and sent it to her pinned WeChat chat. Yunamo Bobo. Image. The lawyer Dad invited is here to help assess the manor. Chapter 42. The 100-acre manor secured. As Wen Jing assessed the property, Zhu Ning and Pei Jin explored the main villa. The 5-story structure included a basement, swimming pool, wine cellar, and private screening room, encompassing all amenities a homeowner could desire. The rooftop terrace featured an observatory, perfect for stargazing and wine tasting on summer nights. The most delightful aspect of the manor was its ability to offer the conveniences of urban infrastructure while allowing one to relish the freedoms of pastoral life. Pei Jin remarked. Compared to living in a villa area, residing in a manor grants the owner greater freedom. Zhu Ning nodded in agreement. After an hour, Wen Jing concluded her assessment and returned to Zhu Ning's side, nodding affirmatively that there were no issues. Zhu Ning promptly contacted the manor's owner, currently studying abroad, to initiate the signing process. The owner readily agreed, expressing admiration for Zhu Ning's decisiveness. I've had this manor on the market for a while, without suitable buyers. Miss Zhu's promptness is truly generous. Zhu Ning smiled. I must thank young Master Pei for the recommendation, which allowed me to acquire such a splendid property. The former owner turned to thank Pei Jin, and the three exchanged pleasantries before proceeding with the transaction. The contract was drafted by Wen Jing and sent electronically to the owner, thousands of miles away, for signing. Thanks to technology, the contract was completed in just a few minutes. Zhu Ning promptly transferred the funds, 251 billion yuan, and the seller exclaimed at her decisive nature. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 25.1 billion yuan. The remaining task funds amount to 12.4 billion. Please continue your efforts. Ding! Today's daily expenditure of 100 million yuan has been dispersed. Please actively spend, host. A 5 billion rebate was within reach, and now she also possessed a 100-acre manor. Zhu Ning's complexion glowed with vitality, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As long as tonight's event with Songya went well, the 5 billion rebate would be effortlessly hers. However, before that, the manor's renovation work needed to be arranged. Since renovations did not qualify for rebates, Zhu Ning planned to leave everything to Xinshan. One should not pass up free benefits. Furthermore, Zhu Ning glanced at Wen Jing, who was diligently handling a case nearby. The two legal luminaries had come to assist her. It would be remiss to have them crammed into a small room at Jintingyufu. Employee accommodations should also be arranged. She wondered if a budget of 20 million would suffice. Perhaps Song Ye could help coordinate that. With a plethora of tasks at hand, Zhu Ning walked in a daze, tripping slightly before a steady hand reached out to support her arm. "Be careful." A deep, melodious voice rang out, and Zhu Ning instinctively turned to see the person beside her with long lashes and a striking profile. How had she not noticed before? His facial features were sharp and cold, yet his eyes concealed a warmth. Caught in a moment of awe, Pei Jin turned to her, his tone gentle. "Do you find me handsome?" Zhu Ning, slightly dazed, nodded. "A bit handsome." Pei Jin withdrew his gaze from her. "If you think it's handsome, then it's handsome. I'm not one to flatter." He released her and stood back, prompting her to inquire, "I'm going to Song Ye's event tonight. Are you coming?" Pei Jin hesitated for a moment. "You want me to go?" Zhu Ning nodded. "Yes, I do." If he attended, she could seize the opportunity to capture some moments for him as a way to return the favor. Pei Jinding gazed at her for 2 seconds. "I understand," he finally said. Zhu Ning pressed on. "Are you going?" Pei Jin remained silent as Wen Jing approached with a finalized contract, announcing that all procedures had been completed. Zhu Ning, momentarily distracted, expressed her gratitude. At that moment, the former owner privately requested Zhu Ning to write some recommendations on the resumes of the estate staff to facilitate their job search after leaving. Zhu Ning readily agreed, assuring that if any of them wished to remain, they could also seek an interview with her family's steward. The steward, Zhou Hongzhong, was visibly elated at this news. Once outside the estate, Wen Jing temporarily returned to the Jintingyufu to handle her tasks. Even though Wen Zhongping, not she, was hired, Wen Jing approached her work with unwavering diligence, as if she were destined to be there. However, after completing a series of tasks, she found herself lost in thought, pondering why she was working so hard when she hadn't even taken the 10 billion. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning watched Wen Jing depart and turned to see Pei Jin on a phone call. Unable to hear what he was saying from afar, she checked the time and pulled out her phone to message Song Ye, asking him to keep an eye on the villa.
Villa?
"For what purpose?" he replied. "To accommodate some people," Zhu Ning explained. "There are 2 employees who need to move in, with a budget of around 20 million. The response was delayed as he typed. "Boss, please buy me one too," he jokingly added, eliciting a laugh from Zhu Ning. She promptly transferred the 20 million to his account, requesting his assistance in managing the arrangements. Pei Jin, holding his phone, cast a glance in her direction as his assistant on the other end confirmed, "Mr. Pei, do you wish to change your return flight to tomorrow at 8 in the morning? If so, I will proceed with the adjustments." "Yes," he replied calmly, "change it. I have matters to attend to today." Once their calls concluded, Zhu Ning approached Pei Jin, inviting him to join her for Song Ye's celebration banquet. As they drove to the venue, Song Ye emerged to greet them, surprised to see both Pei Jin and Zhu Ning arriving together. "ISN, the prince too busy? What brings you here? Did you change your flight back to Beijing?" He welcomed them enthusiastically, bowing slightly, clearly delighted by their presence. Especially after the car exhibition had generated over 100 million, with Zhu Ning contributing 80 million just this morning. The celebration was held in a villa designed for events. Upon entering, they found a display in the center of the hall, presumably for the upcoming license plate auction. The second floor featured a circular space where numerous guests mingled, raising their glasses in conversation. Zhu Ning spotted Duan Zimo and He Wenhui chatting happily upstairs, exchanging friendly waves. As Pei Jin and Zhu Ning followed Song Ye upstairs, guests quickly approached them, raising their glasses in greeting. Soon, they were surrounded by a crowd, and a server came forward with drinks. Zhu Ning reached for one, only to be gently advised, "Miss Zhu, this drink is strong." She turned to find a young man smiling warmly at her. "You look somewhat familiar," she remarked. The young man introduced himself as On, explaining he had guided her during the car exhibition. "Ah, now I remember." "Hello, On," she replied, as he handed her a fruit-based drink, adding, "If you feel unwell from drinking, please let us know. We have plenty of remedies prepared." "Thank you," she responded. On passed by Pei Jin, who declined the drink offered to him, indicating he had plans to take someone home later. Song Ye, with a knowing smile, teased, "Which noble lady can make Mr. Pei play chauffeur?" Pei Jin's gaze drifted towards the figure joyfully conversing with Duan Zimo and He Wenhui. "Who knows?" he replied lightly. Chapter 43, Successful Rebates, no longer an unemployed millionaire. The celebration banquet was primarily a feast. Once all guests had arrived and pleasantries exchanged, dinner commenced. The spread was lavish. featuring a variety of land, sea, and air delicacies. Each guest was attended by a server for cutting and serving, with on assigned to look after Zhu Ning. His refined and handsome appearance exuded a youthful, academic charm reminiscent of Su Liunian, who had also recently graduated. Zhu Ning recalled him mentioning that he had juggled studies and live streaming during his earlier years. Her thoughts wandered as On gently placed a plate of crab meat in front of her, advising Miss Zhu, "It will taste better if you eat it while it's warm." With a smile, he withdrew, leaving Zhu Ning's gaze lingering on his legs. Speaking of legs, she glanced at Pei Jin's, which were covered by a pristine white satin tablecloth, emphasizing the striking lines of his black trousers, showcasing his long, powerful thighs. Pei Jin possessed the longest legs she had ever seen among men. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Jin, noticing her furtive glances, casually remarked, "Miss Zhu, you might as well sit on my lap." Zhu Ning, caught off guard, initially thought, "Is that even a possibility?" Pei Jin observed the emotions in her eyes, momentarily taken aback before setting down his utensils, and inquired softly, "Should I say welcome?" Zhu Ning felt her cheeks flush as she hastily averted her gaze, feeling embarrassed. As Pei Jin regarded her with a mix of amusement and intrigue, she focused on the crab meat, avoiding further eye contact. A notification chimed on her phone, revealing a new friend request. "Hello, Miss Zhu, I am Pengpai Chiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhu Ning's interest piqued, she accepted the request. "Is this the real Chiyu or an imposter?" she queried. "Pictures?"
Please, he replied.
Upon opening the images, her eyes widened in delight. The first photo showcased a young man in a silver tracksuit, wearing brown headphones around his neck. Looking freshly showered, his tousled bangs partially obscuring his striking eyes, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Zhu Ning recognized him. At 13, he had engaged in 5v5 competitive gaming, swiftly climbing the provincial rankings, before joining a top-tier esports club as a reserve player. After 2 years of waiting, he led his team to victory in a substitute match, becoming the youngest starting captain in the country at 16, shattering age records for professional esports team leaders. Over the next 5 years, he guided his team to 5 world championships, retiring at 21 due to repetitive strain injuries, only to re-emerge 2 years later with the highly popular and profitable mobile game Questioning the Divine, reclaiming his place in the public eye.
Indeed.
It resonates with that adage. Young Qi, amidst the tumult of war, has returned at the tender age of not yet 25, a prodigy among prodigies. Whatever he undertakes, he excels with remarkable prowess. Zhu Ning, hello, I am your admirer. Shakes hands. Qi Wu, what admirer? Zhu Ning, a fan of your looks. Qi Wu, silent. Zhu Ning stifles a laugh. What harm is there in having one more admirer in the realm of esports? Particularly when he is the epitome of male beauty. The chat window lingered with typing, and just as she pondered if she had perhaps jested too far, a succinct voice message arrived. Adjusting her phone's volume, she leaned in to listen to a clear, languid male voice. "Let us play a game together sometime. I'll guide you." Pei Jin cast a sidelong glance. Zhu Ning silently applauded Qi Yuwu's voice in her mind. Truly, he is the recognized Adonis of the esports world, excelling in every regard. Zhu Ning, shakes hands. The meal was a delightful affair. And soon came the moment Zhu Ning had eagerly anticipated, the car plate auction. Songya had truly put in considerable effort, gathering plate numbers that were highly coveted in the market, even though it was well known that tonight's auction was exclusively arranged by Songya for Zhu Ning. The attendees could not resist the temptation to bid. "Miss Zhu, I shall secure this sequential plate number first, my compliments." A wealthy businessman gestured respectfully toward her. Zhu Ning returned the gesture with a smile, thinking, "It is merely a sequential number. If you want it, take it." Earlier, Songya had informed her backstage that he had already prepared the 3 best plate numbers in advance. The bidding for the other plate numbers was merely a means for their original owners to maximize their earnings. Money, after all, was hardly an issue for Zhu Ning. The plate number about to be auctioned was a combination of auspicious sequential digits, high A888K6, with a starting bid of 300,000 and increments not less than 30,000. The crowd began to raise their bids, but Zhu Ning, growing impatient with the small increases, declared boldly 500,000. 550,000. Zhu Ning raised her paddle, 1 million. Gasps rippled through the bidders, who reluctantly yielded the auction to her.
Ding.
The system has detected that the host has completed today's sales, and a rebate of 1 million has been credited to your bank account. Please check your balance. With the funds deposited, Zhu Ning felt elated as she proceeded to bid on 3 more sequential plate numbers. High AA 888, High BB 888, High CC 888, totaling 4 million. Next came 4 additional sequential numbers. High A 00000, 33333, 66666, 99999. The starting bid for number 36 was 5 million, while 00000 began at 7,099,999 at 10 million. In China, license plates are classified as national resources and cannot be traded privately. While ordinary license numbers are not strictly regulated, the auctioning of coveted numbers is subject to oversight. However, as the saying goes, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Although individuals cannot auction off plates freely, it is tacitly permitted for companies to transfer both vehicle and plate ownership together. Conveniently, the original cars for these plates were several renowned luxury vehicles, justifying their high prices. Zhu Ning acquired them all for a total of 45 million, and then, under Song Ye's guidance, successfully secured the specially prepared plate number for her at 50 million. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Having purchased 11 plates in quick succession, she had effortlessly expended 1 billion. Miss Zhu indeed lives up to her reputation. Applause thundered in the villa, and as Zhu Ning stood to acknowledge the cheers, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 500 million of the task funds. A 1-to-1 rebate has been credited to your bank account, current balance, 296.8 billion. Additionally, shares in Zhu Wang 67 have been generated for you. Please collect them offline by tomorrow. The surrounding accolades could not drown out the mechanical notifications in her mind. Zhu Ning clenched her hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement. From this day forth, she would no longer be merely an unemployed individual with a net worth exceeding 1 billion. She was now a small business owner with her own enterprise. Chapter 44. I Remember You. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Duan Zmo, donning a congratulatory smile, quietly prepared to exit. The festivities had concluded, and it was time for him to return to his own life and address his own challenges. Beside him, Zhang Song, a CEO of a potential investment firm, observed his silhouette and also stood to follow.
Duan Xiao.
Duan Zmo paused, turning to the approaching figure. A flicker of impatience crossing his eyes, but he greeted politely. Zhang Zong, why didn't you stay a while longer? The portly man chuckled as he approached. Duan Xiao is leaving. How could I remain seated? By the way, how have you considered the proposal I mentioned last time? 3 billion for a 67 stake. Ignoring the darkening expression on Duan Zmo's face, he continued with a smile. Duan Xiao, raising funds is quite challenging these days. If I'm not mistaken, you've already exhausted every possible avenue. Haven to you? So, has the funding come through? Duan Zmo replied, you need not trouble yourself with that, Zhang Zong. Oh dear, I was merely showing concern for a younger colleague. I noticed you seem quite close to Miss Zhu. How is it that she can lavishly spend on license plates, yet hasn't he considered extending a helping hand to you, her friend? Are you merely acquaintances? Duan Zmo's eyes darkened with displeasure. Miss Zhu's assistance to me is a matter of personal favor. Her withholding of aid is her prerogative. If I require investment, I would present my proposal directly to her. What is this expectation of her approaching me first? My apologies for my rudeness. But how long can this pride of yours sustain you, I wonder? Zhang Song smiled slyly. Zhu Wang is in dire need of fresh capital for survival. Isn't it?
Duan Zmo sophisticated.
But 3 billion in liquid assets. Who among you in the real estate industry could easily come up with such a sum? Even if you sought a bank loan, with Zhu Wang's current risk assessment, how much could you possibly secure? Zhang Song chuckled. Duan Xiao. It has been almost half a month. You should have realized by now that no one is willing to assist you. Now, aside from us at Yaoyang, who among the financiers and investors has the means or the conviction to provide such funds? Duan Zmo gritted his teeth. You think 3 billion can simply wrest away my company as controlling stake, valued at 35 billion? Zhang Zong, you truly are astute in business. Why the anger, Duan Xiao? 3 billion may seem a trifling amount, but surely you understand its significance as a lifeline? Zhang Song continued with a grin. Or perhaps Duan Xiao is not seeking a lifeline, but rather a price for his life? Duan Zmo's gaze snapped up. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Zhang Song replied, I am merely sounding an alarm for you, Duan Xiao. Rather than awaiting bankruptcy and watching me pick up the pieces, it would be wiser to prepare yourself and hand over your shares to me. Otherwise, when the time comes, it won't just be you begging for my investment. Even your father will be kneeling before me. What did you say? Repeat that. The audacity of his extortion, coupled with the insult to his father.
Ignited Duanzi mo sa fury.
Yet Jiang Song merely laughed, pressing down on his shoulder without a care.
Duan Xiao.
Heed the advice of an elder. When under a roof, one must bow their head. It is prudent to recognize one's circumstances, apart from us. You have no other options. With that, he patted Duan Zimo's shoulder and turned to depart. I will come for my share transfer document tomorrow at 10. You have until then to consider. After that, I shall not wait. The man's figure receded, and Duan Zmo, in frustration, slammed his fist against the wall before collapsing in despair. Is there truly no way out? After the auction concluded, Songya organized a small social gathering. On the first floor, actors performed songs and dances, while guests on the second floor sat in clusters, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation. Zhu Ning, intending to present a newly acquired brooch to Pei Jin, tucked it into her pocket as she made her way to her seat, occasionally brushing her toes against Pei Jin's leather shoes. He shifted slightly, but did not withdraw. The melodious singing from below filled the air, and the second floor was arranged like a bar booth, dimly lit. A gentle voice from a waiter interrupted her thoughts. Miss Zhu, would you like some grapes? Zhu Ning turned to find Wen patiently waiting beside her. Yes, please. As she reached for the fruit, he gently blocked her hand, saying, Allow me. He knelt slightly, donned gloves, and soon placed a small mound of peeled grapes before her. Miss Zhu, please enjoy. He moved the fruit platter closer, then returned to quietly peeling more grapes. Appearing somewhat obedient, Zhu Ning felt a strange sensation within her, and after taking a sip from her glass, the burning liquid coursed down her throat, causing her face to flush. Realizing she had grabbed the wrong drink, she held up her cup in surprise. Wen immediately inquired with concern, Miss Zhu, are you all right? Songya chimed in, did you drink the wrong one? That glass has quite a high alcohol content. Are you okay? I'm fine. Zhu Ning waved her hand dismissively. This much is bearable. He Wenhui remarked, it's odd. You say you're fine, yet your face is so red. Zhu Ning stubbornly replied, it's just a bit warm. Songya is such a miser, he won't even turn on the air conditioning. Songya, already feeling a chill from the air conditioning, remained silent. She stood up, announcing, I need to use the restroom. You all carry on. Stumbling slightly as she rose, Wen watched her figure and, removing his gloves, followed closely behind. Pei Jin raised his glass and took a sip, his gaze inadvertently wandering to the pile of grapes. In the restroom, Zhu Ning turned on the tap and splashed cool water on her face, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. Having seldom consumed alcohol, she quickly felt its effects. Supporting herself against the mirror, she heard Wen's concerned voice from outside. Miss Zhu, are you all right? I'm fine. She exhaled heavily, her head spinning. She emerged from the restroom, attempting to appear normal, but Wen merely glanced at her before concluding that she was indeed intoxicated. Miss Zhu, you're drunk, aren't you? Do you need me to assist you? Zhu Ning waved him off, her speech tinged with the scent of alcohol. No, I'm not drunk. Wen regarded her gently. Miss Zhu, you're drunk. Let me take you to rest, shall I? No, I don't need it. She refused, but Wen persisted. Miss Zhu, grant me a chance.
Will you?
Zhu Ning's body tensed at his words. Let go. Wen's gaze remained fixed on her face. With her crimson lips and dark hair, she was undeniably beautiful. Miss Zhu, I assure you, you won't regret it. Zhu Ning, incensed, pushed him away. I told you to get lost. A young man's strength naturally surpassed that of a girl, especially as Zhu Ning was inebriated. Even after receiving a slap, Wen refused to relent. Tightening his grip around her, Miss Zhu, please give me one chance. He leaned in to kiss her, but before he could reach her, she delivered a heavy punch to his face, and he was forcefully kicked in the chest, falling to the ground with a cry. Pei Jin swiftly intervened, his expression flat as he glared at Wen. She said no, do you not understand? Wen, having been struck hard enough to loosen his teeth, met Pei Jin's cold gaze, trembling. Pei Zong, Miss Zhu is drunk. I'm just taking care of her. Pei Jin's icy stare pierced through him. Did she ask for your care? Wen shook in fear. Pei Jin reached out, securely lifting Zhu Ning into his arms. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, Wen, was it? I'll remember you. Wen's face turned pale. With that, Pei Jin carried Zhu Ning away steadily. Having been tormented by Wen, Zhu Ning felt the effects of the alcohol intensify, her head spinning even more. Pei Jin, put me down. I can walk on my own. I'm heavy. Not a problem. Pei Jin replied, lifting her slightly, You're not heavy at all. In the villa's room, Zhu Ning leaned against the sofa. The scent of alcohol growing stronger and her mind becoming increasingly muddled, a hazy figure of Pei Jin bustling about before her. Her body swayed unsteadily as she squinted to discern who was in front of her. Who are you? Pei Jin offered her some water. Have you forgotten so quickly?
Oh.
She replied, Pei Jin. Long legs. Pei Jin responded, Is that all that occupies your thoughts?
Zhu Ning kiklet.
He smiled back, leaning in to offer her more water. No more. I can't drink any more. I'm drunk, she declared. Pei Jin supported her head. You can handle cocktails, but water seems daunting. Zhu Ning retorted, Come on. Cocktails are a piece of cake. Pei Jin scoffed, placing the cup on the table before squatting down to examine her face. Her cheeks flushed, hair tousled, with her nose, mouth, and neck all rosy. She appeared pitiful. The doctor will be here soon. Let him check if you've ingested anything unsavory. Zhu Ning shook her head. I only had grapes. What if the grapes weren't clean? Zhu Ning tilted her head, gazing at him with unfocused eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Pei Jin asked, turning his face away. Her voice, soft and slightly nasal, responded, How could grapes be unclean? Who knows? Pei Jin replied. Are you foolish?
Zhu Ning asked.
Would you dare to say that when you're sober?
Hehe, Zhu Ning grinned proudly. I've grown bolder.
Pei Jin chuckled softly. You are truly intoxicated.
Hihi.
The room fell silent as Zhu Ning, under the influence, leaned against the armrest of the sofa, staring intently at his face. Initially, Pei Jin could ignore her gaze. But as time passed, he helplessly spoke. Do you really have to stare at me like that?
Why not stare if I can?
Zhu Ning gestured for him to lean closer. I like good-looking people. Don't tell anyone. Pei Jin regarded her with an expression as if to say, You think I'm unaware? Zhu Ning, feeling shy under his gaze, laughed sheepishly, scratching her head as she leaned against the sofa, her two glistening eyes smiling at him. I have another secret, Pei Zong. Don't tell anyone.
Go on.
Zhu Ning beckoned him closer. Come here. Come here. Pei Jin, curious about what drunken words she might utter, leaned in. She whispered in his ear, Your legs look good too. Pei Jin replied, What a lecherous person. A famous quote.
Zhu Ning retorted. What?
The character color is like a knife. How many cuts can one endure? Her movements were bold, yet her stance swayed unsteadily. Pei Jin effortlessly caught her. What kind of famous quote is that? Zhu Ning collapsed against his arm, grinning at him. Pei Zong, you're so good-looking. Pei Jin turned his face. And Zhu Ning leaned closer, noting, Your eyelashes are so long. And your nose. Yes, she replied, gazing at him blankly. Pei Jin asked, Do you know what you're doing? Of course. Complimenting you. Pei Jin removed her hand. You're being inappropriate. Zhu Ning adopted a look of feigned innocence. What do you mean by inappropriate? This is what being inappropriate looks like. As she spoke, her delicate palm brushed against his thigh, causing Pei Jin to stiffen momentarily. Yet, the other party seemed unsatisfied, mischievously roaming her small hand back and forth, teasing him. Pei Jin's brow twitched as he restrained her movements. Zhu Ning, enough, he said, his voice low and tinged with annoyance. Startled, Zhu Ning's emotions, amplified by intoxication, surged, and her eyes quickly brimmed with tears. Why are you so fierce? The tearful gaze made Pei Jin's temples throb. What was the rationale behind this? He was being taken advantage of, yet he found himself turning to comfort her. She continued to cry, tears cascading down her cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Jin reached out to wipe her tears away. Let's be reasonable. Zhu Ning, displeased, retorted. Your attitude is horrendous. Pei Jin replied, You're being insatiable. Zhu Ning was on the verge of tears again. Pei Jin felt a headache coming on. What do you want then? You should beg me. He remained silent.
She began to sob.
After a brief pause, he resignedly lowered his head. I beg you. His tone lacked sufficient warmth. Veins protruded on Pei Jin's hands, but he helplessly relaxed, enveloping her small hand within his own. I was wrong, I beg you. He looked into her eyes. Is that satisfactory? Her rapid transition from tears to laughter left Pei Jin feeling as if she had been feigning her earlier distress. She rested her head on his shoulder, using his coat to wipe her tears, her drunken bravado leading her to caress his long, powerful legs with her small hands. Mr. Pei, your legs are quite attractive, she murmured, her voice muffled, making it difficult for Pei Jin to discern her words. Her chin itched as her fuzzy head nuzzled against him, her breath warm against his skin through his shirt. It felt stifling, making him wish for air conditioning. That's enough. Stop fidgeting. Zhu Ning's hands roamed over the firm muscles of his thigh, teasing him. Are you lacking courage? Pei Jin blocked her, his voice huskier now. That's enough. Zhu Ning looked at him quizzically, then lowered her head. Mr. Pei, what's wrong? Be quiet. Pei Jin's dark eyes bore into her, his voice low and tinged with a heavy, unusual color. Speak, and I shall deal with you. Alarmed, Zhu Ning covered her mouth, and Pei Jin gently pushed her away, retreating into silence. Do you understand? She nodded, still covering her mouth. Pei Jin turned away, bracing himself against the wall, taking deep breaths. After a while, the heat subsided, and he exhaled, adjusting his attire. When he turned back, he found Zhu Ning, the instigator, slumped against the sofa, already fast asleep, a small gift box in her arms. The phone screen glowed, revealing the words, "For you." Pei Jin carried her to bed, gently placing her down, before bending to retrieve the small black velvet box. Inside lay a Vacheron Constantine enamel ruby brooch. He gazed at the brooch for a moment before closing the lid and stowing it in his pocket. A few minutes later, Songya entered the room with a doctor to examine Zhu Ning. Pei Jin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, awaiting the verdict. The initial assessment indicated that Miss Zhu had not been exposed to anything unsavory. Rather, she was simply experiencing alcohol intolerance due to a combination of drinks. Fortunately, the alcohol intake was minimal, and her body would metabolize it within a few hours. Thank you, doctor, Pei Jin replied as Songya signaled for the others to leave. Xinshan rushed in, visibly anxious. Young Master Song, where is my young lady? She is resting in the room. The doctor has seen her. She is not in serious condition. Their footsteps faded as they conversed outside the room. Pei Jin remained leaning against the wall, his fingers idly flipping the ruby brooch, which sparkled at his fingertips. His phone rang and he answered. Mr. Pei, the individual is attempting to flee but has been apprehended. What should we do? Are there any charges against him? None, but it appears he has been in and out of jail several times, with accusations of drunkenly picking up corpses and assaulting women. Although these cases were ultimately dropped by the victims, he should own up to his sins. Understood. After ending the call, Xinshin emerged from the room carrying someone, their eyes meeting briefly as they nodded at each other before parting ways. The car in front of the villa roared to life and drove away, its taillights disappearing from view. Pei Jin withdrew his gaze from the window and turned to leave, the brooch glimmering in his fingertips. The next day, Zhu Ning awakened from her intoxicated slumber, propping her head up as Lin Wan entered, ready to massage her. With a gentle and meticulous touch, Lin Wan alleviated the throbbing in Zhu Ning's head. How did I get home yesterday? Did I cause a scene? She glanced at her phone and saw Xinshin's message in the WeChat group, indicating that Pei Jin had already left the coast. Her memories of the previous night were fragmented, but she recalled that everyone had seemed quite happy, with Pei Jin even laughing as he supported himself against the wall. Yesterday, it was Butlerson who came to fetch you. By the time he arrived, you were already asleep. Zhu Ning felt relieved, then inquired, what about On? He wanted to pick me up yesterday. Lin Wan responded, I was just about to inform you. He has been arrested. Arrested? What happened? As Lin Wan massaged her temples, she explained, someone reported him for assault, and the evidence was substantial enough for his arrest. Butlerson mentioned that before he was taken in, the victim's family had beaten him severely, leaving his hands incapacitated. Zhu Ning scoffed, well, it seems he won't be picking up any corpses in the future. She lay on Lin Wan's lap, sending a message to Pei Jin, inquiring if he had received the enamel brooch. Pei Jin replied promptly, yes, thank you. Zhu Ning felt a wave of relief. With a 5 million gift sent, she believed the social debts owed to the estate were nearly settled. There were still numerous messages on her phone. She opened them one by one. With Chi was sending a video link titled, One player dominates the entire game. How strong is the wealthy player Zhao Ning? Chi Wu remarked, you've become famous. Intrigued, Zhu Ning clicked to watch, and the opening showcased her soaring animation. Following that, a powerful, piercing sound of a Swona echoed, and the screen filled with her magnificent feats. Darkness enveloping the world as she struck down her foes. Zhu Ning felt goosebumps on her arms, silently praising the Swona for its ability to elevate the atmosphere and combat prowess instantly. The comments were equally awestruck. So cool. Truly deserving of the wealthy player title. The miraculous feats are treated as mere basic attacks. This is exhilarating. Such grand scenes get my blood boiling. This is impressive. Money truly buys power. The video amassed millions of views, garnering significant attention, even catching the eye of Lu Nian, who inquired if this Zhao Ning was indeed her. Lu Nian exclaimed. This is too amazing. Zhu Ning chuckled softly as she closed her phone, finding the 5 million spent quite amusing.
Ding.
Today's sales task has been issued. Please complete the task to receive a rebate. Additionally, the shares for Ji Yuan Wang have been allocated. Funds have been transferred to your bank account. Please proceed to the Ji Yuan Wang office building to collect the transfer. Zhu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. At Ji Yuan Wang's office, Duan Zimo was submerged in revising what seemed to be the umpteenth version of a project proposal, preparing to approach Zhu Ning for potential investment. His phone buzzed with a message from Professor Li, who had been specially recruited from Kyoto. Young master, I'm on the shuttle and will officially land in about 10 minutes. I've reviewed your father's medical records, and unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the surgery should be completed today. Duan Zimo's face lit up with joy. 2 weeks prior, his father, Duan Wensheng, had been hospitalized alongside Ji Yuan Wang after an incident, during which a tumor was discovered in his head. Due to the perilous nature of the location, local physicians hesitated to perform surgery, thus recommending Professor Li from the Oncology Institute of Kyoto Medical University to travel to Heiress to operate on his father. Professor Li possesses exceptional expertise in tumor excision surgeries, both domestically and internationally. With his intervention, Duan Zimo firmly believes his father can emerge from this crisis unscathed. Duan Zimo. Very well, Professor Li. The driver awaits your arrival outside the airport, and I eagerly anticipate your presence. Suppressing a tumult of anxiety and elation, Duan Zimo hastily finalized the project proposal. Just as he prepared to depart, a cacophony of uproar and discord erupted, followed by the sound of shattering and smashing. Duan Zimo, where are you?
Come out.
Damn it. The company is on the brink of collapse, and you remain silent, attempting to deceive us employees into servitude. Come out and pay us the wages you owe. His expression shifted, and he hastened towards the source of the commotion. The lobby lay in disarray, the reception desk vandalized, and shards of glass strewn across the floor. A tumultuous crowd of familiar mid-level managers, each bearing expressions of fury and wielding clubs, had gathered in the hall. The terrified receptionist, upon seeing Duan Zimo, could no longer restrain her tears. President Duan. Duan Zimo's heart sank. He instructed the receptionist to leave. It is working hours. What are you doing here causing a ruckus instead of performing your duties? The employees from Juduang, who had come to demand their salaries, were incensed by his words. At this critical juncture, you still wish to deceive us into continuing to toil for you?
Dream on.
Release our salaries and severance pay immediately. It's only the 7th of the month. Why would I pay you now? Still pretending. Rumors abound that someone from the board has absconded with funds, and Juduang is at its end. Duan Zimo's face darkened. Who is spreading these rumors? Silence fell over the crowd, until a voice interjected. The facts are evident. Does it need to be spread further? Are you unclear about your own circumstances, Duan Xiao? The employees parted, revealing a familiar face emerging from the throng. Duan Zimo clenched his fists, glaring angrily at the newcomer. Jiang Song, it's you, instigating the employees to create this disturbance. Jiang Song raised his hand with a grin. What an unfounded accusation, Duan Xiao. How could I possibly incite your Juduang employees? It's unwise to tarnish one's reputation without proof. I am here for my own affairs. He showcased his metallic wristwatch, indicating the hour. It is 10 o'clock. Duan Xiao, present the share transfer document. Duan Zimo retorted, when did I ever agree to your investment? Though Jiang Song smiled, a coldness flickered in his eyes. You refuse my assistance amidst Juduang's crisis? Do you desire to see your employees perish alongside the company? As his words lingered, the surrounding employees exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Jiang Song continued, you and your ilk have taken the profits while leaving the hardships to us laborers. Duan Zimo, how can you be so selfish? Everyone relies on their livelihoods. The mounting protests deepened the pallor of Duan Zimo's countenance. He gritted his teeth. The company requires funding, but we must seek suitable investors. Yao Yang's offer is nothing short of daylight robbery. I refuse to accept such terms out of respect for you all. The mid-level managers glanced at one another, whispering among themselves. Jiang Song's smile faded, recognizing Duan Zimo's unwavering resolve. It is often said that one must choose between two difficult paths. By safeguarding the interests of some, you inevitably forsake others. He regarded Duan Zimo with a chilling gaze. Have you considered where the repercussions of your choices will ultimately fall? Suddenly, Duan Zimo's complexion shifted. His phone rang, and an anxious voice on the other end exclaimed, Young master, Professor Li has been intercepted and taken away. The operation for your father cannot proceed. Jiang Song. Chapter 47. Jude Wang, I will take it. Who is in favor, and who is against? Jiang Song chuckled. No need to shout so loudly. I can hear you. Duan Zimo's entire being radiated fury, his joints creaking as he clenched his fists. He glared at Jiang Song with a look of pure rage. This is business. What have you done to my father? Hold on, Jiang Song interjected. We must not speak without evidence. With a smile, he taunted. Who can prove that I took Dr. Li? Perhaps he merely encountered an acquaintance and was carried off for a joyride? Duan Zimo, consumed by rage, advanced. Who else could it be but you? Jiang Song deftly retreated into the crowd, and the disgruntled employees formed a barrier to thwart Duan Zimo's advance. Duan Xiao, with so many of us here, do you still intend to resort to violence? Duan Zimo trembled with indignation, his gaze sweeping over the once familiar faces, feeling as though the world had spun into absurdity. Step aside. The crowd remained unmoving. I command you to clear a path. He roared forward like an enraged leopard, but how could he contend with a multitude? A punch landed squarely on his face from the left, while another struck his knee, forcing him to the ground. The young man struggled and screamed, tears streaming down his face, yet the weight upon him only intensified. Jiang Song. Emerging from the throng, Jiang Song approached, clucking his tongue as he squatted before Duan Zimo with a mocking smile. Duan Xiao. Why resort to this? We could have reached a mutually beneficial agreement. It would have been good for both of us. But look where we are now, how undignified. You despicable scoundrel. Duan Zimo spat through tears, his hatred palpable. Sometimes, one must embrace the ignoble to achieve their aims, Jiang Song replied. You carry yourself with such lofty pride, yet your father awaits death in the hospital. You villain. Jiang Song produced a document from his pocket, placing it on the ground. He then pressed his veined hand against Duan Zimo's bleeding wound. Duan Zimo winced in pain, his blood staining the document as Jiang Song grinned. Will you press your fingerprint yourself, or shall I assist you? Duan Zimo's eyes blazed with hatred. Duan Xiao. You must consider your father. Jiang Song feigned a sigh. The tumor compresses the nerves. Each day brings increased danger. What if Dr. Li were invited to stay with friends for a week or two? Could you endure the consequences? If your father's condition worsens due to delays, what then for your mother? Duan Zimo roared, Jiang Song, if you dare harm my parents, I will kill you. Jiang Song chuckled. Youthful exuberance, Duan Xiao. The opportunity lies before you. Grasp it, and all will be well. Yet you choose to shout threats. Thus, for the sake of familial harmony, I implore you, he urged. Sign the contract. The bystanders urged, Duan Xiao, signing this document will resolve all issues, and everyone will be satisfied. What could be better? Indeed, Duan Xiao, when opportunity knocks, one must seize it. Who else can offer aid to Jude Wang in its current plight besides Jiang Song? His intentions are pure. Do not be ungrateful. Duan Xiao. Your father remains in the hospital. Each piece of advice pierced like a dagger, cutting deep without drawing blood, yet inflicting profound wounds. Duan Zimo gritted his teeth. Eyes shut tight, trembling uncontrollably. Was he truly to be sacrificed? Would the company his father devoted his life to perish at his hands? Despair, anger, and helplessness engulfed him. Jiang Song's laughter echoed like a harbinger of doom, each syllable serving as a stark reminder that, at this juncture, he had no recourse left. I sign. A satisfied smile danced across Jiang Song's face as he picked up the documents strewn on the ground and waved his hand, releasing him. The encircling crowd parted, allowing Duan Zimo to raise his head and rise from the floor. Jiang Song spoke in a low tone. Do not entertain the thought of striking me. If anything were to happen to me today, there would be immediate repercussions, and Duan Xiao, can you guess who would take my place? Duan Zimo's body suddenly stilled, then trembled as he stifled his sobs. Jiang Song placed the papers and pen on the table, then pulled out a chair. Duan Xiao, please. With hesitant steps, Duan Zimo approached, sitting down in the chair, like a mere shell of a man. Before him lay the stark white pages inscribed with dark ink, documents steeped in blood. Gripped by despair, he glanced at the papers, but upon a single look, his anger surged forth. Yesterday, you mentioned a transfer of 300 million. Why does this document only reflect 100 million? Jiang Song feigned innocence. It's not my fault, Duan Xiao. If you had cooperated with me yesterday, the 300 million would have been promptly transferred to your account, but alas, time waits for no one. So, are you looking to backtrack? That's fine. Youth allows for second thoughts. But poor Duan, there's no room for retreat. Veins bulged on Duan Zimo's hands as the pen in his grasp snapped. Jiang Song. You are inhumane. Jiang Song handed him another pen. Duan Xiao, just focus on signing. Time is of the essence. Duan Zimo inhaled deeply, gripping the broken pen tightly. His eyes reddened with anger as he etched his name onto the paper. I'm sorry, father. It is the son who is useless. Jiang Song's smile widened maniacally. Yes. Just like that. 100 million unlocking a 35 billion industrial project. A guaranteed profit. All it takes is your signature. Once your name is on that paper, everything will fall into place. Jiang Song's heartbeat quickened, thrumming with excitement as he fixated on the strokes of the pen in Duan Zimo's hand, his grin becoming increasingly frenzied.
Duan Xiao, hurry and sign.
I can barely wait. Duan Zimo closed his eyes, tears of anguish streaming down his cheeks.
Signen.
Sign what? Just as the name was about to be inscribed, a clear and resonant female voice cut through the tension. Who dares to touch my shares? The familiar voice startled Duan Zimo, causing him to spring up from his chair in shock. Zhu Ning. Jiang Song glanced at the partially signed documents before turning to the astonished Duan Zimo. His anger was swiftly replaced by apprehension as 3 figures approached from the corridor. Just one glance, and his fury transformed into sheer dread. Wen Zhongping. The elderly man ambled slowly behind the young woman, his gait steady despite his age. Upon sensing Jiang Song's gaze, he raised his eyelids, his deep-set eyes locking onto Jiang Song's, inciting a shudder throughout his body. As if icy handcuffs had been clasped around his wrists. Xin Shun led the way for Zhu Ning, the air of authority that comes from years of wielding power evident in his presence. Wherever his gaze fell, the crowd instinctively parted. Miss, please. He bowed respectfully. Zhu Ning approached, encountering Jiang Song along the way. Miss Zhu.
Get lost.
Jiang Song's expression shifted dramatically, poised to retort, but was met with the icy, terrifying gaze of the young woman. Did you not hear me? I said, get lost. Chills crept up his spine, before he could process the situation. The crowd had already retreated far from him. What is happening? How can a mere woman wield such formidable influence? Zhu Ning reached Duan Zimo, and under his tear-filled gaze, she picked up the document from the table. With a cold smirk, she tore the blood-stained pages to shreds in the air. Jude Wang, I want it. Her piercing gaze swept the room. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 48. Zhu Ning can resolve everything. Jiang Song snapped back to reality, immediately interjecting, Miss Zhu? Matters ought to adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Duan Xiao has already exercised his agency to sign a contract with me. How is this fair? Signing a contract? Zhu Ning stood amidst the scattered fragments, asking, Duan Xiao, do you intend to sign a contract with him? The pen in Duan Zimo's hand nearly embedded itself into his palm. Let me rephrase that. 10 billion. Will you choose me or him? Duan Zimo's pupils quivered.
10.
10 billion? My heavens, that is 10 times more than what Jiang has. With such funds, wouldn't all of Jude Wang's current challenges be effortlessly resolved? Then we choose President Jiang. The room buzzed with discussions, and the resolve of those present began to waver. Jiang Song's expression darkened at the mention of Zhu Ning's vast wealth. How could this Zhu have such resources? It was one thing to throw around billions at an auction, but to so readily invest 10 billion in the same venture? Just how much wealth does she possess? Fearing her power, he refrained from direct confrontation and instead aimed his attack at Duan Zimo. Duan Xiao, it would be unwise to go back on your word. Is this truly your choice? I feel pity for you, Duan. The veiled threat sent a chill through Duan Zimo's previously racing heart. His Achilles heel lay firmly in Jiang Song's grasp. Clenching his fists, he struggled to speak. Miss Zhu, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you, but then let us collaborate. Zhu Ning interrupted him decisively. Duan Zimo was momentarily taken aback, then urgently protested, No, Miss Zhu, there is no. Zhu Ning's gaze met his, calm yet powerful, as if she possessed an innate ability to soothe the troubled. All you need to do is sign. All other issues will cease to be issues. In that instant, Duan Zimo's heartbeat halted. The words of refusal stuck in his throat, refusing to escape. Simultaneously, an inner voice urged him, Trust her. Trust her. Zhu Ning can resolve everything. His eyes trembled. A notion of acquiescence began to take root within him. Jiang Song's countenance soured. Duan Xiao, do you truly wish to breach the contract? Without a signature.
What is a contract?
Jiang Song intended to coerce. Zhu Ning chuckled coldly. It seems we have a legal illiterate here. Wen Lao, could you kindly enlighten President Zhang?
Of course.
When Zhongping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, our legal code stipulates that cooperation must be based on fairness and voluntary agreement. If one party employs violence, threats, or coercion to compel another into cooperation, it constitutes the crime of forced transactions, with severe cases warranting imprisonment of 3 to 7 years. Additionally, his keen, deep-set eyes surveyed the room. Should one party be implicated in disturbing social order, deliberately damaging property, extortion, or a host of other criminal offenses? As a lawyer, I can assure you a minimum of 12 years. The moment those words escaped his lips, Jiang Song's complexion paled noticeably. No one dared to question the weight of Wen Zhongping's assertions. If he claimed certainty, it would undoubtedly be fulfilled. 12 years? 15 years would be a mere trifle. Jiang Song was gripped by trepidation, while the employees who had come to exert pressure had already discarded their protest tools, now pleading for mercy. This has nothing to do with me, Lawyer Wen. I was merely here to observe. Lawyer Wen, I swear to the heavens I did not lay a hand on him.
Please don't look at me.
The pleas of his companion sent ripples of panic through those nearby, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Why are you begging this old man?
Who is he?
Is it truly necessary? Shut your mouth, you imbecile. Don't you recognize Wen Zhongping? The name resonated in the ears of the onlookers, and one of them, suddenly struck by a realization, gasped in horror. You mean he is Wen Zhongping? The one from the National Judicial Representative Journal. Hello. I am indeed the Wen Zhongping you speak of. The man was staggered, his pupils dilating with shock. How can this be? How could Wen Zhongping be here? And who is this girl? Is she even more formidable than Jiang Song? I sincerely apologize for my previous disrespect. Please forgive me. I implore you. His voice trembled with terror, his legs quaking as if he might kneel to beg for mercy. The morale of his cohorts crumbled instantly, collapsing like a house of cards. Jiang Song barked, Why are you all cowering? You're not afraid, are you? Do you dare challenge Wen Lao to a duel? You! Jiang Song, enraged. But Wen Zhongping merely smiled benignly. The fury within Jiang Song was quelled, and the audacity he previously exuded dissipated entirely. It was unwise to confront Wen Zhongping head-on.
Damn it.
Who could have foreseen that the card in Zhu Sanyi's hand was so potent? Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and conceded, Wen Lao's insights have enlightened us. Since you two are also here to meet Mr. Duan for a contract, why don't we defer to you and take our leave? Leave? Zhu Ning directed. Did I permit you to leave? Raising her phone towards the crowd, she coldly announced, From the beginning until now, I have documented every face here. If you wish to continue aiding Jiang Song in his wrongdoing, we shall settle this in court. Of course, I can also offer you a chance for redemption. Pointing at Jiang Song, she commanded, Take him down. Without a moment's hesitation, those nearby surged forward, pinning Jiang Song to the ground. This is absurd. Who cannot tell which is worse, offending Jiang Song or Wen Zhongping? The alliance shattered, and Jiang Song bellowed, What are you doing? This is illegal. Zhu Ning. Do you wish to be imprisoned as well? Illegal? Imprisoned? We clearly witnessed you violently coercing others into a transaction. Didn't we act out of righteousness? Yes, exactly. We intervened because we saw you assaulting and threatening Mr. Duan into signing a contract. You criminals still dare to accuse us? Let us take him in. Indeed. Such vile accusations deserve the full force of the law. Jiang Song retorted, Have you all lost your minds? Do you not want your final payment? Before he could finish, a careless kick struck his face, and the subsequent blows only intensified his pain. His cries of outrage gradually transformed into whimpers of surrender. What do you want from me? I admit defeat, all right? I concede. Zhu Ning's eyes glinted with cold mockery. It was clear now. He was not inherently bold and ruthless, but merely a coward relying on his connections to bully others. Chapter 49. What is her true identity? She exchanged a glance with Xin Shen, who immediately understood and began dragging Jiang Song towards the police station.
Wait.
Dr. Li, who performs tumor surgeries for my father, has been taken away by him.
Stop.
Xin Shen pressed Jiang Song down. Where is Dr. Li? Jiang Song, battered and bloodied, his vision blurred, stubbornly claimed ignorance of who this Dr. Li was. Duan Zimo stepped forward, grasping Jiang Song by the collar. Do you understand how many years you could face for kidnapping? Panic surged within him. Jiang Song was even less likely to confess now. I have no idea what you're talking about, Duan. What Dr. Li? Why would I kidnap him? Still pretending to be clueless. Duan Zimo tightened his grip, My family has never announced that we would invite Dr. Li for surgery. Yet you casually mention him. You threatened me, and Dr. Li was taken away. Who else could have orchestrated that? Jiang Song was filled with frustration. But seeing Duan Zimo's desperation for his father, he maliciously taunted, I've told you before, throwing baseless accusations is unwise. Jiang Song. Duan Zimo, seething with rage, raised his hand to strike, but Zhu Ning intervened. Duan Zimo. He glared at her. Zhu Ning approached with a cold demeanor. Her stature, though unremarkable, exuded an extraordinary presence. She reached out and lowered his hand, speaking in a chilling tone. Jiang Song, I will give you one more chance. Where is Dr. Li? Jiang Song, emboldened by his disdain for Duan Zimo, felt a chill at the sight of Zhu Ning. The aura she radiated was terrifying. He dared not offend her. However, he cast a reluctant glance at Wen Zhongping behind Zhu Ning. Could he still find a way to negotiate with Wen Zhongping for mercy? He resolutely declared. I don't know. Duan Zimo ground his teeth, rage threatening to engulf him. His father lay in a hospital bed, awaiting surgery, while the instigator obstinately refused to disclose the whereabouts of the life-saving doctor. Veins bulged in his neck, the edge of his sanity fraying. If it weren't for Zhu Ning holding him back, he might have acted out violently. Zhu Ning's gaze turned frigid. Fine. You've squandered your opportunity. Wen Lao. When Zhongping stepped forward, Mississippi, his mere address sent a shiver down Jiang Song's spine. What did he just call her? Miss. Wasn't he merely a disposable lawyer she had hired? Jiang Song dared not breathe. Zhu Ning coldly inquired. Wen Lao, with your esteemed reputation and connections, do you know any oncologists who can be summoned in haste to provide assistance? Duan Zimo turned sharply, eyes filled with hope. Wen Zhongping pondered, inquiring about the specifics of Duan Zimo's father's condition before smiling. Indeed. You are referring to Deputy Director Li Quan from the Oncology Department of the Kyoto Medical Institute, correct? Duan Zimo's breath quickened instinctively. Yes, that's him, Director Li Quan. Wen Zhongping smiled. Perfect. I have a close relationship with Professor Cheng, and I'm certain that with my influence, he will lend a hand.
Wen Lao.
Where is Professor Cheng now? Do not worry, child. Professor Cheng lives not far from us. He retired back to Haicheng a few years ago, and I will fetch him now. He will arrive shortly to perform the surgery for your father. With that, the elder immediately made a call. Tears of gratitude streamed down Duan Zimo's face as he thanked Wen Lao, thanking Miss Zhu. No. Thanking her. Had she not spoken, Wen Lao might not have been able to assist. He was acutely aware of the debt he owed. Realizing he had suddenly lost his value, Jiang Song panicked. Professor Cheng Minqiu, the representative figure of national surgical doctors, who has pioneered the compassionate autumn knife technique, has aided countless tumor patients in excising perilous lesions, saving over 1 million lives. He is a legendary character destined to be immortalized in textbooks. To the common folk, Li Chuanjin stands atop a magnificent peak. Yet, unbeknownst to many, even on such heights, there exist realms beyond. A chill coursed through her body, like an electric current. The impoverished fear the wealthy, while the affluent fear the influential. And before her stood a young girl, both affluent and influential. What connection did she have with Wen Zhongping? A single utterance could compel Wen Zhongping to summon even an academician-level individual on her behalf. What was her true identity? Jiang Song was utterly astounded, yet Zhu Ning had no time to indulge in his trepidation. Wen Zhongping stated, Miss, although the surgical matter has been resolved, my friend's disciple. Duan Zimo interjected, Yes, miss, Professor Li was innocently drawn into this turmoil. The mere thought that the other party had been ensnared in this incident due to her presence filled Duan Zimo with immeasurable guilt.
Ding.
Resistance detected in the host's reward extraction process. The system will now reimburse all expenses incurred in resolving the current predicament. The host is urged to actively address the present crisis. What fortuitous news! Zhu Ning's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, even without the need for their words. She was already inclined to tackle this issue. Now, with the system's assistance, Zhu Ning felt emboldened. Rest assured, Dr. Li's matters are in my hands. She then commanded directly.
Zhen Shen.
Yes. Jiang Song is of no use. Take him to the police station. Jiang Song, realizing the situation, struggled to rise, exclaiming, I'm useful, I'm useful. Zhu Ning scoffed, No, you are not. Take him away. Understood. As Jiang Song continued to resist, Zhu Ning paid him no mind, treating him as though he were invisible. With eyes reddened and teeth clenched, he raised his voice, Miss Zhu. Haicheng is no small place. Are you certain you can find someone on your own? Ridiculous. If missing persons could be easily found, human traffickers would no longer exist. Zhu Ning twirled a strand of her long hair and replied, "What, Jiang? Are you challenging me to a bet? Or do you wish to witness my folly?" Jiang dared not respond. Zhu Ning chuckled. "It seems you wish to see a spectacle." Xin Shun unceremoniously tossed Jiang Song to the ground, leaving him sprawled face down, groaning in pain. Zhu Ning declared, "If you wish to watch my performance, then open your eyes wide and observe closely. Today, I shall graciously reveal to you what it means to have people beyond people, realms beyond realms." Jiang Song stared in disbelief. Duan Zmo voiced his concern. "Miss, Jiang Song may have a point. Haicheng is indeed vast. In this sea of humanity, how do you plan to locate Dr. Li? What will you use? All it takes is one thing to resolve all issues." One thing? What could possess such power? Everyone looked on in confusion. In the next moment, the girl produced a black bank card between her fingers. The card's surface reflected her confident gaze, sharp and commanding. With a smirk, she uttered the universally acknowledged answer: money. Chapter 50. The whole world is her missing person notice.
Zhen Shen.
Mississippi, file a police report, contact the airport, and obtain the surveillance footage of Dr. Li's disappearance. Understood.
Montag.
Here, contact all the buildings, media outlets, and television stations in Haicheng. We need to place advertisements featuring Dr. Li's photograph. Received. Songya entered briskly from outside, ready to speak, but Zhu Ning raised her hand, interrupting with, "No need for pleasantries. Let us get to business. Song Xiao, Dr. Li has gone missing, and I need you to contact all the local transport companies to broadcast a search. Remember, all local transport companies." Songya's breath hitched, his voice quavering. "Understood." Zhu Ning proclaimed, "In half an hour, I want to see my advertisement in any location across Haicheng. Everyone, mobilize all your resources." Zhu Ning's dark eyes swept over the group, her smile wild and unrestrained. "Money is not an issue. We can be bold." The three exchanged glances and simultaneously responded, "Understood." Suddenly, the corridor was filled with ringing phones. 110? I want to report a missing person. Hello, is this Haicheng Television? My young lady wishes to book your advertising slots for the entire day. Right now, secure advertising with all transport companies in Haicheng. Yes, all of them. Upon returning from his call, Wen Zhongping said, "Miss, Academician Cheng is on his way. Is there anything else I can assist you with?"
Thank you, Wen Lao.
"When the police arrive, please assist with any legal proceedings." Understood. A sycophantic employee brought a chair for Zhu Ning, who crossed her legs and rested her chin on her hand, casting a red-eyed gaze at the prostrate Jiang Song. "Jiang, how about a wager? Let us see just how long your people can hide amidst my city-wide search operation." She smiled, "Shall we?" Jiang Song was shaken to his core. What manner of creature was she? At a certain skyscraper, a frantic salesperson rushed through the office area, papers flying behind her.
Boss.
"We have a major client." The office door swung open, revealing a displeased superior seated at a desk. "What's all this commotion? I've told you countless times to remain calm and collected. Our station has had many major clients before. If you keep acting like this, you'll be sent to the archives to cool off." After scolding the employee, the superior relented. "All right, what client?" The salesperson stammered, "Someone wants to book all our media advertising slots for the entire day." The superior snapped, "Speak up. Who can hear you?" The salesperson raised her voice. "A client wants to book all our media advertising slots."
Bang.
The superior fell from his chair in shock.
Boss.
At that moment, he lost all composure. His face flushed as he shouted urgently, "Forget about me. Go connect with the client." At Haicheng's largest advertising company, a client sat in the meeting room, displeased. "I have a project worth 10 million, and your boss hasn't shown his face at all. Is this how you treat me?" The salesperson smiled apologetically. "That's not it. Our boss has his own matters and rarely meets clients unless the order is exceptionally large. 10 million isn't large enough? Are you trying to trick me? Just say it if you look down on me." "No, that's not," before the salesperson could finish. A loud bang startled both of them, causing them to shiver. Then the company's intercom blared with the boss's urgent voice. Everyone, drop everything and connect with our major client." A voice from the intercom questioned, "Boss, what kind of client warrants your personal attention?" "The largest client in history. She has booked all our offline advertising slots."
What?
The salesperson jumped up from the sofa, echoing the astonished cries of the staff on the intercom. The client was left dumbfounded. Is there really such a person in the world? At the Haicheng Passenger Transport Center, the head of the business department received a call. Initially calm as he heard about the potential collaboration, he sipped tea and asked, "What do you want to book?" "All the LED screens for our operational facilities." "All right. Just a moment."
Ah.
Cough, cough. A scalding sip of tea caught in his throat, triggering a cacophony of coughs, yet he was utterly unperturbed, urgently inquiring with a trembling, astonished voice, "Are you absolutely certain you wish to secure all advertising slots?" "Every single one." The voice on the other end of the line was crisp and decisive. "The account." "What account? Is she intending to make a direct transfer?" Compelled by an inexplicable force, he complied. Soon after, the system displayed an astonishing influx of funds. The person in charge emitted a sharp, piercing sound. "Everyone, step outside immediately. We are launching the project right now." The news of this unprecedented endeavor reverberated throughout Haishi's media landscape, akin to an earthquake. Meanwhile, high school student Han Bao returned home for lunch, casually switching on the television, where local channels were interspersed with advertisements. A missing person notice aired. Professor Li Chuanjin from the oncology department of the Kyoto Medical University has gone missing within half an hour of arriving in our city. A reward of 100 million is being offered for information leading to his whereabouts. Han Bao, unimpressed, changed the channel, while his grandmother fiddled with the radio, dismissing the reward as a hoax. "It's all a scam," Han Bao remarked with a knowing tone. "They just want to deceive people into helping find someone. 100 million? Ridiculous. As if money is just paper." After switching channels, he found his favorite entertainment program interrupted by an urgent missing person announcement regarding the Kyoto Medical University. What is going on? Why is there also a missing person ad here? Unwilling to give up, he changed the channel again, landing on Haishi's midday news, only to be met with yet another report on the local news. Surely, this will be the end of it, he thought. However, as the words left his lips, the news anchor, momentarily taken aback, began, "We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent missing person notice regarding Professor Li Chuanjin from the oncology department of the Kyoto Medical University." Han Bao promptly turned off the television. With so many advertisements, he thought, surely he wouldn't have to watch them all. But the next moment, his grandmother finally adjusted the radio antenna, tuning into 889 FM. "Good afternoon. We have an urgent missing person announcement regarding the Kyoto Medical University." Han Bao snatched the radio from her hands, switching to 996 FM, broadcasting the reward of 100 million for information about the missing professor. He flipped to 916 FM, then 927 FM, each announcing the search for Professor Li. Stunned, Han Bao exclaimed, "What is happening here?" At Haishi's largest shopping mall, customers were shopping when the store's intercom blared. "We interrupt for an urgent missing person announcement regarding Professor Li Chuanjin from the oncology department of the Kyoto Medical University, with a reward of 100 million. "This can't be real," customers murmured, gradually dispersing, incredulous that anyone would spend such a fortune to locate someone. Unfazed, a few customers cursed the supermarket for perpetrating a scam. Upon entering another store, he was met with the same announcement. "Missing person notice, Kyoto Medical University." What was going on? He tried yet another store, only to be greeted by the familiar announcement, "Missing person notice regarding Professor Li Chuanjin." Customers appeared startled, retreating from the supermarket, and as he stepped into the electronic store, a little girl's voice piped up, "Mommy, the TV is changed." He glanced over, and the screens that should have displayed high-definition images of birds and animals were now broadcasting a close-up of a man's identification photo. It was Li Chuanjin from the oncology department. The announcement echoed, "Urgent search for a missing person." As if on cue, dozens of televisions around him switched to the same frequency, displaying the same stark image of Professor Li. Chapter 51, Citywide Search and Rescue. Goosebumps prickled up his arms. He stood frozen, muttering to himself in disbelief. Exiting the electronic store, his heart raced as he collided with a worker who was changing the advertisements.
Oh.
The worker exclaimed as flyers scattered across the ground. Apologizing while collecting them, he froze upon reading the content. "Searching for Dr. Li. This has to be a joke." He sat on the ground, stunned by the advertisement. In the next instant, he glanced around and realized that the bus stop nearby had inexplicably changed to the same advertisement he held. At the intersection, a large screen displayed bold letters announcing the urgent search. Towering buildings lit up as night fell, their red, bold fonts rotating incessantly. He felt as though he had stumbled into a fantastical realm of wealth he had never encountered before. Urgent search for a missing person, reward of 100 million. Inside a taxi, the driver, Old Lee, received a message over the intercom. You all need to tune into the car radio quickly. Someone jested. Which car radio? You're not being specific. Any of them, just switch it on and change the channels. What is so peculiar about this? Wait, what? My goodness. What is going on? Who is making such a grand gesture? My heavens, I've switched through 20 stations, and it's all the same content. Who is this Dr. Lee? Old Lee scoffed at the absurdity, casually switching to the traffic channel on the car radio. Attention, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent missing person announcement regarding Dr. Lee from the oncology department of the Kyoto Medical University.
Dr. Lee?
Old Lee was momentarily taken aback, then tentatively changed the station again. Broadcast interrupted for an urgent missing person notice, reward of 100 million for information leading to Dr. Lee's whereabouts. He switched through dozens of channels, each one echoing the same plea for information. At that moment, a bus passed by, and he caught a glimpse of a large identification photo plastered on the vehicle. Reward of 100 million for information about Dr. Lee. Old Lee's hands trembled as he realized that each of the buses passing by bore the same advertisement. Even the bus stop and large screen advertisements were all about Lee Chuanjin. This is ridiculous. How exaggerated can this get? Just then, he witnessed an even more astonishing sight. A deafening roar filled the air as a shadow eclipsed the previously bright sky. Helicopters hovered above, their whirring blades creating a thunderous sound, with banners trailing beneath them, reward of 100 million for information about Dr. Lee. Not just one, but dozens of helicopters were simultaneously broadcasting the same message. Enormous identification photos of Lee Chuanjin floated in the wind. Old Lee was left utterly flabbergasted. As the helicopters flew overhead, the noise subsided, only to be replaced by a fleet of broadcasting vehicles on the opposite street. The speakers blared, a generous reward for information leading to Dr. Lee, 100 million. One vehicle after another repeated the announcement, and just as he thought it was over, a luxurious car passed by, its exterior worth a small fortune. Now adorned with a massive missing person poster. 100 million for information about Dr. Lee. Some passengers were so taken aback that they leaned out of their windows, exclaiming, "Are they using a Bentley as an advertisement vehicle? This is outrageous. Look, it's not just a Bentley." Heads popped out of windows, astonished, only to be met with another round of gasps. Audi, Cayenne, Maybach, and Ferrari. My goodness. Just one of these cars costs a fortune. And there must be at least 100 here. How much could this possibly cost? He estimated it must be worth several million, and that was just on the ground. They looked around. As the crowd gazed upon the towering skyscrapers, the digital billboards transitioned incessantly, while the advertisements plastered at the intersections and the eye-catching notices emblazoned upon the buses captured attention at every turn. Online and offline, in every avenue and alley. There were individuals wielding immense financial power, enveloping every visible corner in their reach. The sole purpose of this extravagant display? Merely to seek someone. The people found themselves in a state of bewilderment, their expressions clouded with confusion. Surely, this could not be real. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Hundreds of luxury vehicles passed by, yet the sheer volume led to a standstill, prompting numerous traffic policemen to intervene. Too many cars had clogged the roads. Could any promotion still be effective under such circumstances? Amidst the tension and uncertainty, an overwhelming surge of music suddenly erupted. The vibrations resonated through their eardrums. Passers-by momentarily panicked, thinking, is there an earthquake? What is happening? Has something occurred again? A shrill whistle echoed through the long street, accompanied by thunderous shouts of "Who? Ha!" In the distance, a long banner waved proudly in the wind, followed by a formidable elderly man donning a hat. With others similarly attired, an entire procession of elderly individuals brandishing flags appeared in grand fashion. Upon closer inspection, the crowd seemed endless, stretching from one end of the sidewalk to the other. A flash mob. Goodness, what a massive gathering of participants. Surely my mother isn't among them. Oh dear. Look at their clothing and the flags. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone turned their attention, noticing that all were clad in matching red short-sleeve shirts. The face of Lee Chuanjin boldly emblazoned on the back of each garment. The leader waved a large red flag emblazoned with a bounty of 100 million. Shouting, marching through Haicheng, claim the bounty. Upon hearing the command, the members behind him instantly raised their right hands in response, echoing, marching through Haicheng, claim the bounty. The resounding chant reverberated through the streets, blending with a cacophony of whistles, music, and footsteps, a symphony of relentless sound. They traversed through every street and alley, the sea of uniform red transforming into a tumultuous wave, crashing fiercely. The sound of whistles was deafening. The rallying cries resounded. As they marched by, the ground trembled, leaving the surrounding onlookers in stunned silence. This was indeed the handiwork of those individuals. This was capital at play. How much money had been invested in this spectacle? Bystanders were utterly astonished, grappling with disbelief and unable to regain their composure, until the blaring of horns cut through the air. A driver shouted out the window, "Don't block the road. You don't want the bounty, but I do. Move aside. I cannot lose to a bunch of elderly folks." In the midst of this hurried commotion, the pedestrians were suddenly jolted back to reality, retorting with anger. "Are you out of your mind? Finding one person in this sprawling hyching is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the end, only one person can claim that 100 million. Have you even calculated the odds?" This statement promptly extinguished the fervor of the crowd. Indeed, with an entire city vying for a single bounty, wouldn't everyone else just be toiling in vain? Disheartened, the advertisement vehicle passed once more, this time prominently featuring two faces with the caption, "Suspects in the abduction of Dr. Li." The bounty offered to the public for information leading to the capture of the suspects was substantial, a guaranteed reward of 1 million for active participants, with no limit on the number of informants. What does this mean? As long as one provides clues about these two individuals, they could earn 1 million for assisting in the capture? Oh my goodness. That is indeed the implication. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Those who had previously been countered by passers-by felt an impulse to retort, but before they could muster a response, they saw those who had angrily confronted them now racing away, frantically dialing their phones. "Honey, hurry and come pick me up. The god of wealth is giving out money." The crowd, dumbfounded, swiftly scrambled into their cars. What a farce! They were determined to claim that bounty. Chapter 52. The Three Provinces Dragon Crossing the River. Li Chuanjun was now in a state of panic. An hour prior, he had exited the airport and, under the enthusiastic guidance of two burly men, had boarded a black minivan. The vehicle sped onto the highway, and as the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, he found himself perplexed. Are we not headed to the hospital? Why does it seem we are veering further away from the city's center toward the countryside? Have we changed hospitals? No matter how he pondered, something felt amiss. The driver merely turned his head and smiled inexplicably. Young Master Duan is considerate of Professor Li's long journey. Let's take the professor to dinner first. A farmhouse meal. Li Chuanjun was bewildered by this arrangement. Dinner can wait. We need to proceed with the surgery. The others exchanged knowing glances, chuckling meaningfully. The surgery can be done at any time, but a farmhouse meal is hard to come by. Absurd. Li Chuanjun was beginning to lose his temper. Lives are at stake. The surgery is urgent. What does your young Master Duan mean by this? Doesn't he understand that every day of delay increases the risk of that tumor in his head? The driver simply smiled, and Li Chuanjun felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. But before he could fully grasp the situation, the vehicle came to a sudden halt by the roadside. In a moment of panic, he found himself restrained by the men in the back seat, unable to move an inch. While the driver leaned over to confiscate his electronic devices, he was bewildered and struggled, demanding, "What do you want from me? What are you planning?" The driver sneered, throwing his phone and laptop out of the window, cursing as he loosened his tie and pressed down on the accelerator. As Li Chuanjun glanced through the rear-view mirror, he noticed a vast expanse of menacing tattoos beneath the driver's shirt. The man's eyes gleamed with malice as he smirked. "Dr. Li, do not be frightened. We are simply honest individuals. We disposed of those unnecessary devices merely to prevent any disturbances while you dine." He added, "After all, farmhouse chicken is quite delectable. Since you are here, you should savor it properly." A chill ran down Li Chuanjun's spine. The unknown terror made him break into a cold sweat. You are not from Duan Zimo's side. Dr. Li, after flying and driving, have you become dizzy? If we are not from young Master Duan's side, then who else could we be? They insisted, turning to Li Chuanjun with a smile that sent shivers down his spine. From the city to the countryside, Li Chuanjun was escorted into a private room at a farmhouse. He sat trembling in his chair, watching as the two men exuded an air of camaraderie while ordering food and lighting cigarettes. As the dishes arrived, the room quickly filled with a thick haze of smoke, causing him to cough uncontrollably. The others merely laughed, and someone switched on the television, which was currently airing a program. The food soon arrived, and the group feasted heartily, urging Li Chuanjun to join. However, with his hands tied, he had no appetite for food. He mechanically picked up his chopsticks, swallowing a few dry bites of rice. So, what exactly do you intend to do by capturing me? Capture you? The tattooed man feigned innocence. When did we ever capture you? We are simply here to treat Professor Li to a meal. Li Chuanjun was frantic. Listen, we have no grievances or grudges. I have patients waiting for me to treat them. Can we eat after I attend to them? Just then, a loud clap resounded as someone slammed a cigarette box and lighter down forcefully. Is it really that hard to get Professor Li to grace us with his presence? What? Do you look down on us? They continued. Do you even know who our boss is? Li Chuanjun, stunned by this sudden outburst, fell back onto the floor.
Who?
Who is it? The younger brother spoke with an air of mystery. 3 provinces, the River Dragon. The tattooed man leaned back with a sense of pride. Li Chuanjun was taken aback.
What?
The River Dragon? The tattooed man replied, that is all in the past. Let us not dwell on my past exploits of breaking through countless foes. The younger brother clasped his fists in respect. Big brother, if you don't intimidate him a bit, he may never yield. The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively. The younger brother, brimming with confidence, approached the tattooed man, raised one of his hands, and rolled up his sleeve to reveal a scar that traversed his arm. Do you see this scar? My brother, back in the day, when he was navigating the underworld and taking on contracts, was besieged by hundreds, each wielding a large cleaver aimed at him.
Yet,
my brother fought his way through with nothing but a red-tasseled spear, toppling them all. Remember, there were hundreds of them. The younger brother whispered to the tattooed man. Big brother, just how many were there? The tattooed man coughed. I can't recall, but at the very least there were 500. 500. The younger brother gestured dramatically. Did you hear that? My brother single-handedly subdued 500 heroes. And this, he reverently lifted the tattooed man's arm, is my brother's Medal of Honor. Li Chuanjun stammered. And then, the younger brother smirked disdainfully. That group of defeated foes bore grudges against my brother's unparalleled martial prowess, reporting him to the authorities and surrounding him with police cars filling the entire street and law enforcement swarming both above and below. Yet my brother managed to escape cleanly, utilizing reconnaissance skills that could rival those of elite special forces, traversing from the Black Province across the river to the 2 provinces of Jilin and Liaoning, leaving the police bewildered and becoming the top wanted man across 3 provinces. The tattooed man sighed. Let us keep a low profile. That is all in the past. The younger brother, filled with admiration and respect, clasped his fists. Big brother, your legendary demeanor shines as brightly as the sun, a myth that we revere and worship. No matter how much time passes, we will always be captivated by the legendary tales you forged in those days. I dream of the day when I might witness you recreate your legendary bravado before us, allowing us to experience the grandeur of breaking through a siege of thousands and a pursuit by countless police. Should such a day arrive, I would have no regrets in death. The big brother mused. In my youth, I lacked wisdom and did not temper my strength. Who could have predicted that in a moment of carelessness, I would vanquish 500 foes? With sheer audacity, I broke through the police blockades across 3 provinces, earning the illustrious title of the River Dragon. Even international thieves revere me as Big Dragon Brother. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. But now we live in a society governed by law. While we may possess capability, we cannot always aspire to create such earth-shattering scenes. We must also consider the dignity of the police, for they face immense pressure in pursuing me across 3 provinces. The younger brother gazed at him with admiration. Big brother is righteous. Li Chuanjun was left dumbfounded. It was one thing to be the River Dragon of 3 provinces, but to have a notorious reputation internationally? Did that mean he had no chance of escaping after being kidnapped? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the entertainment program on the television concluded, and an advertisement interrupted. We interrupt this program for an urgent reward announcement. Professor Li from the Oncology Institute of the Kyoto Medical University has gone missing, and a reward of 100 million yuan is being offered for information leading to his whereabouts. With the advertisement's revelation, the younger brother's eyes widened in shock. The tattooed man leapt from his chair, exclaiming, Big brother, Professor Li is on the wanted list, and it's for 100 million. My brother only received a 10 million reward for his exploits from Heilongjiang to Liaoning. What could this Professor Li have done to warrant a bounty of 100 million? The 2 of them swallowed hard as they turned to Li Chuanjun. Professor Li, it seems we are fellow travelers. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The tattooed man took a step back, his eyes filled with trepidation. Li Chuanshan was baffled. A bounty on me? What have I done to deserve that? I'm not an outlaw. His lips trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. All I wanted was to perform a surgery. Just as the bitterness in his heart was about to consume him, another advertisement cut in. I am Duan Zimo from Juduang. I hereby solemnly warn the kidnappers of Dr. Li. Your identities have been uncovered by the police's Skynet system. Our forces searching for Dr. Li have been mobilized in full force. I advise you to surrender immediately. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you shall face dire consequences. On the television, a young man's words concluded, and the screen displayed the identities of the two kidnappers. Li Chuanshan gazed at the information about the two beside him, his heart sinking in disbelief. What is happening? Aren't they looking for me? They're trying to rescue me. The 100 million bounty was, in fact, a reward for the brave souls who could save him? Big brother, it's not Professor Li who's wanted. It's us. The tattooed man nearly slipped off his chair, nearly colliding with the edge. We really are being sought. The younger brother, in a panic, urged, Big brother, you have experience. What should we do now? The tattooed man, pale-faced, turned to his equally terrified companion, forcing down a gulp. No need to panic. This is merely a minor situation, nothing to be overly anxious about. This must be Duan Zimo's trick. Think about it, given Juduang's current state, barely hanging on, how could they possibly have 100 million to offer for a reward? This is merely a ploy to lure us out. Yes, a baiting scheme. They are trying to deceive us into helping find someone. Juduang's cash flow has already dried up. Aside from General Jiang, no one can assist them. Their plea for help means their cooperation with General Jiang has fallen through. They couldn't possibly have the funds for that 100 million. The tattooed man grew more convinced of his theory, his composure returning. Besides, that was just a cheap television channel. Securing an advertisement there means little. They could never afford to take over a major network. Just watch. He pressed the remote to change the channel. In an instant, the screen transitioned to a new advertisement, and indeed, it was not a missing person notice. He burst into laughter.
See?
I told you Juduang was on its last legs. They only managed to buy a spot on a minor channel. That's all they are capable of. But before he could finish, the advertisement abruptly cut off. A new advertisement quickly surfaced, and a familiar voice stifled his words. We are issuing an urgent reward notification. Juduang is offering 100 million to find Dr. Li. Those with information, please contact our station at XXXX. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. The younger brother shouted in panic, Big brother, this advertisement is worth 3 times more than the previous one. They secure it too. Advertising rates are calculated by the second, and monopolizing such a spot incurs astronomical penalties to other advertisers. This meant that every moment they were witnessing was money. Even more astonishing was that after a series of advertisements concluded, the same one repeated again. Urgent search for Dr. Li. The tattooed man was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly realizing something in that moment. His face turned pale as he trembled, weakly pressing the remote control to switch the provincial channel. There were no advertisements inserted. Instead, what appeared on the screen, which should have been an entertainment program airing during prime time, was abruptly replaced by a missing persons broadcast. The two most renowned hosts of the province were presenting it. As the camera panned, more notable than the hosts were the famous actors beside them, each commanding an appearance fee in the millions. We hope Dr. Li returns safely. I stand with Dr. Li. We urge that the kidnappers of Dr. Li be brought to justice swiftly. The tattooed man, in a state of panic, abruptly switched off the television. His complexion drained of color. Tremors coursed through him. Wasn't Juduang supposed to be dead? How could such an operation be possible? Could it be that a figure more formidable than President Jiang had funded them? Were they truly offering a bounty of 100 million to locate Li Chuanshan? The tattooed man's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves, rendered speechless and paralyzed, until the familiar sound of a missing person's advertisement wafted in from outside the private room. He mechanically turned his head, locking eyes with the owner of the farmhouse outside the window. Their gazes met, the owner slowly raising his phone, looking from it to the tattooed man, back to the phone, and then at them again. Hello, is this the television station? I wish to report something. The tattooed man's eyes widened, his face contorting in panic as he shouted, Run. His accomplice hastily fled. Take the hostage with you, he yelled, you fool. The accomplice doubled back, grabbing the dazed Li Chuanshan and sprinting toward the courtyard gate, shoving him into the car. twisting the steering wheel and speeding away violently. Once Li Chuanjin regained his senses, he cried out for help, help. The farmhouse owner seized a weapon and chased after them, shouting hoarsely, "Professor Li is here! Professor Li is here!" Soon, doors opened throughout the neighborhood, and countless familiar voices regarding the bounty echoed from phones, televisions, and radios. A generous reward of 100 million. Urgent search for a missing person. A bounty of 100 million. The same advertisement resonated at different frequencies, casting a vast net over the air. They looked down, then up, then turned to grab their tools, shouting, "Catch the thieves." The village erupted in chaos, and the tattooed man's accomplice glanced back, realizing the villagers were following them, each one ablaze with excitement. Their eyes met, terror reflected in their gazes, stretching like a long lens in the air. The village's loudspeaker blared a warning. "Hurry to grab the money. The bounty has been announced." Chapter 54. Heaven and Earth S-Net, no escape. Big brother, get in the car. The accomplice drifted the car, and in the tattooed man's astonished gaze, they sped off. Li Chuanjin reached for the window, shouting for help. The tattooed man swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him toward the seat. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fumbled to retrieve a rope from under the seat, binding the struggling Li Chuanjin tightly. When Li Chuanjin cried out for help, the tattooed man yanked off his short sleeve and stuffed it into Li Chuanjin's mouth. He was about to vomit. Behind them, the villagers surrounded them. Rickshaws, motorcycles, and elderly men all joined the fray, tools smashing against the rear of the car. The accomplice, terrified, drove haphazardly into the fields. The narrow road provided the motorcycles behind an excellent opportunity to accelerate, swiftly catching up. As they drove over the ridge, a cloud of dust erupted, and the village's loudspeaker blared, rallying more villagers to join the pursuit. The accomplice, tongue-tied with fear, stammered, "BB Big Brother, we're done for." The big brother was equally frightened. "No. Don't be afraid. Look, see that small path at the end of the field? We can drive straight through there and then get onto the main road." The accomplice glanced over and indeed spotted a narrow path just wide enough for their vehicle. Swallowing hard, he pressed the accelerator, sharply turning the steering wheel, crashing through the crops and finding a broken concrete path, leaving the underpowered motorcycles behind, while villagers at the other end stomped their feet and cursed. The two of them successfully made it through the small path onto the highway.
We did it.
They cheered, dancing in triumph. "We've escaped. They can't control us anymore. We broke through, Big Brother." Hearing this, the tattooed man sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Ha ha. They can't even catch our tail now. Let's see how they." Latest wanted announcement. The kidnappers Tian Dalong and Yu are in the vehicle with license plate High B250SB, currently located at. The tattooed man Tian Dalong turned pale. What is happening?" His accomplice Yu was equally stunned. He had merely wanted to play some legendary Hollywood action movie music to elevate their escape's atmosphere, yet inadvertently, every car radio was broadcasting their wanted status. Recalling the earlier television advertisement, he felt a chill run down his spine and tentatively changed the frequency. Sure enough, the radio program cut off, announcing their coordinates. The fugitives Tian Dalong and Yu are currently moving at. After pressing dozens of stations, all uniformly providing information about their locations, they were both left trembling in fear. Tian Dalong rose and forcefully smashed the radio, pounding the switch until it broke, sweating profusely, leaning against the passenger seat, breathing heavily. Terrified. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, the familiar voice returned. Latest coordinates of the kidnappers of Professor Li. Furiously, he shouted at his accomplice. "Why did you turn on that damn radio again?"
It wasn't me.
"I didn't turn it on." Suddenly, the big brother seemed to realize something. His expression shifting as he leaned halfway out the window to look back, spotting a white broadcast vehicle emerging from the distance. No, not just one, but a whole line. A throng. It was a massive convoy searching for missing persons. Like a buoy signal in a fishing net, vibrating violently as fish swam into the net's grasp. Tian Dalong felt as though he had become a fish stranded in shallow waters, waiting to be caught. Hurry, hurry, what are we hurrying for?" But before he could finish, a vehicle sped toward them, and within 3 or 4 seconds, boom. The front of their car collided forcefully with the back of a minivan. The big brothers had nearly shattered from the impact, his face contorted as he caught a glimpse of the situation, realizing they had been struck by a taxi. "Big brother, watch out." Just as he turned in astonishment, he saw a sea of blue taxis barreling toward them from the opposite direction. Taxis. The dual lanes were filled with them. Each one charged forward, seemingly intent on ramming them to a halt. A chill surged from the soles of Tian Dalong's feet to the crown of his head. It's over. It's really over. Big brother. Buckle up. The accomplice shouted sharply. But Tian Dalong had not even processed the warning before the soul of the car nearly rolled over as they narrowly swerved past a taxi.
Drift.
Tian Dalong's eyes and mouth widened in disbelief as he looked at his accomplice. What the? The accomplice laughed maniacally. You think you can catch me? I'm a professional race car driver. Ha ha ha. Eat my dust. Tian Dalong. Wow, wow, wow.
Li Guanxing. Gak. Gak. Gak.
The vehicle slid past the swarm of blue taxis, returning to the right path as the taxis behind communicated, surround them, drive them into the city. Received, received. The sea of blue vehicles converged swiftly, accelerating rapidly, encircled by a U-shaped formation on three sides, with the left and right flanks closing in. The overwhelming sense of pressure forced the two individuals to proceed straight ahead until they reached an intersection. Seizing a fleeting advantage of 2 seconds, they sped into an alleyway in the city, believing they had finally shaken off the swarm of taxis behind them, the glimmer of joy briefly flickering in their eyes. However, their elation was short-lived. Ahead loomed a procession of luxury vehicles, Cayennes, BMWs, Maybachs, each worth millions, forming a super convoy that advanced decisively towards them.
Goodness. How relentless could this be?
With the taxis in hot pursuit behind them, the SUV veered wildly, drifting and maneuvering in a frantic attempt to escape. The convoy of luxury cars relentlessly pursued. The vehicle dashed in all directions, yet it was ensnared by a blockade to the left and pursuing enemies to the right, the atmosphere thick with tension and despair. With no other option, they were compelled to head towards the city center, hoping to blend into the crowd and find an opportune moment to abandon the vehicle and flee. Yet, upon entering the central thoroughfare, they were struck with astonishment at the scene before them.
People.
Everywhere, there were people. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of humanity. A throng clad in red encircled them, elderly couples forming a formidable human wall, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. Red banners flapped in the wind, and yellow warning signs dotted the ground, bearing the words, "No entry." The taxis closed in from behind, sirens blaring, as police officers, traffic cops, armed police, and special forces converged. Above, the sky darkened as dozens of helicopters approached from afar, their searchlights illuminating the area. With the trio's photographs hanging beneath the choppers, the entire city was mobilized. The streets and skies were filled with C-City's residents. A net of encirclement. There was nowhere to escape. Outside the human barricade, Songya and Tianyu's vehicle halted at the roadside. The window descended, and the young woman pressed the timer in her hand, her fingers poised over her watch. 1 hour and 25 minutes. Mr. Jiang, she said, her dark eyes lifting, her red lips curling into a smile. You have lost. Chapter 55. He was thoroughly compromised. Jiang Song had never witnessed such a spectacle. To locate a single individual, the entire city's resources were summoned. He had never seen anyone spend money so freely to this extent. In merely 1 hour, he could confidently assert that the process of saturating both online and offline with advertisements, along with the terrifying bounty that was about to be paid, amounted to billions. Yet, what was her reaction? Calm, unfazed, as if this sum were nothing but a trifling matter, unworthy of even a flicker of emotion. Jiang Song gazed at the composed figure of Miss Zhu Ning, his face pale with fear and trembling. Who exactly was this Miss Zhu? Zhu Ning observed Jiang Song's expression, let out a cold scoff, and exited the vehicle, while Cin Song and Duan Zimo stood guard by the door. As Zhu Ning passed by Duan Zimo, she casually remarked, "You can handle the situation from here." Duan Zimo abruptly raised his head, turning to the terrified Jiang Song inside the car, his fists clenched, suppressing the surging hatred within. "Thank you, miss." Zhu Ning instructed Cin Shun and Songya, "Consolidate the bills that need to be paid within the hour. I will review them before the payment is made." Understood. The two departed to carry out her orders. Zhu Ning then said to Duan Zimo, "First, check on Professor Li." "Okay," he replied, then signaled the driver with a glance. The driver understood and turned the steering wheel, taking Jiang Song away. As the vehicle departed, Duan Zimo gazed at the figure ahead, his fists clenched as he solemnly vowed to himself, from this day forth, he would dedicate his life to serving the miss. Inside the SUV, the young underling was drenched in cold sweat, trembling. "Big brother, there are people everywhere. A net of encirclement, a sea of humanity. Can we even get out?" Tian Dalong's massive frame shook in disbelief as he turned to his companion. You? only to find the latter's eyes wide with panic, yet tinged with an eager seriousness, seemingly convinced that the tales of his past heroics were entirely true. He stared at the police force ahead, his teeth chattering. My principle is to act only against the scum of society, the ruffians of the fishery. But against a crowd of the elderly, weak, and ill, I cannot bear to act. Big brother, how noble. Little brother, I admire you. The police warned them, and the young underling swallowed hard. So, do we get out now?
Get out. Get out.
The door swung open, and the young man raised his hands above his head, trembling as he spoke. Today, it's not that we fear you, but rather my big brother is making a concession for the sake of principle. As he finished, a thud echoed, and turning around, Tian Dalong dropped to his knees. You stared, bewildered, big brother? Tian Dalong replied, This too is a principle. The young underling was taken aback. He understood. This tactic was to feign weakness, not to yield. Even if he was about to go to prison, he would not be afraid. Li Chuanjin was rescued from the vehicle by the police. Spitting out the clothing stuffed in his mouth, he fell to the ground, pointing at Tian Dalong, sputtering incomprehensibly. After expelling the contents of his stomach, Li Chuanjin's mind began to clear amidst the jolting chaos, but as he raised his gaze, he was once again struck by the scene before him. Helicopters buzzed overhead, displaying his identification photo, while towering city buildings rolled out his name. And the luxury convoy behind him bore posters seeking him out. Even the members of the mob in front were wearing clothes emblazoned with his face.
Astonishment.
An unparalleled shock. At nearly 50 years of age, he had never witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. He sat frozen, motionless, as if he were a statue, unable to regain his senses.
Numb. No.
He was utterly paralyzed. He had even lost the ability to speak. Duan Zimo called out to him several times, but he seemed oblivious. It was not until a voice, resonating with urgency, called out, Professor Li, that he finally came to his senses. Trembling, he struggled to his feet. I need to perform surgery. Duan Zimo supported him, reassuring him, Academician Cheng Minxiu has already gone to operate on your father. My teacher? He was taken aback. But he has retired. Moreover, it was impossible for an ordinary person to summon him. How could Zhu Yue Wang possibly get him? Duan Zimo explained. This was made possible thanks to the Mrs. Private Lawyer, Mr. Wen. Oh, Li Chuanjin nodded, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Which Mr. Wen? Wen Zhongping, Mr. Wen.
Ah.
In an instant, a tempest surged within his heart. Wen Zhongping? Private lawyer? He trembled in panic as he glanced at Zhu Ning. The miss referred to by Duan Zimo. The young woman caught his gaze and greeted him with a radiant smile.
Are you, Professor Li?
Li Chuanjin felt as if his mind were collapsing. The young lady before him was addressed as Miss by the heir of Zhu Yue Wang. His own teacher was summoned by Mr. Wen for surgery, and Mr. Wen was the private lawyer of this young lady standing before him. Could it be that everything happening today was orchestrated by this young maiden in her 20s? He trembled all over, surveying the surroundings, feeling as though he were in a dream. Meanwhile, not far away, Tian Dalong, amidst the commotion, caught snippets of the conversation and was equally horrified. Miss? Zhu Yue Wang has invested? The new decision-maker is not some old investor, but this young lady before us? And what had they just mentioned about Mr. Wen Zhongping? Is he the renowned lawyer that he is aware of? What is her background? Could it possibly be more substantial than that of President Jiang? With a heart laden with astonishment and uncertainty, he found himself handcuffed and unceremoniously shoved into the police car, destined for transport. Li Chuanjin's expression soured, and Zhu Ning and Duan Zimo hastily escorted him to the hospital for examination. Lying on the gurney, his gaze fell upon countless missing person posters. As if he had taken root on the billboards of Haiqing, every visible space was plastered with his bounty. The ambulance made its way down the main road to the hospital, and as the medical staff unloaded the gurney, a wave of commotion erupted in the lobby. Dr. Li.
Professor Li.
Come quick. It's truly Dr. Li. Goodness, Professor Li has been found. Despite the unfamiliar faces, each person greeted him as though they were old acquaintances. Their excitement palpable. Li Chuanjin was at a loss, unsure if he should wave back in acknowledgement. The short distance from the lobby to the elevator became a scene of considerable uproar. Zhu Ning and the medical staff attempted to manage the crowd. Yet the fervor of the people was unyielding, unable to be diminished. Everyone recognized him. Everyone was aware of his existence. He turned to the innocent smile of the girl beside him, and a stark realization dawned upon him. He was blushing. Profoundly, he was blushing. Chapter 56. Unexpected Delight. A fourfold rebate has commenced. Spend 50 billion and receive a 200 billion rebate. After completing the examination, Li Chuanjin was instructed to rest. Zhu Ning and Duan Zimo swiftly proceeded to the surgical wing. Wen Zhongping awaited them in the corridor, and before they could exchange words, the surgical lights transitioned from red to green. Shortly thereafter, the elderly man, still unconscious, was wheeled out of the operating room. Duan Zimo rushed forward, and the lead surgeon, Cheng Minqiu, emerged, removing his mask to announce that the surgery had proceeded smoothly. All that remained was to observe his condition in the hospital. Tears welled in Duan Zimo's eyes as a day's worth of suppressed emotions finally erupted. "Thank you, Academician Cheng. Thank you." His excitement nearly compelled him to kneel, but Cheng Minqiu hurriedly halted him. "There's no need for that, my child. I merely did what was within my capabilities. It is Mr. Duan who is fortunate to have contacted me before the situation worsened." Upon hearing this, Duan Zimo's eyes brimmed with tears again, turning to bow deeply to Wen Zhongping. "I only made a phone call," Wen Zhongping interjected, supporting him. "The one you should truly thank is the young lady, not me." Cheng Minqiu looked up in surprise. Duan Zimo turned his gaze to Zhu Ning, who met his look with calmness, quietly observing him. Wiping away his tears and straightening his attire, he bowed deeply to her. "Miss, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in handling this matter for the Duan family. Your kindness shall be forever remembered by me and my family. From this day forth, I vow to devote my life to repaying your grace, eternally following you." His words were resolute and sincere. Zhu Ning regarded the earnestness in his eyes and nodded. "I accept." She did not dismiss his gratitude, nor did she downplay his promise. She required his loyalty. She needed his devotion. Cheng Minqiu observed the exchange with intrigue. As matters concluded, Cheng Minqiu intended to monitor Duan Wenqing's condition, glancing at Wen Zhongping,
who seemed to have something to say.
The elder, sensing the signal, chose to remain behind. Zhu Ning, noticing this, chose not to intrude, leaving behind a remark that he could contact her anytime if needed before departing. Duan Zimo proceeded to handle various hospitalization formalities. Once the younger generation exited, Wen Zhongping spoke up. "Feel free to ask anything." Cheng Minqiu inquired, "What is your current situation? Previously, someone offered billions of dollars to hire you, yet you remained unmoved. How come now you are serving as a personal lawyer for a relatively unknown young lady in Haiqing?" Wen Zhongping did not rush to answer. Instead, his gaze followed Zhu Ning's departing vehicle. "Old Cheng, what do you believe is the purpose of life? For fame?
I've attained that.
For wealth? If I desired riches, I would have long become a billionaire. To create value for the nation and its people? To put it bluntly, while I may not have made monumental contributions, I believe I have done my duty to society. But, tell me, once I have satisfied all these pursuits, what else remains to occupy my thoughts?" Cheng Minqiu regarded him thoughtfully, as Wen Zhongping continued softly, "Perhaps it's my unworthy children. I am nearing 70, with only a few years left. I wish to pave a path for my children and grandchildren, as they say, the offspring will have their own fortunes. Yet, I remain unsettled." Cheng Minqiu was moved by this sentiment. He had reclaimed many lives from the grasp of death, yet had also witnessed the despair of those beyond saving. Everyone ultimately faces death, be it the common folk or heads of state, each encountering their end in various manners. As Wen Zhongping articulated, life is lived for fame, wealth, love, and righteousness. These he too had acquired. Yet, he too felt the weight of age, concern for the future of his progeny. Yet a thought nagged at him. If I recall correctly, there are no prominent families with the surname Zhu in the country. Is it not somewhat reckless to place all your hopes on this Miss Zhu? After all, the individuals who initially sought him were from a prestigious family in the capital. Wen Zhongping chuckled lightly. "Just wait. Soon enough, you will understand where my confidence originates." Cheng Minqiu was perplexed. Song Yachen's efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, all invoices were tallied, and a lengthy list of detailed orders was sent over. Zhu Ning examined the total expenditure, which amounted to exactly 50 billion, with the combined costs of online and offline advertising reaching 147.2 billion. A significant portion was allocated to rewards for citizens actively participating in the search, while another segment addressed the operational disruptions caused by today's events.
Beep.
Task completion detected. Reimbursement system has been activated. 50 billion reimbursement has been issued. Beep. Given the flawless execution of the task, a quadruple rebate has been initiated. Rebate funds will be credited upon completion of expenditure. Zhu Ning's expression momentarily blinked.
Wait.
What did she just hear? System? What did you just say? How much is the rebate? Response to host, a quadruple rebate, totaling 200 billion. 200 billion? Zhu Ning's hands trembled, her heart raced. What an unexpected joy. She had initially thought that the system's reimbursement of 50 billion was the peak. Yet, she had not anticipated this rebate as an additional reward. Was this due to an unforeseen event during the system's reward process? Such occurrences are rare and fortuitous. In that moment, Zhu Ning felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her audacious decision. Her heart soared with joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. However, to Song Yaqin, who stood beside her, her demeanor appeared anxious and uncertain. He cautiously probed, Zhu Ning, is the pressure too much? 50 billion is quite a sum. As he compiled the list, his legs trembled. He had never dealt with such a monumental expenditure, making it hard for him to grasp the reality of the situation. If the pressure is too intense, you can confide in me. I can negotiate with the television station and the transportation company to help you secure a better deal. No need, Zhu Ning firmly rejected.
What are you talking about?
With this 50 billion spent, I will directly receive a 200 billion rebate.
Zhen Shen.
A man approached respectfully. Mississippi. She produced her card. Proceed with the arrangements. Understood. What does this mean? 5 billion without any discounts or negotiations. She can produce it all at once. Song Ya's heart trembled violently as he turned to observe Shin skillfully and decisively transferring funds. He watched in disbelief as astronomical amounts were withdrawn from the account, flowing away, flowing away, flowing away. The realization that billions of funds were indeed being promptly transferred to various platforms for payment left Song Ya in a state of shock. It was simply too outrageous. The ground seemed to shake beneath him, leaving him utterly disoriented. Words failed to capture the overwhelming astonishment he felt in that moment. 50 billion. Just like that, paid in full. How much wealth does Miss Zhu possess? After completing his tasks, Xin Shun reported to Zhu Ning, Miss. I have paid in full the 147.2 billion in advertising fees, both online and offline. As for the rewards for the participating citizens, due to their vast number, it is challenging to settle them all at once. Therefore, I will proportionally deposit the funds into the major banks, allowing them to coordinate and verify before distributing them to the citizens' accounts. Upon finishing, a series of system notifications rang out in his mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully expensed 500 million. A fourfold rebate of 2 billion has been credited to your account, with a usable balance of 49.51 billion.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully expensed 1 billion. 4 billion in rebates has been credited to your account, with a usable balance of 89.51 billion.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. For expensing 14.72 billion, 88 billion has been credited to your account, with a usable balance of 148.39 billion.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. For expensing 28 billion, 12 billion has been credited to your account, with a usable balance of 229.51 billion. Chapter 57. A million rewards distributed, 30 billion in rebates. A promise fulfilled. 229 billion. In just 9 days since binding the system, a rebate of 229 billion. Not to mention a villa, a manor, and dozens of supercars. Additionally, a stake in the largest entertainment consumption tea house, Jude Wong 67. Zhu Ning closed her eyes deeply, the veins on her eyelids pulsating with each intense breath. She, Zhu Ning, was now also a person of 100 billion. Well done. Zhu Ning's voice was hoarse. Please ensure the processing is supervised. Every participating citizen must receive their payment. Understood. As their conversation concluded, Zhu Ning turned to look at Song Ya, who still bore that dazed and shocked expression. Zhu Ning waved her hand in front of him. Hello? Song Ya finally snapped back to reality, swallowing hard. Miss, do you have any instructions? Zhu Ning chuckled at his state. No particular instructions, just a small request for you to assist with the subsequent distribution of rewards. Once everything is accomplished, I will properly express my gratitude. That won't be necessary. However, I do appreciate it. Both you and ZMO are my friends. When friends are in need, and you have spent so much to resolve an issue, it is only right that I contribute what I can. Zhu Ning admired Song Ya's sense of loyalty. They exchanged a few casual words before Zhu Ning departed, and Song Ya turned to seek out Xin Shun for work. Xin Shun, concerned, offered him support. Are you all right, young master? Why are your legs shaking like that? Song Ya managed a weak smile. You, as the housekeeper, really have no idea how formidable your young lady is. I'm fine, but how should we verify the head count for the participants? Songya expressed his frustration. Sin Shun remained calm. Young master, do you know about something called Skynet? Songya nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, in the afternoon, the gates of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau swung open, with several bank employees orderly lining up and entering the bureau with computers to record and verify. Uninformed residents passing by paused in astonishment as they witnessed a procession of sharply dressed bank elites entering the police station. What is happening? Why are all four major banks here? What is going on with the banks? Don't you know? Jude Wang is making a big move today, issuing over 30 billion in rewards to the citizens of Haicheng. The banks and the police are collaborating to record and register. Over 30 billion, exclaimed residents who did not participate in the operation. I can't believe it. Henceforth, news of Jude Wang's 30 billion bounty quietly ascended the trending topics. The sensational news took less than half an hour to dominate the headlines. Netizens not in Haicheng reacted with skepticism. Self-media these days dares to fabricate anything. Distributing 30 billion in cash to thousands of people? Haha, what a pipe dream. Just a trick to fool tourists. Contempt. I just returned from Haicheng a few days ago. I specifically visited Jude Wang, and business was so lackluster. I even asked my friend in Haicheng, and they said Jude Wang's business has severely declined recently. 30 billion? Nonsense. It better not be 30 billion worth of coupons. Some Haicheng residents countered with videos. Jude Wang's advertisements are everywhere. Just look at the scale of it. Can a company capable of such maneuvers not afford 30 billion? A 3-minute video showcasing offline advertisements emerged, instantly sparking heated discussions.
Wow.
Why are there so many Professor Li Quanzins? Oh my god, don't tell me all of these were funded by Jude Wang. Regrettably, it was indeed Jude Wang's doing, not only online and offline advertisements, but also hundreds of luxury cars and helicopters, all part of Jude Wang's efforts. Do you know what was most astonishing? All radio broadcasts were monopolized by Jude Wang for missing person announcements. I refuse to believe it. The scariest thing is clearly the thousands of elderly people marching. Videos flooded the internet, showcasing shocking scenes that left netizens speechless.
Damn.
How much did this cost them? Calculating all the advertisements, it easily amounts to over 10 billion. That's terrifying. Even if Jude Wang spent a fortune on finding people, it doesn't mean they can hand out over 30 billion to the citizens. Agreed. It feels like merely a marketing tactic, a company distributing money to the citizens and guaranteeing a minimum of 1 million?
Haha.
I'd be surprised if they managed to give out a few coupons. I'll state this clearly. If Jude Wang actually distributes money to the citizens today, I'll eat shit while standing on my head. Oh dear, that's too harsh. Cut the citizens of Haicheng some slack. They rarely get a chance to dream together. In a Haicheng neighborhood, a girl angrily shut off her phone. What do these people mean? Jude Wang is already coordinating with the police and banks. Can they really renege? Her father sighed. Don't say they don't believe it. I myself find it hard to believe that they will directly pay us 1 million. Hearing such disheartening words, the girl felt anxious. Why don't you believe it? Look at the entire Haicheng, the whole world. How many companies could pull off such a spectacle? Just because the spectacle is grand doesn't mean they will actually give us the money, her father replied. Perhaps, just as they say in the end, they will retain the final say and simply hand us a few coupons. Sigh, it is what it is. If they don't give us money, we'll just consider it a fun exercise. The girl was quite displeased by that remark. However, her father remained resolute, convinced that today's events were merely a farcical jest. Even if she wished to refute him, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, the situation was astonishingly extraordinary. Which enterprise in the world had ever offered its citizens a reward of 1 million? Yet, not only did Jude Wang boldly proclaim such a reward, but it also intended to transfer funds to over 2,000 accounts in one fell swoop. An astounding sum exceeding 3 billion. Before the reality of this unprecedented event could settle upon individuals, any amount of discourse felt utterly futile. The atmosphere at home was stifling, and the young girl felt a profound despondency. Was Jude Wang truly mocking them this time? With her enthusiasm waning, she prepared to wash up and retire for the night upon her father's reminder. Just as she entered the bathroom, she suddenly heard her father erupt with a fervent shout of excitement from the living room. My goodness! Startled, the girl dashed out of the bathroom, her eyes wide with terror, which transformed into sheer astonishment the moment her father showcased the notification of funds received on his phone. 1 million. With bated breath and trembling hands, she grasped his phone, counting the digits on the bank statement repeatedly. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands. 1 million.
Ah.
Chapter 58. Did High City really create 2,000 millionaires overnight? One by one, the lights flickered on in the residential complex. Screams of joy, cheers, and cries intertwined in the deep of night. The money had arrived. 1 million. It had truly arrived. Some individuals lifted their sleeping wives, twirling them in circles, presenting their phones with the triumphant news. I earned you 1 million. Their wives screamed in delight alongside them. Others, amidst a barrage of insults from their bosses during relentless overtime, flipped tables in frustration, exclaiming, "To hell with work, I won't do this anymore." Some cradled their sleeping young children, wiping away the tears of years spent in single-parent struggles on the back of their hands. From now on, Mommy can provide for you better. Meanwhile, others rushed to taxis, sprinting to the hospital, tears streaming as they showed the medical staff their phones, gesturing frantically. "Surgery! Surgery! Arrange surgery for my child." The hurried footsteps echoed as tears wove a tapestry of despair, turning to meet the eyes of fellow patients who had come to pay for life-saving medical fees. They had money now.
They could save lives.
They buried their faces in their hands and wept. Later, it became clear to everyone that the day Zhu Ning had offered 1 million in rewards had mobilized nearly all the families of patients in the intensive care unit of the High City People's Hospital. For the first time in years, the corridors that had been filled with sleeping relatives were empty for an entire afternoon. Like those on the brink of drowning grasping desperately for a final lifeline, they felt a sense of futility, yet gritted their teeth against the impending collapse of despair, making one last effort, because this was the only hope they could perceive. Nothing more. That night, the sky was devoid of stars, yet the ground's lights shimmered, transforming into a brilliant sea of stars. It was as though the hope of life had been reignited, and burdens were gently lifted. Promises made were promises kept, demonstrating courage and accountability. It was a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. Later that evening, Zhu Wang once again soared to the trending charts. The previously skeptical netizens fell silent, resembling lifeless statues. They could scarcely believe that billions were indeed awarded, and Zhu Wang had truly fulfilled its promise. There was no trace of delay, nor any hint of evasion. The funds were dispatched swiftly and decisively, delivering a stinging rebuke to all who had doubted them. The sheer magnitude of over 30 billion in bounty was astonishing. They had genuinely delivered on their word without any tricks, allowing over 2,000 individuals to receive 1 million each. Initially, the onlookers who aimed to mock the residents of High City found themselves rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that such a windfall could occur today, that a city might produce thousands of millionaires overnight. Who was it that said we High City residents were merely dreaming, being collectively duped? Who claimed that Zhu Wang would only distribute coupons to us? I recall someone saying that if Zhu Wang ever distributed money, they would eat excrement.
So, where are they?
When do they plan to eat? Laughter erupted. The netizens who had once ridiculed the residents of High City now fell silent, fearful of having their previous foolish remarks brought to light. Amidst the revelry, a glaring comment emerged. Fraud. They promised that only actively participating citizens would receive the $1 million reward. Why have I worn out my shoes and yet received nothing? Attached was a photo of their mud-stained shoes, with a gaping hole in the sole. Jealous netizens seized upon this as a point of contention. I wondered how such an absurdity could occur. It turns out it was all a ploy, all a scam. Has Zhu Wang sunk to such depths? Using this marketing tactic to deceive and mock people? A garbage enterprise, a sham of a company. Dissatisfied netizens quickly banded together, like children stacking blocks, escalating the hostility. Those who had received the rewards began to present their evidence.
What are you talking about?
All our relatives and friends who participated received their money. Perhaps those who didn't are simply still waiting for it to arrive? The dissenting individual replied, I specifically called the bank to confirm, and they said my name isn't in the system. Zhu Wang refuses to acknowledge it. Shortly thereafter, he commented again, I stand by my words.
Zhu Wang gagne 1 million.
When will I receive it? Beneath him, a chorus of citizens claiming they also participated yet received nothing clamored for their due. The mocking voices resurfaced. After all this, it turns out it was just a scam marketing ploy. Laughable. Zhu Wang certainly has a flair for theatrics. They must have put considerable effort into casting actors. This became the annual joke, indeed. Citizens who had genuinely received their funds hastily set up live streams to prove that Zhu Wang had indeed made the payments. Multiple accounts from High City began broadcasting simultaneously, including one from a taxi driver and another from a villager in Kaijia village. Each showcased their online banking statements, revealing identical payment notes. Zhu Wang reward. They streamed from various backgrounds, fervently working to vindicate Zhu Wang. One citizen, a farmer from Kaijia village, even displayed a record of having received a staggering 100 million.
Wow.
Netizens were momentarily speechless. 100 million.
Zhu Wang is truly generous.
As the news of the 100 million bounty spread, those who had previously challenged it found themselves at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that they were not fake accounts. They were collectively enjoying a windfall. Simultaneously, some unearthed that those who had previously shouted that Zhu Wang hadn't disbursed funds had never participated in the day's events. They were simply trying to take advantage of the situation, driven by envy and jealousy. Consequently, their social media platforms were swiftly inundated, devolving into a dumping ground for others' grievances, facing a barrage of insults and ultimately leading to the deletion of their accounts overnight. Those who had previously doubted were thoroughly convinced.
Damn.
Why wasn't I born in High City? I am currently purchasing a ticket to Haicheng. Will you be able to host such an event again? Sobs, I am truly envious. In my next life, I shall list Haicheng as my foremost wish for reincarnation.
Indeed.
It is the Haicheng of Judwang. Discussions abound online, with the name Judwang trending fervently. In the unseen corners, the per capita GDP of Haicheng has quietly risen. At the hospital, Cheng Minxiu observes the unfolding events online, her hands trembling with trepidation. So, this is your confidence. When Zhongping chuckles on the other end of the line. So, old Cheng, are you interested in assembling a private medical team for a young lady? Cheng Minxiu. Zhu Ning and Duan Zimo finalized the paperwork, securing a 67% stake in Judwang, becoming its new proprietors. As the two shake hands in the office, their eyes reflect hopes and dreams for the future. Simultaneously, in an office within a certain administrative building, a middle-aged leader clad in an administrative jacket fixates on the new owner of Judwang. This Miss Xu is indeed a remarkable individual. She dispenses 50 billion in a day, overnight elevating over 2,000 families in the city to a state of affluence. In a single sweep, she has fulfilled several years' worth of KPIs. Arrange for me to meet with this young lady. I wish to see her in person.
Understood, Major Singh.
Chapter 59 Urgent. Judwang to the rescue. Zhu Ning and Duan Zimo sign the contract, proceeding with the investment as prescribed. Subsequently, recalling her unfinished daily spending task, she decides to transfer funds to Duan Zimo. Today, the diligent bank employees have worked overtime to facilitate the transfers. Please ensure that 1 million is evenly distributed as rewards for their labor. Duan Zimo gazes at Zhu Ning with admiration. Yes, miss.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a 67% stake in Judwang, becoming its largest shareholder.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing your daily spending task. A 1 million rebate has been credited to your account, with a usable balance of 22,962 billion. The system's notifications are always melodious. Zhu Ning feels invigorated and spirited. Duan Zimo respectfully escorts her downstairs, watching as her vehicle departs, then promptly sets about fulfilling Zhu Ning's directives. The exhausted bank employees emerging from the Public Security Bureau climb onto the return bus, excitedly discussing the day's work. Handling a 30 billion bonus is a first for all involved. Although tiring, the astonishment lingers in their hearts. How could Judwang be so generous? 30 billion simply given, with every person receiving 1 million without any struggle. If I had 1 million, I would return home and relax. I envy those who could have attended the manhunt today. Amidst the collective sighs of envy, someone suddenly voiced a puzzled What is happening? The employees sat up straight, astonished by the incoming deposit notifications on their phones. Were they paid early? Oh my, I received it too. The bus erupted in exclamations as employees compared their notifications, all showing a uniform 5,000. Confused glances were exchanged, and someone directly contacted the manager to inquire about the month's salary situation. The manager responded, "It's not salary. It's overtime pay from the owner of Judwang." Overtime pay. The bus filled with employees erupted into jubilant cries. After 4 hours of overtime, they received 5,000, equivalent to their entire month's salary. Judwang is exceedingly generous. Amidst the excitement, shouts arose from the back of the bus, 5,000 just like that. An employee leaned out the window, eagerly brandishing their phone. Did you receive it too? The inquirer flushed with excitement, shouting, "Zhu has given us 5,000 in overtime pay." "We received it too." Another bank employee leaned out the window. 5,000. "Our bank received it as well." The four major banks, each with a bus, found their employees enveloped in joy. Who would have thought that working just a few hours could yield an entire month's salary? That night, the topic of Zhu overtime pay trended once again. "I am not surprised at all. You at Zhu have created thousands of millionaires overnight. And now the overtime pay is equally enviable. I am genuinely envious." Meanwhile, Duan Zimo, having concluded this matter, contacted the HR department, delivering the list of employees who had caused an uproar that afternoon. "Terminate, blacklist. I shall not tolerate their presence in any of Zhu related enterprises henceforth." Several key individuals were highlighted for legal action. "Since the parasites have surfaced alongside the financial crisis, I shall eliminate them all." The HR department complied, and Duan Zimo drove home. In the basement, Jiang Song, bound with his hands behind his back and his mouth gagged, heard footsteps and immediately began to muffle his cries. The sound of a sharp object scraping against the wall echoed ominously in the unlit basement. As the footsteps drew closer, Jiang Song felt a chill run down his spine. The figure approached slowly, stopping within a mere yard of Jiang Song, a glint of cold steel in hand. "Woo!" he whimpered. Duan Zimo's eyes burned with an icy hatred. "Jiang Song, do you understand the principle of cornering a dog? When you push me to that extent, did you ever consider that once I turn the tables, the sharp blade would be aimed directly at your terrified face?" "Whoa!" Jiang Song cried out, struggling to spit out the cloth from his mouth as Duan Zimo's gaze hardened with palpable malice, advancing step by step while Jiang Song retreated in fear. With nowhere to escape, he found himself cornered against the wall, tears and snot streaming down his face. Duan Zimo raised the knife. "Rest in peace. You cannot kill me. The 50 billion search for people from Zhu has already become widely known. If you kill me, the 50 billion you spent will go to waste. Can you really justify this to Zhu Ning for her efforts?" Duan Zimo lifted the knife. "If I kill you, I will voluntarily turn myself in and will not implicate anyone else. You need only to ensure a safe passage to the afterlife. Perhaps the vengeful spirits of those whose lives you ruined are waiting for you on the road to the underworld." The blade glinted ominously, and Jiang Song screamed desperately. "If you kill me, you will never recover the 5 billion that was taken from Zhu. Therefore, the rupture of funds in Zhu is also related to you, isn't it?" Jiang Song's teeth chattered. But I can't be blamed. In business, one must be cunning. I merely employed some minor tactics, bribing a few of your core figures. It is their own greed that led to this. If they hadn't had such intentions themselves, I would never have succeeded." Duan Zimo remained expressionless, continuing to raise the knife, the blade cutting through the air with a piercing sound. Jiang Song's hysterical cries shattered the silence. "We are still in contact. The person is currently in New Zealand."
Clang.
The military knife embedded itself into the wall, and the air thickened with a foul odor. Duan Zimo's gaze dripped with derision. "I thought your courage was greater." Jiang Song's face turned pale, tears and snot streaming down. "The young lady has just invested. I will not cause her any trouble. You and I can settle our accounts later. General Jiang, you have a wife and children, don't you? However, I surmise that, given your character, your wife and child are merely tools to be exploited in your eyes. Therefore, I shall not emulate you by laying hands upon others' families. I have set my sights upon you." Duan Zimo reached out to adjust his clothing, stating that if you do not voluntarily surrender within 24 hours, I shall have someone sever a finger from you. Once that is done, I shall proceed to your toes, and when all is said and done, I will carve your flesh. Are you familiar with the term Ling Chi? In ancient records, one would not perish until enduring 3,600 cuts, given Zhang's ample flesh. It is conceivable he could withstand as many as 36,000. A tempest of horror surged in Jiang Song's eyes as he trembled, stammering, "You must not treat me thus. I have powerful connections behind me. You cannot afford to provoke them. Do not be foolish." Duan Zimo scoffed. "If those behind you truly intended to protect you, you would not be here before me today. You are merely a discarded pawn." He rose, stating, "Mr. Jiang, it would be safer for you to go inside, would it not?" Jiang Song, in despair, collapsed to the ground. The following morning, the police station was graced by the arrival of a disheveled man. "I am Jiang Song. I come to surrender." Behind him, an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit appeared with a cheerful demeanor. "On behalf of my client, I have come to deliver summons," he announced. "The charges, a cumulative sentence of 12 years in prison. Jiang Song's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot. Meanwhile, Duan Zimo received a phone call as he awoke. Young Master Duan. Urgent news. Zhu Wang is in dire need. Chapter 60. Haiching support for Zhu Wang. Duan Zimo stood at the entrance of the Zhu Wang tea house, utterly astonished by the scene before him. People everywhere. A sea of humanity. Cars lined up from one end of the street to the other, and the tea house was brimming with patrons. The hall was packed, and even outside, makeshift tables and chairs were set up. Not a single seat was vacant. It was bustling. Exceptionally so. Duan Zimo stood dumbfounded at the entrance. What could possibly account for this? How had Zhu Wang's business skyrocketed overnight? His store manager, spotting him from a distance, hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah, young Master Duan. You have finally arrived. The place is in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Did you launch a promotion?" Duan Zimo inquired. "Not a promotion," the manager replied, gesturing. "Look at these people." Duan Zimo turned to see the customers exchanging glances with him, incredulity washing over him. They were all citizens who had participated in the pursuit the previous day. "Indeed, young Master Duan, we have come to support your business," they proclaimed. "We won't forget the well that quenches our thirst. The 100,000 you generously awarded us has been a tremendous help. We are here today to show our support. Do not merely speak of today. I have vowed from this moment forth to exclusively support Zhu Wang. Count me in." Others chimed in. The manager continued. "It's not just the tea house. All establishments under Zhu Wang's banner, gaming halls, KTVs, restaurants, are at full capacity. If there are no seats inside, tables are set outside. And if those are full, patrons are lining up, recording videos and live streaming to promote Zhu Wang with all their might. They wish to see this generous establishment thrive. So when you said urgent, it was due to overwhelming busyness?" "Yes." The manager's smile stretched from ear to ear, his face aglow. "Young master, we need to hire more staff. We cannot keep up." Duan Zimo snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was time to recruit. He entrusted the matter to the manager. At the Jinting Yufu, Zhu Ning smiled. "Not only do we need to hire, but we should also expand our recruitment." Duan Zimo, on the other end of the line, felt elated. "Are you suggesting we seize the opportunity?" "Precisely, Zhu Ning affirmed. Let us capitalize on this momentum to elevate the company further. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not the only one who harbors such thoughts. How many calls regarding potential investments have you received today?" Astutely observed, Duan Zimo replied, stifling his voice. "A total of 120. Not only financial investment firms inquired about Zhu Wang's current needs, but banks also called to inquire about loans. Even former friends of his father, who had previously refused assistance, were now reaching out to ask if he required sponsorship. Their demeanor was a stark contrast to the dismissive attitude they had shown when he sought help. And how did you handle it? All turned down." Duan Zimo straightened his back, declaring, "When the sun sets, you do not accompany it. When it rises again, who are you? Moreover, their family has ample funds. Why should they come to offer their treasures?" Zhu Ning, stepping off the treadmill with her Bluetooth headset, remarked, "You did well to decline. We do not need their trifling contributions. Handle the recruitment. Ensure the benefits and salaries are aligned with the highest standards in this city. For any vacant positions among the mid to senior management, promote from within or hire externally as needed. Also, assess suitable locations for branch expansion. Money is not an issue." Were it anyone else making such declarations, Duan Zimo would not have believed them entirely. But with Zhu Ning, he instantly accepted her arrangements. Her words were never exaggerated. "Understood." Upon hanging up, Wen Jing entered with a tablet and a stack of documents. "Miss Zhu." The individuals who previously requested to record apology videos and handwritten letters of remorse have completed their tasks as per your instructions. She handed over the tablet and the delivered apology letters to Zhu Ning, who perused several tear-stained videos and letters filled with regret, her expression remaining unchanged. One's tears, often shed in moments of near demise, are the most bitter. If she were merely an ordinary girl, if her lawyer were not Wen Zhongping, would this group still tremble? They fear the strong and bully the weak. Respond using their real names, warning and advising them. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient. Understood. Wen Jing acknowledged, then added, "Additionally, Miss Zhu, the litigation process against the defendants, Sui Hen and Wan Xiao, is progressing smoothly. My grandfather is expected to depart for Weisher in the next few days to initiate the lawsuit. He instructed me to assure you that you can entrust the matter to him. Wen Zhongping is indeed extraordinary. What is there to worry about with such a trivial case in his hands? Zhu Ning smiled. I have complete confidence in Mr. Wen's professional standards. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Wen Jing with a smile. Wen Lu, would you be interested in discussing a contract with me? A contract? What kind of contract? A labor contract. Wen Jing's eyes widened momentarily. Zhu Ning continued, I have heard that you possess your own law firm in Kyoto, known for its exceptional expertise. I am in need of a professional commercial legal team to assist me with company matters. So, I would like to directly hire you to lead my legal department. Money is no issue. You may negotiate freely. I am quite sincere. Wen Jing, observing the smile on Zhu Ning's face, felt her heart race. In just 3 days in Haicheng, she had been thoroughly captivated by Zhu Ning. She understood that Zhu Ning was not jesting. If she dared to ask, Zhu Ning would undoubtedly deliver. To speak of recent events just yesterday, in a bid to rescue the doctor for Judo Wang, a grand gesture was made, with a staggering 50 billion RMB being summoned, exemplifying the extraordinary prowess at play. Wen Jing was resolute in her belief that Zhu Ning had eyes for her and could indeed support her. Her heart surged with emotion. Yet, before she could fully solidify her decision, Zhu Ning's voice pierced through the tumult. As long as you come, the position of head of the legal department shall be yours. Wen Jing gasped, her breath quickening, her heart racing. This was her final concern. While she was confident that following Zhu Ning would lead her to a promising future, the thought of Zhu Ning erecting further barriers to her advancement was unsettling. She pondered that perhaps it would be better to lead her own team independently. However, with this promise now made, Wen Jing cast aside her last vestige of doubt. She cleared her throat, her voice barely above a whisper. All right. I shall inform the team immediately. Not merely to contemplate, but to act. She had given her consent. Zhu Ning smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. The two shared a handshake. And just then, Xin entered from outside, bowing respectfully. Miss, a distinguished guest has arrived. Chapter 61. The tides are calm, the shores wide, and the wind is favorable for sailing. A distinguished guest? Zhu Ning followed Xin outside, where a modestly priced black Hongqi car stood quietly parked. Two men in administrative jackets stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Upon hearing the commotion, one turned and greeted, Hello, Miss Zhu. Zhu Ning felt her legs weaken. Zheng Weixian, the head of Haicheng. They exchanged pleasantries, with Zheng expressing his apologies for the unsolicited visit. My secretary had sent Miss Zhu an appointment email, but it seems it was inadvertently routed to the spam folder, hence my unexpected arrival. Zhu Ning felt a dryness in her throat. The secretary of the head of Haicheng had written to her, only for the email to end up in the trash? Oh, the mailbox. Why must you conspire against her? Thank you, Mayor Zheng. Zheng chuckled. This is a private visit, so there's no need for formality. Given that I am your senior by several decades, if you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Zheng. Zhu Ning trembled slightly. All right, Uncle Zheng. It is my honor to have you and your secretary visit my humble abode. The sun is quite intense outside. Please, let us converse indoors and allow me to prepare a modest drink as a token of welcome. Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Miss Zhu, you are too courteous. In fact, I came today to invite you to dinner. I hope you will do me the honor. It would be my privilege. The Hongqi car moved discreetly, with no other vehicles in sight, as they turned from Jinting Yufu into Judo Wang. Zheng led his secretary, while Zhu Ning accompanied Xin. The four of them bypassing the bustling crowd to reach the private dining room on the top floor. As the door opened, the dishes were already prepared, and they took their seats. Zheng Weixian remarked, If Miss Zhu doesn't mind, may we wait a moment longer? There is another guest who is yet to arrive. He added, he is specifically here to meet you. To meet her? Zhu Ning was taken aback. Zheng glanced at his watch. It will be just about 5 minutes. That is acceptable. No sooner had he spoken than a knock sounded at the door. Zheng smiled. Here he is. As the door opened, Zhu Ning stood to see a weary middle-aged man enter, extending his hand before he approached, his face alight with enthusiasm. Hello, Miss Zhu. The astounding 50 billion feet has echoed far and wide. You are a modern heroine. Zhu Ning was momentarily flustered by this exuberant praise, quickly rising to reciprocate. Hello, sir.
Too kind of you.
Zheng playfully chided. You should introduce yourself first. Miss Zhu has no idea who you are. Quickly apologizing, the man exclaimed, my oversight. I am Deng and Shun from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I hope for your kind guidance. Deng and Shun. Wait a moment. The head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Haicheng. Zhu Ning suppressed a tremor in her heart as she shook his hand politely. Hello. Director Deng. No need for such formality. You may call me Xiao Zhu or Xiao Ning. Miss Zhu is of similar age to my daughter. So I hope to address you as Xiao Ning, if that is all right? That is perfectly fine. The five took their seats, with Zheng Weixian at the head. Zhu Ning positioned as the main guest to his right, and Deng and Shun as the secondary guest to his left. Xin Shun was seated nearby, while the secretary took a seat at the lower table, frequently rising to pour drinks and serve tea. As Zhu Ning observed the scene, a sense of disorientation washed over her. It was no wonder that as individuals ascend the social ladder, they may become increasingly inflated with pride. With glasses raised and a few sips taken, the conversation turned serious. Deng and Shun inquired, on my way here, I noticed that young Master Duan from Juda Wang was scouting for new locations. Is Miss Zhu considering expanding the business? Zhu Ning nodded affirmatively, explaining that the prospects for Juda Wang were promising, and she was eager to seize the moment. With a smile, she asked, do you have any advice, Director Deng? Advice may be too grand a term, but I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Please go on. Deng and Shun retrieved a city planning map from his briefcase, and Xin Shun and the secretary promptly assisted in unfolding it. Before them lay the plans for Juda Wang, with industrial symbols radiating from major transportation hubs. Despite the many layouts within the vast city, it appeared but a mere drop in the ocean, suggesting that a grander journey lay ahead. Zhu Ning gossiped intently, her mind suddenly igniting with an infinite possibility. Could it be that Haicheng could become Juda City? Beep. Host's ambition detected. Advancement task initiated. Spending amount reaches 200 billion. Unlocking limited time quadruple returns. The unexpected mechanical voice startled Zhu Ning. Zheng Weixian, concerned, asked Xiao Ning, what's wrong? Nothing. Just a sudden cramp, she awkwardly replied. System, you never cease to amaze me. Hee, came the electronic voice, mechanical yet lively. Frustration mixed with excitement. Spending 200 billion to unlock quadruple returns. She recalled the previous quadruple return that directly accounted for 200 billion. Her heart raced. This time, she was certain it would only be higher. Deng and Shun remarked, Juda Wang has gained significant acclaim across the internet. Last night, I led a survey with my staff, and over 45 of respondents expressed a willingness to travel to Haicheng for Juda Wang. Therefore, we hope that Miss Zhu can mobilize Juda Wang to bear this substantial responsibility. In return, our Cultural and Tourism Bureau will fully support Juda Wang's endeavors, providing various preferential policies to reduce travel and accommodation costs for visitors, thereby fortifying the upcoming surge in tourism. In an instant, Zhu Ning grasped the profound implications behind this matter. The opportunity to establish a landmark industry was upon them.
Juda Wang was renowned in Haicheng,
but it was merely one city and not without competitors. If she could successfully navigate this wave of tourism, Juda Wang could very well become a landmark building throughout Haicheng, propelling the provincial industry onto the national stage. Her heart raced. Zhu Ning stood and directly shook hands with Deng and Shun. Director Deng, thank you for your trust. I will do my utmost to ensure we capture this momentum and execute it flawlessly, ensuring that we bring honor to Haicheng. Deng and Shun replied, together we shall collaborate, generating prosperity, and allowing Haicheng's Juda Wang to flourish. Indeed, as the city map slowly closed, Zhu Ning glanced at it one last time from the corner of her eye. Then, smiling, she turned to Zheng Weixian. Uncle Zheng, you invited me here today for 2 matters, did you not? Zheng Weixian, once a matter is concluded, we shall not discuss other matters. Zhu Ning then raised her glass. Now that this task is accomplished, there are future undertakings awaiting. Uncle Zheng, I would like to make an appointment first. Zheng Weixian did not respond but turned to gaze down from the building. Under the scorching sun, the crowd was immense. The people of Haicheng are exceptionally industrious and capable, and they possess a profound sense of gratitude. Often, what individuals lack is merely an opportunity. Zhu Ning looked down, observing the long queue beneath the tea house. After a moment of contemplation, she stood up solemnly to toast, if given the opportunity, I shall be the one to provide. Zheng Weixian turned his head, regarding her intently for a moment before finally smiling. I await Miss Zhu's grand endeavors. Their glasses clinked, and the wine flowed down their throats. Zhu Ning felt a rush of excitement. Her face flushed. With the tides receding, the shores are expansive. The winds are favorable, and the sails are set. Chapter 62. Make way for Zhu Ning. Meanwhile, Juda Wang experienced a miraculous revival, and overnight, Zhu Ning's reputation soared in Haicheng. with numerous executives from the upper echelons desiring to meet her but finding no opportunity. Songya, who had been assisting Zhu Ning, was summoned home for questioning. You have grown quite close to Miss Yu. What is her background? Have you discerned her origins? His father, Song Jingxiong, inquired. Songya fell silent before asking, What is the purpose of your inquiry, father? His elder brother, Song Junjie, immediately reprimanded him. When father asks you a question, you simply need to answer truthfully. What do you mean by asking further questions? Have you grown wings after mingling with her for just 2 days? Do you no longer regard father or this family? Their mother, Zhang Shulan, anxiously interjected, apologizing and clarifying no, Songya didn't mean it that way. He merely spoke without thinking.
Sonja.
Quickly apologized to the eldest young master and to your father. Frustration brewed within Songya. What have I said that requires an apology? If my brother enjoys labeling others, why not open a hat factory? Song Junjie glared, slamming his hand on the table. You are truly rebellious. You think you can rise against us now? As he spoke, he prepared to strike, causing their mother to turn pale with anxiety, gripping Songya's arm, her face glistening with sweat. The eldest young master is angry. You must apologize quickly. The pain from her grip made Songya jerk free, exclaiming, Why should I apologize to him? What have I done wrong? If you brought me back just to find a pretext to reprimand me, then I shall not entertain this.
Sonja.
Enough. Their father interjected. Song Junjie, who had risen, sat back down, while Zhang Shulan continued tugging at Songya's sleeve, but he remained resolute. Song Jingxiong stated, The reason we called you back today is for a specific matter. That Miss Zhu, you are to introduce her to your elder brother. From now on, any matters concerning her are to be handled by him. Why should I? Song Jingxiong replied, We are all family. What is yours is your brother's. She is merely a woman. If she is given away, so be it. Songya gritted his teeth. Why should I?
Sonja.
Song Jingxiong's expression darkened. You are becoming increasingly unreasonable. He is your brother. What is wrong with distributing your resources to him? Yet I am still your son. Why is it that you never mentioned sharing the family's resources with me? Songya roared, his eyes turning red, his entire body trembling. Song Jingxiong's expression turned grim. While Song Junjie shouted, Songya, are you courting death? Zhang Shulan, frightened, rushed forward, repeatedly striking Songya's face and ears. Are you mad? Why are you yelling at your father? Quickly apologize. With each slap, Songya turned sharply, his eyes filled with disappointment and fury. Are you even my real mother?
Why do you never stand by me?
Zhang Shulan staggered back, pale and trembling. But that is your father. Song Jingxiong scolded, unfilial son, selfish and ungrateful. Is it such a burden to contribute a little of your connections to your brother? Have we raised you for nothing? Song Junjie banged the table. Stop wasting time. Songya, we will ask you this once. Are you going to help with Zhu Ning's connections or not? Songya clenched his fists. What if I refuse to help? Then do not blame us for being merciless. We will take it by force. Song Junjie threatened. You still intend to keep that failing 4S shop open, don't you? Songya's anger boiled over. What? Do you want to drive me to close it down? Me? Song Junjie mocked. Clearly, it's your own mismanagement and lack of talent. Yet you blame me? With fists clenched, Songya growled. Fine. If you dare use underhanded tactics again, I will sever your hand. Song Jingxiong's expression shifted instantly. Songya, whose hand do you think you are threatening? Say that again. Zhang Shulan gasped, repeatedly screaming. Songya, are you out of your mind? What are you saying? Quickly kneel and apologize to your father and brother. Songya nearly exploded, coldly staring at Zhang Shulan. If you truly wish for my early demise, then feel free to keep pushing me. Zhang Shulan's heart trembled. Songya fiercely averted his gaze and, after speaking, turned to leave, wishing to be anywhere but there.
Sonja. Sonja.
Damn it, I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Suddenly, a teacup soared through the air, striking him squarely on the back. Pain radiated from his shoulder blade as gasps erupted behind him. He paused, turning to see his brother seething with rage, and his father, with a dark expression. Their mother, her eyes red, attempted to step forward but hesitated, advising him, Songya, just apologize to your brother. Your brother is already angry. Upon hearing this, Songya let out a self-deprecating laugh. Has he not yet matured? Is he still hoping for one of our parents to love him? How ridiculous, Songya. Apologize? He picked up a chair from the ground and hurled it violently at Song Junjie.
Dream on.
Song Junjie screamed in agony. Song Jingxiong shouted in anger. while Zhang Shulan screamed, cursing him for being insane. The tension seemed to indicate that Song Junjie was her only true son. Expressionless, Songye turned and drove away, the wind chilling his face, and as he reached for a handkerchief, he found it damp with tears. He wiped his face, took out his phone, and dialed Zhu Ning. Speaking with perfect enthusiasm, "Miss Zhu, regarding the house you mentioned wanting to purchase, I have found a suitable one. Do you have time to view it now?" On the other end, Zhu Ning, having just seen off 2 liters, inquired, "I have time. Where is it? Shall I come find you now?" "Fan garden in the west of the city." Zhu Ning laughed heartily upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. I am on my way now. See you at the destination." "All right." 30 minutes later, they arrived at the destination. Songye stood at the entrance, smiling and waving at her. The two entered the target villa simultaneously. It was a 3-story villa covering nearly 700 square meters, with commendable amenities. Zhu Ning looked around, her gaze sweeping through the entire villa area from the window. Songye explained, there are 70 villas within Fan Garden, encompassing about 170 acres. Although the development level is not high here, it is tranquil and elegant. As when Zhongping ages, residing in such a place will allow him to distance himself from the city's noise and rest better. As they say, one must sacrifice something to gain something. However, Zhu Ning was not primarily concerned with that aspect. She nodded slightly. "All right, this place is quite good. I will take it. But I must trouble Mr. Song to assist me further in negotiations regarding the acquisition." Songye replied, "No problem at all, Miss Zhu. How many buildings are you looking to purchase?" Zhu Ning smiled. "All of them." Songye was taken aback. "Huh?" Zhu Ning continued, "Including the usage rights for this piece of land."
"I want that as well," Sonja exclaimed.
"Huh?" Chapter 63, 6 billion for employee dormitories? Songye returned after making a phone call, his steps faltering. "Miss Zhu," his voice was hoarse, "upon learning that you wish to undertake this area. The developers have readily consented, but they have requested a 30% increase in the transfer fee." "How much in total?" Just a moment. Songye reached for his memo, where all the calculations were noted. The total area of Fan Garden is 170 acres, with the land cost at 13.6 billion. After the developer's markup of 30, it amounts to 17.68 billion. Based on your request to purchase 70 villas, with a budget of 20 million each, the total expenditure for acquisition would be 1.4 billion. Adding various taxes and miscellaneous fees, the total cost approximates 38.264 billion. As Songye continued to speak, his voice grew increasingly hoarse. Since his acquaintance with Zhu Ning, dealing in billions had become a routine for him. Purchasing villas felt as casual as shopping, and she was the only one who could make it seem so. Songye's heart trembled as Zhu Ning listened to his quotation with merely a nod, surveying the villa's exterior. To the west of the city, in the area marked for development on the blueprint, she lowered her gaze to conceal the flicker of darkness beneath her eyes. 20 million is too little. I must ensure I can secure the property's 100. Let us raise it to 40 million. You go negotiate. Zhu Ning stated. The transfer must be completed within 3 days for a double return. After 3 days, it declines incrementally. If it's not transferred within a week, I'll withdraw. 2.8 billion Fan Garden must be fully acquired. Songye's throat felt parched. Wait. He hastily reached for his calculator. Doubling the total price of the villas, plus the land transfer fee, and adding various taxes and registration fees, the total amounted to 51.53 billion. Currently, the calculation is 5.1 billion, but it is likely that additional reserve funds will need to be prepared. The total cost required up front is, in reality, 6 billion. It was an exorbitant sum. Like a torrent, cash was being recklessly poured into this undeveloped urban area. Beads of sweat formed on Songye's brow. Miss Zhu, isn't this approach a bit too risky? This place, it won't take off in less than 2 to 3 years. If you plan to sell, it will be difficult to recoup your investment. Not only difficult to recoup, but there's a possibility of suffering significant losses. Here, I do not intend to sell. Not planning to sell? Songye's mouth opened, his voice trembling. Then what do you intend to buy it for? Zhu Ning turned to look at him quizzically. Didn't I mention it before? To serve as employee dormitories. Employee dormitories? 60 billion, just to make employee dormitories? How can anyone be so extravagant? Songye was at a loss, unable to fathom the concept of money anymore. His mind felt foggy, and he nearly stumbled backward when Zhu Ning, concerned, supported him. Songye, are you all right?
Yes.
Songye took a deep breath to steady himself. Miss Zhu, let me confirm once more. Are you certain you wish to acquire this entire villa district? 60 billion. That's equivalent to half the annual revenue of a medium-sized state-owned enterprise. You are directly purchasing it to serve as employee dormitories. Songye felt as though his worldview had been completely shattered and rebuilt in Zhu Ning's presence. Zhu Ning handed him her card. Of course, I am certain. It's merely 60 billion. Songye grasped the card with trembling hands. 60 billion merely. Yes. How could he forget that this individual before him could spend 50 billion in an hour just to find someone?
I.
Songye's voice was caught in shock, and he could only nod vigorously, uttering simple phrases. Understood, understood. I will handle it, handle it. He strode forward, swiping the card and contacting Wen Jing to oversee the process. Behind her, a team of lawyers hastily made their way from Beijing to Haiqing, each impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication. Several faces were familiar to Zhu Ning from television appearances. After greetings were exchanged, Wen Jing promptly led her team to business. Initially, the other party appeared calm and relaxed upon hearing that Zhu Ning wanted them to facilitate the property purchase. However, as they listened to Songye relay that Zhu Ning was spending 60 billion solely for employee dormitories, their expressions shifted dramatically, with some even collapsing in shock. How much did you say? 60 billion. And it's merely for employee benefits and rewards. The very mention of rewards was pronounced with disbelief. Songye finally found normalcy in their reactions. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed 60 billion. For employee welfare. The lawyer on the ground stood dumbfounded, his face pale as he turned to Wen Jing. Earlier that morning, she had mentioned a wealthy woman planning to acquire them all, and they were somewhat skeptical. Upon arriving in Haiqing, they sought to gauge the depth of this boss and consider whether to follow her lead. To their surprise, the first inquiry upon landing was filled with excitement. Was the owner of Jiyuang truly powerful? Absolutely. For the sake of one person, she had casually spent 50 billion. Did you know? 50 billion. Wait, isn't Jiyuang the one trending on the hot search? Their boss was the very CEO of that company. Everyone endeavored to mask their emotions in front of their new employer, but the very first task shattered their carefully constructed facade of calm. 60 billion for employee dormitories, unheard of. Wen Jing was equally astonished. With a simple wave of her hand, she had already stunned everyone by offering 50 billion in rewards. Now, she was outright presenting 60 billion for employee dormitories? Was this merely the beginning? Wen Jing felt her legs weaken. Miss, this is terrifying. All right, coordinating is the priority. Now, let's divide the tasks. I will liaise with Mr. Song to negotiate the land transfer and complete the paperwork, while the other lawyers and assistants will contact the villa owners to discuss the transfer. It is currently 11 o'clock. Let us aim to resolve everything within an hour. Everyone, please proceed. Wen Jing snapped back to reality from her shock, suppressing her emotions as she began organizing the work, while Zhu Ning was escorted into a luxury vehicle to rest. Over 20 people acted simultaneously, demonstrating high efficiency and speed. Within half an hour, they had secured over half of the properties by doubling the market price. Zhu Ning wasted no time, handing over the card to Xingshen, decisively arranging the payment. Millions and billions were swiftly dispersed, and the previously hesitant homeowners responded, as if invigorated. Yet, some homeowners remained obstinate, refusing to relinquish their properties, dismissing the notion of a double acquisition as too good to be true, questioning if they believed they were Jiyuang. Lawyer, greetings. Our client is indeed the proprietor of Zhu Dawang. Landlord, I will sign. An hour passed, with everyone working diligently, and at last, the contract was concluded. The staggering sum of 6 billion was successfully transferred. Zhu Ning gazed at the documents presented to her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent. Now that we have acquired both the property and the land, let the demolition commence. With enthusiasm, she commanded, tear this place down.
Sonja, eh?
Wen Jing, what? The lawyers, what? Chapter 64, 210 billion spent in 10 days. The Overlord. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Did I just imagine that? What are we demolishing? A property valued at 28 billion? Wen Jing sought confirmation. Miss, that was not your intention, was it? You meant to recommend, not to raise it. Songye looked from Wen Jing to Zhu Ning, then to the ever-composed and respectful Xingshen beside her. A faint premonition stirred within him. They surely had not misheard. Zhu Ning indeed intended to demolish the place entirely. As anticipated, upon witnessing their reactions, Zhu Ning remarked with a smile, "You heard correctly. I plan to demolish the site." She elaborated, I intend to reduce the originally planned 70 residential buildings to 50, enhancing the living space while decreasing the building density, improving the landscaping of the complex, and transforming this area into a luxurious villa community to provide a better living environment for my employees. Her words resonated like an enigmatic scripture, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Not only had she acquired a property worth 28 billion for employee welfare, but her first action post-acquisition was to level and completely rebuild. The crowd was left in stunned silence, yet Zhu Ning continued, contemplating her directives. Since we are rebuilding, let us do so splendidly. We shall utilize only the finest materials for both the exterior and interior. The facade should be adorned with Italian Carrara marble. I wonder if the 20 billion budget for the interior design of 50 villas is sufficient, considering the scale of this project. If we aim to compress the construction timeline, would 50 billion suffice? Zhu Ning pondered aloud. What if we allocate an additional 70 billion? Would that cover everything? Silence enveloped the room. Turning in astonishment, she beheld her cadre of elite professionals, each one utterly bewildered, their expressions reflecting a state of shock akin to having heard the divine. Zhu Ning, what is the matter with you all? You look utterly lost. The group gazed at her, their faces betraying their lack of comprehension regarding the gravity of her earlier statements. A singular title floated through their minds, the Overlord. The Overlord who spent money as if printing it. The unparalleled Overlord who allocated 130 billion for employee dormitories. Everyone was completely awestruck. Those who had previously intended to scrutinize her were now utterly captivated by her grand vision. General Manager 1, thank you for your support. New tasks were assigned, and Songya and Wenjing began mobilizing resources and reaching out to contacts for planning. After a flurry of phone calls, they secured a renowned designer from Kyoto to lead the overall design team in High City. Initial calculations indicated that the total costs, including all materials, construction fees, landscaping expenses, project management fees, and various taxes, would amount to approximately 67 billion. Zhu Ning, with a wave of her hand, directly allocated 75 billion to Wenjing for the project funds. A light card landed in Wenjing's hands, nearly causing her knees to buckle. The Overlord. Oh, Overlord. Might you exhibit a hint of emotional fluctuation? This is 75 billion, not 70. Bearing the immense weight of responsibility, Wenjing instinctively slowed her breathing, fearful that a tremor might send the 75 billion spiraling away. It was almost comical. The elite law school graduate renowned for her rationality was now succumbing to a moment of absurdity. Wenjing, meticulous and cautious, feared any misstep. Just then, Zhu Ning interjected, well, the employee dormitory matter is settled. Now, let us discuss the hiring of Lawyer Wen and your legal team. Wenjing. Huh? Half an hour later, Wenjing emerged from the meeting, accompanied by her utterly stupefied legal team. All present wore expressions of shock that rendered them speechless. One lawyer turned to another, bewildered. Have we, perhaps, transcended? Beside him, a colleague's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on him, yet unable to find focus. Their minds swirling with Zhu Ning's proclamation, an annual salary of 30 million is insufficient. It should be 100 million. Each person, 100 million. He began to count his colleagues. 1, 2, 3, for not counting Wenjing, 10 individuals. 10 billion. Additionally, with various case commissions and top-tier insurance. Moreover, Zhu Ning promised a villa for each of them as a benefit. Suddenly, someone let out a loud cry. Ah! The eruption of excitement was contagious, with others joining in the enthusiastic outcry, each shout more fervent than the last. An annual salary of 100 million. It was worth noting that, despite their status as top-tier lawyers, their previous earnings, including various commissions, barely reached 10 million. Yet now, Zhu Ning raised her hand and offered each one 100 million. Was this not a celestial ascent? Was this not transcendence? Some were so overwhelmed they burst into tears. Am I dreaming? Am I not to perish tomorrow? Lost in an unrealistic fantasy today. Others around them echoed in exhilaration. We have truly ascended. Ah! Ah! The sounds of joy and excitement reverberated through the space. Wenjing gazed down at the two cards in her hands. One held 75 billion, earmarked for the reconstruction project, while the other contained 15 billion, designated for the basic salaries of the entire legal team. After careful consideration, she mused, if Miss Zhu intends to encompass us all, I shall require 3 billion, with each lawyer's salary set at 30 million. 3 billion is too little. I shall offer you 5 billion. The team is entrusted to you, and 30 million is too modest. Let each one receive an annual salary of 100 million. With funds entrusted to you to manage their entirety. 90 billion. A mountainous weight, burning hot in her grasp. Wen Jing trembled as she securely tucked the cards away. Then, with unsteady hands, she dialed a number, her voice quivering as she spoke. Grandfather, your granddaughter has leapt over the dragon gate. I have ascended to divinity. When Zhongping hung up the phone, grinning at Cheng Minxiu beside him. What do you think, old Cheng? Have you considered my proposal? Cheng Minxiu stood frozen, aghast. 130 billion for employee dormitories, enhancing all lawyer salaries directly to 300 million and above. In less than 10 days, 210 billion spent. And I still hold more assets for consumption. His hands, steady even after 10 hours of intricate surgery, now trembled violently. His complexion was one of horror, his pupils quivering. Unheard of. Unseen. A singular figure on this earth. Brother Zhongping, I previously underestimated your vision. I preemptively express my gratitude for your support. When Zhongping roared with laughter, patting Cheng Minxiu's shoulder. It is hardly worth mentioning. The young lady will be quite pleased to have you join the team. By the way, don't forget about your apprentice. Remember to bring him along. Otherwise, that 50 billion from his family will be squandered in vain, won't it? The elder huffed, his mustache bristling. It's not that simple. Chapter 65. Should you lay a hand on her again, do not blame me for not warning you. Songya followed Zhu Ning out of the bustling garden, his heart still racing. Over the past 2 days, he had been shaken to his very core far too many times. His worldview had been shattered and reconstructed repeatedly, leaving him feeling as if he had just emerged from the depths of water, his body limp and his steps unsteady. When Zhu Ning invited him to dine, Songya opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Coming, he finally managed to stutter. In stark contrast to Songya's trepidation, Zhu Ning exuded an air of ease, especially upon hearing the system's announcement.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 15 billion task funds. There remains 50 billion to reach the rebate goal. Please continue your efforts. Continue your efforts? Spend that 50 billion. Zhu Ning felt a surge of excitement as she turned her gaze toward the western direction. There were indeed numerous structures in the area. Yet the overall foot traffic was scarce, rendering the place eerily desolate, as if it were the dead of night. During the initial urban planning phase, the Western District had already been designated as a development zone. However, High City was hardly comparable to the bustling metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou that naturally attracted crowds. If a city cannot surge forward on all fronts, its development will merely progress at a sluggish pace, inevitably lagging behind. Narrowing her eyes, she surveyed the vast expanse before her. It was immense. The mere 50 billion she held would be insufficient to seize it. She would need to utilize the rebate. She instructed Xin Shen to secretly seek out a designer to plan the commercial land in the Western District, requesting a commercial layout proposal within 3 days. While adhering to confidentiality agreements, Zhu Ning was confident that she alone possessed first-hand knowledge of the impending redevelopment of the Western District. Since she had gained a prophetic advantage over others, she intended to utilize it to meticulously plan for her GUS city. With a directive from the young lady, Xin Shen nodded in understanding. He then bent to open the car door, but just as Zhu Ning turned to call out to Songya, a figure suddenly dashed past him, colliding with Songya and knocking him to the ground. Not only did the individual fail to utter an apology, but he also hurled an insult at Songya before turning to approach Zhu Ning with a forced smile. Zhu Ning's expression darkened instantly as the car door closed behind her. She strode forward, with Xin Shen quickly following suit. As the two approached, the man assumed they were there to greet him and promptly adjusted his attire with a broad smile, exclaiming, "You must be Miss Zhu. It is such an honor for you to come and receive me." However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Zhu Ning walk right past him to help Songya to his feet.
How are you?
Are you hurt? She inquired, not even sparing a glance in the man's direction. The man's outstretched hand froze midair, his expression shifting through disbelief as he realized he had been completely disregarded, treated as if he were invisible. Embarrassment and anger washed over him, and he feigned concern as he leaned toward Songya, saying, "Are you all right, Xiaoya? I didn't mean to. I thought you were able to stand up by yourself. You're making it seem like I'm the villain here." Disgust welled up in Songya's eyes. Had he not wanted to drag Zhu Ning into the murky waters of conflict, he would have gladly slapped Song Junjia across the face. "I'm fine, thank you, Miss Zhu," he replied. Xin Shan assisted Songya as he turned to Zhu Ning and asked, "Is he your brother?" Songya nodded slightly, his head bowed. Immediately, Song Junjie perked up, speaking in a tone laced with malice. Yes, I'm his brother. My mother was the legitimate wife. He was born before my father married her. So he just came into our family. His vague insinuations hinted at Songya's dubious lineage, attempting to provoke Zhu Ning's disdain toward him and sever their connection. Hearing such slander, Songya chose not to engage in a debate in front of Zhu Ning. Instead, he shot a warning glance at Song Junjie. What are you doing here? He recalled having made it clear that he would not facilitate an introduction to Zhu Ning. Song Junjie met his gaze with a defiant expression. Destiny brought me here today to meet Miss Zhu. What is your problem with that? The blatant provocation ignited a simmering fury within Songya, his anger teetering on the edge of eruption. Did they truly regard Zhu Ning as a mere cheesecake, something for every fly and rat to take a bite of? His arm trembled, veins bulging on his forehead, and he lowered his head, forcing out a few strained syllables. Miss Zhu, I apologize. But I have some matters at home and cannot accompany you to dinner. Shall we reschedule? Zhu Ning noticed Songya's reluctance to involve her. Falling silent for a moment before nodding, call me if you need anything. Songya managed a strained smile. As she turned to leave, Song Junjie became anxious. He muttered a curse at Songya, then quickly plastered on a smile and chased after Zhu Ning. In a flash, Songya seized him, pressing his hand tightly over his mouth. If you dare to disturb her again, I swear I will end you. Song Junjie, filled with rage, was about to curse back. But when he turned to meet Songya's furious gaze, a chill ran down his spine. What are you going to do? Songya glared at him fiercely. If you dare to bother her, you'll see just how far I can go. Song Junjie trembled, ultimately refraining from making any further attempts. As Zhu Ning departed in her car, Zinshin entered and started the vehicle. Before the door closed, he exchanged a brief glance with Songya, who was still restraining Song Junjie, before silently slipping into the cabin. It wasn't until Zhu Ning's car was completely out of sight that Songya finally released Song Junjie. Gaining his freedom, Song Junjie collapsed onto the ground, watching the vehicle drive away while seething with indignation. Songya, can you be any more selfish? Why can you mingle with people I can't? You hoard all the good fortune for yourself. Don't you fear bursting from the weight of it? Songya glowered at him. Yes, I am selfish. Not only am I selfish, but I am also ruthless. Let me reiterate one last time. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will not show you any mercy. Before him stood Songya, radiating a menacing aura, fierce and vengeful like a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Song Junjie was so intimidated that he froze, his usual bravado evaporating in an instant, his face pale and trembling, unable to utter a word. As Songya brushed past him, he delivered a swift kick, prompting Song Junjie to wince in pain, but upon encountering Songya's ferocious glare, he fell silent once more. Songya drove away, and on the road, he dialed Song Jingxiong. Keep your son in check, if he reaches for Zhu Ning again. Do not blame me for not giving you a heads up. With that, he abruptly disregarded Song Jingxiong's furious retorts and ended the call. After driving a considerable distance and regaining his composure, he turned off the engine and opened the glove compartment, retrieving a silver USB drive. Gripping it tightly, it felt like the last thread of familial connection he had left. This was his final chance. Do not be ungrateful. Zinshin drove Zhu Ning back to Jintingyufu. Along the way, she inquired, what is Songya's situation at home? Zinshin. The specific details remain ambiguous. Yet it appears that young Master Song is not favored at home. Given his age, he should gradually be assuming responsibility for family affairs and honing his skills. However, apart from the 4S dealership, he seems to possess no other resources. There are even rumors suggesting that the funds he used to establish the 4S dealership were borrowed from Duan Xiao. Zhu Ning was taken aback. These are merely rumors. I cannot ascertain their credibility, miss. It's best to simply listen. However, one thing I am quite certain of is this. What? Zinshin replied. Young Master Song's mother did not ascend to her position as a mistress. The predicament young Master Song faces within the Song family largely stems from one reason. Zhu Ning looked on in disbelief. Zinshin, glancing at her through the rear-view mirror, slowly spoke 2 words. Partiality. Chapter 66. Everyone desires to collaborate with Jude. Partiality? Zhu Ning repeatedly contrasted Song Junjie with Songya in her mind, failing to comprehend. Zinshin continued driving, remarking that some matters cannot be elucidated through conventional reasoning. I have had dealings with young Master Song's father on several occasions and have gleaned some insight into the situation. It is said that when President Song had just welcomed his firstborn son, the family matron sought an oracle who proclaimed that the eldest son, Song Junjie, was a heavenly envoy of wealth destined to prosper the family. That year, President Song's business thrived, and he experienced unimpeded success. Subsequently, after divorcing his wife to marry young Master Song's mother, young Master Song was born 2 years later. However, President Song faced significant investment losses, leading to dire financial straits. Upon visiting the temple for divination, the master interpreted the signs, indicating that a malevolent star had reincarnated within the family, and the birth chart aligned perfectly with young Master Song's date of birth. Zhu Ning interjected. What did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? Is it solely because of that? Xin Shin stated. Young Master Song's father has always held a deep reverence for the divine. His words were delicately phrased. Yet Zhu Ning found them utterly absurd. What about Song, his mother? Did she not speak on his behalf? Did she not defend him? Xin Shan remained silent. The answer glaringly evident. Zhu Ning fell into silence. The car continued its journey, her voice echoing within the cabin. After a while, she instructed to transfer the fee for Fong Yuan 1 to Song's account as compensation for his services over the past few days. Initially, Zhu Ning had planned to present him with a generous gift, akin to repaying Pei Jin's kindness. However, it now seemed that nothing could be more straightforward than cash for Songya. The current market rate aligned perfectly with that. The transaction would be deemed reasonable. Xin Shin glanced at her, his eyes filled with admiration. Understood. Upon returning to Jinting Yufu, Lin Wan had prepared a meal awaiting them. After dining, they would engage in strength training, repeating their daily regimen, followed by cleansing and changing attire. As she donned her trousers, the waistband sagged, resting uncomfortably on her hips. Zhu Ning looked down, tugging her pants upward yet again, only to have them slip back down. Have I lost weight? In her slippers, she scampered out of her room, calling, Teacher Lin.
Teacher Lin.
Lin Wan was outside chatting with Coach Zhang Shu when they heard the commotion. They quickly entered, only to find Zhu Ning exuberantly letting go of her pants, which now hung at her hips instead of her waist. I've lost weight. Lin Wan and Zhang Shu exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After all, Miss Shu had never been overweight. With sufficient height and a normal body fat percentage, her original hourglass figure was naturally slender. With a regular routine, a discerning diet, and diligent daily exercise, it would be unusual for her not to lose weight. Zhu Ning, delighting in her reflection, hummed a tune while measuring the waistband of her pants, her spirits soaring. Xin Shin remarked, Congratulations, miss, on your remarkable progress in weight loss. Since your clothes have become a size larger, I shall arrange for the boutique sale to deliver the latest seasonal clothing selection for you to choose from. Does that sound agreeable? Zhu Ning's daily needs were all managed by the system, gradually transferred to Xin Shin for coordination. She possessed various luxury brand memberships and was entitled to all the requisite privileges. All right, you make the arrangements. By the way, how is the renovation at the estate progressing? Everything is proceeding smoothly. The renovation company demonstrates commendable quality and dedication, and the supervisors have consistently provided positive feedback. Excellent. The better the work, the more generous the bonuses. Encourage them to maintain this standard. Understood. Xin Shan went about his business, while Zhu Ning ascended the stairs. Her phone vibrated twice. A message from Lu Nian inquired whether she was familiar with Jude Wang. Lu Nian, do you know Jude Wang? It's incredibly popular. I successfully made a reservation. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Xiao Ning, you're heading to Haicheng tomorrow? Wasn't the offline event scheduled for next month? Lu Nian, it was supposed to be next month, but Jude Wang is currently trending with immense traffic. Many influencer companies are mobilizing, and my company wants me to join in. Lu Nian. So, may I come to see you? Tentatively probing, before Zhu Ning could respond, Duan Zimo called. Miss, do you have a moment? I need to consult you on a matter. Go ahead. It concerns Jude Wang, which has garnered substantial online attention. Numerous influencer companies have submitted collaboration requests, and the operations department is interested in a potential partnership, inquiring if they could conduct promotional activities for next month's offline streamer event at our location. At Jude Wang? Zhu Ning pondered for a moment. That's acceptable. You may extend the necessary hospitality. But one point must be remembered. Conduct a vetting process for the cooperating influencers who come to check in and film. Any inappropriate behavior should be met with a refusal to cooperate. Understood. After hanging up, Zhu Ning regarded the screen, responding, Xiao Ning, sure, you can come. I'll treat you to a meal. In her rented accommodation, Su Lu Nian sprang upright from her bed. clutching her phone as she dashed out the door and into her boss's office. "Boss, can I borrow some money?" Her boss set down his teacup and inhaled deeply. "What about your own money?" Lu Nian chuckled sheepishly. "Did you give it all away again?" Lu Nian continued to grin. "Well, children are growing, and they need plenty of nourishing food and essentials. It's perfectly normal to spend." Her boss remarked, "Your generosity is commendable. Yet I believe you should consider your own needs as well." Lu Nian responded with a smile. "The company offers excellent benefits, meals and housing covered, aside from some cosmetic expenses. I have little else to spend on, so I help them out." Enough with the flattery. Her boss went to transfer the funds, but paused to look at her face. "You know, I've always suggested you start a charitable account. With your looks, you could gain quite the following." "Okay, I'll think about it." This was merely a polite way of saying she would not consider it. Her boss said no more, completing the transfer. Lu Nian expressed her gratitude cheerfully, prompting her boss to tease, "So, who do you plan to help this time, great benefactor?" "Helping myself, of course." After all, she couldn't visit Zhu Ning empty-handed. It seemed the sun had risen in the west, as Su Lu Nian was willing to spend on herself. Her boss exchanged a few jests before adding, "By the way, there are two important matters to discuss. First, the operations department has aligned with Jude Wang, and the originally scheduled offline streamer event next month will commence promotional activities in the coming days. You can conveniently attend the Jude Wang event." "Sounds good," Lu Nian agreed. Her boss paused, then handed her a business card. "Also, the director from your school has reached out again." The smile on the youth's face, with his alluring peach blossom eyes, gradually faded. "Boss, you are originally an exceptional talent in this field, and with your innate abilities, it's worth considering." Su Yunyan remained silent as the boss pressed a business card into his hand. "Take your time to ponder it." Chapter 67. Once he secures her, his ascent to greatness will be assured. Meanwhile, Qianli opened the back end of his streaming platform, where private messages berating him continued to flood in. His personal income was a mere pittance. Previously, he had received daily donations from Zhu Ning and other fans, which, with some effort, could accumulate to a decent sum each month. However, ever since Zhu Ning slapped him in the face with $1 million gold dragon, his streaming revenue had been on a steady decline. He had anticipated that by associating with UNI Bobo, he would be whisked away into a life of opulence. Yet, the stark reality was that following their relationship, UNI Bobo not only kept her coins to herself, but also leveraged her girlfriend privileges to blacklist the last few fans willing to donate to him. Consequently, his online reputation had soured, and he was left with no fans. His funds had been depleted, and he was now burdened with a mountain of debt. Qianli seethed with indignation, his mouth burning in frustration. Just as he was about to exit the back end, he caught sight of a new event announcement, an offline promotional event for High City S Judo Wang streamers. High City, ISNT, that where UNI Bobo resides? A flicker of excitement ignited within Qianli. Previously, he could only hear UNI Bobo boast about her wealth from behind the screen. But now he had an opportunity to meet her in person. What a splendid chance to make some money. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He hurriedly registered, only to be met with a notification stating that he had not met the income qualifications and was thus denied entry. Qianli's face turned green with anger. He cursed Zhu Ning and Lionian in his mind. If those 2 million had been given to him, would he still lack qualifications? Suppressing the pain in his mouth, he sent a message to UNI Bobo, informing her that he would arrive in High City tomorrow and suggesting they meet. At the High City, Tianxi, the former butler of the estate, Zhou Hongzhang, was overseeing a renovation team, pushing a dining cart to serve meals to everyone on site, urging them to eat well and rest before resuming their work. Just as he was politely attending to the workers, a sudden scream pierced the air. "What are you doing?" "This is vintage Chanel. Can you afford to pay for the damage?" "I'm so sorry." A woman, masked and gloved, stood before a flustered construction worker who was apologizing profusely.
Dad.
"Look at him," the woman complained, pointing towards Zhou Hongzhang. "This person almost got my clothes dirty." The commotion attracted the attention of the supervising inspector. "What's going on?" He glanced at the woman, who looked immaculate, without a trace of dirt on her. The construction worker immediately explained, "I'm really sorry. I merely reached out to take the meal she was delivering. I didn't mean any harm. The food is on the cart. You can't just touch me with your dirty hands. If you stain my clothes, can you cover the costs?" "I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to." The worker continued to apologize, but the woman remained obstinate. "Is sorry all it takes? How do I know you don't carry some virus or filth? Who do you think you are, touching me?" I'm really sorry, the worker reiterated, but the inspector, who had been silently fuming, finally interjected, "You're just a laborer. And what position do you hold? Who is this lady's relative?" "I'm so sorry." Zhou Hongzhong bent over, approaching. "This is my daughter, Xiuyu. She mentioned wanting to earn some pocket money, so I brought her along. I apologize for the inconvenience." The inspector replied, "I thought you were a young lady descending from the heavens to experience life. It turns out you're just here to work."
What makes you so superior to him?
"Old Zhou, you've raised a fine daughter indeed." Xiuyu's expression changed abruptly, ready to speak. But her father covered her mouth and pressed her head down, forcing her to apologize submissively. With a scowl, he dragged her away from the villa. Xiaoyu fumed, "Dad, did you not see how he humiliated me? It's one thing for you not to help me, but why do you have to apologize to them? It's so embarrassing. Have you lost your mind?"
Zhao Hongshang scolded.
"Do you think I'm the all-powerful butler here? If I help you today, tomorrow they might report to the boss, and our entire family will suffer. Just look at your Chanel coat. Who will pay for that when the time comes?" Xiaoyu screamed, slapping his hand away. "Be gentle. This is real. Even if I spent just a few hundred, it's still authentic. If it gets ruined, how can I go out and make an impression?" Zhou Hongzhong cursed and ordered her to leave, cutting off her allowance as a lesson for her to be more prudent. Before she could protest further, her phone buzzed. Seeing a message from Qianli, her expression shifted dramatically. "You and I, Bobo. You're coming to High City?" Qianli, "Yes, I'll be there tomorrow, dear. Finally, we can meet. Are you excited?" Xiaoyu's complexion flickered between shades of green and white. "You and I, Bobo. This is quite sudden. I'm not prepared. Perhaps you could wait a little longer?" Qianli, "What is wrong, my dear? Do you have a secret you wish to keep from me?" Qianli, "Is that so?" Xiuyu cursed silently. Why did it have to happen now? "You and I, Bobo. What secret could I possibly have? Just come, we'll see each other tomorrow." Along with this, she sent several photos of the estate's renovations. Qianli scrutinized her reply, comparing it with the earlier photos of the villa multiple times. Once he confirmed it was indeed the same building, his doubts dissipated. He then assessed her attire to gauge its worth. The Chanel coat was 20,000, the Cartier watch 100,000, and the Hermes handbag 200,000. An ensemble of luxury brands. The total value of her outfit could easily purchase a small vehicle. Looking at the villa behind her, Qianli felt an overwhelming wave of excitement. Even if she chose not to donate to him, what would it matter? He was certain of one thing. You and I, Bobo, was a bona fide heiress. Perhaps her actual circumstances exceeded even those of Zhu Ning. Once they met tomorrow, a little charm and flirtation would surely loosen her purse strings, and his fortunes would turn. With this thought, Qianli's anticipation for their meeting grew stronger. "Qianli, all right, see you tomorrow." Upon receiving the message, Xiaoyu anxiously checked her account balance. 248. Frustrated, she dove back to the estate to demand payment for her morning's work. Zhou Hongzhong's face darkened. The inspector glanced at her. "Don't worry. We will pay you." He checked the account books and inquired how much Xiuyu was owed. Someone replied, 112.
"Oh?
How is it that the young lady's wages are less than those of the construction workers?" The remark landed like a slap across Xiuyu's face. She lowered her head, seething with resentment. Just wait until she drained Qianli dry. Then she would smash them all with her designer handbag. Chapter 68. Beware. For a single word from me could keep you from leaving High City. In the afternoon, Zhu Ning contacted Deng Anshuan to report the collaboration between the streaming platform and Zhu Dawang. Deng Anshuan, this is fantastic news. I will issue a document immediately, gathering all department heads for a meeting to get everyone mobilized. Zhu Ning, thank you for your efforts. Please do not hesitate to ask if you require anything. Deng Anshuan, thank you, Miss Zhu. After ending the call, Zinshin entered with a sales associate from the clothing store. Zhu Ning perused the selection booklet and finalized an order for a batch of new apparel, swiping her card to complete a transaction of 1 million.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully spending 1 million task funds. The rebate has been successfully credited to your bank card. Please check it promptly. Zhu Ning's current net worth had reached billions. Yet every time she received news of money entering her account, her spirit soared. Another million earned. The next day, flights from across the nation landed in Haicheng. A multitude of renowned and lesser-known internet personalities disembarked. The airport exit was a bustling sea of people, and everywhere one looked, cameras were set up. Hello, everyone. We have just landed in Haicheng, and we're heading to Judwang. Hello, my darlings, this is Haicheng Airport. Haicheng, Jude Wang. Here I come. The internet influencers, reliant on the digital realm for their livelihoods, immediately shifted into work mode upon landing. Their witty banter flowed effortlessly, each brimming with excitement. Their teams were busy with lighting, sound recording, each member exhibiting utmost professionalism. Zhu Ning appeared, carrying a backpack, and lowered his head to message Zhu Ning, informing her of his arrival at the airport. After a moment of waiting with no response, he tucked away his phone, opened his backpack, and extracted a stand from the abundance of gifts inside, seeking a vacant space to assemble it. As he focused on his task, he was abruptly jostled by someone who rudely remarked, "Who told you to set up equipment here? Hurry up and move. You're delaying our shoot." Accompanied by a few impatient gestures, they waved him away as if shooing away flies. Zhu Ning was taken aback, convinced he must have misheard. "Excuse me, what did you say? This appears to be a public area, does it not?" The other party, growing impatient, retorted, "If I tell you to get lost, then you get lost. Why are you so chatty? Get out of here." Zhu Ning suppressed his anger, asserting, "I was here first. Why should I leave? You should just go." The other insisted, escalating the confrontation. Their altercation drew the attention of the man's colleagues, who approached, burly and menacing, surrounding Zhu Ning with threatening glares. Zhu Ning scanned the group, his expression hardening. The individual who had instigated the dispute shoved him, taunting, "Aren't you quite the talker?" Zhu Ning stumbled back, nearly stepping on his backpack resting on the ground, and quickly sidestepped. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, mocking him with comments about how the little brat must be scared silly. One of them even kicked his backpack away, arrogantly declaring, "Don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Take your trash and scram." The sight of his backpack being kicked sent a surge of fury through Zhu Ning, his fists clenched tightly. Inside the bag were carefully prepared gifts for Zhu Ning, which had now been treated like refuse. The imposing figure before him, noticing his stillness, approached and kicked him, saying, "Can't you comprehend human language?" Zhu Ning's expression sharpened, and as he subtly shifted to the left to evade the kick, he surged forward, using his shoulder to collide with the man's chest, exerting his full strength to push him back 2 or 3 meters, breaking free from the encirclement. The sudden turn of events left those surrounding him bewildered. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they heard their companion's anguished cries. Instinctively, they turned to reprimand, but before a word could escape their lips, they were met with a powerful punch to the face, followed by blows to the stomach and back. Every strike landed with resounding impact. Cries of distress filled the air. No one anticipated that this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable strength. After subduing his opponents, Zhu Ning walked through the fallen figures, who shrank back in fear. With a composed demeanor, he crouched to gather the scattered gifts, carefully brushing off the dust and cleaning them with his shirt before repacking them into his backpack. "You should consider yourselves fortunate that nothing was damaged," he remarked as he prepared to leave.
Halt!
A familiar annoying voice interrupted him. Turning around, he saw a man clad in a flashy branded short-sleeve shirt, black flip-flops, and jingling keys hanging from his waist. Wang Erbio, a prominent internet personality with 30 million followers, renowned online for his extravagant persona. His content often revolved around ostentatious displays of wealth. As Zhu Ning sized him up, Wang Erbio scrutinized him in return, his disdain evident when he failed to spot any luxury items adorning Zhu Ning. With a condescending glance at the individuals on the ground, he sneered, "Kid, my people have been hurt by you. You can't just walk away from this." Zhu Ning's eyes turned icy.
What do you want?
Wang Erbio, with a sinister smile, responded, "You've got quite the temper, don't you? I'll tell you this. Kneel and apologize immediately, or I assure you, you won't leave Haicheng." Zhu Ning regarded him with mockery. "You?" Wang Erbio retorted. "Have you heard of Jude Wang? The empire of a mogul who casually spends 50 billion, with connections across various domains. I am the boss they begged to attend an event. By provoking me today, you've antagonized Jude Wang, and thus, the entire city of Haicheng. I advise you to recognize your place." As he spoke, he displayed a WeChat conversation in which the Jude Wang owner politely invited him to Haicheng for promotional activities. Zhu Ning couldn't discern its authenticity but harbored deep skepticism. Would such a prominent figure truly grovel to a mere internet celebrity? Despite his doubts, the desire to meet Zhu Ning quietly dissipated in his mind. Better safe than sorry. Jude Wang held significant prestige in Haicheng, and their owner's notorious lavishness was well documented. No one could tell whether Wang Erbio indeed had connections with them. If he offended Zhu Ning now, it would only bring her trouble. Clenching his fists, Su Liunian suppressed his surging resentment. After coming this far, was it truly destined to end without fruition? Wang Erbio, observing the shifting emotions on Su Liunian's face, smirked in triumph. Kid, some people are not to be trifled with. Today, by crossing paths with me, you've sealed your fate. Now kneel and apologize at once. Otherwise, one word from me, and the Judwang owner will ensure you never leave Haicheng. Just as Su Liunian was about to respond to the brazen provocation, a familiar female voice interjected, I wasn't he aware that Judwang had become your personal property. Chapter 69. Qian Li felt deceived. The familiar voice jolted Su Liunian, and he turned sharply. Behind him stood a graceful figure with long black hair and an exquisitely delicate face, exuding an air of nobility that instantly distinguished her from the crowd. They were beneath her in the world. Zhu Ning. Her unexpected appearance left Su Liunian stunned. He had never anticipated her presence. Some influencers discreetly aimed their cameras in her direction, but Zhu Ning merely cast a calm glance, and with a single gaze, they promptly shut off their equipment, apologizing profusely. Ignoring them, she focused solely on Su Liunian.
Come here.
Su Liunian's mind went blank as she trudged forward with her bag, her limbs moving in unison. What brings you here? The situation isn't good. You should leave. Before she could finish her sentence, her chin was grasped between two fingers, and her face was abruptly turned, halting her words in an instant. She felt injured. Her heart raced, her face burned with heat, and a surge of blood coursed through her veins, reddening her countenance from her cheeks to her neck. She cast a bewildered glance at him, her face flushing even more as she stammered, I.
I'm Fine.
Zhu Ning acknowledged her with a nonchalant releasing her grip. I will avenge you. Liunian snapped back to reality, grasping her hand. No, that's unnecessary. He might have ties to the owner of Judwang. Don't get involved in this mess. Ties to the owner of Judwang? Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. How come I was unaware? Faced with her inquiry, Wang Erbio hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. He scrutinized Zhu Ning, noting her lack of ostentatious jewelry or clothing, which bore no immediate signs of expense. Yet, there was an intangible air of unapproachable elegance about her. This woman was certainly no ordinary individual. With a hint of apprehension, he asked, This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Zhu Ning ignored him, stating firmly, Whether it concerns me is not for you to decide. I will ask you once. Are you certain you were personally invited by the owner of Judwang? Her tone remained devoid of significant emotional fluctuation, yet an overwhelming aura of pressure made Wang Erbio feel as though he was struggling to breathe. Meeting her gaze rendered him anxious and guilty. Why, yes. I was invited by the owner of Judwang. What of it? Very well. Zhu Ning replied with a cold smile, promptly contacting Duan Zimo. Was Wang Erbio invited by you? On the other end of the line, Duan Zimo paused in confusion, summoning his assistant to review the schedule before responding. I remember now. It wasn't my invitation. They approached us multiple times, and only then did we agree to collaborate. Wang Erbio is merely a streamer under that MCN. In other words, Wang Erbio had only received the opportunity to collaborate with Judwang as part of a package deal. So, did he offend you, miss? Duan Zimo's tone became increasingly nervous. Zhu Ning replied coolly, There was a slight conflict. His people blocked my guests. She turned to Liunian, whose heart raced once more. Duan Zimo's expression shifted sharply, and he responded in a grave tone, I understand. I will resolve this immediately. After hanging up, Zhu Ning turned to Liunian. Let's go. Liunian expressed concern, but don't worry, let's go. Her casual words carried a potent sense of calm confidence, dispelling his worries in that moment.
He nodded, all right.
He shouldered his bag and turned, subtly positioning himself to guard against any potential threats from behind. Wang Erbio, observing their departure, stepped forward. Stop. Who gave you permission to leave? Hand over. His words were cut short by the urgent ringing of his phone, the caller ID displaying boss. He gestured for someone to pursue them while he plastered on a forced smile to answer the call. Hello. Before he could finish, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Wang Erbio, what have you done in Haicheng? Why did General Duan from Judwang call me directly to say the collaboration is cancelled? Cancelled?
Why?
Ask yourself. Have you offended someone you shouldn't have? Offended someone I shouldn't have? In just a brief moment, he was left bewildered.
Wait.
That girl.
Her call.
Wang Erbio's expression changed drastically as he sprinted towards Zhu Ning, only to see her stepping into a sleek black limited edition sports car. A Bugatti Divo. valued at over $500 million. Yet, what terrified Wang Erbio more than the car's worth was the license plate, HA00001. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed with fear. If the Devo symbolized wealth, then 00001 was an unequivocal emblem of status. The rarer the license plate, the more sought after it became, especially one as singular as this. Acquiring it required not only wealth but also connections and influence. Zhu Ning's simple phone call had already confirmed her formidable backing. The more Wang Erbio pondered, the more dread consumed him, cold sweat breaking out in rivulets down his back. The boss on the other end of the line barked, "Listen here, Wang Erbio. I don't care if you have to kneel to apologize or beg for forgiveness. You made this mess. Now clean it up. Or prepare to pay the breach of contract penalty and be banned from the industry."
Boss. Boss.
The call ended abruptly, leaving Wang Erbio pale and regretful, pounding his chest in frustration. How could he have been so unfortunate to offend such a powerful figure upon arriving in Haicheng? No one paid heed to Wang Erbio's lamentations. All eyes were fixed on the retreating silhouette of the Bugatti. A throng of cameras and voices erupted in admiration as they captured the fleeting vehicle. Qianli, clutching her bag, gazed longingly at the blurry figure within the car, envious and bitter. Who was fortunate enough to ride in such an extravagant supercar? She wondered about the identity of the wealthy woman behind the wheel. Just then, a message arrived from Uni Bobo, stating she had arrived at the entrance and provided her license plate for him to find.
Qianli spirits lifted instantly.
Uni Bobo was also a wealthy heiress. Perhaps her car was another supercar. Anxiously excited, she compared images on her phone to locate the license plate, repeatedly whispering supercar, supercar, supercar. However, when she reached the designated parking spot Uni Bobo mentioned, there was no sign of a supercar in sight. Disappointment washed over her, suppressing her dwindling hopes. She scanned the rows of luxury cars. Her steps finally halted in front of a four-seater vehicle, an A8, 800,000. In that moment, Qianli felt as though she had plummeted from the heavens to the ground. Had she never seen the Bugatti, she might have deemed the Audi sufficiently luxurious. Yet, the image of the Devo that had just sped past her lingered like a curse in her mind, starkly contrasting with the mundane Audi before her. Anger and disappointment swelled within her, accompanied by a sense of betrayal. Chapter 70. Is Uni Bobo a young lady? She recalled how Uni Bobo had often mentioned her family's nearly 3 billion yuan estate, her daily allowance of 100,000, and how they traveled in cars starting at $1 million. Their garage boasted an impressive collection of supercars. But here she was, arriving in nothing more than an Audi worth less than $1 million. The stark disparity left her expression in constant flux, and for a fleeting moment, she felt the urge to leave. Yet, she firmly suppressed it. It's all right. At least it's a luxury vehicle, she reassured herself internally. Inside the car, Zhou Xiaoyu recognized Qianli from a distance but remained hesitant to speak up, uncertain of the day's peculiar circumstances where all the sports cars had been pre-booked. She traversed numerous car dealerships in vain, unable to procure a more luxurious vehicle. After a lengthy negotiation with the owner, she finally managed to rent this second-hand Audi. Observing him outside, his countenance oscillating between varying emotions as he hesitated to enter the car, she feared he might flee. She hurriedly opened the door and called out, "Darling, what are you waiting for?
Get in."
Initially merely disappointed, Qianli's heart sank even deeper upon catching sight of Zhou Xiaoyu. The disillusionment she felt upon seeing the car paled in comparison to the shock of her appearance. The person before her bore little resemblance to the enchanting figure in the photograph. The picture showcased Uni Bobo with fair skin and exquisite makeup, radiating youthful vibrancy from head to toe. But here, in reality, though not unattractive, her face was plastered with an exaggeratedly pale makeup, and her contouring appeared unkempt. Despite being clad in designer attire, she exuded an absurdity akin to that of someone wearing ill-fitting borrowed clothes. Qianli felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Could a wealthy beauty truly appear so rough around the edges? No wonder she had consistently refused to video chat with him. No wonder the photographs she sent each time bore discrepancies from the last. It turned out her photo editing skills were rather inconsistent. Qianli's hands trembled with indignation. Zhou Xiaoyu urged, "Darling, get in the car. Why are you just standing there?" Qianli found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Her throat constricted as if someone had a grip around it, rendering her speechless. Get in the car? At that moment, he was uncertain whether he should enter the vehicle or make a run for it. As he noted his deteriorating state, Zhou Xiuyu cursed under her breath, unbuckled her seatbelt, and exited the vehicle. What's wrong? Do you think my car is beneath you?
No.
Not no. Don't think I didn't notice that look in your eyes just now.
Ha.
I never imagined my father would be right. Individuals like you reveal their true colors when faced with even a slight test. Test him? Qian Li's eyes widened in astonishment and fear. Baby, what do you mean by that? Is this car merely a means to assess my character? With arms crossed and an air of superiority, Zhou Xiuyu declared, this Audi is simply my family's grocery getter. The only reason I brought it out is that my dad wanted to test your character to see if you're after my money. She continued, my dad said that as long as your character is upright, you can be my boyfriend, and he even transferred 100,000 yuan for expenses. She then opened her WeChat chat interface, and indeed the messages from her father corroborated her words, indicating that she was to use the Audi to evaluate him before transferring the money. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she also displayed her WeChat balance, revealing the 100,000 yuan. Qian Li quickly exclaimed, baby, what nonsense are you talking about? That's an Audi. How could I possibly look down on it? I was merely overwhelmed to see you. I never expected you to be even more beautiful in person. It took me by surprise. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Let me treat you to everything later as a form of reparations, okay? Please grant me this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's previously anxious and guilty feelings instantly dissipated. Thankfully, she had pilfered her father's retirement savings to transfer the 100,000 yuan for show. Otherwise, she truly would have been at a loss. Humph. Since you're eager to apologize, I shall generously grant you this chance to make amends. Qian Li felt a rush of joy at her words. Finally, he had managed to placate her. All his previous efforts had been aimed at reaping financial rewards offline, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. With that thought, he eagerly followed Zhou Xiaoyu into the Audi, blissfully preparing to set down his bag and retrieve his live streaming equipment to showcase the forthcoming display of wealth. However, as he pulled out the stand from his bag, he inadvertently grazed the car's roof, prompting a sharp scream from Zhou Xiuyu. What are you doing? She exclaimed, anxiously inspecting the roof for any scratches. This was an Audi. Startled, Qian Li quickly joined her in the inspection, sighing with relief upon finding the roof unscathed, though a nagging sense of unease began to creep in. He scrutinized her. Baby, didn't you say this was just your family's grocery car? Why are you so anxious over a mere touch? At his words, Zhou Xiuyu stiffened, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She then stammered defensively. Even if it's a grocery car, it still deserves to be taken care of. My family is wealthy, but that doesn't mean we should be wasteful. Though Qian Li still found her reaction peculiar, he could not conjure a suitable rebuttal at that moment. He merely suppressed his rising suspicions and apologized, promising to be more careful. He then inquired if they could go live. Baby, it's our first date. I want to commemorate it with a live stream. Is that alright? Having heard that people in Haicheng typically had 1,000,000 yuan at their disposal, he believed that if he could establish himself here, he might even attract a few millionaires to shower him with gifts. Zhou Xiaoyu, taken aback by his evident affection and his desire to cherish every moment together, found herself unexpectedly charmed by the notion of being adored. Thus, she consented. Sure, but I'll be the one adjusting the beauty settings, she stipulated. Half an hour later, a throng of viewers flooded into the live stream. The host is so beautiful. The title says she's a lady of high society. Is she really a true lady? Zhou Xiuyu chuckled as she drove, replying, Lady of high society is merely a title others bestow upon me. I'm just a little girl with a daily allowance of 100,000 yuan.
Wow.
A daily allowance of 100,000. What else could she be but a lady of high society? Someone hold me tight. A lady of high society is sponsoring me. Zhou Xiaoyu was amused, while Qian Li, observing the distorted image of his once handsome face, now grotesquely altered, felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Whose live stream was this, anyway? As the duo continued in the live stream, another viewer asked, Host, is this ugly guy next to your boyfriend? Where are you two headed? Qian Li's expression darkened further, forcing a smile as he replied, I'm the host here. We're headed to Juyuanwang for a meal. Is it the highly popular Juyuanwang in Haicheng? I heard it's nearly impossible to get a reservation there. I'm from Haicheng. I can vouch for that. Juyuanwang is all the rage right now. Securing a table there is a daunting task. You haven't made a reservation, have you? Are you even going to get in? With the mention of Juyuanwang, the viewership soared, and within moments, the live stream audience surged to 2,000 viewers. A chorus of comments erupted, lamenting their inability to dine at Juyuanwang. Zhou Xiaoyu noted how Ju Yuan Wang had transformed into a coveted symbol of luxury in the eyes of the viewers, igniting her own vanity that yearned to be elevated. She cleared her throat and declared, "Going to Ju Yuan Wang doesn't he require a reservation? I'll just call my dad." Chapter 71. She truly is a socialite. Upon hearing this, Qianli immediately turned to Zhou Xiaoyu. "Baby, your family has connections with Ju Yuan Wang?" Zhou Xiaoyu coughed and vaguely replied, "It's all part of the same circle. Knowing each other is quite normal, isn't it? Ju Yuan Wang. Who doesn't know about its 50 billion worth?" If he could leverage her connections to get in, it would be an understatement to say he was destined for greatness. Qianli felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at Zhou Xiaoyu with renewed fervor. "I never imagined your family would be so influential. Are you going to contact your uncle directly for a private room? Is it truly possible to gain access to a private booth through the back door? The young lady must possess extraordinary influence. Goodness, the booths at Juduang are in such high demand now. I've heard that even those offering a transfer fee of 3,000 yuan struggle to secure one. How could she manage to obtain it?" The locals of Haicheng were quick to debunk this. What kind of newfangled faux socialite is she? Does she not grasp just how coveted the booths at Juduang have become? To claim that she can simply waltz in and secure one is quite laughable. The skepticism from netizens incited an immediate reaction from Zhou Xiaoyu. "Who is the faux socialite here? My father knows the owner of Juduang. With just one phone call, he can secure a booth. Keep boasting. Then if your father truly had such prowess, would you still be driving an Audi? Surely, the options on that vehicle do not amount to 1,000,000.
Faux socialité?
Pretentious show-off. Zhou Xiaoyu's face flushed with indignation, her anger surging like a tempest. "You don't believe me, do you? Fine. I will prove it to you right now." With that, she slammed the accelerator and sped towards Juduang. The car raced forward, and upon reaching her destination, she abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Qianli to jolt forward, disoriented and cursing inwardly. Yet in the next moment, as he beheld a multitude of luxury cars lined up at the entrance of Juduang like a dragon, his dissatisfaction was swiftly replaced by shock and anxiety. "Darling, are you certain you can secure a booth at Juduang?" At a glance, the least expensive vehicle in sight was a 1.5 million yuan Range Rover. Their Audi A8 was utterly lost in the crowd. Outside, Qianli's keen eyes recognized several million-dollar influencers queuing to reserve a booth. He turned to Zhou Xiaoyu. "Are you truly sure? Even these top-tier million-dollar streamers are waiting in line. Can a single phone call really guarantee a booth for you?" Zhou Xiaoyu's heart raced at the sight outside Juduang. She was aware of its current popularity, but never anticipated it had reached such heights. The crowd was overwhelming. How could she possibly get in? Now, do you see just how popular Juduang is? To speak as if one can effortlessly obtain a booth is truly amusing.
Faux socialité?
The derisive remarks further reddened Zhou Xiaoyu's cheeks. "What faux socialite? Stop looking down on me. It's merely a booth. If I say I can secure it, then I certainly can. I'll contact my father right now." With that, she flung the door open to make a call. Qianli, feeling compelled, reached for his phone to follow her, but was met with a sharp reprimand from Zhou Xiaoyu. "Who told you to come along? Get back in the car." Such an impolite rebuke in broad daylight drew the attention of those around them, their gazes flitting back and forth between the two, whispers of gossip echoing. Qianli's face turned crimson with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. He continually reminded himself to endure. She is a wealthy beauty, the guarantee of his future. Forcing a smile, he said, "I merely wanted to be closer to you. If my presence displeases you, I shall return to the car." With that, he awkwardly retreated to the vehicle. The live stream was rife with mockery. Viewers labeled Qianli a sycophant and Zhou Xiaoyu a faux socialite, the numbers continuously rising as they awaited her phone call to secure a booth at Juduang.
Aggrieved by Zhou Xiaoyu's tirade,
Qianli read aloud all the disdainful comments from the screen, which only incited her fury further. "You dog-eyed ignoramuses, I'll show you what a true socialite is." With that, she pulled out her phone and contacted her father, requesting he make arrangements for a booth at Juduang immediately. "Have you lost your mind?" At Tianxi Manor, Zhou Hongzhang, having discarded his gloves in the logistics department, exclaimed in frustration, "Do you have any idea just how popular Juduang is right now? Where am I supposed to secure a booth for you?" Zhou Xiaoyu retorted, "Why can't you? I saw the owner of Juduang, Duan Zimo, at the manor recently. He has connections with the current manor owner. Even though you're no longer the steward, if you just ask the manor owner, perhaps they'll grant you the booth." Zhou Hongzhang's temper flared. "How could I ask someone for a favor? What face do I have to beg? If I had such clout, Would I still be just a caretaker at my age?
Zhao Xiaoyu threw a tantrum. Aha.
I don't care. I want to enter Juduang's booth. You must get it for me, or I'll just perish. I'll die right in front of you. Zhou Hongzong's breathing quickened, and his blood pressure soared. Zhou Xiuyu, the daughter of his late wife, had been spoiled and indulged over the years, accustomed to getting her way. This excessive pampering had inadvertently nurtured her extravagant and vain tendencies. Pursuing fame and fortune had become second nature. Whatever she desired, he had to support her. And any hint of dissent provoked her into fits of rage. Can you stop making demands on a whim? That's Juduang. It's not some fly-by-night eatery. As a mere doorman, why would the owner give me any face? Are you trying to drive me to despair? Have you forgotten your mother's dying wish for me to take good care of you? Do you think I fear her ghost coming to haunt me at night, questioning why I refuse to look after you? One remark nearly caused Zhou Hongzong to choke. Yet Zhou Xiaoyu continued her tirade, insisting on entering Juduang's booth. After much coaxing, it ultimately resulted in Zhou Hongzong's reluctant concession. Fine, I'll go ask for a favor. Zhou Xiaoyu instantly beamed with joy. Then hurry. And make sure to secure a good booth for me. Zhou Hongzong closed his eyes wearily, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Gripping his phone, he dialed the number saved in his contacts, and with a forced smile, he greeted, "Hello, Stewardson outside Juduang, Duan Zimo." Having received news of Zhu Ning's impending arrival, hurried out to greet her. In the midst of this, his phone rang. After concluding a conversation with Xin Shun, he remarked, "It's merely a booth, and you've come all the way to seek it from me?" Xin Shun replied, "They are also an old acquaintance of Tianxi, and they usually work diligently. I thought I'd extend them a courtesy. If it's not too much trouble, just let it be." Before Duan Zimo could respond, Zhu Ning, arriving with her entourage, overheard the exchange and inquired, "What courtesy? Who is seeking a booth?" Duan Zimo promptly replied, "Miss, it's like this. The daughter of the former steward at Tianxi, Zhou, wishes to come to Juduang for photographs and hopes to secure a booth. Asking if we could make an exception." Zhu Ning recalled only vaguely the steward they mentioned, remembering that his work attitude was decent. Thus, she said, "If there's an available booth, let her have it. If I remember correctly, Juduang, as a high-end establishment, likely has reserved booths that are not open to the public. It wouldn't hurt to let her use one temporarily." Duan Zimo responded immediately, "Understood." 10 minutes later, Zhou Xiaoyu, brimming with confidence, entered the reserved booth with Qianli. Qianli stood in awe within the booth, marveling at its opulent decor. Astonished, he couldn't believe it was indeed secured with just a phone call. "Darling, you truly are a real socialite." Chapter 72. Is he here to expose her? My heavens, she really did manage to secure the booth with just a single phone call. It's worth noting that countless million-dollar streamers were queuing outside Juduang. Not merely a private room, but an exclusive one at Heiress, inaccessible to the public. Who would have thought that she was indeed a true socialite? Zhou Xiuyu, basking in the flattery and adoration surrounding her, felt an immense surge of pride. It was astonishing how her father had pulled strings not only to secure the room but also to gain access through a special passage into this extraordinary suite. One could only wonder whom he had approached to achieve such an impressive feat. She mused over the prospect of whether her father could assist her again in the future. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. "I told you, it's just a private room. My father can resolve it with a single phone call," she thought, relishing the disbelief of others. The adulation for the young lady, the envy of the affluent. It was truly eye-opening to discover a genuine socialite emerging online. The internet was ablaze with admiration, and beside her, Qianli was equally thrilled, incessantly showcasing her phone to the live stream audience, boasting about the fortune of being in the company of you and I, Bobo. This private room was not only lavishly decorated, but also offered a splendid view of the picturesque scenery. Look outside. While others are still sweating in line, we have already finished our meal and begun to enjoy the riverside view. Envy abounded. Being a wealthy socialite meant having VIP access. If only I could enter this private room at Juewang as well. Such dreams were fanciful indeed. Gaining entry to a room that was not open to the public required either a prestigious identity, a substantial expenditure of over $1 million in the establishment, or being a guest of the owner. Beyond these three scenarios, there were no other means of access. The layers of exclusivity were surprising. Which category did this young lady belong to? As Qianli finished her thought and turned to her expectantly, "Baby, everyone is curious. Which category do you fit into?" You and I, Bobo's gaze wandered, avoiding direct eye contact. She cleared her throat, the latter too, perhaps. Was she both a high spender and a guest of the owner? The implication sent a jolt through her.
What?
The live chat erupted with excitement. No way, that's incredible. Being wealthy is one thing. But to have connections with the owner of Jiue Wang, she's a true affluent beauty. Amidst the cheers, there were whispers of skepticism. Is she really an affluent beauty? Why does she appear so uneasy? Another voice chimed in. Does a true affluent beauty need to broadcast her persona online? Zhou Xiuyu sensed the shift in the atmosphere and was quick to retort, but before she could, a knock interrupted. Hello, I am the manager of Jiue Wang. May I assist you now? The appearance of the manager sent her heart racing, her body tensing immediately. This private room had been secured through her father's efforts. It was not as simple as she had claimed. Was he here to expose her? No, that won't be necessary. Please send in a regular server instead. The manager's voice came from outside. I apologize, Miss Zhou, but all the servers are currently occupied. I am the only one available. Panic surged within her as her palms grew clammy. And no, it's fine. We can wait. Qianli, noticing her distress, moved closer. Baby, why are you so anxious? Are you afraid of the manager? The viewers were equally perplexed. Why would a socialite fear a manager? It didn't add up. Could she be a fake affluent beauty? Zhou Xiuyu caught sight of the disparaging comments and felt a surge of anger. Her face flushed, yet she maintained her composure. Just these dishes will suffice. The manager replied, Very well. Please confirm your order, and we will place it for you. Zhou Xiaoyu wished for him to leave quickly, yes. Just these. You may go now. Thank you for your service. The manager smiled. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty to serve you as a guest personally arranged by Mr. Duan. Zhou Xiaoyu's head snapped up. The manager was not there to expose her. He was there because she was a guest personally arranged by Mr. Duan? Qianli was equally stunned. Mr. Duan of Jiue Wang? The one who appeared on television? You and I Bobo's room was personally arranged by him? Her claim of connections turned out to be genuine, tied to the owner of Jiue Wang. In an instant, Qianli's scrutiny dissipated, replaced by astonishment. A true affluent beauty. What a monumental twist. Mr. Duan personally arranged this private room. How impressive. The awe in the comments section surged. I've never witnessed such an occasion before. Truly admirable.
I am thoroughly impressed.
Forgive my ignorance, miss. I was wrong. The screen filled with apologies, and Zhou Xiuyu felt a wave of vindication. Her father had truly come through. To have gotten a favor from Mr. Duan was no small feat. She had narrowly avoided embarrassment. With her back straightened and her chin held high, she cast a sidelong glance at Qianli. I told you I didn't want to let anyone in, because I didn't want to inconvenience him. You wouldn't listen. What? Still doubting me?
Qianli, flüstert.
Exclaimed, I swear, baby. I just thought it would be better to let the manager in so he wouldn't have to stand outside for too long. I had no doubts about you. I'll make it up to you by taking you to the shopping district to buy a gift, okay?
Zhou Xiaoyu huffed. Fine.
At least you're being sensible. Qianli's face lit up with relief. Finally, I've managed to appease this young lady. Chapter 73. He didn't want others to see her. The dramatic reversal in the live stream kept the audience captivated, with viewership steadily rising. More and more viewers joined, including those who had previously left after the incident with Zhu Ning. Dream. Is that you and I the Great? Qianli, did you meet you and I the Great? Or was it at Jiue Wang? Drunken memory, it's incredibly difficult to secure a ticket to Jiue Wang now. Are you in a private room? Liuli, how on earth did you manage to get a private room? Did you use backdoor connections? This private room was personally arranged by General Duan from Jiue Wang. Liuli, Duan Zimo from Jiue Wang? No way. Mingming, my goodness, I had no idea that Uni was this powerful. I never expected her to have connections even with General Duan from Jiue Wang. Drunken memory, I told you Uni is far superior to that Zhu Ning. So, what if she spent 2 million? Having money to spend online doesn't necessarily reveal where it comes from. In reality, Uni is a guest personally hosted by General Duan from Jiue Wang. Liuli, exactly. Regardless of how impressive she appears online, the reality check shows she pales in comparison to Uni. Mingming, Uni is 1,000 times more formidable than Zhu Ning. The name Zhu Ning represents an insurmountable obstacle in Uni's heart. She immediately perks up at any denigration of her rival. Some people just love to flaunt. And we can't fathom where their obsession comes from, spending 2 million online while bearing the weight of debts offline. Qianli immediately recalled the incident involving a netizen with the same name who had recently spent 50 million. She felt an inexplicable unease. but seeing Zhou Xiuyu beside her. She followed up, how can Zhu Ning compare to Uni? In my eyes, Uni far surpasses her in beauty, background, and strength. She is destined to be overshadowed. Meanwhile, in the reserved private room of Liu Linyan, Su Liunyan, after the waiter assisted in preparing the medicine, stared blankly at Duan Zimo, who was personally arranging the dishes, and then looked up in astonishment at Zhu Ning beside her. Driving a multi-million-dollar Bugatti, a single phone call had rescued him from Wang Erbio's clutches. And now he was being served by Duan Zimo from Juduang. What exactly is her status? Her phone buzzed. A fan sent a message. Nian Nian. That dog Qianli is live streaming, cursing at His Majesty Zhu Ning. Accompanying the message was a screen recording. Liu Nian, maintaining her composure, donned her headphones to listen to the entire content. As her beautiful face fell, she muttered, this group of people is truly despicable. It seems that my previous reprimand was insufficient. They have no memory at all. Ha Nian Nian, don't be angry. I'll gather people and rush over to berate them thoroughly. Liu Nian, no need for that right now. Please help me record the video first. Leave it to me. After relaying her instructions, Su Liunian's expression remained grim, prompting Zhu Ning to inquire, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. He didn't want Zhu Ning to be disturbed by this matter, so he chose to conceal it. Turning to Duan Zimo beside him, he formulated a plan. Zhu Ning, may I kindly request a photo with you and General Duan to share online? Duan Zimo paused his actions, and Zhu Ning turned to look at him. Su Liunian's ears flushed red, feeling a tinge of vanity. Zhu Ning chuckled. That's fine with me. You should ask Zimo if he agrees. Duan Zimo, I have heard that Mr. Su is a prominent influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers. It would be an honor to collaborate with Mr. Su to promote Juduang. Su Liunyan, I appreciate it. The three shared a smile as they posed for a photograph, with Liunyan standing in the center, all beaming at the camera. After the picture was taken, he glanced down at Zhu Ning's smile in the image, momentarily lost in thought, before turning to gaze blankly at the girl beside him. She smiled back at him. Liunyan hastily turned away, lowering his head to quell his chaotic heartbeat, and carefully saved a backup of the photo. He then added an elaborate mosaic over Zhu Ning's face, ensuring no one could see her features before asking if it was acceptable to post on social media. Zhu Ning chuckled, commenting, your mosaic is quite solid. I feel like a protected species. He nodded earnestly, realizing he had overreacted and blushed, shaking his head no. I just don't want anyone to see. Zhu Ning waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead and post it. Thus, a meticulously crafted post accompanied by an image of the three and another candid shot of the two laughing together was shared on his personal social media. Liunyan, grateful to my little His Majesty Ning for introducing me to such an experience. By the way, why is General Duan so familiar with her? The social media platform was soon flooded with intelligent comments realizing that Zhu Ning was no ordinary netizen. He messaged Ha, instructing her to keep collecting foolish remarks from Qianli's live stream. She responded instantly. Having completed these tasks, he looked up to find Zhu Ning had placed her serving chopsticks down, and his bowl now held a portion of exquisite fish belly. Turning, he met Zhu Ning's bright, dark eyes sparkling with mirth. Eat up. I want to treat you well while you're here. His cheeks flushed, and he murmured his thanks before reaching into his backpack beside him, his heartbeat unsteady as he unzipped it to reveal a plethora of gifts. Piao Ning, I have a gift I'd like to present to you. Zhu Ning paused, intrigued. Another gift? What is it? He pulled out several neatly packaged boxes from the backpack. Displayed on the table were local specialty snacks, cultural handicrafts, a silk scarf embroidered with Suzhou embroidery, a complete set of high-end cosmetics from brands like Armani, Givenchy, and Estee Lauder, and a Van Cleef Arpels red 4-leaf clover bracelet priced at 38,000. I wanted to surprise you, so I bought everything I could think of. It's not about the price. I hope you'll like it. Zhu Ning's fingers brushed over the gifts on the table, her gaze drifting to his backpack, which bore faint footprints, and then to the blush that the iodine couldn't conceal on his handsome face. Did you carry all this to meet me? Liunyan nodded. I have nothing else to give you, except for my heart. Thank you. Zhu Ning extracted the bracelet. Could you help me put it on? Su Liunyan's heart raced heavily as he looked into her dark, bright eyes. Of course. As he leaned closer, his hands trembled, his heart raced. Lowering his head, he inhaled her fragrant hair, which seemed to have a life of its own, invading his senses, leaving him dry-mouthed and dizzy. His long fingers fumbled multiple times, failing to clasp the bracelet, causing him to sweat profusely and blush, exclaiming, my hands are too clumsy. It's all right, Nian Nian, she said softly, smiling. Take your time. Su Liunian turned crimson from head to toe, his eyes moist from her calling him Nian Nian. For no reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Lowering his head, his heart raced louder than her laughter. He shakily secured the bracelet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhu Ning raised her hand, smiling as she showcased the bracelet against her fair, delicate skin, the red four-leaf clover standing out vividly. Thank you. This is the first time someone has gifted me jewelry. And I truly adore it. As long as you like it, that is all that matters. Zhu Ning couldn't believe how innocent he was. Supporting her chin with her hand, she smiled. All right, don't be shy. I'll take you shopping for gifts later. Consider it a return gift.
I don't need that.
Liu Nian replied anxiously. I didn't give you these gifts to receive anything in return. I just wanted to give you something to make you happy. I know, Zhu Ning smiled. I'm very happy, and I want to make you happy too. Besides, gift giving is a reciprocal act. Don't refuse, Nian Nian. Her voice was irresistible, causing Liu Nian's heart to thunder, his face as hot as a boiled shrimp.
He nodded. All right. Zhu Ning smilet.
The meal concluded in an atmosphere of delight. Zhu Ning inquired, Are you full? Liu Nian nodded affirmatively. I am. Good, she proclaimed, rising to announce. Let us head to the commercial street. Chapter 74. Qianli found her strikingly familiar. A black Bugatti cruised across the street, its presence captured by countless cameras. In the Chanel store, Qianli, who was assisting Zhou Xiaoyu in selecting a fragrance, immediately stepped outside upon hearing the commotion. Raising her hand to capture a photo of the distant vehicle. Here it comes, the supercar of that affluent lady. The audience in the live stream gasped in awe upon spotting the car.
Wow.
A Bugatti. And it's a Devo. Only 40 units exist worldwide. Look at her license plate. Look at her license plate. 00001. Goodness. That plate must be worth millions. Which heiress is out and about now? She seems even more impressive than our beloved Uni in the live stream. Zhou Xiaoyu turned and noticed Qianli standing at the store entrance, gazing enviously at the black Bugatti. Her focus entirely on the car and not on her. Irritated, she approached and turned the camera to see the comments, her expression darkening instantly. With a scowl, she threatened to slam the 2,000 yuan per bottle perfume to the ground. Taken aback, Qianli turned just in time to see the motion, hastily shoving her phone into her pocket. Abandoning her recording and rushing to catch the nearly dropped perfume. Clumsily cradling it, she anxiously inspected it for damage. Zhou Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her tone biting. What is this? Are you envious of someone else's Bugatti? Do you look down on my Audi? With disdain, she declared, if you're so materialistic, I might as well take my family sports car out. Qianli's cheeks flushed, her gaze darting away from the scrutinizing stares of those around her. With an awkward smile, she stammered, Baby, what are you saying? I was merely admiring the car. I never looked down on your Audi. Please don't say such things. I'm with you solely because I like you, not because of wealth. Zhou Xiaoyu scoffed and snatched the perfume, placing it on the counter as she commanded. Let us settle the bill. She urged Qianli to retrieve his card. The sales associate, smiling, stated, that will be 17,350 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? How much? Qianli's eyes widened in disbelief at the mountain of goods before him. You mean all this costs 17,000 yuan? The associate explained, Indeed, sir. Your companion has selected a necklace priced at 500 yuan, a bracelet at 800 yuan. 2 fragrances, one costing 800 yuan and the other 500 yuan, along with a body lotion priced at 750 yuan, totaling 17,350 yuan. Here is the receipt for your review. Qianli seized the receipt from the associate's hand, scrutinizing the digits, feeling as if his head might explode. 750 for body lotion? That's outrageous. Overwhelmed by a strong sense of injustice, he turned to Zhou Xiaoyu, forcing a strained smile. Baby, all this costs 17,000 yuan. Zhou Xiaoyu's face darkened instantly. What is this? You can't bear to spend money on me? It seems my father was right. People from different backgrounds shouldn't be together. Bye. Qianli gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of financial pain as he shouted, Charge it.
All right.
I'll charge you 17,350 yuan. The associate cheerfully accepted his credit card. With tears brimming in his eyes and muscles tensed, Qianli entered his password, repetitively reminding himself, You mustn't give up. She is a true socialite of Haiqing. The transaction was successful, but Zhou Xiaoyu, Observing Qian Li's pained expression, calculated how much he had spent on her recently, thinking she could extract even more. With a haughty glance, she signaled for him to take the bag and turned her attention to the nearby Hermes store. Then, with a sinister smile, she turned to Qian Li and said, "Darling, let us go browse Hermes." Qian Li felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling as he stammered, "Baby, Hermes? The luxury brand renowned for its bags?" His legs felt like lead, immobilized by fear. He dared not venture there. His bank card was already overdrawn by 100,000 yuan. If he went further, recovery would be impossible. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes glinted maliciously. "What's wrong? You wish to be with me but are afraid to spend anything? You must understand, given my status, only the wealthy are worthy of me. Someone like you." She appraised him disdainfully, as if he were a worthless trinket. "If you don't want to go, then take a cab to the airport. And when you get back, don't say we were ever involved. Being associated with someone so stingy would tarnish my reputation." Qian Li felt a surge of anger boiling within him. He had already spent nearly 200,000 on her, and yet he was being labeled as stingy. However, reason urged him to remain calm and composed. Having come this far, he could not simply abandon ship. He would bear the losses alone. Thus, with reddened eyes and heavy steps, he followed Zhou Xiaoyu, forcing a smile as he said, "Baby, I'm fine with going to Hermes. But I'm running low on funds. I want you to be happy, but I must also consider our future. I still need to meet your father and should present something. So could we perhaps be a bit gentler?" Zhou Xiaoyu was quite amenable to this, not out of guilt, but rather because she had never genuinely purchased a bag from Hermes before. She feared that if Qian Li discovered she wasn't an Hermes member, her facade of being a wealthy girl would crumble. With an air of superiority, she nodded. "All right then, for our future, I shall begrudgingly avoid purchasing any accompanying products. I recall there's a tote bag called the Garden Party, which costs only 120,000 yuan. You can buy that for me." "Only 120,000. Qian Li nearly spat out blood in disbelief. He had borrowed money for the earlier 17,000 yuan purchase, and now Uni was suggesting he spend 120,000. Where on earth would he procure such funds? His blood pressure surged, feelings of injustice flooding his mind. While he had managed to grit his teeth and speak through his pain earlier, at this moment, he lacked even the strength to articulate words. Taking several deep breaths, he struggled to utter, "Baby, 120,000 is quite a sum. I simply don't have it." Yet Zhou Xiaoyu appeared entirely oblivious to Qian Li's mounting desperation. Her gaze fixated on the Hermes counter, she replied, "No money? That's easily resolved. Just take out a loan." Qian Li nearly choked, breathless as the urge to throw in the towel surged within him. He felt an overwhelming impulse to flee. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he stifled it resolutely. He could not give up. Uni was a wealthy girl. He had already invested so much. Abandoning it now would be a waste. Continuously berating himself, he felt his eyes bloodshot, his gums tasting of iron. Ultimately, after countless self-affirmations, under Zhou Xiaoyu's calm and piercing gaze, he borrowed 120,000 yuan online to buy her a bag. Once the funds hit his account, Zhou Xiaoyu beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Darling, I always knew you were someone I could rely on. Rest assured, once you buy me a bag, I shall take you to meet my father." Qian Li forced a soulless smile. Fortunately, all of this is worth it. After all, her father is a significant figure in his own right. The two of them embodied two extremes. One was brimming with excitement, while the other appeared hunched and withdrawn, both making their way toward Hermes. Before they even reached the entrance, a Bugatti, purchased from LV, cruised towards them, coming to a halt in front of the Hermes store. Two figures alighted from the car, both smiling. At the mere sight of them, his eyes widened in disbelief. The young man was none other than Lu Nian, the very person he despised. However, as his gaze shifted from Lu Nian to the girl beside him, whose profile was now turned toward him, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him. Who was this girl beside Lu Nian? Why did she seem so familiar? Chapter 75. Could she be Zhu Ning? Qian Li stood transfixed, her eyes fixated on the individuals ahead, unconsciously moving her feet forward. Lu Nian, sensing something, turned his head and caught sight of Qian Li's detestable face. His brows furrowed in distaste, and he subtly blocked his line of sight. Zhu Ning, taken aback, asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Nian replied, nothing, just a bit crowded, I accidentally bumped into someone. Zhu Ning glanced around, noticing the throng of people, especially since the Devo had hit the streets. The influencers who had been filming at various locations were now turning their cameras towards the car. Envious murmurs rose and fell, each one suppressing their urge to get closer, fearing they might scratch the car and incur exorbitant compensation fees. The collaboration between Jude Wang and Wanin had overnight transformed the city into a hub of trendy media, making live streaming and filming as natural as eating and drinking. She observed the surrounding influencers, some holding phones, others carrying cameras, then turned to Lu Nian, who had empty hands. Aren't you going to go live? High City is currently a hotspot for views. Missing out now would mean losing a free promotional opportunity. Lu Nian shook his head, declining. He did not wish to use her as a mere tool for increasing his visibility. Zhu Ning tilted her head, studying the seriousness etched on his face, and then smiled. Come on, I can't let you leave High City empty-handed. I want to appear on camera. He still refused. But Zhu Ning merely smiled back at him. After a moment of stalemate, he finally blushed and reached for his phone.
Stop looking at me like that.
Surrounded by people, Lu Nian led Zhu Ning to a less crowded area to adjust his software, deliberately blocking Qianli's view from behind. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuyu noticed Qianli's dazed expression and followed his gaze, catching a glimpse of a slender beauty with her back to the crowd. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, dark and glossy, obviously well-maintained with considerable expense. Even from just a silhouette, the air of nobility surrounding her was impossible to ignore. Xiuyu's expression shifted, and she pinched Qianli's hand, exclaiming, Look, look, you're practically glued to her. If you like her so much, why not just go up to her? Qianli, finally jolted from his stupor by the pain, grimaced as he pried her fingers away, his face a mask of irritation. Yet he dared not unleash his anger. Frustrated, he stammered, No, I just think she looks really familiar. I don't have any romantic feelings. He felt as though her profile was continuously overlapping with the image of Xiao Ning from his memories. Could she truly be Xiao Ning? Zhou Xiuyu was unconcerned with his genuine familiarity or feigned recognition. She only wished to secure that garden party bag before he changed his mind and refused to buy it. Enough. Stop making excuses. I will remember everything you do today. I won't let this go until you buy me a bag. Qianli felt a wave of despair wash over him. Fine, fine, I'll buy it for you now. Xiuyu, satisfied, huffed with excitement, barely able to contain her eagerness as she pulled him towards Hermes. Qianli followed, his heart heavy. The entrance to Hermes was crowded with various influencers eager to enter. Qianli and Xiuyu found themselves at the back of a wall of people when they noticed a van approaching from a distance, stopping behind the Bugatti. A group of influencers exited the van, frequently glancing back at the car as they pushed through the crowd with their equipment, intent on entering the store. Qianli and Lu Nian were pushed to the back of the crowd, and Xiuyu, fuming, stomped her foot in frustration. Just as she began to vent her anger, they saw the sales staff blocking the group from entering. Sorry, we do not allow live streaming inside the store. But we're not live streaming. We just want to record some video material for mutual benefit. Isn't that acceptable? The salesperson, smiling, politely declined, expressing gratitude for their kind intentions, but reiterating the store's policy. She then bowed to the crowd outside, thanking them for their interest, but firmly stating that the store did not permit live streaming. Xiaoyu gleefully remarked, Serves them right. Lu Nian, having just finished adjusting his equipment, turned to Zhu Ning. Xiao Ning, they don't allow live streaming inside. Perhaps I should hold off. Not necessary, Zhu Ning replied. They are them, and you are you. As long as I'm here, you can get in. As soon as she spoke, the rejected influencers turned to mock them. Look, Hermes has clearly refused live streaming. Yet they are so confidently claiming they can enter. What a ridiculous delusion. The laughter echoed around them, and those who had seen Zhu Ning exit the Bugatti urged caution. Isn't it inappropriate to ridicule? After all, she is the owner of that Bugatti. Bugatti. The influencers who had been laughing suddenly fell silent, turning to gaze at the sleek black car behind them. Is that really hers? Zhou Xiuyu, standing behind the crowd, didn't bother to conceal her mocking voice, which rang clear in the ears of those present. Everyone turned to look at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Who knows if she is truly a wealthy heiress? Frustrated at being pushed to the back, she sought to irritate others. I bet that Devo is probably rented too. Exactly. Nowadays, gold diggers posing as socialites are a dime a dozen until ownership is proven. Who knows if they are genuinely wealthy? Never mind ownership. If someone drives such an extravagant car yet lacks even a VIP card for the store, that would be laughable. Qianli and Lu Nian were enemies, and Lu Nian naturally attracted a following eager to mock. Oh, Lu Lutai has gone to great lengths only to end up with a phony socialite?
Ha ha ha.
Let us hope the car isn't actually rented, and she doesn't genuinely lack a VIP card. How ridiculous. I doubt she has ever purchased anything from Hermes. Lu Nian, furious, opened his mouth to retort, but Zhu Ning's calming gesture made him swallow his words. She turned her gaze, her expression calm as she surveyed the faces around her. In that moment, Qianli felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Could it be? She was shouting? I am indeed not a VIP. The crowd erupted into a chorus of gasps, realizing that she was, in fact, a faux socialite.
Zhao Xiaoyu gleefully taunted.
Who would have thought that this little revelation would expose a gold-digging pretender? Not even a VIP and still hoping to enter and livestream? It's people like you who lower the standards of Hermes. The derisive laughter continued, and Lu Nian, filled with rage, was about to step forward when Zhu Ning held him back, speaking softly. There's no need. She extracted a wallet from her pocket, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she displayed a gold card between her fingers. I am not a VIP, she declared, but I am a VicVic. The murmurs erupted immediately. VIC? What does that signify? It is a status that surpasses VIP. One must have spent tens of millions to attain such a high-net-worth client designation, rendering it exponentially more prestigious than VIP. All high-end luxury brands operate on a membership basis. It is widely known that an annual expenditure of between 100,000 to 1 million euros is required to qualify as a VIP, with a minimum spend of 500,000 necessary to cross that threshold. But what of VIC? One must consistently maintain an annual expenditure exceeding 10 million to attain that status. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathering as all eyes turned incredulously towards Zhu Ning. Could it be that she is, in fact, a VIC? Chapter 76. Is Zhu Ning a faux socialite? The esteemed VIC system of luxury is never publicly disclosed, yet it undeniably exists. The hierarchy is strictly defined, with a significant distinction between VIP and VVIP, and an insurmountable chasm between VVIP and VIC. Being an Hermes VIP is already a symbol of status, weighty enough in its own right. Yet here stands a woman, whom they had derided as a mere socialite, showcasing a gold card of a rank far superior to VIP. In that moment, everyone fell silent, overwhelmed by shock, unable to utter a single syllable.
Qianli stood frozen.
His pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. What had they just said? Zhao Ning is a VIC. His mind was a blank canvas. How could this be? Why is she a VIC? If she is a VIC, then the 2 million she spent was merely pocket money? As this thought surged through his mind, Qianli felt the world spinning around him, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Zhou Xiaoyu was equally stunned, exclaiming, she is a VIC. What a joke. She isn't even a VIP, and yet this person is a VIC. On what grounds? She refused to accept it. Clenching her teeth, she questioned the authenticity of the card in her hand. If she were indeed a VIC, why hadn't the store's dedicated sales staff come to assist her? I bet she's just trying to save face. Surrounding them, a circle of onlookers fell silent, hesitant to voice their thoughts, save for a few who echoed Zhou Xiaoyu's doubts. Indeed, with such a prestigious status as VC, how come no dedicated sales staff has approached her from the beginning? Could it be that the card is a fake? In this world, how could there be so many Vics and coincidentally, we encounter one? I suspect this is merely a scripted performance for attention. Just look at them. They're even live streaming. As whispers arose, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be another scripted scenario? Are we all just pawns in their game? I can't help but think the likelihood is high. How coincidental that we should run into a VIC, especially when the person opposite seems to be a streamer with tens of thousands of followers. The skeptical glances of the crowd shifted back and forth towards Lu Nian. The black fans who had been kicked from the live stream and re-entered began to mock. Ha! Caught in a lie, aren't we? Abik. The green tea is desperate for fame, seeking to climb the social ladder, only to discover she's a phony socialite.
Ha!
Poor thing, imagining she could deceive us all. The live stream erupted with insults, urging them to be cautious lest their faces get swollen from the backlash. A swarm of critics grew emboldened, their voices echoing as they mocked her without cause. If you want to meet the sales staff, then let us make it happen, Lu Nian, Nian Nian, let our darling showcase. It was laughable. The audacity of suggesting a display when the sales staff had yet to approach her, a clear indication of the issue at hand. Believing she's a VIC is as absurd as believing I'm Qin Shi Huang. They should not be restrained. Let them continue their charade. I am eager to witness how they will be proven wrong. The live stream comments flooded in, and Zhu Ning cast a cold glance at the screen, smirking. She then stepped forward, handing her card to the Hermes sales representative. Please summon your manager and inform them that Zhu Ning from Jinting Yufu has arrived. The sales representative accepted the card, scrutinizing it carefully. Moments later, their expression shifted dramatically, and they promptly nodded in acknowledgement before striding up the stairs in high heels to fetch someone. The onlookers waited in anticipation, and Zhou Xiaoyu remarked, "There's going to be a show soon. The Hermes manager is about to verify the truth. Everyone, ensure you relish this prime livestream material." Upon her words, those who had joined her in derision quickly directed their cameras toward Zhu Ning, eager to broadcast her imminent humiliation. The live stream, already drawing in viewers, was captivated by the title promising to expose a faux socialite impersonating an Hermes VIC. The comments soared in volume, exposing a faux socialite? Impersonating an Hermes VIC?
Wow.
Today's social climbers are incredibly bold. How audacious. To pretend to be a VIC and then call for the manager? Is she trying to ride the wave of infamy? The disdain for such vain pretenders was palpable as viewers anticipated the moment she would be unmasked. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced through various live streams, each filled with comments asserting Zhu Ning's status as a false socialite, each scathing remark layered upon Zhu Ning. Her arms crossed and a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. Who was she to flaunt her wealth in front of her? Zhu Ning could only afford a rented Audi. What gave her the right to drive a Bugatti? Just wait until the Hermes manager arrives. She would see. As she pondered this, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the store, the Hermes manager hastily descending the stairs towards them, moving so swiftly that the sales representative in heels struggled to keep pace. Upon seeing him, Zhou Xiaoyu and the envious bloggers exchanged glances, eagerly anticipating the manager's revelation of this girl's faux socialite facade. A spectacle was about to unfold. Zhou Xiaoyu crossed her arms mockingly. "Manager, this young lady claims to be your VIC. Are you not going to acknowledge her? What VIC? She had no belief in it. I'm just waiting to see the socialite get her comeuppance." The excitement in the air was palpable, as they relished the thought of witnessing a vain gold digger being thoroughly chastised. Oh dear, the green tea is about to face the music. Just wait for the faux socialite to be exposed. Ha ha ha. The comments in various live streams surged as envious bloggers anticipated the spectacle. Yet, Zhu Ning remained unfazed, her expression unyielding, impervious to their clamor. The manager, panting slightly as he reached Zhu Ning, opened his mouth to speak. The expressions of the onlookers swelled with anticipation, as if they had already foreseen Zhu Ning's imminent exposure as a fraudulent, wealthy heiress. But the next moment, "I apologize, Miss Zhu. I was too busy to notice your arrival today. I sincerely regret the wait. The VIC suite is prepared for you. Would you like to enter now?" He turned to reprimand the sales staff for failing to notify him promptly. Zhu Ning raised her hand, dismissing any concern. "It's quite all right. She doesn't know me. It's normal for her to not report in time." The manager smiled and bowed, extending an invitation. The expressions of the onlookers froze in disbelief. They stood as if struck by lightning, erupting into a cacophony of astonished gasps. Zhou Xiaoyu, too, was taken aback, her arms falling limp as her eyes widened in shock. The manager was personally attending to her, ready to usher her into the VIC suite. Could it be that she truly was a distinguished Hermes VIP? The audience, eagerly awaiting the moment when Zhu Ning would be humiliated, was utterly taken aback and profoundly shocked. What does this mean? Is she not a faux socialite? The critics shouted. Who, then, is the false socialite? Were they not supposed to be waiting for a chance to retaliate? Why aren't you laughing now that you've been proven wrong? The live stream was abuzz with excitement, as the mindless haters were left stung by the reality unfolding before their eyes. They gazed in disbelief at the events transpiring on the screen. Are they actually exposing a genuine socialite? Zhu Ning walked ahead, suddenly appearing to remember something, halting her steps. She turned to the group of bloggers who had previously mocked her for not being able to enter the live stream with Lu Nian and inquired of her manager. "Oh right, my guest is going to live stream. May I bring them along?" The manager turned to Lu Nian, who held a phone, and stepped forward. Just as everyone anticipated he would refuse, he bowed to the young man and smiled. Of course, Miss Zhu's friend is welcome to join the live stream. Moreover, I imagine holding your phone for so long must be tiring. May we assist you? We would be honored to do so. Chapter 77. Regrets and Second Chances. Lu Nian looked at Zhu Ning, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to straighten his back and hand the phone to the manager. Of course. The manager expressed his gratitude with a smile. Laughter erupted in the live stream. How delightful. Who claimed that our anchor couldn't enter Hermes? Who asserted that the affluent beauty beside our anchor was a faux socialite? How curious it is that our anchor can enter to live stream while they cannot. Such a mystery. Haha, I wonder if certain individuals are feeling the sting of embarrassment. Indeed, they were. The group of bloggers who had previously ridiculed Zhu Ning as a pretentious faux socialite turned crimson, their hearts racing as they hastily closed their streams and began to flatter her. I told you, Haicheng is a land of extraordinary people and wealth. You wouldn't believe it, but this young lady radiates elegance. They chuckled awkwardly, while those who had never doubted Zhu Ning wore mocking expressions, their faces flushed with shame, wishing to disappear into the ground as they collectively cast reproachful glances at Zhou Xiaoyu. If it weren't for her incessant provocation, would they have treated this affluent beauty so rudely? It's all her fault. Zhou Xiaoyu, frightened by their accusatory stares, took a step back. What are you looking at me for? It's not my fault you offended her. Your foolishness has nothing to do with me. As she spoke, she reached out to use Qian Li as a human shield, but after several attempts, she found him as immovable as a stone pillar, staring intently at the girl in the Hermes store. His expression was one of pain and regret, unwavering. Have you finished staring? She yelled in frustration. Qian Li turned to her, observing her exaggerated makeup, then glanced back at Zhu Ning's naturally radiant and elegant visage. Subsequently, he squatted down, repeatedly striking his head with his hands, as if consumed by the depths of regret. Zhou Xiaoyu, bewildered by his inexplicable behavior, felt her anger boiling over and kicked him. What do you mean by this? Speak up. Qian Li, already off balance, stumbled to the ground from her kick. He looked up to see the peculiar expressions of those around him, a wave of humiliation washing over him, intensifying his regret. Zhou Ning would never treat him like this. The commotion outside was of no concern to Zhu Ning. She calmly averted her gaze and turned to Lu Nian, who was suppressing his joy, his face flushed with excitement. Are you that happy? Lu Nian bit his lip, shyly leaning towards her ear, whispering, I feel quite proud. Especially seeing those who wished to see us humiliated now rendered awkward. Serves them right. Zhu Ning asked him, would you like to feel even prouder?
Huh?
Lu Nian's beautiful face displayed a dazed expression. How could he possibly feel prouder? Wasn't he this already enough to elevate his status? Zhu Ning pressed further.
Do you want to?
The fans in the live stream suddenly seemed to realize something and erupted into sharp cries. Quickly say you want to. It feels like it's about to get out of hand. I want to. Please show us the world, Your Majesty. I'm dying to see it. Zhu Ning scratched his palm. Lu Nian? Lu Nian lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, lashes veiling the sparkle in his eyes. Please, Your Majesty, take me to see the world. She extended her hand, offering a business card to the Hermes manager, instructing, please inform all the luxury stores nearby that Miss Zhu Ning from Jinting Yufu has arrived. The Hermes manager, momentarily stunned, accepted the card from Zhu Ning, staring vacantly for a couple of seconds before realizing the impending event, quickly summoning the store staff to accompany him. The sales staff, caught off guard by the manager's serious demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety and hurried to notify the stores. Call your manager out. Miss Zhu from Jinting Yufu has arrived. Where's your manager? Come out to greet her. Miss Zhu from Jinting Yufu is here. Quickly summon your manager to attend to Miss Zhu from Jinting Yufu. A flurry of notifications caused the passers-by and streamers outside Hermes to feel a tightening in their chests. What's going on? What are they planning to do? They stood in place, dumbfounded, watching as the heads of luxury stores hurriedly responded to the Hermes staff's notifications, frantically instructing their sales teams to tidy up the new arrivals and gather the latest catalogs, hastily closing their stores. The entire street was in an uproar, with salespeople and their teams mobilized, as the entire street of luxury stores promptly closed down, hands filled with products as they rushed toward Hermes. They looked around,
spotting Louis Vuitton, Dior, Balenciaga, Givenchy, Gucci, Prada, Patek Philippe, Chanel.
A parade of sales staff and managers, each holding the latest products and catalogs, suppressing their excitement as they lined up toward Zhu Ning at Hermes. As they approached, the crowd stepped back, each gazing at the luxurious items in awe. These were all possessions they could never afford. Once the Hermes manager confirmed everyone had arrived, he respectfully bowed to Zhu Ning, reporting Miss Zhu. Everyone is here. Zhu Ning, seated on the sofa, cast a calm glance over the envious and bewildered gazes outside. She nodded. Let us begin. The Hermes manager acknowledged her and stood up, calling out,
Commence.
In the next moment, the LV manager personally led his team into the store. Miss Zhu, it is a pleasure to serve you. Following that, a row of salespeople stood ready as the manager introduced the men's luxury items. Footprint soccer shoes at a price of $280,000, puzzle ring at $570,000, traveler jacket at $480,000, diplomat double-breasted suit at $520,000, white gold diamond trunk necklace at $1,430,000, titanium blue tag necklace at $230,000, and an 11-piece package at $200,000. The Tambour Moon Tourbillon watch, priced at $6,500,000, could be obtained with an additional purchase of $2,000,000. Zhu Ning nodded, her voice faint. I'll take it. Lun Yan abruptly turned his head. The sales manager's breath quickened. The crowd, both inside and outside the venue, erupted in astonished gasps. What does this mean? Am I hearing this incorrectly? A staggering 12 million worth of goods has been acquired just like that? Not merely 12 million. With the allocation standards, the total tally amounts to an astonishing 17.57 million. Another wave of shock reverberated through the crowd. 17.57 million. They truly weren't mistaken, were they? Lun Yan felt his throat dry up, his voice trembled. Zhao Ning, this is far too extravagant. Zhu Ning chuckled lightly. It's merely 10 million, no need to be anxious. Lun Yan's breath quivered even more. The onlookers were all stunned by her words. She actually claimed 10 million is nothing. Are they not operating under the same currency exchange rate? Zhu Ning remained remarkably composed, announcing, let the next group in start with the men's collection. The Hermes manager struggled to steady his rapid breathing, hoarsely calling out, begin with the men's collection. Start with the men's collection. The announcement echoed down the line. And soon, various luxury boutiques lined up to enter. Gucci's canvas backpack priced at $800,000, a double-breasted velvet suit at $980,000, horsebit loafers at $1.2 million, and a horsebit crocodile skin clutch at $3.2 million, with a distribution ratio of 11. It's acceptable. Armani's business casual suit set at $350,000, a high-thread wool coat at $800,000, a bomber jacket at $3.2 million with a distribution of $960,000, a haute couture skeleton mechanical watch at $5.8 million with a distribution of $2.32 million. It's acceptable. Dairo's tailored suit set at $1.8 million, a chic trench coat at $2.5 million. Prada's fine wool suit at $2.2 million. Ermenegildo Zegna's coat at $1.2 million. Within a mere half hour, a cacophony of astronomical figures left everyone in a daze. 60 million. They had directly secured 60 million. Everyone's minds were left in a state of shock and blankness. Such extravagance. A shopping spree at luxury boutiques. Who has ever witnessed such a spectacle in their lifetime? Everyone inside and outside the venue, except for Zhu Ning, was left awestruck by her extravagant spending. Qian Li on the ground was no different. At the first announcement of the bid, he turned to peer into the store. The relentless stream of astronomical figures bombarded his mind like meteors from the heavens, obliterating his entire worldview. A wave of regret surged through him. He clenched his teeth, but could not suppress the trembling of his jaw. His whole body shook, and his head throbbed. His eyes reddened, filled with bloodshot rage, resentment, pain, jealousy, and an array of emotions intertwined within him, forming daggers that stabbed at his heart, nearly bringing him to the brink of collapse. He fixated on Zhu Ning, who treated Lun Yan with a kindness that dwarfed how Zhou Xiuyu treated him. A flicker of hope arose within him. If he were to return to her, would she grant him another chance? Chapter 78. A shopping spree on luxury street totals 450 million. Zhou Xiuyu's expression was on the verge of cracking. What on earth is happening? In just half an hour, this counterfeit socialite has secured 60 million worth of luxury goods. Zhou Xiuyu observed that all eyes around her were fixated on Zhu Ning inside the store. Everyone regarded her with envious admiration, their faces etched with shock and desire. They revered her white, wealthy, and beautiful identity. Qianli beside her wore a face of anguish, regret, and foolish yearning, wishing he could rush into the store and take Lu Nian's place. Zhou Xiaoyu's internal fury and jealousy reached a boiling point. This pretentious socialite. How dare she possess such wealth, making everyone bow to her? The bidding continued, ranging from clothing to individual items and then to accessories. Handbags, shoes, hats, ties, perfumes, and watches. They watched as limited edition watches, each worth millions, passed before them. Patek Philippe 5328G001, priced at 500,000, with a distribution requirement of 1.09 million. 5370R001, priced at 2 million, with a distribution requirement of 380,000. Tourbillon 6002R001, priced at 17.61 million. It's acceptable. Zhu Ning's voice remained calm. Yet Lu Nian felt numb. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. 100 million. In just this brief moment, she had secured 100 million. Am I watching a science fiction film? She spends 100 million without even batting an eye. It's simply astonishing. I swear this is the grandest spectacle I have ever witnessed online. This sister is truly remarkable. Spending 100 million with such audacity. Sister, you are incredible. Lu Nian, I permit you to sell yourself to her. Every year, I allow you to sell yourself. You must sell to her. The comments in the live stream rendered Lu Nian's face a mix of black and red. What a chaotic mess. Zhu Ning noticed his odd behavior. What's wrong? Don't like it? The sales representative across eagerly gazed over, almost bowing down in reverence. Lu Nian. He turned his face away, avoiding the gaze, and softly tugged at Zhu Ning's sleeve. That's enough. Enough. It's too much. Don't buy any more. He grasped her sleeve. I can't keep up. Zhu Ning glanced at the total price, which was just shy of 100 million. Seeing Lu Nian's visibly overwhelmed demeanor, she nodded.
All right. Let us leave it at that.
As she spoke, the crowd outside collectively sighed in relief, believing this extravagant shopping spree had finally concluded, only to hear her say, let us move on to the women's collection.
Huh?
There's more? The salespeople and managers were overjoyed. One after another, they communicated. Bring in the women's collection. Bring in the women's collection. Soon, the experienced luxury boutiques began categorizing their goods. Chanel's classic little black dress. An embroidered limited edition at 100,000. A Lady Dior lambskin coat at 150,000. A Fendi wool coat at 180,000. An Hermes silk dress at 200,000. An Armani silk twill suit at 250,000. And a Versace satin dress at 500,000. Stop. Zhu Ning halted everyone. You're too slow. I don't have time to hear each report individually. Each store has a budget of 10 million, from ready-to-wear to classic pieces, including accessories, handbags, and perfumes. Compile your lists and present them to me. Hermes, Patek Philippe, Breguet, and Vacheron Constantin stay behind. The others can prepare their lists. The crowd exchanged glances. Mouths agape in astonishment. 10 million for each store, with a total of 12 luxury boutiques present. That amounts to 120 million. Everyone's hands trembled in disbelief. They stuttered in agreement, then wobbled off to prepare their lists, urgency fueling their movements. Half of the luxury brands dispersed, leaving only 4 representatives. Zhu Ning declared, you each have 50 million. Prepare your lists and submit them to me.
You can go now.
Understood. Each representative's expression lit up with excitement, their eyes gleaming as they urgently summoned their sales teams. Everyone move with me. Immediately adjust the lists. We are at your service, Miss Zhu. Act quickly. The scene transformed into a whirlwind of activity, bustling with energy and purpose. At this moment, the entire street of luxury brands has been utterly awakened and activated. The faces of the crowd are adorned with ecstatic expressions of joy and excitement, as voices of disputes, discussions, and calculations resonate, each utterance echoing the name of Miss Zhu. Onlookers gaze in a daze at Zhu Ning, who is seated gracefully on a sofa. As high-end handbags, typically seen only in television advertisements, are carefully presented to her, accompanied by radiant smiles, inviting her to appraise their merits and flaws. With a nod, she accepts the 3 million yuan Birkin crocodile leather bag, and her eyes do not even flicker at the
5 million yuan Kelly replique bag.
She acquires the 3.8 million yuan Constance, the 4.2 million yuan Lindy Moon bag, and even the staggering 12 million yuan Ellenber's reversible platinum bag, all with ease. The crowd stands frozen, their expressions blank as they witness the unfolding spectacle. Within a mere few minutes, Zhu Ning has encountered every luxury item known to man in her lifetime. From 6,000 yuan socks to 20,000 yuan belts and scarves worth over 100,000, alongside an entire series of perfumes, seasonal clothing, shoes, and even million-level tourbillon watches capable of being stored in a safe. She purchases a staggering 70 million at once. Her allocated budget for women's items totals 320 million. Yet when the final tally reaches 350 million, she exhibits no surprise. With a simple gesture of her fingers, she swipes her card. Sales associates are left gasping, sweat beading on their foreheads and palms. As her bank card enters the POS machine, the entire crowd holds its breath. The sound of the password being entered breaks the silence. Transactions are confirmed. 13 million yuan transferred, 58 million yuan transferred, 110 million yuan transferred, each announcement echoing like a thunderclap. The total reaches an astonishing 450 million yuan. In less than 2 hours, this affluent young woman has swept nearly 500 million yuan's worth of merchandise off the luxury street. The perception of reality collapses. Everyone is left speechless, unable to utter a single sound. It is far too terrifying. The exaggerated shopping scenes, once only seen in dramas, have now materialized right before their eyes. Who is this girl, and how can she be so extravagantly wealthy? For a moment, people are struck dumb, left in awe and reverence. Qian Li, in particular, feels his body go limp, collapsing onto the ground in regret. Had he not chosen the taro bubble tea, perhaps he would have had a share of those 400 million today. Lu Nian stands there, expressionless, staring blankly at Zhu Ning, unable to comprehend the reality before him for a long time. 400 million. In just an hour, she has spent 400 million, of which 100 million is a gift to herself. Lu Nian's breath quickens, his hands tremble violently. As the shock he struggles to contain escapes through the cheers of his live stream followers. Aha! We are witnessing history. 400 million. Who shops for 400 million? Correction, it's 450 million. Ah! This is absolutely incredible. This is the true essence of a wealthy young lady. The barrage of comments floods the screen, and a surge of viewers rush into Lu Nian's live stream, catapulting the numbers from 10,000 to over 100,000, then to 300,000, and finally surpassing 1 million. This level of influence is typically reserved for the top streamers on major platforms. And now, thanks to Zhu Ning's spending of 450 million, Lu Nian's status has instantaneously elevated to that of a deity.
Terrifying.
It is simply too terrifying.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the daily spending task of 1 million. The rebate has been deposited into your bank account. Please check promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully spending the 45 billion task amount. The remaining balance for consumption is 455 billion. Please continue your efforts. Zhu Ning's smile blossoms. She turns to Lu Nian, who is suppressing his screams, and inquires, "Are you impressed?" Absolutely. Lu Nian feels a tingle from the top of his head to his tailbone. He vows that he will remember everything she has done for him today in this lifetime, the next, and the lifetimes to come. Yet amidst the excitement, he is more concerned about Zhu Ning's ability to continue living lavishly after such extravagant spending. Xiao Ning, after today's expenditures, what about the future? Stop right there. Zhu Ning interjects with a smile. There's no need to worry. I am quite wealthy. Seeing her calm and confident demeanor, Lu Nian's heart gradually settles. He looks at the sales associates who are busy packing up the items, pursing his lips. Xiao Ning, please keep these things for yourself. They are far too precious for me, and I am unworthy of such gifts. What he had given her could hardly compare to even a fraction of her expenditure. He did not possess the audacity to accept such opulence. Zhu Ning, however, gazes at him with unwavering resolve. No, you are worthy. It is not about whether a person deserves material possessions, but whether the possessions deserve the person. I do not have the means to reciprocate your thoughtful gestures, so I offer you this in return. If you refuse, it would sadden me greatly. Please accept it, all right? Lu Nian's lips tremble, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. On their way to the sea, he borrowed 100,000 from his boss, 70,000 for her gifts, and 30,000 planned for dining expenses. He walked with trepidation, his fingers grazing over the gifts countless times, fearing that the best he could offer would be deemed inadequate by her standards. He felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea, anxious and fearful. Yet, unexpectedly, she not only graciously accepted his humble offering but also gifted him an unforgettable memory that he would cherish for eternity. Clenching his fists, his heart races as he gazes deeply into her clear, luminous eyes, determined to etch her image into his mind. He cannot simply stand by and admire her from afar. He wishes to be by her side, to be like a tree, a stone, or a breeze near her. He longs to be beside her. Zhu Ning, thank you. I will treasure this profoundly. Zhu Ning beams with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Let us leave the packing to them. I'll take you for a proper tour around Haicheng.
All right.
The Hermes manager follows them out, cameras converging outside. With a mere glance from Zhu Ning, the manager swiftly understands, moving forward to have the video deleted and the live stream halted, ensuring that Zhu Ning's visage does not become a topic of viral discussion. As Zhu Ning and Lu Nian walk towards the car, Qianli watches her retreating figure and steps forward to follow, calling out, Zhu Ning. His voice is hoarse and weak, lost amidst the clamor of the crowd. Zhu Ning is shielded by the sales associates of various luxury stores as she and Lu Nian enter the car. Qianli's holds Zhu Ning.
Wait, please.
As the car starts and drives away, Qianli, with red-rimmed eyes, struggles to weave through the crowd, but is firmly blocked. Zhu Ning, don't leave. It's me.
Qianli.
His cries seemed trivial amidst the roar of the sports car, and as Zhou Xiuyu beheld his wretched state, a surge of fury boiled within her. She raised her hand and pinched his ear, yanking him back.
Who are you shouting at?
Are you thinking about what's in the pot while eating from the bowl? Do you consider me a ghost? The peculiar scrutiny in the eyes of those around him was far more humiliating and painful than the pinching of his ear. He forcefully pulled her hand away, exclaiming, enough. Zhou Xiaoyu glared at him. So you've grown some backbone, have you? Who do you think you are? She raised her hand, ready to strike, but Qianli seized her wrist, confronting the fury etched upon her exaggeratedly made-up face. Memories of Zhu Ning's ethereal beauty flooded back, and the pain and regret in his eyes could not be concealed. While Zhu Ning had spent a staggering 100 million just to bring joy to him, he had been treated by Zhou Xiaoyu as nothing more than a cash cow, relentlessly drained of resources, subjected to both blows and insults without an ounce of dignity. Why was there such a stark disparity among people when they were all human? His heart and eyes brimmed with regret. The feelings of remorse that had begun when Zhu Ning spent 1 million on him incessantly clashed within him, gnawing at his very soul like a wild beast, rendering even his breaths agonizingly unbearable. Qianli's expression twisted in pain as he clenched his teeth, while Zhou Xiaoyu furiously cursed him, accusing him of wanting to have it both ways. She lamented that had she known it would come to this, she would have heeded her father's advice and never associated with him. He endured her tirade, on the brink of losing his composure. As bystanders began to record the scene on their phones. Speak up. Are you at a loss for words?
Zhou Xiaoyu taunted.
How pathetic. Your eyes only glimmer when you see money. Watching others spend 400 million, and suddenly you're all soft. She declared, let me tell you, 400 million is nothing. My family owns a manor. Does your family truly own a manor? Qianli retorted furiously. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What do you mean? He fixed his gaze upon her. The manor you speak of, I have never seen with my own eyes. Is it not reasonable for me to harbor doubts? From the onset, his belief in her family's ownership of a manor had stemmed solely from her words, her narratives. Under her spell, he had continuously spent, investing his savings, indulging in online loans and extravagant expenditures, all while being led on like a fool. It was only before Zhu Ning had arrived in her multi-million-dollar Bugatti, before she had effortlessly spent 100 million on her partner, that he had held onto his trust and expectations regarding Zhou Xiuyu's affluent status. In his pursuit to climb the social ladder alongside her, he had repeatedly committed foolish acts at her behest. However, upon witnessing Zhu Ning, her beauty, her prowess, and her treatment of her partner, the foundation of his trust began to waver and crumble. He gazed at Zhou Xiaoyu beside him. The dissonance he had sensed from the very beginning now magnified within his heart. The true affluent beauty, Zhu Ning, had every strand of hair meticulously cared for, exuding nobility and refinement from head to toe, her attire tailored to perfection.
But Zhou Xiaoyu?
Inappropriate, unsuitable, utterly lacking in taste. From any angle, she appeared unrefined. Even her designer luxury coat resembled discarded attire from someone else. How could someone like her possibly be a wealthy heiress with a manor? Qianli no longer believed it. The scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, his waning trust, painted Zhou Xiuyu's face crimson, as if her veil of vanity had been ripped away, exposing her true, cheap identity. Her face flushed with anger. She shouted, "How can you say my family doesn't own a manor? Tianxi is ours. Bought for 1 billion. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it right now." Chapter 80. Isn't this my home? Xin Shen received yet another call from Zhou Hongzhang. "You want to take photos at the manor?" Zhou Hongzhang chuckled awkwardly on the other end. "My daughter has a friend who has traveled a long way to Haiqing and wants to show him around while the renovation crew is off duty. What do you think?" 10 minutes prior, Zhou Xiaoyu had called, threatening him to procure the keys to the manor so she could take Qianli inside. Zhou Hongzhang, infuriated, felt his heart racing. Griping into the phone, "Your appetite is growing larger by the day. I just managed to secure a private room at Jua Wang for you. And now you want to enter the manor? It seems it's not you who will perish, but you intend to drive me to my demise."
Zhao Xiaoyu,
On the other end, screamed, engaging in verbal extortion. "What? You don't want to help me? I'm your only daughter. Have you forgotten how you promised my mother to take care of me? Don't use your mother to guilt-trip me. You always threaten me with her," he countered. "If your mother were to see the state you are in now, she'd surely curse me." Zhou Xiaoyu's tactics were thwarted, causing her to seethe, then retort, "Fine. If you refuse to help, I'll drain your entire pension. After all, the money's all in my hands." Zhou Hongzhang, upon hearing this, rushed to check his bank account. Indeed, he found that the substantial pension he had painstakingly saved over the years had been entirely siphoned off by Zhou Xiaoyu during various unnoticed transactions. His account balance now merely held the paltry sum of 32 cents. His head spun, nearly causing him to faint. Meanwhile, on the other end, Zhou Xiaoyu gloated, "So, have you realized your money's gone? Humph. If you want any support for the rest of your life, you'll have to beg the manor's owner to lend it to me. Otherwise, even if I squander every penny of yours and end up in jail, you won't see a single cent again." Zhou Hongzhang's lips turned blue. His heart twisted in pain, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked skyward. Heavens! How did I end up with such a wretched child? Resentment and anguish compelled him to dial Xin Shun's number, humbling himself further in desperation. Xin Shun flatly refused. "Impossible," he replied coldly. "The young lady's home is not a tourist attraction. If you wish to visit, you should buy a ticket to a museum." "Xin, could you?" Zhou Hongzhang began.
Sen Butler.
Xin Shun's icy voice interrupted Zhou Hongzhang's pleas, silencing him as he listened to his stern dissatisfaction. "You have been a steward for decades. Should I really have to remind you that the interests of the employer must come first?" Zhou Hongzhang's lips trembled in frustration, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "I understand. Son Butler, please do your job." The call ended, and Zhou Hongzhang, dejected, lowered his head, extending his hand to gaze at the keys he had just pilfered from the security room. His hand tightened around them. Just this once. Half an hour later, Zhou Xiaoyu arrived at the manor's entrance with a stunned Qianli. There really is a manor?" Qianli gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Zhou Xiaoyu strode ahead, brimming with pride. "See? I told you my family lives in a manor." Qianli held up his phone to stream live, ceaselessly comparing the images she had previously sent him of the manor. The artificial lake, 3 grand villas, and the ongoing construction equipment, everything matched perfectly. Could it be that she had not deceived him? Was her family truly residing in a manor? The comments in the live stream flooded in. Earlier, Qianli had hurriedly closed his phone, and they had drifted into the live stream of Lu Nian, anticipating watching Zhu Ning be humiliated. Little did they know that it was Zhu Ning who turned the tables, showcasing her extravagant shopping spree of 5 billion. Each viewer was left reeling, their heads spinning in disbelief, slowly redirecting their ire towards the seemingly familiar Zhou Xiaoyu, remarking, "Damn, every live stream looks the same, with such heavy beautification. I wouldn't recognize her in another stream." The audacity of some individuals daring to provoke a confrontation when someone spends 5 billion on a Bugatti makes one question if they truly possess the wealth and beauty they claim. It feels as though they resemble rabid dogs, consumed by envy at the sight of affluence, itching to take a bite. Could it be that they are the imposters among the elite? Such sentiments permeate the world, yet Qianli, though aware, has never intervened. Until the moment when Zhou Xiaoyu arrived in her Audi, escorting him to a sprawling estate. This vast expanse of land, an unparalleled gem within the city, captivated the audience as they watched her effortlessly input the security code and lead the way through the grand entrance, narrating every detail. Could this estate genuinely belong to her? Is it possible that she is indeed a true heiress? Zhou Xiuyu caught sight of the skeptical comments flashing across the screen and let out a disdainful huff. What is there to question? This estate is under my father's name, and I visit regularly to oversee the renovations. How could I possibly be unaware? She cast a triumphant glance at Qianli, as if to say, "Do you believe me now?" Qianli stood before the seemingly endless estate, rendered speechless. Could it truly be her family's? Yet, how could a wealthy heiress who resides in a mansion worth over $1 billion be so unrefined? In his mind, the image of Zhu Ning resurfaced. If she were the one residing here, it would make far more sense. Zhou Xiaoyu, observing his expression, clenched her teeth in secret and texted Zhou Hongzhang, instructing him to bring the previously kept butler's badge to greet her. Zhou Hongzhang, what more do you want? Zhou Xiuyu, spare me the chatter, just come, or don't expect to see a single penny.
Zhao Hongshang capitulated.
Thus, 10 minutes later, he emerged from the villa, clutching the cherished butler's badge and approached Zhou Xiuyu with his head bowed in humiliation. Miss, welcome home. Qianli was taken aback by this scene. Baby, what is this? Zhou Xiuyu crossed her arms, satisfied with Zhou Hongzhang's compliance, and declared, Can't you see? This is my family's butler. Qianli, incredulous, asked, The butler?
Zhao Xiaoyu retorted. What?
Don't believe me? Hey, show your badge to everyone. Zhou Hongzhang lifted his gaze, but Zhou Xiuyu's eyes blazed with a fierce warning. He squeezed his eyes shut in anguish, then produced his previous badge and handed it to Qianli. Upon receiving it, Qianli saw the stamped identification. Zhou Hongzhang, butler of Tianqi. Her astonishment deepened. Could it be that she truly is the mistress of this estate? Zhou Xiaoyu tilted her chin, beckoning Zhou Hongzhang to guide them through every nook and cranny of the villa. As they explored the opulent and extravagant buildings, Zhou Hongzhang played along with Zhou Xiaoyu's elaborate charade, striving to affirm her position as the estate's owner. Goodness, is this ever going to end? Is she also a wealthy heiress? Exclaimed one viewer. To reside in a 25.1 billion estate just like that. Is this the power of a rich young lady? The previously silent fans began to flood the comments. Truly, the prowess of Yumi is not to be underestimated. A monthly allowance in the hundreds of thousands is one thing, but living in a grand estate is extraordinary. I've always said that Yumi's strength is formidable, that Ning is utterly unworthy of comparison. What does it matter if she can splurge 2 million?
Can she afford a mansion?
They scoffed at the thought of Ning even being mentioned in the same breath. Stop associating her with our Yumi. Our Yumi's father is connected to influential figures like Duan Zimo, and she lives in a 25.1 billion estate. What does that Ning have? She's not even worthy to carry Yumi's shoes. Qianli stared at the barrage of comments, wanting to interject. They seemed oblivious that the wealthy heiress who just spent 4.5 billion in a luxury store was none other than the unworthy Ning. Zhou Xiaoyu, however, seethed with contempt. How dare that little Ning even think to compare herself to me? Those 2 million might just be dirty money. Online, I let her have her moment. But in reality, my family owns a 100-acre estate, and my father associates with figures of Duan Zimo's caliber. What does she have? A pretender? Absolutely. Ning is a pretender. She isn't even worthy of licking Yumi's shoes. The fervent discussions in the live stream reached Lu Nian's phone, darkening his expression as he opened the video, which showcased Zhou Xiaoyu and Qianli flaunting their wealth in the estate. Just as he was about to type a retort, a voice called out beside him. Hey. Zhu Ning peered at the live stream backdrop on his phone. Isn't that my home?